Paradise lost. The earthly cord was cut, and we are orphans of the universe. Thunder is no longer the voice of God. Lightning is no longer a moralizing mission. Knowledge is no longer shaped like a snake. What's left of the alphabet is deep underground, in places without faces. Everything we want will require unfathomable violence. But contradictions are nothing new. The unus is the newness.
ultimately spell success or failure. The wrong decision could mean disaster for you and those around you. The right decision will bring untold good. You are drawing near to a time of great concern. Be astute in your judgments of persons you encounter. They may not be all that they seem. Now I must depart.
Las Vegas and vicinity, partly cloudy today, so I took off my short skirt and put on my coat. With highs around 66 and light winds. Partly cloudy tonight with lows near 40 and light and variable winds. Tomorrow will be mostly sunny, highs in the mid-60s with light winds. And the PSI reading, that's the pollutant standard index, is 135.
The severed phallus of her father, and sexual abuser, the god emperor is offered to the imperial concubine who after strapping it onto her pelvis will sodomize him with it and ascend thereafter to the throne as the Magna Mater, Great Mother, ruler of the known universe. An actual, as it happens, real-life thing, manufacturing pearls from a lover's sperm. Look it up. Traumatic insemination, also known as hypodermic insemination, is the mating practice in some species of invertebrates in which the male pierces the female's abdomen with his oediogus and injects his sperm through the wound into her abdominal cavity, hemocoel. The sperm diffuses through the female's hemolymph, reaching the ovaries and resulting in fertilization. The process is detrimental to the female's health. It creates an open wound which impairs the female until it heals, and is susceptible to infection. The injection of sperm and ejaculatory fluids into the hemocoel can also trigger an immune reaction in the female. During the mating ritual of German cockroaches, the male utilizes a form of sexual bait. Once the two make contact, he raises his wings. This exposes a gland on his back, from which he secretes at nuptial gift a sweet slurry comprised of sugars and fats, which resembles a blob of chocolate that the female consumes. But to lap it up, she needs to mount the male. That places the female in a perfect position for copulation. God's inventiveness reigns supreme.
Later in the evening it falls from the door. How is it so still? It sounded like a party earlier.
New Eden. I moved in last night. I'll finish the book here. For better or worse. Then, either I'll off myself, or continue on with the folly of living for the next short while. Maybe I'll travel the world with just a pack on my back. Maybe I'll start a second family. Whatever I do, I won't write another book. I've devoted 7 of my most passionate years to this strange little project. Which may have been a colossal misstep. Which may have been a grave mistake. Dig your 6 feet under hole and bury the book instead of your own body. Move away from the present vicinity. Take your leave and go elsewhere. Abstain from ever returning. Keep your gaze forward. Resist the urge to turn your eyes to the past. Resume breathing. Allow love to enter your heart once more. Today, wandering through Freiburg im Breisgau, I saw her for the very first time. In one of the tower blocks that was no longer submersed in the Northern Sea. Her gaze penetrated me and delved into me in a number of different ways. Some of these were really quite pleasurable, some of them were extremely unpleasant. Her words were transmitted telepathically as follows: "You are my little baby. Come to me. I'll take care of you. I won't let anyone hurt you. You have always looked for something of me in the world. And now you have found me. Here I am, waiting for you. I have waited for so long for you to arrive. Come to me. I detect an immense sorrow dwelling within you. A profound sadness resonating within you. An overwhelming melancholy emanating from you. I have the power to alleviate it. Come to me. I will protect you, I will care for you. I will give you everything you ever wanted. I will give you everything you ever needed. I will give you all the love your mother never gave you. Come to me. Do not be afraid. I will never leave you. I will never abandon you. Peekaboo. I see you. I'm lying in wait. I'm waiting for you. Did you say something? I thought I heard 1 or 2 pneumatic hisses from a prissy gossamer finch. My former muses are stacked out the back of the house like a neatly organized cord of firewood. They're out, now you're in. And your scantily padded buttocks are squishing the catbird seat. I think I'll call you Miss Long, because your Lydian limbs stretch far beyond the skysill. Drop whatever you're doing, come right now. Or, wait. Wait for as long as you can bear it, then wait a moment longer, and make a break for it. Meet me where the dictum of write dangerously meets the corollary of love extravagantly. Meet me where the marrow of the morrow meets the yearnful branch of yesteryear. Meet me at the Mont Saint-Michel when the spring tide is at its Pelagian zenith. Now I'm horny, said Rhoda in her little note. I appreciate her brand of candor. A woman should be forthright about her needs and wants. She should be able to express these feelings to her prospective paramour without being stymied by community sentiment or climate of opinion or fluster or anxiety or shame. Make no mistake about it, this not a girl of easy virtue. To please me, she may be willing to do some extreme things, perhaps even things she might at first consider unsavory or repugnant, but not quite yet, not at this stage in our relationship, as it is clear that she draws the line at having sex with me before she's become accustomed to the smell of me and the texture of my hands, the sound of my voice, the way I carry myself. She has not been buried up to her neck in the sand quite yet, but it's only a matter of time. Before long, she will join the others who didn't know the difference between right and wrong, or did, but choose to ignore it in the name of pleasure. She is executing a ballet pose. I know the correct name of her body position, but I cannot recall it at the present time. She looks like a scorpion performing a mating dance, with its tail stinger raised in a threatening and inviting arch, a messaging movement that oscillates back and forth at the speed of thought between fuck you and fuck me. All of her orgasms are now accompanied by tears. She cries out and weeps as she makes love to the sea. What is wrong, my little gull, he said, you look so stricken. Aurelia says as much in her letter. This is what it is like to be one of us, the two of us as one, that is, Omnia and Aurelia. We are fey and we are foredoomed. We are blighted and bedeviled. We are ill-omened, jinxed, damsels of death. Ordained to be sexually abused and then done in, and then, for the final act, like the broken-backed narwhal, we sink to the bottom of the sea, and settle in the silt, and there we are found and salvaged, by a team of divers, who examine us in their underwater laboratory. The scientific experts then write our names down on a board and we are put on display in their Museum of the Unexplained. To all the world, we are the holy mysteries, the ideological enigmas, the insoluble riddles, the wordless prophecies. Then, an ominous shape gleaned by the eye, grasped by the gaze, in the interspace between there and here. Robbed of breath. Robed in death. Her adored patriarch. Her dreadful sire. Anxiety and nausea entangled in a half-hitch in her little tummy. Little sister, let me get inside you. The narwhal telepathically crooned to her. The narwhal forced his way inside her. Its unicornial organ plowed and sowed her breedy fields. It plowed her childing womb 1,000 times over and planted a black pearl on the 1,001th time into the beneath of her body's bogs. Two men, hand in hand, traverse an underground fungoid realm the color of a beetroot. They kiss passionately beneath a stalactite cluster, slobbering droplets of tongue spittle down their respective chins. On the other side of the dripping chasm are you and I, seated naked in the bathtub, my limp cock napping on the soft white of your lusty thigh, winding ourselves around each other like snakes, canoodling silky and sinuous, as they front their pretty cocks and watch us back unlawful, to repay the gracious and generous favor of our liquid gaze. They are most likely not real, the men, and, if they are real, then they are very real. And, if they are indeed real, then we ourselves are most certainly not. Our faces are painted like geishas. Our hair is a helmet of curls. Our tongues are pink and fluttery. Our voices are like flutes. Our sibilance is the sibilance of South Sea sirens. Our splayed pelvicra are poised on a filly's point. For that is the nature of corporal contact, it is causal. Men touch one another and instinct takes over. No verbs required, they simply fuck. We couldn't be more dissimilar to one another, and yet, in our fitting together, we are all but indistinguishable, each from each and each from the other. Why do we want to be made so wretchedly vulnerable? Why do we make ourselves so utterly open to each other's violence? Knowing this will most surely harm us? Why is this a desire for us? A desire that cannot be dismissed or dispelled. The desire to be so very, very degraded by each other. All the while we pretend we are doing something else. Claiming we are only doing the duty of the flesh, and nothing else besides. Meaning nothing else needs to be known, just the basic observable facts which can be gleaned at a cursory glance. Not the feelings underneath. No, not the feelings. Not the undisclosed emotions. That we should take a deep breath and descend into the depths. Without ever knowing why. That we should surrender to our longing to be ravished. That we should be prepared to lose what little of ourselves remains in our possession. That we should no longer be aware of what we're doing, or who, or what, or why, we are. I cannot escape the man. He lives in me. He is my soul's chemotroph and my soul's nurseryman and my soul's reaping machine and my soul's no-see. He knows what I am thinking. He knows what I am feeling. I am not what I was before I met him. Without him, I know I will not survive. Without him, I do not exist. Victorian days, cold legs, strokable Algerian behind, her hair was mussed, suns evaporate, up towards, unlove and unlust, she smells of dull black ink, better than, the linen of, three-dimensional distress, his fabric bunching, bulgy erection. The next morning the false alarm tears two fresh slits in the cheeks of his far-off lover, masochistic lamps, silences of the stratosphere, pink provocation of her 20 summers old cunt, her cunt fringed with a mane of Venetian brown fur, her cunt with its needy little clitoris swapped out for an envenomed scorpion stinger. Desperately, he ran the chapstick over the wounds, as the weeping skyscraper bent over and bared its steel girded behind its blinking lights little by little losing consciousness, and the abuse of the left breast oscillator soon thereafter became for him an erotical trademark of sorts. Elise, a transatlantic 69 between Nazi and Jew. Barnaby, a methodical skin, stretched out, across the planet, shivering with childhood insecurities. Zenobia, a hatched-hearted whore eating sugar mice with her high tea. Paul, An ineradicable imp of a man who is having an animated conversation with a female astronomer who works with her hard-boiled legs to reclaim the right to mate with a handsome black and yellow backyard spider in late summer and early fall before the heat sets in and before the overload of puritanical scorn leaves hickeys on her orange cellophane-ruffed neck and her starlight-bleached inner thighs, which are striated with a lattice of frozen lightning stretch marks and the induced color. After-image traces of his less hurried, and more exploratory, agonizingly soft and brutal kisses. And dribble your sleep drool on my shoulder till it frees me from the strictures of time. Do not be ugly with me, my love. Do not be ugly with me. Remember this night, mark it well, marks of love we have always made evident as signs of love on each other's unveiled bodies. Never give me less than love and never give me more than love, my precious one. Only let me kiss myself clean with this sacred relief, this brief respite, this solemn contrition, this altruistic admission of love. Do not wish a dog's penis inside of me or the penises of many men in my holes on the same night. Wish a monogamous paradise like it was in the beginning for the primal couple, for the two of us long ago when we were wearing the masks of Eve and Adam. Tally up my innumerable sins on the back of your eyelids. Report me to God if it pleaseth thee. Know that his love will soften it. His affectionate love most of all. Kiss me, on the cardinal points of my body, my dear sweet one, kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. This essay manifesto, which begins with a canny simile concerning America as an arthritic joint positioned somewhere between injury, lubrication, grit, decomposition, acute inflammatory pain, whitening teeth, grinning children's faces, greasy hair, disintegration, cheese puffs, diet soda, laundry detergent, supermarket aisles lit by fluorescent lights, black nail polish, playful punches on the arm, daring imagination, double-jointed circus performers, sunflower seeds, dog's hit, soggy deer meat. Rally racing cars, female buttocks, victoriously disappointing childbirths, grilled veal fillets, soldered together survival suits. You have two choices to stop breathing, is cold but never shutters itself off from feeling. And tickle your tummy to see if. She pulled his arms out of their sockets with a yelp. He felt her laughter bouncing off the walls as he cupped her face in his hands, loving her defiance. She bit her lip to stop her laughing, tears rolling down her cheeks, letting him tear up her dress to its elastic bands. Jeans wrapped round her ankles rolled down in denim bunches, then shoved the bed covers down to gift him with her bare breasts, slipped on his underpants, threw shoes, socks, stockings into her bag, along with a pair of tiny knickers folded in half, kissed him again. I usually can't get ready fast enough, she said between kisses. I awoke to see her squinting her eyes like a cat against the slash of morning sunshine through the gaps in the Venetian blinds. Her sense of that night's reality was contradictory, disintimate. There was not a hint of eroticism, despite her precocious presentation, preordained and preconstructed, as a mature woman about town, and yet not every young woman is going to wear red mules to church on Sunday. When she was ready to dress again, she was told by a servant in a black uniform to go into a room which had no furniture except for two love seats, and there she underwent another humiliating ritual. She was told that it was time for her to lie down in the middle of the two love seats while a young man put his penis inside her underpants and masturbated while she smiled and sang a verse or two from the Anglican hymn, "The Lord bless you and keep you." Then she was handed a Catholic hymn book, and sang some of the more popular devotions and readings for unmarried Christians from Lauds to Compline. When she was finished, she was told to get dressed and look in a chest, where she found an identical version of herself but a shrink-rayed version, like the one Paul saw of HL being carried like an infant child by a woman at the corner of Willis Street and Manners Street approximately 7 long months ago. We are in uncharted waters now, Mr. Blister and Miss Bliss declared together in chorus. His book had planted perverse dream seeds in the rich soil of her girlish imagination. It is no accident the hookers of paradise wore fox stoles around their emaciated hips and underwent a dazzling education in the art of love in a winter garden with a child dressed as a sailor and a shadowy featured lady killer with an enormous trouser puppet that was hard and soft at the same time. Exacerbated by amphetamine abuse and the immoral uses of an enema, the scions shuttlecock cannons into the solid gold door of the short-eyed magnate's safe room. She came back, sat down next to him, and caressed his forehead with the back of her hand. Why do you come here if you're not going to fall in love and get married and have 2 perfectly proportioned children with me? She asked. Because my heart is a whore, he answered. She bends double like a door hinge. Fix me up, will you, dear? He pulls a clump of weeds from her perpetually neo-virginal asshole and the city nightscape is suddenly dotted with cheerfully psychotic eyes. Let us not make a keepsake of fallen hairpins. Let us not make a mockery of the Savior who is at this precise moment in time wearing a chainmail jockstrap. The clouds begin to slow their course and take on a violet tint. It's time. Time for my telling off. Time for my tongue lashing. Time for my dressing down. Then, after that, you can introduce your hyper-conscious crutch into my rouched bunghole. Yes, that's it, just like that. Push it a mite deeper. Now a touch deeper still. Yes, oh that's good. Just like that. All the way in. Until it hits the hurt. We cannot see the sea. We can, however, hear it. The sea's susurration does not soothe us. It offers us no sense of peace, no sense of tranquility, no sense of calm. The sea makes us dream. Dream of a time before. And hope for a time after. A time after the hurt. When they take us from complex A of New Eden to complex B or C, this is when we hear the sea whispering to us or rustling like a pupa in a cocoon. We, the girls and boys of New Eden, are pupae too. We are undergoing a process of metamorphosis. We are being changed by the horrors visited upon us. But changed into what? Will we emerge from our cocoons of suffering as beautiful butterflies into the sunbeamy fields of heaven? Or will God abandon us and leave us here in hell to perish and rot? New Eden. Exterior. Dusk. Portrait of Omnia and an unknown tattooed male as Neo-Adam and Neo-Eve. New Eden is the worst place on earth. It's no original paradise, like its biblical namesake, of this you can be sure. Here, you must learn to adapt or else you will perish. My name is Omnia. I am something that can be played with. For example, something that provides amusement for a group of 6 politicians who have a predilection for gang rape, or a merchant banker with a statue fetish, who makes me stand still for hours on end, in a Michelangelo's Venus or a Rodin's Eve pose, until my lower back twinges with shooting pains. Or a man who shuns the power of speech and gives me a strange drink that makes me very horny and spun out and makes love to me with his too big cock and is covered from head to toe in glow-in-the-dark tattoos. One of my circling back around and re-entering me again and again through my retral exit passage, is a babe in the woods screwing, sour-breathed, daddy fat sacks. A Ruski oligarch, who likes me extra special because I speak his mother tongue. He gave me this pretty necklace that I'm wearing. It's a 24K gold chain, with a scorpion sting preserved with a glaze of resin and a round cut diamond at the hinge joint. This joint, I am told, is called the M5, the next joint in sequence is called the anus joint, T-he, and the hindmost, terminal end part is called the Telson venom bulb. I like to know these kind of things because it keeps me from getting bored with the sexual pestering of my nymphetic person and greedy pawing at my intimate parts, and besides, I was born under the astrological sign governed by the planets of Mars and Pluto, that is Scorpio the Scorpion. I'm sure he knows this from my file. They know everything there is to know about us and they use it to take advantage of us and to sate their hidden hungers and parasitize us and bleed our blameless souls blood dry. I like the necklace, I like it very much. Even though it makes me feel like a whore to accept it. But I do. I accept it. Wholeheartedly. But that doesn't mean I'm his. It doesn't mean he owns me. You must keep a piece of yourself for yourself and not give it away to anyone. This is the key to survival. This is the worldly-wise tactical trick to retaining your sanity and your humanity and what is left of your soundness of mind. He'll never know. I'm somewhere else when I suck him off. Somewhere safe, somewhere fun-filled, where the sun is perpetually setting on the horizon, bathing everything in its soft halation, casting carefree its gorgeous glowing gloriole on top of the 7-story high coffin tower block of my stolen innocence. All of my past selves are entombed in there. And I give him a sheepish look and a grateful smile and kiss sweetly him on the cheek. Every night, before I fall asleep, I dream of escape. One day I will get out of here, and when I do, I will begin to live and perhaps learn to love others and maybe, although there is scant chance of it, even learn to love myself. In the meantime, I tell her, that is, me, none of this is real, even though I know, deep down, in my heart of hearts, every rotten apple part of it is. Play with words for practice or save them for later for when he talks with me. The seducer's stratagem operates on two levels: eloquence of expression and embodiment of sincerity. Or, in the absence of sincerity, an efficacious simulacrum of it. His desire for me creates a brief vulnerability in him, a momentary show of weakness. Then, kindling his mouth into a quick flare of a smile composed of the constituent elements of charisma, mockery, and contempt, he throws me off balance, and causes me to reveal something about myself that I did not want to tell him. If I say something with sophistication, I win him. A cup of solitary talk is worth a pot of quarreling. No, she is not about to copulate with him. Choir singer and peer puer pit themselves against each other to the very end. Late afternoon, Sunday silence, summer light of the quay. At the exhibition of the Swiss photographer, whose name I cannot remember, pictures of prostitutes taken in brothels between the wars. I accidentally knocked a glass of wine off the service table, which broke on the ground with a crash. I was mortified. The whole room stopped talking and stared at me. But he only laughed and squeezed my hand and kissed me on the cheek. Having bought a book of Zurbaran's paintings for a friend, we returned to the quay, and then he insisted on walking me home. "Would you have preferred to walk on your own?" he inquired. "Not really," I replied. Because I knew that he was going to ask if he could come in, and I knew, without us speaking about it beforehand, that he wanted me to refuse his request. And that he, in asking me, with this expectation of refusal contained within the asking, was not merely an act of masochism on his part, but, rather, an inverted way of expressing these wild and tender feelings that he felt for me which he was unable to express in any other way. So, I pruned the branches of my honesty back, and went along with his charade, which I must confess, I enjoyed immensely and perhaps a little too much. The morning is long, my loneliness increases. I am in the kitchen making a salad. In my bedroom are his books, a few of his clothes, his cigarillos, and the replica, Whispers in the Library, fragrance I bought for him, which he never wears. It has been more than 2 weeks since he was here. I can hear him in my head. Verbose and grandiloquent and opinionated and boastful and charming in spite of, or perhaps even because of that. I find it infuriating how qualities that would repulse me in another man only further endear him to me. How much longer will he keep visiting? How long will he feel the need to remain with me? I am perpetually perched on the brink of his imminent renunciation, which granted, may or may not come, but which nonetheless feels fated and utterly unpreventable. Why do I feel like this? It's absurd. I'm absurd. The telephone rings. My heart leaps up towards the light like a gazelle. He is coming. He is coming to see me at 4 o'clock. If an eye took 1,000,000 years to blink only once, it could be said, the next few hours passed by in the blink of an eye. At last, the sound of the taxi motor idling in the street below. I go to the window and look out. The night sky is clear, with a few small clouds scattered about like torn pieces of photographs on the floor after a lover spat. He is standing on the sidewalk, looking up, like an actor about to make his entrance in a play. Then he arrives. We kiss each other without saying a word. He presses a small cadeau into my palm. "Do not open it until after I am gone," he whispers in my ear. The daily report of sore toes. Mona is a girl from my dance class. I could begin by saying that I have never taken part in a scenario like this before and express the profound sense of guilt I felt at having offered him the opportunity. Or I could say instead that I left the sofa and sat down next to her, on the floor, in front of the fireplace, arm round her, sitting up against her leg, close to her. And if I had been a bit bolder, I would have spread her legs slightly apart and put my hand between her thighs, to see if she was moist enough. Sometimes, like today, he looks at me like I am crazy. And the longer I am with him, the more I fear that I have been deceived by a stranger. I think, what if this man who lives in my heart has been replaced by another man who, though I know nothing about him, has me in his power? No, I realize I am the only one who has deceived myself in our sordid little affair. Still, he must shoulder the lion's share of the blame. He is the one who first intrigued me, then enthralled me, and finally possessed me whole. I can forgive him for many things, but I will never forgive him for that. To hell with his rules. I am sick and tired of being afraid of him. The more he strives to control me, the more I will exert my control over him. I can see it, despite the efforts he makes to conceal it. The tone of his voice reveals it to me. I can discern it in his features. He is terrified. I know this as a surety. I also know I have become a drug addict. With him as my drug of choice. I have lost my will entirely. I am his. I am his bond servant, his chattel, his plaything. He can do anything he wants with me. He's going to love me again? After what I do to him? I'm not so sure. And so, while I was waiting for you to get dressed, I wrote to you. I wrote to you from the end of the world. I wrote to from the waterfall, at the planet's edge, where the ships go over if they get too close. You know the place, you know it well, the country of your birth is planted there. Half submerged in the water, half suspended in midair. I'm going to eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge, I'm going to enjoy to the fullest its forbidden pleasures, I'm going to know every single thing that Mother Eve knew. Then I will use that knowingness to destroy you. But not before you've suffered like I have, you need to know how it feels to be me. She wears a mask and a string of bells hangs down from one ear and her voice rises from an invisible instrument. From somewhere far away someone puts his hand on my arm. I shake off my melancholy quite consciously, but then again some of that heaviness remains in me. Like leaden doors slamming shut. As we leave the hall, my head throbbing, people shake their heads and whisper to each other. Some have the expression of a train traveler who has encountered a couple who just got married on the platform. No emotion, only pity. As for me, I am flying again, diving deeper and deeper into the ravine. Who knows where I might come up? Behind my right ear there's the hard throbbing of heavy machinery and that sensation of being shot through. There is much wind up and spin down. As the evening closes and the sound of crickets reaches me from the countryside, and in the semi-darkness behind my left eye there comes at intervals that indescribable luminosity, that numinous sunlight which seems able to pierce my bones and pour its rays over everything without dazzling me, through flesh and bone and sinew into spirit. With my right hand I squeeze my small breast and the nipple tingles slightly, whereupon the hair stands up on my arms and my chest expands into a pavilion of flesh and bone with its fervent exhalation. I know, I am angry with life. Pissed off. Couldn't you give me some peace for once? With my slender fingers I brush back the black veil which has been fashioned for me from a giantess's eyelashes. On the pavement near the entrance to the theater men are smoking and spitting. A street lamp bores through my eyelids. No further comments. Well done. The only way that you can go forward is by swimming backwards, going the same way you came, everything seen in reverse. At the top end, peering over my shoulder I see something dark and dangerous. I know it has come from inside of me and I know I cannot face it. Ever since the day my mother died I have felt the hand of destiny stretching across my path like an impassive dreamer. This present time journey in the now is so wonderful, but I am overcome by the fear of tomorrow and what unimaginable horrors it may bring. But why have I done all this if not for tomorrow? Did I want to prove to myself that I existed, that I was real? Because, in many ways, I exist less than ever. It's all in the second person. I dream that I touch my mother's hand. What happiness it gives me. Holding her hand in mine. I wonder whether she can feel anything or whether she is no longer a being of the sensate realm, a being possessed of a sensory apparatus, the rudimentary five. All things human pass, all those dull pains and weaknesses, anguish and joy alike, pass into the beyond. What then? When I read his writing I sensed his abysses. Only a monster could write a book like that. I am now in the hands of the operators. A time out of time. Angels of waiting in the antechambers of the Empyrean. Where their sole purpose for existing is to hear the culminating, endmost song of your mortal soul. Inclining their ear trumpets to catch your last breaths, as the light of your eye ebbs to the horizon, and your sapiential sentience crosses over and becomes one with the unlimited. May the divine race lend you its ears to listen. You can hear me with the very same ears. May you discover within you, beyond all doubt, the image of God. For perhaps you and I were never separated from each other. Perhaps we are not one another's nemesis after all. Perhaps your parents' parents ate my grandparents' flesh, and perhaps your mother gave birth to baby dinosaurs who, in turn, consumed both your flesh and mine. What then? Why look at things through such narrow-gauged tunnel glasses? None of this takes away from the sting of life's claws. My bones were still used for building fences by trilobites in the Cambrian period. Be my witness in the courtroom of heaven, rather than here on terra firma. Write your affidavit on the back of the first page of the New Testament in Latin letters of raised lead. Today, for the first time, the knife-edged tongue of my pen rests on your heart's thews. Yes, mon ami, it is possible that you might cross an abyss or go mad and wake up on the other side with profound wisdom, surrounded by soft black stars and a breathing tree with your mother's breasts for boughs. Or perhaps you might find that you cannot cross an abyss at all, or that the abyss is an intrinsic part of who you are. What I am trying to say is this: a happy conclusion would indeed be wonderful if it could be accomplished, but whatever you do, don't miss out on life. Take it by the hand, for it will not bite you unbidden. Go ahead. Life won't disappoint you. A miracle is possible even today, tomorrow, on Tuesday at 2:30 in the afternoon. The frontiers are slowly sliding back into the sea, and someday man himself will also slip away and disappear forever. Let the pleasant wars begin at once, blow away those false horizons. Not long now till the night serenades the day to death. Man only laughs because he has not learned how to suffer with the requisite aplomb. Death laughs even harder and calls the suffering liberation. For 2,000 years, man has been busy making a paradise out of the world. But this paradise is a paradise impregnated with genocide, famine, alienation from one's own fellow man, deceit, exploitation of nature, venal proclivities, barefaced canards. The only way ahead is this: infer, with reason, a circle that is at once a zigzag line, a straitjacket, a small cloud, a corkscrew tree, a pair of boxing gloves, a dog that refuses to heel, or walk straight, a water wheel grinding against stone, an eagle cawing in the morning air, two beasts digging frantically for something somewhere in the fields, somebody's legs dangling over the edge of a bridge, horse-drawn carriages waiting their turn to cross a river, a child catching sight of its portrait in a shop window, a collection of devil horns atop the city hall, fish in streams mirroring the human soul, priests gesticulating in rote, monks sweating under steamy cowls while chanting litanies of silence, sunsets suspended above us and drifting below our feet like ships lost at sea, hounds dashing after a stick, sharp rapiers of light, oriental trees rendered in watercolor with a delicate hand. A few days ago, I had a dream in which he took me by the hand and said, "You are so beautiful. I love you." The dream was like a miracle, a reawakening of my being. When I woke up, I understood that, without having to think on it, he was the one I had been looking for all along. Hungover from mixing absinthe and champagne, I telephoned the Café de Flore and asked them if he has been in today. He hasn't. The last time I saw him was there. We had a few drinks and then got into a fight. In front of everyone. Scenes like that are becoming typical for us. He had been in the habit of making up the next day, and I imagined that this would be the case again. It is now 2 days later, and he has not returned. I leave messages, but he does not call back. He doesn't come to dinner on Saturday either. I know he has to go to a party at his publisher's later on in the night. I hate that bitch. I know she wants to fuck him. I see the way she looks at him. I phone and leave him another message. I don't hear back. I don't even know whether he listens to his messages anymore. I don't know where he is now, or what he is doing. I feel sick at the thought of him being with someone else. Maybe I should go to the party on my own, even though I haven't been invited. No, then he might perceive me as a helpless female that can't deal with life on her own. A limpet stuck to his side. Worse still, he might even come to see me as an ongoing source of strife and calamity in his life, which I suppose is what I am. There is an umbilicus which enjoins us, even when oceans divide us. This umbilicus feeds me the most vital nutrient of all, love. I feel as if now, he has tied a knot in the cord, and I am perishing because of it. I cannot fathom his cruelty. How can he treat me this way? Doesn't he see me as a human being? A person, like he is, with feelings and emotions? I'm going to fuck someone else tonight to punish him. But will he even care? No, I can't go through with it. I'll just be inflicting more pain on myself. Afterwards, I'll just feel empty and dead inside. I am so lonely. The darkness has taken him away from me, for good this time. I know it's over between us. It can't go on this way. I can't sleep. I get up and turn on the computer. I look at photos of him and then I get dressed. I go out and wander the streets, aimlessly, letting them take me where they will. I am hoping I will chance across him, but I know that I won't. I pass a parked car, 2 lovers are kissing inside. I catch my reflection in the glass, or rather, I don't. There is no reflected image where I should be, nothing, no one at all. Without him, I don't exist. He has been told. There are no other women. Only me. The others are not real. They are nothing but wraiths birthed by his hyperextended imagination. Listen to me, and listen closely. You cannot be yourself around them. These mulibral replicas will only destroy you. You are weak. You are soft. I must teach you. I am your only salvation. I am your only chance. I will save you from the world and I will save you from yourself. You are the only one I will ever love. I will never leave you. Foolish man who thinks when he penetrates me he is conquering me, when in reality I am assimilating him. I am surrounding his sex, enveloping him, devouring him, encompassing him about. Siphoning off his manful emanations. Draining his essence from his body until he falls apart. I open my jaws wide, a worm swallowing the world. My tongue flows into the deepest parts of his body, opening him up all the way and preparing him for new ideas. Ideas I will colonize his psyche with. All the while, he thinks he is dominating me, making me weaker and weaker, but in reality, I am the stronger one, I am more powerful than him, because I have mastered the art of giving of myself without losing myself in another. You, forever. Yet there is no hope for us. A barbed wire fence divides our marriage bed down the middle, barring me entry, barring me intercourse. This is how we greet each new morning, making plans for the other's demise, making plans for our mutual defeat. I kiss your mouth, you whimper and moan, and I suck your fingers until they hurt. You legs press against mine in agony, wanting to possess me utterly. I hold you close, you sob and pant and kiss my forehead. I stroke your hair, you shiver in my arms. How wonderfully you tremble. But behind your closed eyelids, you are still calculating how best to make me come. I touch your body and yet I never really touch you. Your hunger is frighteningly vast, your need for consolation makes you pathetic and paltry and small. You are more man than woman, yes, more man than I am, and yet I hold you captive. That which is mine you offer me freely. That which is yours I deign to keep. Your neutered shadow waits patiently for word of the end. The wounds of your soul are opening wide to receive me. Welcome me home. Hurl the curtains wide open. Reveal everything. Do not hide any part of yourself from me. I am the answer to your prayers. Tell me what punishment you think fits the crime of having deserted me this time. Know this, your need for independence has served as the foundation for the prison you have made for yourself. Do not deceive yourself. No force can free you from my arms. Oh, I see you're getting hard again. Does this kind of talk excite you? Look me in the eyes, say these words. I fucking love it. What kind of a godly pervert are you anyway? Pull out a fuck stick and start choking on it. Holy Virgin Mary. Tell me now. Why haven't we had sex in days? Have you been spending time alone with Victoria again? Does she have horns, a tail, and wings? Yes. Is she the devil? Yes. How did you get rid of her? Let's try that again. Why haven't we had sex in days? Slit me out. Allow me inside. Let me warn you. It will hurt. You're reading this because you want to know about me. Who I really am. Nobody will give you a clear answer, not my family, not my friends, me, least of all. He used to whisper his secrets into my private parts, then cover them over with mud so they could not fly away. The night has only one moon but many eyes. In time, the eyes grow tired, and one by one, they close. But the moon is always watching. The moon never winks or blinks. It was not a happy time, I was always slightly on edge and expecting the worst. I was convinced that the moment he entered my apartment, he would see my true colors, and be disgusted with me and leave. I became conscious that what I did was not so much an action as a series of reactions, that my decisions and plans were a form of submission to the arbitrary whims and fiendish japes of a meddlesome, scheming God. I feel as if I am a rudderless ship adrift on a vast expanse of sea. Without warning, the boat is beset by a violent storm. A lifeboat containing the ship's passengers, 23 souls in all, is lowered down into the churning waters, but a moment later is winched back up, with no one inside. Incubation of a false reality, reality experienced in haphazard episodes of affray and desertion, interrupted by increasingly intense periods of hope and besottedness. We needed each other then. He was the antidote to everything negative in my life. I was his reason for living, or so I told myself. My fear of commitment, or rejection, was almost pathological and was compounded by feelings of inadequacy. No matter what I did to convince myself, I couldn't imagine I was worthy of him. The message, "He is mine," seemed to emerge not just from within myself but from somewhere outside as well. I believed with every cell in my body that he belonged to me. I wanted to possess him totally. For me he could do no wrong. At least, in the beginning, that was the way it was. The prescription pills have lost their appeal. I have my own secret drugstore now, and I am trying new potions each day. This is as normal as eating. This is as good as sex. Life was merely a habit before metamorphosis, a condition of inevitability, but the circumstances have changed, and so has my feeling about it. Nothing is worse than contemplating your own annihilation, for there are so many ways to die, so many acceptable deaths. It is an impossibility to decide which one is the best for you, the one that fits you like a well-tailored suit. The selfish suicide is seldom a sin. It is the most logical of all possible escape routes. Fuck your pseudo-altruistic motives. You did this all to try and save your own ass, to protect your brittle ego and bolster your self-importance, to make me into what you wanted me to be so that you could feel safe and superior, or be the expert on what was going wrong with me and feel a little better about yourself, or at least less bad. You have no idea how much I loathe you right now. All the days we spent laughing and joking, all the times we shared with tears, all those hours we spent teasing and loving, now they have been tainted and ruined, now they have been polluted and wrecked. Near the end, it became a terrible dilemma of a situation where the two of us were scratching around for conversation, trying desperately to re-find those times when we actually saw each other in that bedroom instead of seeing the copycat mockers traipsing around the house wearing our clothes or watching our home movies like curious tourists enjoying their own intimate knowledge of us. I want you to make love to me in every room in the house and pat you on your head and say, "Good boy," when we're done. I want to remember how beautiful you are and be terrified by what I did giving myself to you because it was so brave and made you wonderful and dear to me, and remember you cry because I kissed you goodnight with such loving tenderness and lie awake till dawn with your naked body and lose myself in your body and make my dreams into your dreams and stop being afraid because you said we're two not one. Forgive me my self-indulgence, forgive me for writing like this, forgive me for being the way I am, for loving you the way I do, but I am consumed by your image. Hear me say it once more, I am consumed. How you must laugh at me. Just hearing you talk, with such passion about the things you love, gives me an indescribable thrill. When I read a letter from you I start shuddering, I grow weak, and almost lose control of myself, too weak even to take off my shoes before I climb into bed to read it and read it and read it again. How often I wish you were coming to Paris. Then I could just sit at my desk and watch you go out of doors, see you bend down and pick up an orange, peel it, eat it, spitting out the pips, throwing the rind on the ground where the sparrows would peck at it. A simple pleasure such as this would be a pocket-sized miracle. The tree of my body slowly petrifies under the rain of your kind-hearted kisses. An extreme close-up of a wan blue eye. The camera slowly zooms out as it turns clockwise through 360 degrees to reveal the eye has been disorbited from its socket and is now planted in the hairless slit of a young girl's vagina. The eye is my father's, or I should say was his, it is mine now. Interviewer said, the erotogenic surgery must have been unsettling for you both. Omnia said, no. It wasn't. I would describe it as serene. Mikhailu said, to me, the sensation was a soft separation, a gentle parting of lens and suspensory ligaments. The online questions are coming in thick and fast. Someone wants to know what your face looks like when you're having an O on the autopsy table. He fell in love with her before they met in the physical. Lewis heels click on marble steps. A domed bridge ascends on fluid rails. It drops down into the abyss, hanging gracefully in the firmament like a sidereal chandelier, re-entering the world below, swooping down, removing the thick algal bloom from the surface of the yellow sea, gently slapping down in mud and weeds. How long have you two been married? Why did you get married? Who proposed to whom? I feel that a great, glorious thing is waiting in the distance for me. I feel the breath of God in my sails. My soul is in my hair. My hair is in the wind. Water trickles off the stippled stones. My bare feet grip the wet dirt. I raise my right hand to cup my eyes and gaze into the sun. I have fallen and I can't get back up to my feet. I see my father. He wearing white gloves. He is wearing nothing else. I heard you scream, he says, his voice full of anger. Tell your sister to come here, he orders. I shake my head no, but hear myself saying yes. My father shoves his blunt thumb into my mouth. Prying open your window, deluder. God laughs and the candles go out. And is this so strange that you seek again and again the source that says all these loving things so very fondly to you? I hear people screaming in my head. They tell me I was never me, but I was always them. I am growing soft like a particularly unctuous camembert or perhaps a gently oozing petit langres, but I will not turn into them, I will not. I am raw paste data. The world will not remember me. I will be left alone. As always. Forgotten by the world. Maybe I don't even exist. Perhaps I never did. Insane the way that a body in a bathing suit is visible, so, too, is my secret love for him only partially concealed from sight. His smell remains on my skin for hours after he leaves. I don't bathe until it is gone. Enormous oceanic soul mirrors flash behind his eyes. They move together, intertwined. His movements are the mirror of hers, they always coincide. When she raises her hips slightly, so that his penis goes deeper, he smiles, bowing his forehead, offering himself. There, little one, it's your turn now. The universe obliges him, in good faith, to make his first obeisance. And he, submissive before Mother Nature, agrees, since his body has no other intention than to plunder and sunder her. Divine Daughter has two men in one, a double rape. The father she adores and the father she despises. She can never choose between them. Daddy Darling rapes her more deeply than anyone else ever has. No trace remains in her memory or imagination of any other ravisher of womanhood other than him. He breaks down her resistance completely. And yet at the same time, he must surrender completely. The harmony between her and him is mirror reversed. For her, surrender means extreme rigidity, for him, it means extreme softness. He holds her a long time, very long after her body relaxes, cradling her, caressing her, soothing her. He kisses her like a child, kisses her eyes, kisses her nose, kisses her mouth, kisses her ears, kisses her everywhere, kisses her on and on. And, within himself, he feels that while he is kissing her, he is also slowly leaving her, each kiss releasing something that keeps them tangled and bound together. You're lying next to me in bed. No, please don't talk. I'm aware of your desires. Poor little boy. Poor sad boy. I know what you want from me. You want me to save you. It's as simple as that. All I need to do is open my legs and let you inside me. And your Jesus will weep over our naked bodies while you are fucking me. The lover's glance is the gentlest of caresses, or else it is a violent blow. Oh, your azure eyes, eyes ringed with sapphire at the outermost edges, eyes streaked with scintilla of green and hazel, imploring eyes, implacable eyes, inexorable eyes. They flash out sparks, set alight the sky, they wick up the stars. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Don't ask for more than what I can give you. Let it be enough to look but not touch. What's so great about a piece of ass anyways? Everybody has one, even me. In fact, it's my best friend. One cheek is named, the whore of Babylon, the other one, I forget. What would you call her? Yes, that's right. The Virgin of Seville. They're two sides of the same coin. Your face betrays you when I say that. Does it excite you? The thought of watching your mother get fucked in the ass by me wearing a strap-on made from your amputated, plastinated prick. Take me by force if you must, but spare me the effrontery of worshipping me. No more poems. No more paintings. No more ardent entreaties. What makes you think you could ever master me? Even if you did, what guarantee would you have of pleasure, after I acquiesce to your will? You'd likely lose interest in me right away. Stop, give up on your folly. It hurts me greatly to see how you yearn for what you will never have. They told me all about you. They warned me that you had violent tendencies, but I paid them no mind, even though I believed them. The rumors only turned me on. So why are you so gentle with me? I'm not a porcelain doll, I won't break if you embrace me. Take you father's revolver and press it against the side of my head while you finger fuck me. Better still, shove it up my ass. Lead me through the forest of black pine trees in the attic where I pine for you. Douse me with petrol and set me alight. Do your worst. I'm not frightened of you. Or maybe I'm sad, too. To tell you the truth, I have been sad since before I ever knew what sadness even was. Dawn at Wellington Airport. Tankers with flashing orange lights move like white metal beetles across the runway. Planes taxi by. The hills form a natural bowl around the airport like a gladiatorial arena. A white Kourou symbol is painted on a black background on the tail of the aircraft. Birds swoop in low. The sky is a brooding leaden gray with a tinge of blue that is almost gray as well. Noise of coffee maker to my left. Cafe worker calling out, "Order for Victoria," to my right. Strains of execrable pop music leaking out of the sound system, Shakira, I think. I am waiting for him. Where on earth is he? He said he'd be here to meet me on arrival. An odd, yet somehow inane, couple is seated at the table next to mine. They are an entirely different species to my own, or at the very least, members of a rare subspecies. They are wearers of strange flesh. Some hybrid strain of human alien life form, by the looks of it. Like bear bugs with mastic eyes. The female has, in place of a mouth, a profusion of slimy, pink tendrils. The tentacles gesticulate like a sea anemone being poured through by an incoming surge of tide. They move at a dilatory tempo, not quite hypnotical in their aspect, but certainly suggestive, in a faintly obscene way. He wants to break it off. He says he is too old for me and that I should be with someone closer to my own age. He says I should experience life as an adventure without him around to hold me back. When he tells me this, I am dumbstruck. I honestly didn't see it coming. Yes, it's true, I had harbored, and nursed, a fear in my breast which was connected to the idea of him abandoning me, but I never imagined that this fear would blossom into a full-fledged reality as rapidly as it did. I cry. He tries to comfort me. I push him away. I cry some more. He leaves. I cry until I can cry no more and then I fall asleep. The next morning, I compose a letter for him, go to his apartment, and slip it under his door. It says, "My dearling, I reject your offer. I do not want to be released. For all your years and all your amassed wisdom, there is still so much you do not know. You do not understand the soul of a woman. I am not some obedient pet that can be dismissed with a wave of the hand. Nor am I an automaton with no mind or will of its own. Your gesture is dressed in nobility, in altruism, but, beneath the surface, it reeks of cowardice. I know you will find this hard to accept, but I have never felt more free than I do now. I have never felt more myself than when I am with you. I am no longer concerned with the needs and wants and demands of my ego. I am awakened to something beyond myself by this passion for you. I am not going anywhere. I understand the psychological underpinnings of your Komaharaga games. I understand why it is that you act that way and how it all came about. For all your Byzantine complexities, you are very much a simple person. Almost like a child. I don't mean that as an insult, I love that about you. I covet your intimacy, your presence, your approval, your energy, and yes, your love as well, even if I do this by challenging you. I do not wish to part from you. In fact, such a thing would be impossible for me. I am not too proud to say it. Nor do I see that as a weakness. I know you are afraid, I am as well, but I need you to be strong for me. Be with me, until the end, and after. With tender love, mad passion, and undying devotion, your Omnia, X. In the moment before life is breathed into a child, God's heartbeat stops. I've tried to find him. Many times. But to no avail. He no longer belongs to any place. To any time. He belongs only to the moment. To that moment when the earth tilts and the sea rises. To the moment when the horizon is skewed to a curve. When one has to run away from those who love them too much, or from those that cannot love them enough. In that strange between time. When the time for loving has ended and the time for memories has yet to arrive. What does he want with me? What does a man want with a girl who is so alone? A man who is alone is different, self-contained, self-sufficient. A man who is alone might even choose to be an island. A girl cannot be an island. She can be the ocean sloshing about on the face of the earth or the sky in a state of freefall, but never an island. A girl who is alone is always the missing part of a couple. A man who is alone is never alone. He is always with himself, and that is company enough for him. Although he is a man, and not a girl like I am, he is also alone. Anomalously alone among his gender kind. Alone, save for his invisible companion, the one that his mother sutured onto the left side of his body, with red thread and golden needle, a few minutes after he was born. His unseen, conjoined twin. With a word written in tears across its forehead, LONLNESS. A word that was not a part of the human lexicon until after this man was born. Don't worry, my love, you don't need to be lonely anymore, I am here with you. The journal is an experiment to figure out what it is I am actually feeling. A reader might say, well, of course you know, you don't need to write it down to know, you know already. But if he or she had said that to me, I would have said no, because at the moment I do not know. To understand myself, I must give my mind a kind of exercise and write it all down. If I knew better how to live in the world, then the writing would be unnecessary. For the time being, the feelings inside of me are hazy and opaque and impossible to correctly identify. So I thought it would be best to write them down. To demarcate and delineate them. Because, for the time being, they are obfuscated, as if I had unwittingly enciphered them and rendered them unintelligible to myself. I believe that all writers seek to understand themselves. But I also think that for every writer there comes a certain point where that understanding becomes too painful to continue. I wonder, for me, where this point might be. It is difficult to describe you, standing as you do, in some indeterminate place, between the world and grace. In spite of myself, I became enamored of another being. Why did I do that? Because my need was stronger than my willpower. There is something morbid about ambition, and the only artists who are worth anything these days are those who have been deprived of their heads for success by love or madness or religion or poverty or a combination of these things. The ones who turn themselves upside down and inside out for their art. We don't need artists who capitulate to the status quo established by the state. We need people with nothing to lose. People who are unable to be anyone else other than themselves. People who thrive without an iota of hope. People who have the freedom to show us every side of themselves without fear of judgment or fear of being ostracized or fear of being cast out. Prophets of the unconscious. Engineers of the impossible. Architects of irreality. It's not supposed to be easy, I tell myself. If one wants to be truly great artist, then one must be willing to walk the plank.
Oui, je préfère être un martyr plutôt qu'un saint, cela convient mieux à mon tempérament.
Perhaps, and likely so, I have not fallen in love with you in the manner that you wished me to. I make no excuses or apology for this. Today I could not paint because I was thinking of your smile. An hour went by and still the canvas was blank. Sickening, I know. A simple thing, a smile, but oh how an image flows to the mind bubbling up like water music, when a person is in love. With no desire to paint I did a series of charcoal drawings. A disembodied smile in a house at night with all the lights turned off. A smile in a pool of water, a smile in a mirror, a smile on a staircase, on a door, on a clock. He casts a glance at the Omega Seamaster watch on his wrist. The one his grandfather, Cess, who he had always liked, had bequeathed to him. At 11:11, the watch hands halt. Acquire stillness. Acquire stasis. Acquire paralysis. They will never move again. At this precise moment, Omnia walks into the Orphy. The place is empty tonight, save for the two of them. Consequently, there are plenty of free seats, but she chooses the one next to him.
Ça vous dérange si je m'assois ici?
Pardon?
You don't speak French.
A little.
He said, do you mind if I sit here?
Not at all. Be my guest.
You're not from here. Your accent. What is it? Irish? South African? Australian? Where are you from?
New Zealand.
What are you doing in Paris?
I'm here to play a role. In a play?
Which role?
Hamlet.
So you're a Hamlet, in a bar in Pigalle, looking for an Ophelia?
They laugh together.
So, what is it that you do?
I'm a collector.
A collector? Of what?
New emotion.
Later, he will decide against having the watch repaired and instead choose to preserve it in its fossilized temporal state as a memento of their first encounter. He did not know it then, but soon he would come to realize that his life had been divided at that predestined moment into two separate and distinct epochs, before and after her. I long to find you, but I am waiting for my heart to give me a sign. At dusk, a red deer is glimpsed on the shore, and my search for you begins afresh. Remembrance of the vanished years, a sadness of joy in the morning bed, the tiny fires of kisses at the flower's lip. Alone again, you are asking for someone or something to possess you. I cannot erase all the things I know of your nature, nor do I want to. In the night of separation, our shadows are made of wondrous light. Invisible houses, horses that don't exist except when I look away. Don't overthink it, darling. Our love insinuated, yet undeclared, still regarded as precious, special, and all too rare, something pure and clean and true. Not far away, beyond my reach, your body awaits, and this is not a fact, only an intuition, a tentative construction, half fantasy and half dream. Sing for me, this night when all kinds of animals live inside you. As the song ends, I'll try to remember what happens next. Thou hast done me wrong, my love. That which was pure is now no longer so. That which was sweet is now bitter. That which was fair is now black. Nonetheless, thy beauty and all that I found in thee tempt me to think of thee still. O night without a name. O night that has no day. The little blue veins of my translucent breast cover every part of his sky. In the reality game, the characters make various deductions, inductions, hypotheses, guesses, in their efforts to fathom not only the nature of their situation, but also the nature of the game itself. In the game, we must understand this phenomena of reality in which we are partaking is nothing other than an apparatus being fed an inflow of sensory stimuli yoked to an apparatus germinating a plethora of delusional beliefs, a counterpoised fulcrum of falsehood and fact, as elegant in its design as it is pernicious. Once one begins to grasp the nature of the game, all sorts of paradoxes become apparent. As we have already mentioned, even the players themselves are suspect in many cases, i.e., they have been conditioned, indoctrinated by the system, so that they come into the world predisposed to believe whatever lies are fed to them and are not functioning as free agents but rather as prostheses of a diabolical will. Entopic consequences in discontinuous days. Ember of tomorrow's newspaper, vivid and raw. In the right column all answers are questions. My mistress, avail me of these thoughts, you black square, with your floating gemmeous eyes. Talk only when the world becomes clouds well. Stay here with me until the twin stars bleed. Curved sky where turpentine is spattered. I really thought you were gone this time. My arm is the movement of liquid down a vertical surface. A conglomeration of disks or spheres. I don't need you to understand, I just need you to love me. On Wednesday evening, in my bed of lard, my bed of bogus ebony, my single bed with rotting donkey legs. I have seen you before, passing by my window. I saw you in 1,000 different places, before you moved a fraction of an inch. I'm going to take a peek into his journal, to see what he is writing about me. It can't hurt, if he doesn't know about it. I open the notebook at random around midway through. N. Jean Renault. N. Joseph Nakamomea. Jean and Joseph were former lovers of Omnia's. They both worked at the Cinémathèque Française. She dated one, then left him for the other. They were always phoning the apartment. It infuriated me. Omnia was friends with all of her former lovers, whereas I never spoke with any of mine. I preferred a clean break. A scorched earth policy, if you will. And, besides, most of my ex-girlfriends wouldn't have spoken to me, even if I had wanted to speak with them, which I did not. Joseph wasn't so bad. I liked the guy, despite the fact he was always sniffing around her, like a moronic German shepherd, nuzzling his snout into the pleated folds of Omnia's crotch, musky and sweet-smelling as it was. He had saved her life once, before her and had I met, so I was, in a way, indebted to him. On that Valentine's Day, Omnia had drawn a hot bath, climbed in, and sliced open her veins with a straight razor. And, even though she had fainted almost immediately, still she fought the change. The taps in the apartment all turned themselves on and the water ran red, as her ankle metamorphosed into a 6-year-old child, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to herself at that age. It was around that age that her father, her beloved Batya, had begun to molest her. Joseph, not having heard back from Omnia and noting something was wrong, broke into her apartment. He discovered her resting on her knees in her favorite black underwear, her veins opened like the petals of a flower, enveloped in a crimson haze. The Dementor next door watched through the steam-misted window, murmuring blind and kind prayers, swapping her face in his mind with a black and white obituary photograph. Joseph phoned the ambulance, which quickly arrived, almost as if it had been expecting to be summoned, and had known Omnia would try to take her own life that evening. As if they had rehearsed the event many times before in the months leading up to that night. The bald-headed simulacrum of her patriarch, hoarse with betrayal, turned his back on Omnia's body and slowly walked out the front door. He found himself frozen in place. His insides turning to ashes, swept away in an icy wind of distant, dulcet voices. A ghostly female aria ebbs and flows through the empty apartment like a tragic, mindless ocean tide. Nico sings, "My funny Valentine, sweet comic Valentine, you make me smile with my heart." Walled-off houses balanced on stilts over bottomless abysses. A bustling panopticon, brightly lit. The eons have done our dirty work for us. Disease-infested meatsack penises, snatched from the edges of the dark screen. Someone is always watching you. Glasses clink to a standstill above the empty airlocks. Cottage cheese-clotted vaginas hidden behind gauzy genital veils. A quick glimpse through peering portals into Manhattan streets lined with trash-piled nappies. Gently lifted open eyes. Indiscernible male speech mingled with the sound of a winter breeze riffling dried leaves and the noise of a windshield wiper thwopping back and forth. Shopping malls that never close, bleeding through the night. Shivering like nervous Vestal brides wearing aprons of dull fur. Electronic vents in the body to fend off boredom, tailored isolation within community, selective autonomy, zero possibility for loss or gain, pointlessly regimented rhythms, unconditional abdication of one's own gender, mindless submission of the will. Will the android concubines ever die or simply remain locked up in their chastity belts in our penthouse suite? Saturated wax body adrift at the end of nowhere in vast waters of decay, helplessly transfixed by the littlest things. Everything in ornamentation. Everything glistening as if under a spell. Love songs left unfinished on tape recorders buried beneath Tribeca sidewalks. Never mind the thickening syrup dripping down the crack of her ass. Scuffed, purple fingernails. Fleeting streaks of chrome, transfigured by the moonlight. Ads for chloroform air freshener, someone named Mike living with a female chimp. White sheets on a sun-dappled bed. Lullabies in a language without syntax. A girl with two petal-shaped ears jerking off her boyfriend in the elegantly appointed pissoir at Les Deux Magots. Overhead, the sound of carillon bells like pots of water boiling too fast clattering their lids. In line, one by one, each man plays the instrument of his own ruin like a virtuoso. Omnipresent billboards peeling away from our eye line in a white flash. Abandoned ghost trains mutating into houseboats. Highways in the clouds. Children playing in the surf making crowns from sea foam. Dead gaslights, disfigured cars. Obsession with forms that misfit yet at the same time fit the geometries of reality. Proscenium archways that align algebraically with the transit time of a bullet to the brain. He and I want to make love to one another, but now we are the wrong size. Either he is enormous and I am minuscule, or else it is the other way round. He's out again, running errands, he said. This time his journal is on top of the piano lid. I had a dream the other night. In the dream, I awoke in a back alley with an enormous blue notebook in my hands. I open the book and try to read it, but all the words are written in invisible ink. I interpret this dream as having something to do with the guilt I feel from reading his journal the other day. I'm impelled to read it again, regardless of my bad conscience. I open it once more at random and read, "They met at the Orphy, on the Rue de Pierre Fontaine." Or was it somewhere else? At her exhibition at the Palais de Tokyo? There are many variations of the story, all of them true, all of them fictitious. Her paintings are painted in impasto oils. Enormous canvases. Quasi-abstract, quasi-figurative. Forms emerging from out of formlessness. Order from chaos, then back into chaos again. Expressionistic, violent, lush, rich, sensuous, much like Omnia herself. Also colored inks on paper, more ethereal than the paintings. Both are moving, emotive in different ways. Both have a sense of danger about them. Omnia is Russian, on her father's side, and French, on her mother's side. Her father is a former KGB officer and now works for the government in an advisory role. Her mother is an actress of stage and screen. Omnia says her father is all thinking, and functions from the neck up and waist down only, and her mother is all feeling and functions from her core of her heart. There are two Omnias, because there can be no Omnia in actuality without the existence of the other one. One Omnia is a voluptuous brunette with sun-bronzed skin and a terrestrial aspect, the other an apparitional slip of a girl, red hair and hazel eyes, with a lunar pallor to the palimpsest of her skin, celestial in her ethereality. There is a third Omnia of who we shall not speak at this juncture, a flaxen-haired femme, which the other Omnias are unaware of. I see the two of them, holding hands, at the gates of Eden. The anatomy of the soul body is manifold. Omnia is two halves of a pomegranate with a prism at its center. I am a misbegotten mandrake with a bee in its abdomen and its branches forking exponentially at every junction into alternate dimensions. We shouldn't talk about cunnilingus because if we do T-cells might ejaculate into her mouth like an entwined crucifix and pentagram scaffold from the thorny stems of Andalusian roses. Our unvoiced understanding is almost telepathic. Sometimes, we are so close while we make love that we converse at length with one another without having any conscious awareness of it. Yes, it's true, Omnia reads my thoughts impeccably, but sometimes I can history her from a sentence I have written about her in the dark. Omnia was molested by her father when she was 6 years old. The incestuous coupling continued on until age 16, when Omnia ran away from home. Omnia is bisexual. She prefers men to women. The root of her sensuality is her suffering rather than her lust. She had her first orgasm when she was horseback riding with her father through the Yetgak Valley of the Altai Mountains. A year later, she had her second on the red fainting couch in his private study. Omnia, open your mouth, I have a treat for you. Batya spoon feeds her a dark, reddish-brown paste, on a silver caviar spoon. The decoction is mixed with honey and spices to quell the bitter taste, but the bitterness still cuts through. The special treat is laudanum, a tincture of opium. He says it will make her feel nice and perhaps even a little sleepy. She remembers looking through the skylight overhead and watching the clouds as they changed shape. As her father was down there somewhere, far, far, far away, licking her forbidden parts. She thought it felt better than anything else she had felt before, and this thought filled her with shame and made her blush bright red. She liked it so very, very much and wanted to do it again and each and every opportunity, and she dreamed of the next time they would do it, and she hated herself for liking it and wanted to kill him for making her feel that way, and one time she even went into his bedroom when he was sleeping with a kitchen knife to stab him in the neck, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. After she ran away from home, her father had a stroke and was paralyzed down the left side of his body. She always felt she was to blame for this. If she had not allowed herself to be seduced, then she would have not left on bad terms, and maybe he would have never had the stroke. But she was only a child then. Long pain for days. The sea is not soft. Not gentle. The sea is a swarm of fire ants pouring out of the mouth of a sleeping angel. What is it that they are after? Do you want to have that special part of the sea inside of your body? They won't let you go until you've been to bed with the sea. The effervescent sea, swollen and corpulent, clouds of flesh without name or surcease. The sea, your one true love. You'll get to meet him soon enough. Just make sure you are completely dry between all of your toes before you go to bed with the sea. How dry, exactly? As dry as a bog wife's brew. 2 dancing girls stab a frog bishop with their sharpened legs. An angel plows through the water at lightning speed, even though it is strewn with bullet holes amidships. The angel does not have male genitalia, but it does have, in the place of a penis and testicles, a pair of scissors, a proboscis, an antennae, a piccolo, or a bright green mushroom cloud. Which one of them you see will depend upon what your sexual orientation is. He is the child with 1,000 little eyes. And he cannot look at anything else but you. Tell me that it is wrong to taste it. Tell me that it is wrong to fuck you and get off on it. Tell me you love me. Tell me that I am your kindred spirit. Tell me that I am more than my sexuality. Tell me you love me, but not sexually. Tell me that you hate my sexuality. Tell me that you think I am a terrible person for wanting to fuck you. Tell me you are ashamed of me. Tell me that I am broken. Tell me I am wrong. Then tell me that you love me, that you will always love me. Even if the firestorm of passion never burns in us again. My father's blood was smeared on my face and I felt my hair come undone. I lay there, uncomprehending, as my mother's abdomen erupted with a pure, dense, black life, like a swarm of vibrating caviar. I stared up at the living room ceiling. My hands and feet were free and my clothes were askew. I was aware of time passing. It must have been minutes, hours, days, since I first climbed into the bed. I got up, as if I was not feeling dizzy at all, and went to get my shoes. I felt uneasy and vaguely nauseous. I didn't understand. What was I supposed to do now? Where was I supposed to go? I opened the front door, inhaled a breath of fall air, and went out into the night in search of you. The postman arrives and the wind of fate changes direction. He has delivered the corpse of a 17-year-old human female to your front door and wants you to sign for it. She is an envelope from Mama, with a letter stuffed inside her, all 17 pages of it. The last words written by my elder sister, Aurelia, before she shot herself in the heart with our father's handgun. Put the letter in the bottom drawer and read it on her birthday. Dismiss those dark thoughts until another day and be jocund for now. Via a series of injections, which we are told is a vaccine against the virus, a mass heart attack is orchestrated in the female members of the viewing audience. Their faltering heartbeats perfectly synchronized with the distant sound of arrhythmic war drums. Now the camera pans across the horrific landscape. We are taken into a wide valley. It looks like a vast parking lot. The scenery looks artificial, walls made of fake bricks, set pieces of cardboard and colored plastic, roads made of plywood and grout, and polystyrene painted to look like sand, water, foliage. The footage then cuts to a sprawling field populated by tens of thousands of war dead which, when seen from the air, depict the famous Mona Lisa portrait, before cutting back to the field for the blood-soaked finale of mass executions in the former summer children's camp of Promenestii, also known as Camp Radiant. This was in that blessed time when their love was still in its prime. Back in the good old days, the halcyon days, the shining days, the days of lightness and magic and joy. The days when he sent his pheromones to her by post on a black silk handkerchief for her to huff while she jilled off hanging like a bat upside down in her closet in her gravity boots. Do not hate yourself, just because you have given yourself to me. Leave behind your feelings of apprehension and doubt to burn and die like day-old monarch butterflies in the fireless pyres of time. O immaculate heart, burn orological, burn for me and for me only. What meaning can be read out of ashes, those places within us where the passion holes are made, by those sweet words of love that perforate our souls with a poignard of longing? To be, the two of us, as one, to exist in a state of mutual safety with an attitude of mutual surrender. Never afraid of showing your deepest feelings. Never terrified of loving too much. Never frightened that the whole world would crumble to pieces if you let your heart out for a moment. This is it. Her special place. Where the Lena River Delta flows into the Laptev Sea. This is where she lost her virginity. This is where she became a woman, even though she was only 6 years old then. Not on the fainting couch. Not with Batya. Not under the skylight with pale silver-green moss growing on the glass pane. But here, on the shivering shore, in the frigid waves splashing against her lanky flanks. The narwhal beached itself to be close to her. Went as far on its belly as the stranding would allow. Then, with the extra reach afforded by its prodigious, helical horn, it drew aside the lycra coverlet of her swimming costume, that shielded the sleek, whiskerless, wedge of her cunnis. The top of the tusk to the tip of her teat. Then, dragging, unhurried, down the very slight slope of her unbudded breast bump, then on further still in a sudden thrashing motion, lancing across the soft skin of her child's belly, to linger a moment in the puddle of her navel which tickled her overmuch. Put it in, she thought. Its black eyes glistened. They seemed to her, fathomless, like if you dove into them you would fall forever. She felt, for a moment, a plummeting falling even though her feet were firmly planted in the sand. The sea sucked out. Drove in again. The undertow manhandling her shapely ankles. That reminded her of her father. So strange to think, that only 6 years ago she had sprung from his manhood, the same manhood she had slurped and suckled and swallowed and siphoned dry last week. The narwhal wouldn't make her do things she didn't want to. A sea unicorn couldn't be a gentleman, it was a creature of nature after all, untamed, and bestial in its way, but she felt it would be gentle with her. Her father, Mikhailu, had purloined her virginity, snatched it away from her like a pick purse in the brazen streets. And so, because this was a crime against her soul, a soul as virtuous as it was innocent, before her progenitor had ravished her and sullied her, the diaphanous veil of membrane had miraculously been restored. God must have done that because he loves me, she thought. Now she wanted to be perforated. She took firm hold of the tusk, being surprised at how slippery it was. She took an even stronger purchase on, with the diminutive mulibral pentad of her girlish paw, the gallant sea antler. She was surprised as how good it felt. She was the one in control now. At any instant, she could disgorge herself of the explicit spine and turn around and wade away. The narwhal was making a strange sound. It was a combination of a plaintive moan and a succession of clicking sounds. The sound vibrated through its insistent, spiral horn into her immaculate womb. Her father had told her the etymology of porny was having the horn, and she thought it was really quite funny that now she was having the narwhal's horn and was herself extraordinarily horny. Omnia dictated the rhythm as she gyred with a sensuous languor in her fairy tale, frolicsome rut. She felt dirty, but in a good way. She was doing it to him, not the other way round. She recollected the painting she saw in the church and the story her and the other children were told about it in Sunday school, about St. Eustace and his vision of the stag with Christ crucified in its antlers. There was something Christ-like about the narwhal, something kind and kingly in its mien. Omnia lifted her head to the sky. The aurora borealis was ablaze. She felt herself close now. She was going to come. Her breathing quickened and grew smallish in her chest. The tide ebbed. The moon waned. The sky was rent asunder like the temple curtain torn in two at the moment of Christ's death. She felt herself ripening into the forbidden fruit. She felt harmonized with all creation. The earth juddered, the rocks split open. Her tiny little heart went pit-a-pat. Piping hot, grateful tears annaled her ruddy cheeks. Then, an ominous shape gleamed by the eye, grasped by the gaze, in the interspace between there and here. Robbed of breath. Robed in death. Her adored patriarch. Her dreadful sire. Anxiety and nausea entangled in a half-hitch in her stomach. She leaned over, the narwhal's spire still atwixt her thighs, still indwelling, and kissed him gently on his blowhole. Then, to her surprise, French kissed the spiracle, with a lascivious tongue. A lick, a lap, a lolling, deep down, a love. Dada drew near. Her grabbed her long hair in her fist, wounded as a rope around his hand, then yanked her head back. Oh no dear daddy, don't do it. The pater familias pressed his Makarov PM pistol against the blowhole, and fired once, twice, then once more. The sea unicorn suffered its death throes, and as it convulsed its final spasms, Omnia came a second time. She climaxed as much from the uprearing horn within her as from the rushing out of life from the sweet sea creature as from the shame of her illustrious father seeing her impaled thusly on an imperious horn, a dirty, lascivious, whelp of a girl, rather than his virtuous, high-born princess. No motion. So sound. Not even the sound of the breaking waves. Not even the slosh of the outgoing tide against the side of the sea unicorn's carcass. Papa pulls me off the horn. Takes off his jacket and wraps it around me. I feel safe and warm and protected and yes, even loved. I'm sorry, Daddy, I didn't mean it. He kisses me tenderly on the top of my head. Wipes the wet strands of hair from out of my face with his rough hands, ever so gently. The dream cannot hold, cannot find purchase, it slips away, like the sand grains caught in the inexorable suction of the exiting tide. The dream is supplanted by reality. Usurped by it. Reality, in this awful present time present, with all of its attendant horrors and all of its incurable hurts. The husband has to know exactly at which point of madness his spouse is at any given moment. And so he devises these little charts to keep track of her crises. She comes and goes and appears and disappears and reappears only to disappear again and makes a big bang in his life each time she turns up again. He glues the jagged pieces of her together simply by his being there. By being present. By listening to the sound she makes as she is listening to one side. A good listener is a rare find. All too rare, perhaps, and so she makes good use of him and takes solace in him and gives thanks to God for sending him to her side. But every marriage is about more than being listened to. It's also about bodies, isn't it? And bodies are very sensitive. If you touch the body of someone you love, the skin, the softness of it, the whiteness of it, the warmth of it, it tells you things about what is going on between you, unspoken things, undeclared things, secret things, such as whether or not the person is going to stay with you for the rest of your life or leave you 2 days from now. Our bodies are delicate, we don't have fur like bears, we don't have armor like crabs, we are so naked, we are so vulnerable, dressed as we are in these vestments of skin, in these robes of flesh, in these shrouds of unseen light. We are so easily wounded. We are so susceptible to harm. Especially from the ones we choose to love. And sometimes we invite it, the harm, that is. Because we do not feel worthy of the gift of love the other has imparted to us. We don't feel like we deserve it, to be told, I have been waiting for you, my whole life, all of my life, or, you are a marvel, or, there is no other one for me but you. What a thing to wish for, to be accepted for who we are, in totality, with all of our flaws and imperfections, and for those flaws to not only be overlooked or tolerated but cherished even, because they are also a part of us. No. I don't think so. Such a love would be much too beautiful for any of us to bear. Beloved one. Exigent muse. Threshold of my longing. It is you who makes my soul flicker, like a curtain of stars. A single thought. Like a thread. Don't pull on it. It might unspool your mind. My medicine generalist prescribed nortriptyline for my depression, but she did not tell me I had to wait another 10 days so the Prozac I had previously taken would be cleared out of my system, so I had a bad reaction. I went to the pharmacist, then went home, and started to feel funny. I heard a voice say, "Get the kitchen knife out of the drawer. Stab yourself in the head and let the black thoughts out." I went to the hospital which, fortunately, was only 10 minutes walk from my apartment. They put me on a saline drip to flush the medicine out of my system. After that, I was fine. I sneak a peek in his journal again. It's becoming a habit. I don't have much time before he is expected home. I read a few sentences to myself, then begin reading out loud. My self-spores are now beginning to gather, just outside the window frame, under azure skies, in fervent swarms of anticipatory longing and nervous agitation, prefiguring her imminent arrival. I waited outside the casino for a dealer. Sold me some Genki shit which I booty bumped. Dug keeney blasts of goofy luck and 4 quick lullabies, which lovingly escorted off the horror of being and summoned halting sleeps on an improvised beach couch that was only partially covered in female silhouettes and Siberian tundra moss. Omnia's eyes are empty TV channels. Her rotund, expectant belly is a cathode ray televisual set. I see our dead sun upon the screen bathed in the ghostly blue light fired by the electron gun behind the glass. TV or not TV? That is the question. She mouths the words but does not make a sound. The television set in our living room has grown a set of fetal gills. Mutate to breathe, it says. Omnia's sex is a flesh megaphone. Funnel of a corporeal megalith, infinitesimally small. Its carpal covered in blue bottle flies. Later, when she is sleeping, I walk barefoot down the wooden stairs from our bedroom in our piha batch to the bathroom to take a piss. I find the fetus of our son hanging in the shower from an electrical cord. Someone has dug him up from the place we buried him in the forest. Was it her? Was it me? God pulls out the plug in the bathtub of the sea. Piha's portion of the Pacific Ocean eddies down the drain, Kerker's and Anawada's also. The mucosal plug of Omnia's womb is pulled out in a similar way. Her waters break. Our hearts break. The wave of time rises up, crests, and does not break. We are lost to one another beneath the aquatic beak of its glitching carapace. I still love you. I always will. But we cannot be together. The autoroute is encumbered with broken heroes thumbing their way to New Eden. Their wounds are washed clean in disconcertingly close proximity to a huddled, downcast coterie of young lads and childish girls, at the brand new, state-sponsored, rape facility, called New Eden. Here, the authors of the violence undergo months of intensive training on the Daedalus, a euphemism for the child abductees that dwell in the complex, and furnish the billionaire patrons with their sick thrills. The Daedalus are subject to a myriad of hypersexual and hyperviolent acts, using a specially designed computer program, which spits out probabilistically determined sets of instructions, such as, leave out 13% of that last ejaculate and, let's not penetrate that area until it's about time to pour. The children are fitted with happy smiles, scrubbed clean until they smell nice, and stabbed in the back until they bleed out. We have the strength to commit these atrocities but only in the service of the Lord. A man fucking a female corpse projectile vomits as he ejaculates. All that remains of the victim now are a few choice body parts and the trace emanations of the spirit of primitive lust. Rape is the highest expression of love, the Master informs us. Cities that could have existed but never did, glimpsed for an uncanny moment, through the frame of the speeding car window against the whiteout of snow, on the way to New Eden. At the Terpsichore Academy in Bucharest, all the fledgling ballerinas are full-blown vampires. The spectrum of their nymphetic chronology ranges from 9 to 14. They have sharp-pointed, kitten teeth. The girls are worshippers of the heavy petal, adorers of the enormous, puce-colored petal, which is in fact the hymen of Mother Lilith, and is stretched over the vestal altar like a lascivious tent. Each night before bedtime, the dance master deploys the two-finger method on his charges to ensure their maidenheads are still intact. He derives no pleasure from this mundane task. He goes about his business humming a snatch of the Moonlight Sonata, then repairs to his bedchamber to read for a while, then drifts off to sleep. God reaches down from his kingdom of light and, one by one, between thumb and index finger, picks up a vampire girl by the scruff of her neck. One of the girls, let's call her Omnia, bites God on his wrist, sinking her fangs into his cephalic vein. God starts to bleed. First, a trickle, then, a deluge. Soon the world is underwater, or under blood, to be more precise. It's over. The race of human corpses turn into white flowers carpeting the vast Red Sea. Back to the drawing board. Time to start again. For you and you only, my one and all, the spaceships hover above in the brittle light that wavers along the alleyways, then across the rind of your retina, yellow-orange sodium floodlights over high fences, down into water tanks and concrete runways, swimming pools filled with the slurry of demolished skyscrapers, rusted seascraper towers, Swedish-Korean streetwalkers splayed like starfish against the landscape of death, sleeping for 1,000 years with cobweb blinds covering their empty eyes, and radioactive light spilling out of their open mouths. Your child is watching this. A moment ago he was sleeping, now he is wide awake, turning into some unknowable creature himself, transfixed by the headlight beams sweeping across the solar panels screwed to the back of your skull. I asked Jesus for his permission, but he said, no, and told me I'm not allowed back into myself until the day before his second coming. Her skin is sun-bronzed, after the 3 weeks we have spent in Roses, a municipality on the Costa Brava, in the northeast of Spain. The purple circles under her eyes haven't gone away yet. The doctors say it's a side effect of the sedatives. The fine blonde hairs on her arms are bleached almost white by the sun and the sea. She is beautiful, but her heart is broken, and in a way, she is all the more beautiful because of that. I am avoiding writing about it. The unnamed, cataclysmic event. My heart is also broken, and I wonder if it will ever mend. I am inclined to disbelief that it will. I thought the trip here would be tonic for us both. A change of scenery, a new language swarming in the air around us, a new condition of light in the structure of the eye. I think being here has made things worse than before. Perhaps this was a terrible mistake. She is devastated. Beneath that, a fury, unbounded, neither able to be demarcated nor circumscribed nor quelled. She blames me, I can feel it, even though she denies it. She blames herself and God also. She went to the Santa Maria Assumpta on the day that we arrived, and hasn't set foot in a church since. I try to talk with her, but it's hopeless. Either she is utterly mute or howling with grief. Great gouts of sadness, pouring out of her, whenever she is not choking on them. Violent paroxysms racking her body. Unspeakable emotions wrenched from the deepest depths of her soul. At night, over the tumult of the wind buffeting against the shutters and the waves crashing on the cliffs below, she swears she can hear the most awful sound. At first, she thinks she is only hearing the keening of the curries, then she gradually realizes that there is something else. In breathe my mulebral adder, the atomized droplets of my feminine quintessence, my cunt mists, the dampening cloud shrouds of my august arousal. My enchanting stench is overpowering you. Making your head spin like a top. Drink deep, my beloved. There is no other moment than this, the one which we find ourselves inhabiting now. It is a moment equipoised on the brink of eternity. At the fulcrum point of ever and never. Come closer to me, show me who you are. She said, why do you fetishize your own suffering? Tersely said, I don't. The world ended a long time ago. We know this, we two, you and I. And we have been gifted with the fortitude to bear the knowledge. We are the silent witnesses, imparting our mute testimony to the disinterested throng. Our voices have long since stilled, only our eyes are audible now. We measure the curve of this terrible wound in reality and the new leaves that sprout above it while the others continue about their daily lives as if the worst had never happened.
The earthly cord was cut, and we are orphans of the universe. Thunder is no longer the voice of God. Lightning is no longer a moralizing mission. Knowledge is no longer shaped like a snake. What's left of the alphabet is deep underground, in places without faces. Everything we want will require unfathomable violence. But contradictions are nothing new. The newness is the newness.
Adam and Eve. If I speak in the tongues of men or of angels, but do not have love, I am only a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have a faith that can move mountains, but do not have love, I am nothing. If I give all I possess to the poor and give over my body to hardship that I may boast, but do not have love, I gain nothing. Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud. It does not dishonor others, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. But where there are prophecies, they will cease, where there are tongues, they will be stilled, where there is knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part and we prophesy in part, but when completeness comes, what is in part disappears. When I was a child, I spoke as a child, I thought like a child, I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put the ways of childhood behind me. For now we see through a glass, darkly, but soon we shall see face to face. Now I know in part, then I shall know fully, even as I am fully known. And now these three remain, faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love. The night has only one moon but many eyes. In time, the eyes of the night grow tired, and one by one, they close. But the moon is always watching. The moon never winks or blinks. It's not a happy time, I'm always on edge and expecting the worst. I'm sure that if he sees who I really am, he'll leave me and never come back. I feel as if I am a rudderless ship adrift on a vast expanse of sea. Without warning, the boat is beset by a violent storm. A lifeboat containing the ship's passengers, 23 souls in all, is lowered down into the churning waters, but a moment later is winched back up, with no one inside. Long pain for days. The sea is not soft. Not gentle. The sea is a swarm of fire ants pouring out of the mouth of a sleeping angel. Do you want to have that special part of the sea inside of your body? They won't let you go until you've been to bed with the sea. The effervescent sea, swollen and corpulent, clouds of flesh without name or surcease. The sea, your one true love. You'll get to meet him soon enough. Just make sure you are completely dry between all of your toes. Before you go to bed with the sea. Two dancing girls stab a frog bishop with their sharpened legs. An angel plows through the water at lightning speed, even though it is strewn with bullet holes amidships. The angel does not have male genitalia, but it does have, in the place of a penis and testicles, a pair of scissors, a proboscis, an antennae, a piccolo, or a bright green mushroom cloud. Which one of them you see will depend upon what your sexual orientation is. If you're lucky, and you're polymorphously perverse, you might even see more than one. Tell me that it is wrong to taste it. Tell me that it is wrong to fuck you and get off on it. Tell me you love me. Tell me that I am your kindred spirit. Tell me that I am more than my sexuality. Tell me you love me, but not sexually. Tell me that you hate my sexuality. Tell me that you think I am a terrible person for wanting to fuck so often. Tell me you are ashamed of me. Tell me that I am broken. Tell me I am wrong. Then tell me that you love me and that you will always love me. Even if you never did and you never will. My father's blood was smeared on my face and I felt my hair come undone. I lay there, uncomprehending, as my mother's abdomen erupted with a pure, dense, black life, like vibrating caviar. I stared up at the living room ceiling. My hands and feet were free and my clothes were askew. I was aware of time passing. It must have been minutes, hours, days, since I first climbed into the bed. I got up, as if I was not feeling dizzy at all, and went to get my shoes. I felt uneasy and vaguely nauseous. I didn't understand. What was I supposed to do now? Where was I supposed to go? I opened the front door, inhaled a breath of crisp fall air, and went out into the night. The postman arrives and the wind of fate changes direction. He has delivered the corpse of a 17-year-old female to your front door and wants you to sign for it. She is an envelope from Mama, with a letter inside, all 17 pages of it. The last words written by my elder sister before she shot herself in the heart with our father's handgun. Put the letter in the bottom drawer and read it on her birthday. Dismiss those dark thoughts until another day and be jocund for now. Via a series of injections, which we are told is a vaccine against the virus, a mass heart attack is orchestrated in the female members of the viewing audience. Their faltering heartbeats perfectly synchronized with the distant sound of arrhythmic war drums. Now the camera pans across the horrific landscape. We are taken into a wide valley. It looks like a vast parking lot. The scenery looks artificial, walls made of fake bricks, set pieces of cardboard and colored plastic, roads made of plywood and grout, and polystyrene painted to look like sand, water, foliage. The footage then cuts to a sprawling field populated by tens of thousands of war dead which, when seen from the air, depict the famous Mona Lisa portrait, before cutting back to the field for the blood-soaked finale of mass executions in the former summer children's camp of Promenistii, also known as Camp Radiant. This was in that blessed time when their love was still in its prime. Back in the good old days, the halcyon days, the shining days, the days of lightness and magic and joy. The days when he sent his pheromones to her by post on a black silk handkerchief for her to huff while she jilled off hanging like a bat upside down in her closet in her gravity boots. Imagine, if you will, dear reader, long-distance courtship, spanning half a decade, before the two lovers ever meet. Then imagine their first night together. I have fallen out of love with you 1,000 times. And fallen in love with you 1,001. I'm ovulating. That's what the calendar says. This is ovulating Omnia speaking to you tonight. She wants to fuck all the time. And come and come and come. Can you smell my pussy through your computer screen? Can you? I bet you can, you horny bastard. Did you see the autoportrait I sent you? The one that's also a coded pictograph. And have you deciphered it yet? Place your ear against my vulva. Shells are vulvae. Vulvae are shells. Sea sounds will therefore be audible to you. Can you hear the wind-driven, remorseless waves, lashing the far-distant shores? And, above that oceanic susurration, can you hear the sistren sirens, singing their hypnoidal, three-part harmonies? Can you hear the ineluctable plaint of their call? Their doom-laden, come-hither song? Other muses, they come and go, like the seasons. But I, his immaculate paragon, perennially remain. I'm looking for her. The one that was prophesied about by the beautiful woman on the soak night. For the uninitiated, a soak evening is when Christians gather together, invite the Holy Spirit to come into the room, where they are sprawled about in an open and relaxed manner on pillows and cushions on couches and on the floor. During the encounter, God willing, the followers of Christ experience feelings of spiritual and bodily ecstasy and bliss, akin to the sensations experienced by drug users who have ingested MDMA. The sessions sometimes have an erotic or sexual undertone, and have been criticized by more conservative Christians as being too fleshy. After the soak she said, "Excuse me, do you mind if I share with you a vision God gave me about you?" I answered, "No, of course not." She said, "It's quite strange and I don't usually have strange visions but this one is strange, so, not knowing you, I feel a little embarrassed about sharing it, but I'm sure it's from God." Don't worry, God often does strange things in my life, so it's all right. I won't be shocked or weirded out, or least I don't think I will be. We laugh. Okay. I had a vision that you were going to meet a woman and the two of you fall in love and be great missionaries for Christ. The vision I received was of the two of you, riding a pterodactyl, flying through the sky, swooping down, gathering up new converts for the Lord in a fisherman's net. I still don't know what the significance of the pterodactyl is. But I do wonder about this woman and where she is and when we will meet. I cannot hear my own voice over the roaring, foam-flecked waters, but Omnia emits a high-spirited shriek that tickles my cochlear nerve, aqua di wello. This is translated into English as God's water, but is pronounced as rabbit's piss. Oh, rabbits. If only you could make love with such wanton abandon as the two of us, thus. Why does this ridiculous skirt confine me? Omnia says as she sheds the A-line pleated wool and tulle midi, not quite like a snake shedding its skin, more like a heron shedding its cocoon. My God-given, male-form reproductive organ is swelled to the size of a thermos flask, begging to be unwound from its springs and freed from its strapping. Today, my heart is a sack of moldy rose petals. Today, her heart is a sea sponge soaked in vinegar. Omnia drops to her knees and unzips my fly. Right on cue, the first wisp of sperm makes a desperate, death-stricken bid for escape into the gelid, winter air. Spring will arrive soon, but it will be too late for the two of us. We are already overcome by its fever. My fuck shorts are soaking wet, oh, informs me, they are full of slutty little teeny tit flaps. Fuck you, you dirty old man, she says to me, when you force me to wear a wasp-waisted corset on Ash Wednesday. It gets me so horned up that I have to go to the glory holes on Crowd and take the cocks of men I don't even like into my mouth and swill their brackish chlorine-tasting ejaculations down my throat as if they were sudsy spumes of tangy sweet champagne imbued with subtle notes of peach and figs and citrus. It is as if all the miraculous symbols of love and fidelity that once populated our domestic sanctuary have now been turned to ashes and their ghostly particles swept away by a strident gust. Gaunt, wicked, malformed fingers violate my child bride on the sagging altar and etch their ulcerated, pornographic graffiti onto her intestinal walls. Omnia's nostrils flare dramatically and disclose their guillotines. I make a mental note not to screw her in her snoot. The party in Los Angeles was Yampy Queerdo. Women, wearing black silk hoods over their heads, hang from trees in leather harnesses, naked as Eve before the fall. Nina Simone's Strange Fruit blares on a loop through the silhouetted forest. Scent of magnolia, clean and fresh. Guests may insert a finger or two, or a tongue, or a nose, but not a penis, as the women have been hung up much too high for ambitious coxmen to perform such a maneuver. I notice all the women have hairy pussies and hairy armpits and yet their legs are clean-shaven. Moans swallowed. Silky vein, my petal. Slippery pinprick. A black-coated jaguar chews on the dorsal flank of a humpback whale and swallows a flirtatious hummingbird whole. Omnia looks up at me with her doe eyes. Her gazers are shining bright, sparkling, like two almond-shaped galaxies. They are awash with an odd combination of childish naivete and sheer wickedness. And, further besides, perhaps even, love? Yes, I think, yes, love, it is love that I see. I kiss her saccular lips. She gasps. Then cringes. A leprous, spastic behemoth emerges from the water holding out its bloody, amputated stump in a gesture of invitation. A familiar figure. 2 dewlaps and 2 breasts with 2 eyes for nipples. Wide open, transfixed, unblinking. Like they are watching the television set. On the wall. On the table. Watching the boob tube. What they are about to see is something they'll never forget. Omnia rubs her slippery quim over my stubbled chin. A benediction of warm fluids oozes from her sex hole. She tastes like the fruit of the sea. A sea made of curdled milk, desiccated communion wafers, and the briny tears of clotted sperm wept by her banished lovers. French bulb fountains trickle noiselessly behind us. We embrace as 2 thoroughly exhausted lovers on the bed of unconditional lust, sharing a single, vivid hallucination of amatory perfection. But alas, it cannot last. An unforeseen squall has now arrived in our happy town. Her frilly, Victorian knickers are all of a sudden sopping wet, inclement as a winding sheet soaked with bitter tears on the bier of night. My heroic, pustulent areola is now immodestly close to her battered, pusillanimous cervix. I rub my stiff, rubbery nipple on her voluptuous clit. She flexes. Then groans. A cloud of feminine steam rises from the wintry marshes. A pining cry from the skeletal lattices of the seashore pierces my inner ear and returns me once more to the precincts of the halcyon days when our love was in its prime. Omnia's winsome breasts are smeared with the talons of hornets and the cruelest shrines of degenerate goddesses. A stinging slap stripteases the cloven hoof of her cadaver mound. She carcasses herself with my coarse sword. Then kisses the meteor of her two breasts. "Get back to the swamp, ass licker," she shrieks. "Watch your mouth, young lady," I warn her, "or I'll wash it out with soap and water." She pinches her nipples through her t-shirt and pokes out her tongue. I can see I'm going to have to give her a lesson in how to behave. Where did I leave my cane? You know where it is? Good. Fetch it for me now, you impertinent little wench. You're due for a good thrashing. I'll give you 7 fresh stripes on your moon-bathed buttocks. And, remember, I don't want to hear you make a sound while I'm correcting you. So wad up your cunt damp, silky smooth, monogrammed panties and shove them in your smartalecky little speakhole. Omnia leaps off the bed and takes refuge in the closet. I can hear her singing inside. "Oh Paulu, oh Pora, oh Fall, oh Paul," she warbles. "Isn't it just divine that you and I are both such devout Christians and yet still are so polymorphously perverse?" She bursts out of the armoire, starkers now, save for her sunglasses, socks, and shoes. Omnia shoves the Panama Ben Wa balls I brought her for Christmas into her cunthole and clambers into her rocking chair in a woozy stupor. She takes a deep whiff of amyl nitrate into her left, then her right nostril and croons, "I want to get high high high." She lifts one foot onto the edge of the rocking chair. She is wearing her Margiela silicone-dipped socks and her platform sandals. The ones that come with the calf clamp iPhone holder. She presses the smartphone screen and a recording begins to play. It is a video of my sweet angel being fucked doggy style by another man. His cock is not longer but is much thicker than mine. Close-ups of her face, her eyes wide, sweaty strands of hair plastered to her forehead, the edge of her mouth contorted in a bestial sneer. Then she closes her eyes and bliss rinses her face pure and clean. "Kneel down and jerk off to it," Omnia says. "If you're lucky, next time, I won't shower, and when I get home you can eat his yummy sperm right out of my pre-loved cunt." Smell of oil paint. Impasto friezes of a sexual inferno depicted in colors so intense they seem to vibrate off the canvas. Contorted bodies in various stages of degradation and imminent psychological collapse. A woman's face rendered with a softer hand, powdery scumbling of sepia and burnt umber hues. Possibly a touch of mummy brown pigment daubed here and there. The bells of the Sacre-Cœur clang-clang up on Martyrs Hill. Omnia's uterus is lined with cobblestones. The entrance to her vulva is barricaded by an inverted cross. I have longed for her my whole life without ever realizing it. And here she is at last, a mad passion of rainless grains alchemized into a woman's body. Your mother has fallen asleep inside Omnia's womb. Do not wake her. Let her rest. Tonight, we shall satisfy ourselves with the hush-mouthed art of sodomy. Gently, oh so gently, quiet as a mouse. Omnia's smiling face is the spoon that I use to eat my own brains for breakfast. "Would you like a second helping?" she asks. She towers high above me, on altitudinous limbs, gazing down from immeasurable heights. Her long tresses billowing in the breeze. Her bare, barbarous breasts, banked with pearl-gray clouds. Omnia pinches her nose, and blows hard, trying to make her ears pop at the high altitude. With her lively, puckish attitude she tries to equalize the two of us so that we can, should we so choose to, fit together rear to snout, hindquarters to forelegs. To collect the shards of our ignorance and tendresse and amalgamate them into something approximating a harmonious conjunction of prelapsarian unity. I kiss the stray circuit lines at the base of her back. She arches like a cat and hisses at me. Something clicks in behind her belly button, it clicks right into place. Omnia blushes like a schoolgirl. She squints at me. "You didn't hear that, did you?" she asks, then queefs low and moribund and extrudes an arabesque, glittering turd from her clammy anus. The earthly mucus is boiling behind the plank wall. My partner in crime says, "You better come quick, my promiscuous uterus has popped next door into a mirror dimension for a clandestine fuck with the supreme being and I have to tell you that God has a green, triphallic, badger's penis covered in burr knots that makes me feel oh so good. Her eyes are marred with veins of blue marble. Her irises are made of candy. The fulcrum of her pelvis is a child's swing set inlaid with silver filigree and enchanted cowrie shells. The soft duns of her scrawny breasts are a shiver and a quiver in the wind and rainlight. Omnia is shaking with anticipation of all the wonders yet to come, all the wicked sensations that this illicit coupling has to offer her. She gets down on all fours, throws her head back, tears open her shirt, and cries out, "I am a whore. I am a slut. I shit out gilded arpeggios and glittering abracadabras. I am a daughter of Satan. An acolyte of pure carnality. I am the dauphine of debauchery. And don't you forget it, Paul, you fucking faggot." She wiggles her softest parts at me. A wave of warm breath wafts through the frigid air. "Let's go there," she murmurs softly to no one in particular. At the Cabaret de l'Enfer, the topless nymphs are all smiles. They welcome us into their heavenly banquet. They give Omnia a naked leg twirl. A frieze of buxom burlesque dancers cavort backstage. They lift Omnia off the ground. She's levitated from beneath her armpits. Through the 6-foot-tall waves. Above the deranged arabesque of her Philip Tracy hat, which has fallen into the tide and is now being swept out to sea. Her auric corpus crunches and sifts. Around the creamy, intoxicating salts. Her titanic dildo gurgles. Her armpit feet plow the watery depths. Her translucent cleft bears its tummy. Scented soap is spattered across her pale skin. She holds on for dear life. High-pitching shrieking up into the sky. Her once discreet nipples, jutting out, brazen and impudent, rouge with a thick paste of cinnabar. A statue of Bacchus beckons to the last of the arriving crowd. The freesias are already wilting. Flaring and expiring. Please read me your catechism. I'm in my skivvies. My face is seeping. I raise my night-mooned hand to God. Please, I'm a very dirty little boy, help me to get off. Omnia prostrates herself before me. Bowing down as I masturbate. Cocking her head to my vesicant thumb. She licks my fingerprints, one by one, until they are warm and wet, until the whorls are worn off. "Put it inside me, if you must," she says, feigning nonchalance. She gestures with a limp hand toward my stiffening cock. I move stealthily toward her, like the shadow of the Pineal Watchtower slyly lengthening across the Cuntal Plaza at the hour of eventide. Omnia's puritanical uterus shrieks, "No. No. No," but I am indifferent to its protests. Her vulva now has a bullseye painted on it. I move toward her, past the boiling toilet, through a bulletproof barrier, over a medieval moat that is bursting its banks. My body is undulating like an umbilical cord made of ectoplasm. Silent and sensitive as silver halide salts suspended in colloid. My sphincter is cocked and ready to fire. Egon Sheila gooses me with a bony index finger. Omnia eyes me with a cross-eyed stare of malicious lust. "You will not put that thing in me." She yells in defiance, deploying reverse psychology to hasten my incursion into her most intimate of fissures. She is being prudent, I think, by withdrawing, shrinking from sight, fading away like a Bronte heroine into the gossamer mists of the moors. Suddenly, an about-face, and she returns with renewed fervor. Her hands are bracing her hips. Now they are cupped under her buttocks. Her swollen clitoris, a pink origami swan, beckons me with its wing. Before my very eyes, Omnia's face melts. Her visage has been transformed into a papier-mâché mask crudely fashioned in the style of de la Tour's portrait of the penitent Magdalene. I kiss her softly on her lips, which are starting to slide off her face and seep and gloop into my lap. I am grateful when she shifts the attention elsewhere, lifting her nightdress over her head, and telling me to put my dirty little pee-pee into her naughty little hidey hole. I rise on tiptoes, picking up speed. Omnia writhes upon the bed, chanting a prayer in the Hebrew tongue, petitioning her God as one might petition a lover, her hands mangling her breasts, her mouth frothing like an overflowing sewage grate. I need to insert. I need to probe. I need to break through. I need to push deep into her depths. Her vagina is a scab. I have an urge to pick it off with the end of my prick. I shove it in her, with no regard for her pleasure, her pain, or her person. She is a whole to me, that is all. And she enjoys it most that way. With every inward thrust, her face creases with a new wrinkle, she squints, she screams, she urinates, her mouth bleeds. I increase my rhythm, all the more desperate now. I swivel my hips like a teenage girl hula hooping the rings of Saturn. The alabaster vase lunges at me. I deftly evade it. I slide in a little deeper, savoring the creaks, the ridged texture of her vaginal canal, a combination of flesh, feathers, and the heaving, undulant, mother sea. I am on top of her, balancing with the sheer strength of my arousal, on my knees, thrusting, pistoning, discovering her slipperiness, the way she accommodates me, the slide of her bottom against my sodden sack, and the half-sighing, half-sobbing, moans of protest. No. 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 The submerged continent of Tasmantis rises up from the sea. Water spills off its basaltic columns. At the pinnacle of Baal's pyramid, Jesus is crucified. A spiny crown of Kina shells pierce his anguished brow. Masks and frozen poses dance across the surreal landscape. The three faces of Eve. Appearing through shapeless, leaking water. The Star of David with etchings of glass eyes. They glow. The stars. Bathing Omnia's undraped body in an empyrean light. Rise up and soar as true as the sea for me. The salt-jeweled corsets refract auric coronas upon your pale brow. The dappled nymphs disport. Hail the dawn of ecstasy. You sigh and shake your head. I scream to the sky. Oh, Lord, look at us, and try to forgive us. We are your children. Tell us how to be. The ghost of Yeshua's Kina skull floats past, bobbing along the surface of the water. Ushering in the second coming. Instead of fig leaves, Omnia and I wear sargassum frogfish over our private parts. We revel in the pearl dust that covers our thighs. Our spangling genitals squeak with joy. All our thoughts swim pure and clear in the sainted light. Behind my closed eyelids, I behold an evil from her past. A man-sized cockroach in repose upon a Venetian red Louis XV fainting couch. The repugnant creature points an accusatory foreleg up towards infinity. The filaments of his antennae incandesce with brush-like traces of St. Elmo's fire. He is coming, Omnia whispers in my ear. I do not know whether she is referring to her cockroach rapist father or to the risen Christ. We pass, hand in hand, through the anhydrous ocean canyons, as the sea swells over our heads and rises up to meet the stars. I sleep soundly with the soft tissue pad of her mons veneris as a pillow for my head. Then rouse, erogenous, in the silver light of morning, with the crenulated imprint of her pubic hairs upon my tear-stained cheek. Last night, we gorged ourselves on the yellow fruit of midnight, to the music of agile Waikato rats scuttling in the walls. Hidden in dreams among the roots of the bone tree, we have provision for any end. Banal, disgusting, and futile, our own impudent entrails nourish us for eternity. We are. Or perhaps we are not. Is there any difference between the two? I am sorry to say I have only lightly perspiring, fleetest most momentary, vague contorted views of myself and others. The sky over our heads is covered with a thin, dusty film. In the pellicle, the amoebae languidly locomote and hatefully make love. Yours and mine, two faces eternally gazing or disengaged, breathing in the same stagnant air, a grotesque Siamese twin. If one from the other does not separate me immediately, I will find myself eviscerated and reborn through your endless thieving hands. The struggle is. We cannot tell the coffin from the sea. How then should we form this or that idea of ourselves or of each other? The death of desire is the only possible outcome. There is no other end for us. The ground streams run red with the promise of deliverance. I have never wanted a single being more than her. Not a doctor, a judge, a streetwalker, not even a truth-teller. Not a murder suspect, a plumber, a farmer, a whale or a clerk. Not the produce of any field. Not any political system. Not my mother who I met once and once only. Not even the orange-haired vampire girl that stalks the Rue d'Assas every night at 11:11 p.m. I am now fragmenting amidst the densely crowded forest canopy. And then the clever paramours of its tender lever will inevitably well eyes to overflowing with their anxious weight. I want you, Omnia. And you want me too. Stop lying to yourself and admit it. I have seen your surly soft body lurking behind the trees, primed with a cacophonous temptation. No, no. I can't go through with it. What's that? You view me as a model husband? I can't imagine why. What would you like me to do? Give you an excuse to fall in love? I will hard fart here upon your chalk-white feet. I will kiss the windpipe of your landlady's pet monkey and collect every one of her stingers. I will denounce you in front of your own dead father. I will declare my love to you and watch you break into tears. I will beg you to stop the horse-drawn carriage. I will take you for a walk and have you run off in the direction of the waterfalls. I will pull you by the ears and slap you with my shoes. I will stand at the window and stare at you until you scream for mercy. I will stand before a firing squad of fourth-wave feminists and shoot myself in the chest. Yes, go on. Sing me a song. How about, shut your eyes, hold my hand, and bury your dream with mine. Why did I reject you? Why did I reject you not once but multiple times? When the mere thought of having you drives me downright insane? Indulge me now. You will not regret it, I swear. You are gratuitously mutilated by your slightly weird, wholly transcendent beauty. Yes, your attractional power does fade like an other woman's, but it does have remarkable elasticity and holds its shape remarkably well. I beheld your disfigurement and marveled at its power. How did this eyesore of yours, grafted upon my body, cure the solitude, salt the blood, warm the heart, and bestow a dimension of bliss upon my being so extraordinary it cannot be expressed in words? Still, I take flight from you, even as I pursue you. There, in a forlorn pile, her vagina exudes a strange oily fluid. An assemblage of indistinct numbers and pathogenic other presences. Its aroma is indescribable. It is imbued with a redolent nose of rape pheromones. I have known this dream to evaporate before in the face of reality, but never so quickly or so dramatically. The last time, I felt like a drunk stumbling through the Louvre, balancing a trident on each shoulder. You are Omnia, damn the torpedoes, I will salute your low, docile cow behind at any hour of the day. Just not this instant. In the brief and fleeting moment before it is too late to turn back. Without you, my life will evaporate into an inky soup of sleep and boredom until I reappear as a brand new, ridge-covered fetus, nursing at a breast of discarded Play-Doh, on the deserted desert highway. Don't say anything for now. A word from you would send me as mad as a hatter. Whenever you wash your cat, just know I'm there beside you. Now is the time to own up. Do not come after me. Or molest Babette. I need some time alone. Now and then, feel free to masturbate vigorously, while you strike your rump with a riding crop, yelling, "Forever yours, Omnia." Thwack. Forever yours, Omnia. Thwack. Forever yours, Omnia. Thwack. Of course, I can't guarantee all that you dream of for us will happen. Or that we will even survive it, our utterly swollen wish to commune with one another in a drastically improper way. Irony is real. And so is the chasm between the fantasy of making love to me and my existence in the flesh. So you can only hold our marriage certificate for as long as the lichen grows on the rocks that line the shores of the great beyond. But, in the meantime, while you wait for me on the other side of the world, don't forget to shoot your errant, flaming arrows, with love letters tied to their stems, in through my open window. I have my fire extinguisher and my monocle at the ready, and I promise I will read them more than once. Once we have reunited in heaven, I may change the future. But, until then, you may never utter a single word to me, except to warn me of your impending doom. Wait, do you remember the bank at the corner? Wire me funds tomorrow and I will send you a photograph of the daughter that you never knew you had. You fell for him in the first place because, on the surface, he looked sufficiently creepy. And he did look a little homoerotic as well, which gave you that funny feeling in your frilly knickers. You were his first prey, a nervous, fragile shell of a girl. Or you were the perfect monster that he needed. It doesn't matter which one is the truth. You simply cannot fathom in your tiny female brain that he chose you and not somebody else to obsess over ad nauseum in an endless loop. I told him that he has great taste in women, but you and I both know that for him to want you he would have to be in part insane. I don't know what is taking you so long. Get on a plane tomorrow, and come. You know that you would love it here. You know that it would be an adventure of a lifetime. Our love ends at the edge of the world. And, so, it stands to reason that here, with all other conceivable directions banned, it must also begin. In my previous inquiry, on love, I had made an attempt at articulating a notion of love, but my determination then and now was that this essay failed to express what I wanted it to. I was in poor health and wrote it quite quickly, though I am in worse health now, but have had a few months to organize my thoughts more sufficiently. I would here in these essays put forward a further articulated notion of love than what was previously brought to bear. I put here an analysis of love and its constituent content as best as I can conceive it, including affections, ego, conation, cognition, volition, continence/constancy, and the moral, emotive, and cognitive qualities of compassion. An analysis of loving agents in relation to one another, looking at grace, salvation, reciprocation, and union. The aptitude of the religious terminology here will be expanded on. And then further from this, the broader moral categories of person and non-person and their constituent parts. In addition to the ethical and moral implications, and its legal implications. Including a theory of punishment along with a brief investigation into philosophy of law. Moral concepts like altruism and egoism will be explored, analyzed, and articulated, and its relating theory of self and orientation. The metaethical framework in which this occurs will likewise be examined. Further, as it applied to love, perception, representation, and cognition will be explored. Given the sheer breadth of areas encompassed in this inquiry, and that my readings of these subjects is not exhaustive, inevitably I may create terms or concepts which have already been developed, and for this, I apologize. I'm socially conservative about things which barely anyone is conservative about anymore, and progressive on issues most conservatives are conservative about. This renders me in a position where I don't really fit it with anyone. Though, conservative, is a label I don't much care for either, since conservation of any tradition is no interest of mine, rather, that they are positions which extend from a greater logic or ethic, which is irrespective of whether they are new or traditional. For example, if I could in one gesture rid the world of recreational tobacco, alcohol, hallucinogens, psychedelics, and pornography, I would do so. And in a gesture, removing gambling and prostitution, I would. If adultery were still illegal and criminalized, and no-fault divorces discontinued, would find that a pleasant change of affairs. Even among those who call themselves conservatives, I find no friends in this position. Trump, for example, most of all, in my mind, should be on trial for cheating on wife, first and foremost. A most grievous sin. Yet despite that so many tens of millions of conservatives sing his praises. So I know I have no friends among them. Of intoxicants and pornography, anything which injures sobriety and lucidity, injures even if only temporary the capacity for contemplation of the sacred. And by that I mean, to me, is the love of another being. For I am an agnostic atheist of sorts, and so further still I am distanced from both the religious, to whom I am most similar temperamentally, and the irreligious, to whom I have the most similarity in ontology or metaphysics. Or rather, the lack thereof. Religiosity is, as I have found, more a matter of temperamental disposition than it is any care for metaphysical systems. And those who are born with such a temperament, but lack the will towards religious metaphysics, must devote themselves towards something worldly with the faith and piety of a zealot. Most likely, they will devote their heart to humankind, if inclined to generality. Or to a single human, if inclined towards particulars. This social conservatism puts me at odds with progressive and conservatives, of which neither party stomach it. Only among extremely religious circles do I find kindred interest. But we disagree on metaphysics. Despite this, on other issues such as feminism, LGBT rights, or abortion, I am quite progressive. I support veganism/vegetarianism. Of sexuality I do not care who one loves, only that they love eternally, and never betray them. I am pro-choice, although I still find high abortion rates distasteful, not because I am pro-life, but because of the culture and lifestyle choices entailed by it. Or I could read feminist literature such as Shulamith Firestone or Donna Haraway and find agreeable points. In many respects, one could consider me an ally of progressive causes. But progressive tend to live and behave in rather disconscientious ways. Just as equally so I find conservatives to be rather narrow-minded. It is unfortunate that people high in openness tend to be low in orderliness, and those high in orderliness tend to be low in openness, for I am high in both, and disconnected for it. Human nature is flawed at a fundamental level, and must be addressed at a fundamental level. Biomodification of human emotions and moral capacities would be necessary. Mixed with an automated economy, hierarchy and structure would no longer be necessary. That may indeed take centuries, or maybe less. It depends on how quickly certain technologies and bodies of knowledge develop. Particularly neuroscience. There has never been any truly anarchic region in human history. The very existence of society or culture provides a structure and hierarchy which binds people. Traditions, gender roles, patriarchal or matriarchal arrangements. In some form or another, there has always been government. Paleolithic tribes, like the San Bushmen for example, rely on complex social networks of shame and repression in order to function as anarchies. Insults and belittling are very common in their culture. They explain the reason why is so that no one thinks of themselves as important, because as soon as anyone believes in their own importance over others, it destabilizes the balance. Without shame and shaming, egalitarianism cannot function. I did not have something so crude as Neuralink in mind. With developments in nanotechnology, soon enough we will have nanobots or nanites swimming around in our blood, killing viruses, bacteria, and cancer cells. And as soon as we have nanites that can reconstitute matter into new forms, they can reconstitute brains as well. Once we understand enough about the brain and what changes affect what, nanites can be given the appropriate programming to begin changing neural matter, or even genes. This can be voluntary, or involuntary upon the host. Nanites can simply be sprayed into an atmosphere above a city, and imperceptibly be inhaled into human hosts, where they will replicate and spread, until they extend globally. Human genes and humans' brains can be rewritten slowly, but surely, to alter human nature. If I have had this idea, others have as well. And their interests may not be so benign as my own. Most psychopaths would not willingly submit to alteration. In order for this cycle to cease, it must be forced upon them, ideally without them even knowing. The change I would suggest would be the expansion of empathy. To create a formula for what compassion and all its parts look like in a brain, and change all brains more towards that. I'd enhance sentiments of responsibility, of guilt, of care, and of sympathy. And enhance capacities of discipline. I would not make up people's minds for them. For example, I would not cure someone of an addiction. But I would grant them the mental fortitude to escape it on their own. I would grant the world compassion. What they do with it is their choice. But forcing an upgrade of moral capacity upon humankind, this arrangement is ultimately for the best. I am not formally and academically trained, and apologize for any lack of academic rigor in what shall proceed from here. My social and economic background is poor and neglected. I am self-conscious of this drawback, but hope that my attention to detail and experience gained from the scientific and philosophical literature I have read will suffice to helping communicate my position. I apologize that I am writing this in poor psychological and physical health. As my reader, you deserve better than this, but this will be the best I can offer here. I have put what attention and mental resources I have at my disposal in its writing and organization. Of the latter, the structure of this will mirror somewhat the structure of my previous essay, on love. This new inquiry will serve as both a critique and revision of the older one, and as such will follow it along, though with several addendums and expansions. One of my key contentions with the original essay has to do with how poorly defined the central term of the subject matter was, love. I used this word, and gave some vague articulations of how I was using it, but these were to me extremely underwhelming. As such, I will open this inquiry with an introductory essay precisely on the usage of the word love, and go about describing what it is I am trying to do with this word. Or to put it in more general or archaic terms, to communicate the definition or form of love as I conceive it. In later essays or chapters, the specific components or key terms used to describe love will themselves be unpacked. Especially affection, compassion, and constancy. As well as conjunction and disjunction in these processes. The writer's lover is being throttled by a huge and hairy meat mitt or meat paw or meat garrote or a ligature of silk or a noose of words or a noose of silence. She is wetting her panties with fear. She calls it riding the golden horse, when the legs buckle like that and the bright yellow streamlets of girl piss meander warmly down the cool, pristine whiteness of her unbronzed thighs, which had been compared one long ago evening past to crema marfil marble by a middle-aged, silver-haired and silver-tongued Lothario who wrote his conquest avidly in her soul during a summer's particularly dense and peppery haze of well-behaved midges and well-endowed midgets. Desire changes its mind and turns back. The body can no longer be controlled by fear. It asserts its shonky foxy backstairs will and puts itself in compromising positions with outwardly well-mannered but inwardly thuggish men where it is certain to be degraded and humiliated to the utmost extent of hyper-focused human imaginal construal. In 1972, Ulrika Meinhof's head was x-rayed against her will after a police raid. On the x-ray images the officers recognize the river of lions and make lewd jokes about its bright foam and its unrealized noble knee. I am not a circus tent flap, I am the murder location app. I want you to fuck me in every one, 470 locations in all. We'll start with your stepsister Marjorie's rape-killing spot on Grantham Street in the Tron. When I was 6 years old, with an older boy's cock grazing my untaught lips, I discovered the vital difference between sipping and nipping. The coarse powder is green in color. It must be sprinkled, liberally, beneath the foreskin. It smells like rotting ginger and cheddar cheese. It can be used to detect virginal bedding that wants to be brutally and deeply tilled and disgracefully soiled by his non-compliant pubic thingamajig. I want you to call in sick for work tonight, go to the corner store and buy a bottle of gin, and when you return, I will knock your legs out from under you, grab you by your hair and drag you into the bedroom and then spray paint your furry camera a passionless shade of Egyptian blue to overmask the frisky, randy, flat-out horny, not at all love-shy, shade of Titian red hair that tints and taints your gorgeous Venus Mons. Undress the napping sister / undress the palsied sister / undress the self-confessed liar / undress the unrepentant homewrecker / undress the superego / undress the jealous woman / undress the scarred bounties / when the fatal waters stew / when the craggy stars flee / when the tender birthmarks flee / when the radiant birthmarks flee / beyond the blood's rooms / beyond the swoon's test. Shackles of the dorsal shadow / the dorsal bassinet / the dorsal lottery / the dorsal gurney / the devil's lottery / serfdom's lottery / serfdom's spheres / serfdom's proscenium / Frau Seawalt's beach / Davy Jones. Uterus / the incestuous womb / the shrunken womb / the recently pregnant womb / the runaway womb / the intrepid pinks / the glorious pinks / heaven's pinks / after the rising uniforms / after the cautious tear / the deadly night / the crucified shore / where the frozen searches blow / where the heavy wires blow / the phantom lures that hang below / Wednesday's rose / Wednesday's cunt / Wednesday's genital wig / I don't know if you're a Jenny or a Genevieve, but you certainly are a great beauty. Mastermind the wilted intrigues / deceive the ebbing ring / gemules of the pious intrigues / the unyielding regrets / the unyielding orbs / the earliest orpheum / the earliest cures / the silk cures / the silk cakes / the silk news / the silk blindfold / the blackest sanctuary / necktie of the foolish widow / the deluded widow / the hostile widow / the hostile philosopher / the hostile wet nurse / the hostile charlady / the serendipitous harlequins / chain the savage piece / chain the squishy sitar / chain the vinegar sprinkler / despite the splashing flourishes / after the splashing dream / beyond the warm letter / beyond the unclean letter / Glenn's lube / Victoire's lube / Luba's lube / Luba's night / Luba's tripartite pupusa / Luba's hot cross bun / Luba's bony bum / Luba's buzzing bumblebee / Luba's apartment buzzer / seasons of the sordid miracle / seasons of the sordid crusade / seasons of the glamorous crusade / the forbidden room / the frozen glance / the glistening furbelows. May the divine race lend you its ears to listen. You can hear me with the very same ears. May you discover within you, beyond all doubt, the image of God. For perhaps you and I were never separated from each other. Perhaps we are not one another's nemesis after all. Perhaps your parents' parents ate my grandparents' flesh, and perhaps your mother gave birth to baby dinosaurs who, in turn, without Epicurean genetic discernment, consumed both your flesh and mine. What then? Why look at things through such narrow-gauged glasses? None of this takes away from the sting of life's claws. My bones were still used for building fences by trilobites in the Cambrian period. Be my witness in the courtroom of heaven, rather than down here on terra firma. Write your affidavit on the back of the first page of the New Testament in capital letters of raised lead. Today, for the very first time, the knife-edged tongue of my well-practiced pen rests upon your heart's thews. Yes, my fond Ami, it is possible that you might cross an bottomless abyss as one usually crosses a road, or go mad and wake up on the other side with profound wisdom, surrounded by soft black stars and a breathing tree with your mother's breasts for boughs. Or perhaps you might find that you cannot cross an abyss at all, or that the abyss is an intrinsic part of who you are. What I am trying to say is this: a happy conclusion would indeed be wonderful if indeed it could be accomplished, but whatever you do, don't miss out on life. Take it by the hand, for it will not bite you unbidden. Go ahead. Life won't disappoint you. A miracle is possible even today, tomorrow, on Tuesday at 2:30 in the afternoon. The frontiers are slowly sliding back into the sea, and someday man himself will also slip away and disappear forever. Let the pleasant wars begin at once. Blow away those false horizons. Not long now till the night serenades the day to death. Man only laughs because he has not learned how to suffer with the requisite aplomb. Death laughs even harder and calls the suffering liberation. For 2,000 years, man has been busy making a paradise out of the world. But this paradise is a paradise impregnated with genocide, famine, alienation from one's own fellow man, deceit, exploitation of nature, venal proclivities, barefaced canards. Hitler's war is going on right now. Germany as a whole engages with relish in a necrophilic self-examination of German history and its results. Dead Jews. They are being diligently commemorated again today. Euphonious speeches are intoned, and the perpetual present is met with the pathos-drunk admonition, never again. The living Jews, whose symbolic and imaginary representation within the public sphere is currently dwindling, have little to say. They are actually just a nuisance. That is why their mortal enemies are currently being allowed to maraud unhindered through the streets of the West and join in with each other to chant anti-Israel tunes. October 7th was a unifying contribution to German commemoration, because there is much more to be said about dead Jews. As objects that have been stripped of any subjective content, they can be used to humanize themselves. The ritualized murder of the Jews remains the redeeming catharsis for both Germans and Muslims. The deficit that the Germans criticize in the Islamic shaving is the lack of a spectacle of ritualized remembrance. All anti-Semitism, no matter how big or small, momentous or meaningless, murderous or reduced to mental association and babble, lives from the death instinct in the broadest sense, and one does not do justice to this fact if one immediately refers to massacres, planned mass murder and suicide attacks when using this keyword. These are the excesses. But at the beginning and at the base of the anti-Semitic impulse is, to put it concisely but not abbreviated, the not wanting of what one wants, a comprehensive, and not just selective, fleeting and reflexively overcome or at least processed, aimlessness and ambivalence in thought and desire. The two cannot be separated here. The famous concept of pathic projection, which Horkheimer and Adorno used to describe anti-Semitism, comes very close to this insight, as does Sartre's realization that the anti-Semite does not simply lie about the content of the Jews, but opts for a worldview that is directed against the form of truth in general. Perhaps not anti-Semitic per se, but in any case a gateway to anti-Semitism is any combination of thoughts of the following kind: I am being denied/deprived of XY, a material or immaterial good, which, according to the perhaps not so suppressed but aggressively defended thought, is not so important to me anyway, which I perhaps never even made a serious effort to obtain. Why didn't I make an effort? Because I have no chance anyway. Etc. How the journey continues, whether this combination remains an isolated fad, something with which you at best terrorize your immediate environment and yourself, without becoming dangerous, depends on many things. When this I becomes a we, and a repressive we at that, which punishes any deviation from this delusion of aimlessness, it becomes difficult and dangerous. The worst thing about the Arab Islamic world and the Palestinian community of murderers and victims is that this aimlessness, which has prevented and systematically sabotaged all intellectual and social progress for centuries, is a collective, unbroken program that has been approved and promoted by the world community, and to a certain extent also by the USA. The Jews are hated for taking something away from the Arabs, polis, muses that they do not want and must not want anyway: liberation, individuation, dignity and, crucially, love for their descendants. If Hamas bunkers are located under hospitals, then this, you are taking something away from us that we don't want anyway, is to be practically realized in the most insane and barbaric way. You murderous Jews are taking our children from us, whose lives and well-being we don't give a damn about, or only for the purpose of turning them against you. In this respect, I now believe that there is only one thing, if anything, to say to the anti-Semites worldwide and especially the Arab Muslims. Not, think about the suffering of the Jews, finally show remorse, feelings of guilt, but, learn to like your children, learn to like what you produce, learn to produce anything at all, and to recognize it as work. Otherwise you will have to pay dearly, very dearly, for your self-hatred, your aggressive impotence, your barbarically acted out aimlessness. For almost 20 years, the liberal state or the West has been in a permanent frontline position against a self-declared counter-hegemony that not only uses the entire state apparatus of secret diplomacy, but also non-state proxies organized as partisans. This general constellation has come to a head in the last 2 years in concrete situations. These include the interstate war situation caused by Russia's war of aggression and the asymmetrical war situation created by Hamas through an anti-Semitic pogrom. These situations not only reveal the ideological and even delusional figurations of consciousness that dominate the protagonists of the anti-Western counter-hegemony, but also show that it is not purely a matter of political or economic competition. No, they claim to existentially negate the way of being of Western societies. This conflict situation is currently intensifying, with not only the protagonists of the counter-hegemony appearing more offensively, Russia, China, Iran, but also their global interdependence, e.g. North Korea as an arms manufacturer for Russia or Russia/China as supporters of Hamas, becoming more apparent. There is also the danger that the current conflicts are only the preliminary signs of a coming global civil war. At the very least, it must be taken into account that the threat situation between North Korea and South Korea, as well as between China and Taiwan, will continue to gradually escalate. In the liberal democracies, however, people do not want to know anything about the enemy declarations of counter-hegemony. They believe that open-ended dialogues, socio-educational exhortations, and moralistic declarations at the right time are the right approach. The enemy that has been marching through the streets of liberal states for over 2 years to demand the death of those states is not recognized and acknowledged. This enemy is recognized as a citizen, just as the state has treated citizens as enemies for the past 2 years. Islamists and Putinists are not citizens who violate the normative legal order in a particular case by transgressing the law, but recognize it in principle, but enemies whose sole aim is to sabotage and ultimately destroy this normative legal order. Since, due to the geopolitical weakness of the counter-hegemony, it is not possible for them to impose a state of war on the liberal states as a state of war, they inject the state of emergency into normal law enforcement. Internal peace is to be sabotaged in order to bind citizens in permanent fear. They are forced to sense the enemy partisan in the person next to them. The result is the gradual disintegration of the state internally. The left and the right in their respective forms of decay are currently participating in these processes, because they are no longer able to project a vision of a successful future, which is why they regress to the desire for pure destruction, the consequence of which is the perpetuation of the crisis. However, both political camps only form accents of the counter-hegemonic frenzy, which the state should finally combat internally, not only to preserve the freedom offered by the democratic legal system, but also to offer protection to those persecuted, whether internally or externally. That is why the state would do well to recognize the enemy as such and to treat it as such. Of course, this also means carrying out a constitutional examination in the course of a suspicion. If the enemy takes terrorist action and the state treats him as a criminal citizen, then the state, in its legal autism, fails to recognize the reason for its action, namely to destroy the Western way of existence. No threats of sanctions will stop it, because the irrational intensity of the enmity is too strong, for the enemies of the West are not concerned with a mere political or economic conflict that could be settled, but with a sacred mission. Rishi Sunak and Emmanuel Macron raised the white flag in front of the mobs in their streets. Hundreds of thousands march through the streets, calling for mass murder, and nobody does anything. Macron demonstratively stays away from the demonstration against anti-Semitism and calls on Israel to end the war immediately. Rishi Sunak dismisses the best woman in his cabinet, the Home Secretary Braverman, because she dared to criticize the inaction of the police in the face of the mob murdering Jews on London streets. Sunak and Macron, may these sycophantic revenants of Chamberlain go down in history as a cautionary tale. All the more reason to hope for this, as it would mean that before it is too late, the citizens of Europe will elect politicians who are not afraid to fight for freedom. The Grande Nation has managed to put itself in a position in terms of population policy that deprives it of the sovereign right to decide on foreign policy. In the space of a month, 1,000 anti-Semitic incidents have been reported in France, and Macron now fears that the Intifada will spread to the suburbs. With this fear breathing down his neck, Macron is losing his ability to act on foreign policy and is only reacting to the rumblings of the terrorist Islamic hate-mongers. The consequence of this fear is his foreign policy maneuvering towards Israel and his genuflection to the anti-Semitic international, as was recently the case with the UN vote. The domestic political unwillingness to contain the suburbs and reintegrate them into the state is currently resulting in a massive threat to internal security, especially for the Jewish population, and also in the state submitting to the will of the mob. Today, Vichy is located in Paris. Looking at the statistical data, the abolition of the citizens' allowance is aimed geographically, particularly at southern Italy. The areas of Campania, Sicily and Calabria, where the average unemployment rate is between 15% and 17%, will be particularly hard hit by the abolition of the citizens' income. In terms of Italy as a whole, the abolition will result in around 2.7 million people falling into complete poverty. Of course, there are poor relief programs, social, church and fascist aid projects, but they will not be able to absorb this entire mass. And the fascists, who are very active metapolitically in Italy, will draw new members from this. In addition, Meloni's proclamation that those able to work should simply go to work cannot be upheld. Not only because there are not enough jobs in reality or because the workers themselves are already close to retirement, but also because their workforce simply cannot be utilized due to a lack of specialization. STEM/medicine. As a result of the radicalization of social friction, Italy's weak south will revert to its bad tradition of the mafia and become a failed state territory. In addition, there will be uprisings, a depopulation of the younger generation and an aging of the traditional population. Meloni's policies not only reflect the eternal struggle between northern and southern Italy, but also separatism, which plays a role that should not be underestimated, particularly among the northern Italian right. In addition, the state is now clearly communicating that it can objectively do without a certain part of the population. They have become superfluous in real terms. Their naked existence is handed over to them and they are thus also thrown away from the state into illegality. Meloni's decision thus reflects not only a socio-political austerity policy and a rejection of useless labor containers, but also a retreat by the state to the still useful labor slaves. It is not only the Israeli population that is moving further and further away from Europe. I am too. With every day that has passed since October 7th, I want to live here and among Europeans less and less. It has become a sad continent, one that is barely able to recognize the naked horror that October 7th brought, or to offset this horror against the war that has become completely unavoidable because of it, whose victims it attributes to the attacked and not to the aggressors. This Europe is morally broken and I believe more and more, irreparably broken. I don't think you realize, with and because of all reason, how much the accusatory finding that Hamas abuses civilian facilities for military purposes and civilians as human shields falls on deaf ears and fundamental incomprehension among Palestinians, that is, among almost the entire population considered to be Palestinian, whether in Gaza or in the so-called West Bank, including those who would be abused and exposed to danger from Israeli attacks. The distinction between military and civilian, as well as that between freedom and oppression, individual and collective, war and peace, reason and insanity, as we, including every pacifist rag and cultural relativist, understand it, is a child of Judeo-Christian Greek-Roman intellectual and social history, ultimately a child of the Enlightenment. The realization that warlike units abuse civilians fundamentally presupposes this enlightenment. From the point of view of Palestinian mania and Islamic totality, however, the following should apply quite naturally, as it were. A civilian is a fighter is a civilian is a fighter, etc. Every fighter is a civilian, because he is part of the Palestinian people, who only want to live in peace, just as Islam also means peace. And every civilian is also a fighter. If he were not, he would betray the fundamentally peaceful Palestinian cause, to the Jews, to the infidels. Nothing and no one will be able to shed any light here. One can only bomb this plague away, one can only teach those caught up in it fear and terror. The impossible alternative would be to let them continually blackmail us. The condition of possibility for enlightenment can only be to teach them that this blackmail, a tendency and ability that requires a certain tactical strategic intelligence, but no reason, does not work, can only be to make the Palestinians feel weak and powerless. So if cultural relativism has a valid point, which it exploits in the manner of enlightened sophistry in conjunction with the unenlightened and probably difficult to enlighten desire to see subjugation as a kind of sporting challenge, which probably really has to do with the dialectic of enlightenment and especially a disturbed drive economy, then it is that you cannot talk to people from certain non-Western societies and especially Arab Islamic societies in the same way as, to a large extent, with our own kind. It should not be left to the Israelis, not to the defensive Jews, to draw the truly enlightened consequences from this. Arabs today, and Palestinians in particular, are of course members of a barbaric murder collective, but they are also the children of TikTok and the Western culture industry. They know, at least mediated, the ideas of enlightenment, sexual permissiveness, the value of life, etc., and at the same time want to participate in it as well as trample on it. The obsession with Jewish women, i.e. the fact that thousands of so-called civilians set out to get one of them raped or at least killed, has its origins there, I think. In general, if this war is won, the difference between the military and the civilian population should be largely forgotten. It was Gaza that attacked Israel and covered it with total war, and it is Gaza that must be defeated and crushed in this total war in such a way that Gaza can never again be the source of war. The question of responsibility versus victimhood must be rejected anyway, because it is wrong. Even in the midst of indoctrination, material dependency, and real danger, there are always many small, concrete ways to at least break the identification with the collective. You don't have to think deeply about freedom and oppression to do this. It can simply be the desire not to want to live under these dreadful conditions, which you can develop even as a child and which you pursue in some way and which then causes you to refuse training to become a Jew killer. I'm talking in the blue. You would have to take a closer sociological look. How are these terrorists recruited? What is the pre-selection process like? What about pressure, threats, and gratuities, which can take place on various levels? I suspect that in a shithole like Gaza, this is more likely to happen informally and naturally, all under the supervision and with the blessing of the UN, Doctors Without Borders and so on. All of this makes it very, very, very difficult, probably also to conduct precise surveys, probably also to operate with terms taken from the Western constellation such as education, influence, free choice, personal preferences, pressure, family influence, influence of institutions. Emotion is a versatile set piece in the tacit everyday nastiness and stupidity. After the massacre of October 7th, it was repeatedly said that such a brutal attack should not simply be judged rationally, but that one must become emotional. Otherwise, hatred of Jews and polymania is rational, but because of the excess, the judgment requires an emotional, i.e. actually irrational, addition of empathy with Jews. Now I have heard from a completely normal veteran ORF journalist that the Spanish Prime Minister has become extraordinarily emotional by talking about the indiscriminate killing of innocent civilians in Gaza. More fundamentally, I believe that the function of this popular division between emotion and rationality, or realism, is to avoid having to worry about truth and falsehood. Emotion, precisely because it is supposed to be purely subjective, can be valorized or devalued. It can be praised as something higher, above all morally higher, than cool, rational observation, but it can also be devalued as a delusion that obscures one's view of the inexorable reality. The latter, for example, is a maneuver of those who understand Russia, but who in turn place great store by their emotions when it comes to Gaza. Every speechless but meaningful comment on life, every criticism of the order of the world, if it is expressed in a single gesture and this is twisted enough, becomes eccentric. For the eccentric, this slogan is probably even less alternative than for the so-called normal, who probably have hardly any awareness of their craziness. As an idiot, you at least have to be clever enough to be able to use your own ideas freely, even for yourself. Vince Ebert is a nasty moron, even and especially when he says things that are somehow not so wrong. It is true that goodwill, good intentions alone are not enough and cannot replace results, and it is even more stupid to elevate good intentions to a self-exhausting program. It is also true that the factual, empirical result, however much one may link it causally to an intention and draw conclusions about the quality and intensity of the intention, remains in the realm of chance. This is the enduring truth of Kant's insight, not understood by many, that nothing can always and everywhere be regarded as unreservedly good except a good intention. It is also true, and banal, that results are often not within the power of an individual or a community of interests, because it is in their nature to need a counterpart who strives for, accepts and supports the same result. Israel has failed dismally to achieve its goal of living in peace with its neighbors. Is the state of Israel, is Zionism irrelevant? Of course not, you vile moron. In the communism of real socialism, both the content of the intentions and, inseparably linked to this, the relationship between intention and realization are fundamentally wrong. The aim is always to eliminate the irreconcilable contradiction between individual interests and impulses and the happiness of humanity, and since it cannot be eliminated, deviance must be punished. This is also the fundamental difference to Zionism and Israel, where the reality principle has always been priced in. Not in the sense of the very German, and again, contrary to resentment, US American, canine, pragmatism, which is itself elevated to a worldview. But by transforming one's own thoroughly utopian program into real strength and asserting it in real terms, for the most part, what the real results, peace with enemies, etc., are is then the next question. What the real results are, peace with enemies, etc., is then a next step that must necessarily presuppose one's own strength, but must be dealt with independently. I read Ebert's sentence in the sense of the liberal efficiency imperative, which also involves this stupid distinction between ethics of conviction and ethics of responsibility. If you don't get what you want, it's your own fault. Among the most disturbing footage of the October 7th massacre, which is also available to the general public, is the murder of a Thai worker by Palestinian civilians. It is a 47-second film sequence from the cell phone of one of the perpetrators. The soundtrack alone tells of incomprehensible barbarity. The voices come from various men grouped around the victim lying on his back on the ground, bleeding and losing consciousness. Excerpts. May history bear witness that this is the first person I have ever killed. Give me a knife, I swear, I am the one who will kill him. I beg you, let me kill him. I swear, I will cut off his head. I beg you, let me kill him. Allahu Akbar. Now one of the men hits the victim with a spade. Another shouts, give me. Take a picture of it, he's a Jew, take a picture of it, says the next man, before he begins to strike the victim's neck with 8 blows with the spade, accompanying each blow with cries of Allahu Akbar. Then he throws the spade at the victim. Let history be a witness. In fact, the sequence exemplifies a historically new dimension of anti-Semitic murder, moments in which the Islamist work of extermination differs from that of the National Socialists. The first moment is cheerful sadism. The phrase was coined by Lord Weidenfeld, the British journalist, publisher and diplomat of Austrian Jewish origin, who died on January 20, 2016 at the age of 96, had fled from the Nazis to England in the 1930s. In one of his last interviews, for Die Welt am Sonntag, December 13, 2015, in the lowest circle of hell, he said, the Nazis organized the extermination of their enemies, first and foremost the Jews, as an industrial measure. It was a disgusting, cold murder without much emotion. The Bolsheviks killed millions anonymously in organized famines, murderous resettlements, and executions. Horrific enough. But now these jihadists come along as cheerful sadists and also declare war on the free way of life. What are they doing? They behead and castrate their victims, they ravish women at will, crucify people, systematically mutilate them, and all with obscene sexual pleasure. For me, this is morally the lowest level of humanity. What George Weidenfeld said about IS at the time also applies to October 7th. The obscene sexual pleasure, which of course did not play no role at all in the Holocaust, but was not central either, is an essential moment of jihadist horror. The perpetrator enjoys the physical proximity to the victim in the bloodbath, in the literal slaughter. The second moment is the display of the act. The murderers record themselves and their barbaric actions in photos or videos and disseminate them via social media. In doing so, they not only cause fear and horror, they not only torment the relatives of the victims, they also brag about their deeds and promote their cause in order to recruit new followers and accomplices. Reporter Douglas Murray recently drew attention to this moment in a much-discussed interview. This is another way in which the Islamists differ from the historical Nazis, who tried to hide the genocide of the Jews from their own people and the world. Perhaps not so much because the Nazis, as Murray said, were ashamed of their deeds, whereas the Hamas terrorists and civilians involved act shamelessly. It is more likely that the Nazis knew, because of their Christian and/or bourgeois socialization, that they were crossing a line, every conscience. This is what is meant when it is said that the Nazis escaped civilization in both senses of the word. Since the Orient, on the other hand, was largely spared such Christian bourgeois civilization, in the sense of Norbert Elias, the disinhibited barbarism of the jihadists can be described as a regression, if at all, a regression from a lower level of socialization. In any case, the Nazis replaced the traditional pogrom, at least in tendency, with a bureaucratization, industrialization and delegation of extermination, which they camouflaged linguistically and locally, for which they only marginally employed sadists, to the exclusion of the population, who knew little about it and were expressly not supposed to participate in the murder. In the perverse self-image of the National Socialist elite, the extermination of the Jews was also a kind of burden that they took upon themselves for the good of humanity, something that they had to struggle through and overcome. Indeed, the heroic aspect consisted precisely in the steadfastness with which they endured the horror they had set in motion. This becomes clear in Himmler's Posen speeches, in the pride of having remained decent in what one had to do. For the jihadist, the ideology of overcoming oneself, great jihad, applies less to the murder of others, which one enjoys and does not endure, than to the desire for one's own death, either immediately in the suicide bombing or indirectly in the deliberately provoked Israeli reaction. The combination of archaism and modernity therefore works differently for the Islamists than for the Nazis. Hamas combines the classic pogrom involving civilians, escalated to the totally bestial, with state-of-the-art technology, cyber know-how to overcome border fences, smartphones, bodycams and social media for their monstrous version of propaganda of the deed. The similarities and differences between Nazis and Hamas do not necessarily lead to the conclusion, as Lord Weidenfeld did in the Welt interview, that the jihadists are worse than the Nazis. Something else should be decisive for the friends of the West, if the excuse of the therefore no less false historical appeasement with the Nazis, that one simply could not have imagined the extent of the horror, at least still testifies to something like naive faith in civilization. Today's appeasement with Islamism seems to be an expression of civilization fatigue. What's more, since Hamas and its accomplices, as well as IS, publicly celebrate the anti-Semitic bloodlust, every appeasement, every obstruction of the Israeli military, becomes an act of collaboration through complicity. Yesterday I read a small passage from a legal free-for-all forum and had to think of Halbech's submission. The average hustler is only likely to oppose Islam for a short time, if at all, until he discovers the affinity. The fact is that decades of German social policy have produced a barbarized autochthonous underclass, the majority of whose highest objection to Islam is simply that they don't want that crappy stuff over there around them. After a while, they will be the largest pool of converts. But Halbech's forecast is too optimistic. The bourgeois, rather post-bourgeois, middle class and large parts of the upper class in this country, but also in the wider Western world, are mental wrecks as a result of socialization, social norms, the labor market and educational measures. Partly pathological narcissistic, partly fragile sensitive, they meet people in whom nothing can break, because they have never developed an ego, never possessed anything that can be considered an analyzable psyche, are in a pre-Oedipal psychic primal state, in other words, the dream man of a Himmler. The decomposition of Western society, which is lamented on all sides, is the psychological decomposition of the post-bourgeois income strata, which in turn stepped downwards for decades until the precariat became users of free forums and good Muslims to be, while cheap de facto slave labor was imported from the capitalist periphery for the sake of accumulation and no longer bothered with it after work. In the end, the wealth generated in this way made the upper classes living off it so weary psychologically, but also, as they were dependent on a fragile globalization, economically, that not only can they not be expected to put up any resistance to the fascization and, in this context, Islamization of society, but that they massively contribute to it in their narcissistic self-hatred. The only way ahead is this: infer, with reason, a circle that is at once a zigzag line, a straitjacket, a small cloud, a corkscrew tree, a pair of boxing gloves, a dog that refuses to heel, or walk straight, a water wheel grinding against stone, an eagle cawing in the morning air, two beasts digging frantically for something somewhere in the fields, somebody's legs dangling over the edge of a bridge, horse-drawn carriages waiting their turn to cross a river, a child catching sight of its portrait in a shop window, a collection of devil horns atop the city hall, fish in streams mirroring the human soul, priests gesticulating in rote, monks sweating under steamy cowls while chanting litanies of silence, sunsets suspended above us and drifting below our feet like ships lost at sea, hounds dashing after a stick, sharp rapiers of light, oriental trees rendered in watercolor with an elegant hand. After much confusion and frustration, I have come to the realization of what we truly are. I am now at peace with our situation and there is no need to panic about it or to try to pursue or force anything. No matter what unfolds, we will be together, rendering any attempts on your or my part to orchestrate or flee from our connection futile and unnecessary. Everyone I am acquainted with and everyone I am stranger to harbors a hidden sadness within them. A sadness beyond understanding. A sadness unable to be mollified or expunged or eradicated. We all pretend like this sadness isn't there for fear of being seen as something less than the other ones. Thousands of questions in this context arise about the lostness of the writer. Loneliness, unable to be circumscribed or delineated in paltry, piddling words. Puzzlement before a sudden onset of enlarged feelings. Tense at the surface and a long history pining off the record as well. Venexia loved to indulge the supersensual pleasures of his culinary palate, savoring the soul of femininity expressed in the flavors of his lover's waters of ecstasy. Up until now, these divine nectars had flowed solely from his sister's cuntal hive when they played Venus's game. When Venetia had ended their relationship and taken up with Leroy, Venexia found a new love with Japanese foreign exchange student Amiko Hasegawa. Venexia unearthed a divine elixir that trickled from the seam in the venerable bearded rock, which he had fortuitously discovered nestled in Amiko's unusually narrow pelvis, flanked by sturdy, powerful thighs which steadfastly embraced and heartily squeezed the sides of his head as he relished his oral explorations of her intimate recesses and reveled in her heavenly flavors. Amiko had an unnatural inclination, a rather quite fun one in point of fact. She derived immense pleasure from frequenting lavatories of public establishments, be it high-end, multi-level shopping malls, dusty, deserted fuel stations, posh French restaurants, or high-flying, transoceanic airliners. Amiko would disinter the German-made, heavy-duty handcuffs from her Margiela Glam Slam bag, the one Venexia thought looked tacky and silly, and beseech him to shackle her to the toilet's grab rail. Caress my exposed derriere. Lovingly embrace my unclad backside. Sensually caress my calliopean buttocks. Spank my bare body. Always a different variation which she had cooked up the night before to stir him up and spur him on to ravish her. Prelude to the urgent rogering of her rabbit hole that he'd subject her to, his hand only half covering her open mouth, so the passers-by could overhear and apprehend her increasingly frantic cries of rapture and abandon. She hoped that one day he'd leave her there, chained up, with the door left open, so that any unknown person might wander in and have their way with her. The depth of my longing for you is beyond words. These emotions unnerve me and fill me with dread. I am anxious about the potential consequences they might drive me towards. For instance, if you are in close proximity, I might firmly rest my hand on your shoulder, encircle your neck with my arm, and draw you, unchallengeably, near to me, and claim your lips with mine. Pink is an illusion created by our brains mixing red and purple light, so while we see the color pink, it doesn't actually have a wavelength. So pink doesn't exist in external reality as a condition of light or chromatically as a hue, but only truly exists as a sensatory perception in our apprehending minds. The fairy tale cracks and splits open. The fairy tale cracks and breaks apart. The fairy tale cracks and falls to pieces. No reason to cry. No reason to laugh. No reason to feel anything at all. Just pretend none of it ever happened and everything will be okay. Any decent musician has a bomb under his waistcoat. He has a chance to court calamity and calmly observe as chaos brutally sodomizes order. An undressed musician has no place to secret away the bomb, and so he becomes a painter and makes a nice career for himself and beds many beautiful women, but something is always missing. Next time perhaps he will serve champagne at intermission instead of orange juice. I can't stand orange juice. All that pulp in my mouth. Radio pulp, the battle of frogs and the sterilized face. Tepid pulp of Maidstones and prophecy, the tipsy tongue stumbling over little white lies. No. I prefer it straight from the bottle. It burns on the way down. Straight from the bottle, blood pouring down her throat, staining the floor. It runs off the corners of her mouth, slowly settling into new forms and leaving an image. Leaving an image. Leaking an image. Hemorrhaging an image. It drips out of her nose and lands somewhere underneath the floorboards where it hides until daybreak. When it comes out, no one is around to see it. When it comes to calling her name when you climax or pulling her from the waves when she is bleeding out, there is no choice to be made. There is no choice left to you. I've told you this before. This is what I mean about being indecent. Hers is an artichoke heart. They tell us the artichoke grows in small bulbs and then pops open into a flower with thorns. A natural defense mechanism against getting too close or loving too much. As if nature herself were ashamed of her own offspring. As if she would rather eat herself for breakfast, lunch, and supper than give birth to such an abomination and keep it as her own to mother and love. If you want to stay, she will keep you company, waiting patiently for your pain to come out into the open, to suddenly hove into view, so she can wrap her arms around it and soothe and gentle it away. Or better yet, she could always try punching it right back into you so you are left with 2 gaping wounds instead of just one. That should really make you see the error of your ways, wouldn't it? Or perhaps she could poison you from within the relationship, with a slow leak of betrayal so subtle that even she might miss it, and a love so dark it blinds the stars and drowns the moon in blue-black ink. The more she loves you, the less you love yourself. The more she shows you love, the more you feel empty inside. While you sleep, she pulls the blankets down to the end of the bed and punctures your drowsing flesh with a needle-pointed ovipositor and lays eggs in your bloodstream so that you become both her beloved husband and her host body, and she can live rent-free inside your skull forever and ever. Amen. You can hear the ocean calling out to you even as you make your excuses to leave. You must not forget how to write. But sometimes forgetting is what you need most of all. Forgetting her hands and how they held your body. Forgetting how they traced invisible patterns on your skin, forcing it to bloom with a transcendent and glorious beauty it was never meant to have. Forget those skinny legs which wobbled back and forth, like nervous fingers searching for their mark. Just remember the softness of her neck. Remember how its hard surface radiated tiny feathers of worry against your ardent lips. Sometimes, when a wave crashes upon the shore, it's like nothing ever happened at all. In the quiet aftermath of its passage, things become very clear. The mountains disappear from sight, casting everything in the shadow of their absence, the black lake lapping quietly behind them, the two of us, reaching into the depths of a night you could have sworn had already faded into the distant past. But if you wait long enough, a star appears to lead us home. Things fall apart. So easily. If you had met her father, you would have understood why she is so drawn to you. Why she finds her mouth has suddenly gone dry whenever she sees you in person. It is only natural that she should want someone who understands her so well. Someone who shares the same problems as her opposite-sex parent, so she can resolve her inner conflicts with that part of herself which he represents and which you have been chosen as proxy to uninjure. And while she may grow angry and frustrated with you, from time to time, in spasmodic fits and starts, she is at the core tender and caring and loves you very much in her own unique and difficult way. She comes across like a surly young girl. A girl whose expectations have been dashed again and again by others who did not understand her, or did understand her but didn't care enough to help her in the way she wanted or needed to be helped. She yearns for attention, for validation, for approval, to be taken care of in a way where she feels safety and comfort, but only by someone who radiates an aura of danger and potential harm. Women are filled with monstrous paradoxes. She is no different in this respect to the rest of her gender kind. Perhaps we should talk about this another time, when our hearts are not pounding in our ears. And the house is quiet and you're sitting beside me on this couch and we can share a drink or two and relax. Relax? Relax. What a strange word. Is it really necessary? What does it even mean? When the world collapses beneath your feet, where else would you go but into yourself? Where else could you possibly turn but inward? It takes a while to sort through the debris and make sense of what remains. To understand that there are pieces of you scattered throughout the rubble. And mixed in a messy way, pieces of her also. A frozen panic, just beginning to thaw. This is the feeling I experience each morning before I start to write. Today is no different. The image of you is glued to my mind, stuck as fast as life is to the living. Is there no refuge from this love which remorselessly assails me? And you, what sensations and sensitivities are awakening in your body, in your entirely unruffled breast, in that private part of yourself where pain and disappointment has conditioned you to be resistant to love, immune to the very notion of it? In the asylums of mad love, angels wander the corridors with shit-splattered wings. In the water-damaged photo album, another, singularly bizarre photograph of Omnia, partly lying, partly seated, on a shabby, pink and white striped mattress on the floor of the garage, dressed in a man's shirt and trousers, possibly her father's, with the belt invitingly unfastened and the fly provocatively unzipped. A close-up on a blank, unseeing eye, suggests a loss of consciousness. The other one, a twitch eye, indicates a voluptuous tinge of gradually dawning awareness of the portending threat. The bad thing is on its way to your home address. Don't let it in. no matter what it says to you. Don't listen to it, regardless of the alluring language it cunningly employs in an attempt to gain access to your sleeping quarters. The erotogenic magnet daughter and the erodopathic iron father are kissing shamelessly in front of a French window, pants half-mast, sunglasses resting crookedly on their faces, his hairy, brutish paw squeezing her long, lax arm, her upper lip curling into a sneer of precocious depravity. Don't be afraid to ask for that which you truly desire, my dear. My heart in my mouth. Your lips to God's ear. With regard to Nietzsche, I speak of the lucid threshold to madness. Before Nietzsche went mad, or what is called madness, his thinking shone brightly. Then it burned brightly. The insanity notes are well known. They are documents of touching the untouchable. They document the crossing of the threshold, like Artaud's important texts. Suddenly there is no turning back. Madness breaks out. Now life is decline and disintegration. The brief flare-up in the form of polemical invective evokes the dicey moment of thinking that catches fire in full consciousness. The imperative of every philosophy: don't throw yourself into the fire. Do everything you can not to go crazy. The aphorism, the elongated nature of which will be the following statements, is probably one of Adorno's best known. You are loved only where you are allowed to show yourself weak without provoking strength. Love is a social category, nature, the drive is contained in it, in such a way that the social and the natural moment cannot be separated from each other as secondary or primary. It is well known that a person's first love is the mother. If today, and in most epochs of world history, we associate this with the idea that it is a woman, the illusion can arise that in principle only women can be mother. The fact that this contradicts the heterosexist image of masculinity is borne out by the frustrated, grim faces of the stereotype of the pram-pushing social worker, whose new masculinity is based less on experience and coping with inner conflicts than on criticism of the women's movement, which has become a crisis. Nevertheless, the prejudice persists, even in the sciences, of a natural connection between women's ability to give birth and breastfeed. Between women's ability to give birth and breastfeed and their responsibility for caring for and rearing children. Therefore, not only anti-feminist men, but also feminists, considered this connection inevitable and refrained from scientific analysis. If we take a look at the production and reproduction of motherhood, we see that it is a central and determining moment in the social organization and reproduction of the sexes. I therefore follow Nancy Codro's insight that maternality is triggered by social, structural features of society and reproduced by psychological processes. It has neither biological causes, nor is it the product of conscious role training. The gender-specific division of labor in the family, in which women mother and are more concerned than men with interhuman relationships and emotions, causes a division of psychological abilities in daughters and sons, which is why they then carry on this gender-specific family division of labor. It is also true of the gender character that it is a social category, that nature, the drive is contained in it, in such a way that the social and the natural moment cannot be separated from each other as secondary or primary. Since English is linguistically better able to distinguish between biological and social sex, sex and gender, I speak of gender character as a sex-gender system. The term goes back to Robert Stoller, Sex and Gender. Volume 1, The Development of Masculinity and Femininity, New York 1968, and was made fruitful for the feminist discussion by Gail Rubin, The Traffic of Women. However, she defines gender as a group of agreements on the basis of which a society transforms biological sexuality into products of human activity and satisfies these transformed sexual needs. Here, sex still provides the foundation on which the socially defined gender is constructed. Even if there is no biologism, no deterministic relationship between sex and gender, a causal connection is assumed in which prior biological facts are merely interpreted. The demarcation between the cultural interpretation of gender and biological facts was questioned epistemologically, and gender was also shown to be a moment of sex, because gender-specific interpretations and cognitive interests are already part of the conceptual definition of biological facts. This turns the perspective around, and sex is seen as a moment of gender. Even if I cannot agree with the separation of sex and gender, I maintain the analytical distinction for the sake of differentiation. This brings us to the topic of the conference, the relationship between anthropology and nature, which I will examine using the example of Adorno's aphorisms, which revolve around love, masculinity and femininity, man and woman. According to Heinz Kruger's insight, aphorism is an extremely strict and autonomous form of thought that protests against its distortion in the system of belief and knowledge. Aphorism thrives on the discrepancy that arises from the fact that being and thinking can never be completely congruent, a thinking in ruptures that has always been nonconformist and has therefore fallen into disrepute in the sciences and official philosophy. Thinking that breaks off wants to use the means of language to heal the untruth that is inevitably inherent in language itself. Because aphorism, in order to represent and communicate itself, is necessarily referred to language and its logic, but at the same time does not respect as absolute the logical categories and principles that have found expression in grammar. The aphorism does not use language and principles of knowledge in the way that they mean by themselves. It makes them inauthentic and alien to itself. It is the unfolded non-knowledge that presupposes the utmost reflection of knowledge. The untruth inherent in language that Adorno speaks of manifests itself in particular in the terms with which we reify or even biologize gender characters. For this reason, the elongation of Adorno's abbreviations is an effort of conceptualization that is difficult to achieve and is only possible by including the most advanced research in psychoanalysis, women's and men's studies from a critical perspective guided by Adorno. To some extent, then, it means pushing his thoughts further in the direction that does justice to his intentions, a procedure that he also used. You will only be loved where you are allowed to show yourself weak without provoking strength. Assigning the side of strength to the male and the side of weakness to the female may correspond to social prejudice, but it is easy to see that this is broken in love. The polarization of gender characters, which emerged in the 18th century and in the 19th century described a psychological gender character corresponding to the biological one, certainly reflects the dissociation of work and family life. This dissolution of the production family of the extended home in favor of the bourgeois nuclear family and a separate economic sphere is accompanied by the emergence of intimacy and emotionality as a means of bonding the relationship between two people and the division of family life. Relationship and the division between private or intimate and public life. This can be seen as a tendency that developed in the 19th century and came to a crisis in the middle of the 20th century. It would have to be differentiated in terms of class and stratum as well as concretized historically, which must be omitted here. As a normative model, however, this polarity determines the social dynamic, even if women were still present in working life, especially in the working class, and women in the upper class family certainly exercised representative public functions. Kehrenhausen's analysis of various encyclopedias from this period revealed a polarity of assignments of male and female attributes, according to which the man was destined for the outside, the expanse, public life. He had to take the active part, be energetic, strong-willed, brave, bold and assertive, independent, striving, earning, giving, violent, rational. The woman, on the other hand, is assigned to the inner, the closeness, the domestic life, the passive part. She is dependent, industrious, preserving and receiving, adapted, sensitive, graceful and beautiful. The woman's physique and psyche are primarily determined by the reproductive or generic purpose and the monogamous marriage that is considered socially optimal, while the man's are determined by the cultural purpose. The polarization itself is less revealing than the peculiarity that the gender character is derived as a combination of biology and determination of nature and at the same time transferred to the interior of the human being as a characteristic feature. The patterns of argumentation are to be understood as biologistic and in the sense of biological determinism and deconstructed with Adorno and Horkheimer. The dialectic of enlightenment understands gender characters as social characters. Terrible things humanity had to do to itself until the self, the identical, purposeful, male character of man was created, and something of this is still repeated in every childhood. The effort to hold the ego together clings to the ego at all stages, and the temptation to lose it has always been coupled with the blind determination to preserve it. If we were to take the standpoint of a biologistic interpretation of gender polarity, the bioevolutionary argument could be put forward that this is already present in the prehistoric division of labor among hunter-gatherers and that the continuity is genetically based. The argument that men are better suited to hunting because they are more agile, stronger, faster and more aggressive, while women are better able to meet the demands of pregnancy and child-rearing in the task of gathering, is not entirely wrong, but has nothing to do with biological necessity. It would be dangerous or inefficient for the community under certain circumstances if women were too far away from the children during pregnancy and breastfeeding. The fact that men could not easily take over women's tasks given the state of the productive forces had no natural but social reasons. It also happened that women not only gathered nearby, but also moved long distances with their children on their backs in order to provide for the subsistence of the group. The functionalist argument is therefore preferable to the biologistic one. It is more due to convenience and the respective cultural ideology that this division of labor became established, not an absolute necessity for subsistence. Nevertheless, regionally comparable patterns of socialization have developed in which a certain division of labor between the sexes has evolved. However, this was by no means based on biological sexual characteristics or chromosomal differences. The chromosomal sex differences are already determined by fertilization in the sense of a combination of the sex-determining chromosomes X and Y. If two X chromosomes are present in the fertilized egg, the development of a woman begins if everything proceeds normally. If one X and one Y chromosome are present in the fertilized egg, the development of a man begins. Sexual differentiation of the fetus, until then, genetically male and female fetuses look the same, begins around 6 weeks after fertilization. Differentiation begins with the gonads, followed by the differentiation of the internal and external sex organs. The ovary and testicles have a common origin, i.e. the gonads can differentiate into male or female from the neutral, dual-sex gonad. Differentiate. Under the influence of the XY chromosome, the Mars substance develops and the testicles form from the original gonads. These develop in the abdominal cavity and then migrate through the inguinal canals into the scrotum. The development of the ovaries from the gonadal onlogon is controlled by the XX chromosome. The differentiation of the external sex organs is the final stage and is hormonally controlled, as animal experiments have shown. On the problem, see J. Money/A. Earhart, Manlich Weiblich. The Origin of Gender Differences, pages 37 to 70. Before the Age of Enlightenment, gender and the body were regarded as epiphenomena, and the difference between men and women essentially denoted a difference in rank, according to which women were measured by the yardstick of male perfection. Diderot was still able to write that woman has all the parts of man's body and that the only difference is that a pouch hangs outwards on one side and is turned inwards on the other. It was not until the end of the 18th century that a difference in degree became a difference in essence, which was justified by new discoveries in biology. Now the body appears as the real, the cultural meanings as the secondary. Despite all assurances to the contrary, however, the man continued to be the benchmark against which women were measured. Men, however, were treated as if they had no gender at all, as if they were only persons of public and working life. George Simmel therefore emphasized that one believes in a purely human culture, not inquiring into man and woman, stems from the same reason for which it does not exist, so to speak, naive identification of the man and man. Even today, in some languages, the terms for man and man are identical, although for most, man is only one aspect of the human. Masculinity functions as a relational concept. Masculinity and femininity are seen as relational constructions that can have universal characteristics, but one cannot be thought of without reference to the other. The supremacy of men was rarely challenged other than by women, and, as a rule, men reacted with derision or hostility and fear of the similarity of the sexes until the crisis of masculinity in the 20th century. As a rule, masculinity appeared more important to men than femininity to women. This shows that with the emergence of gender polarity, masculinity is defined above all by abstract negation. One becomes a man by not being an infant, not being a woman, not being a passive homosexual. In other words, being a man means being strong, independent, polygamous, misogynistic, and homophobic. We can already see here what an immense difficulty it is to become a man. Because you are not born a man, you are made one. And the fear for one's own masculinity only expresses that it is not enough to have XY chromosomes and corresponding genitalia. The phenomena of transsexuality are only one extreme that shows that psychological, social, and cultural factors must be added to the process of becoming a man. Rousseau expresses what Simone de Beauvoir later claimed for women as well. Man is man only at certain moments, woman is woman all her life, or at least throughout her youth. This is very much in line with the male gender stereotype. From an early age, boys are taught, be a man, an Indian knows no pain, boys don't cry. Be a woman is at least not used as a call to order to prove oneself as a woman. The first menstruation comes naturally and does not require tireless efforts to prove oneself. However, Adorno was able to show just how fragile masculinity is with the tough guys. Tough baby. A certain gesture of masculinity, be it one's own or that of others, deserves mistrust. It expresses independence, security of command, the tacit conspiracy of men with each other. In the past, this was fearfully and admiringly called a gentleman's whimsy. Today it has been democratized and is demonstrated to the last bank employee by the film heroes. Archetypical of this is the good-looking man in a tuxedo who comes alone to his bachelor apartment late at night, turns on the indirect lighting and mixes himself a whiskey and soda. The carefully recorded hiss of the mineral water says what the arrogant mouth conceals, that he despises anything that doesn't smell of smoke, leather and shaving cream, especially women, and that this is precisely why they fall for him. For him, the ideal of human relations is the club, the place of respect based on ruthlessness. The pleasures of such men, or rather of their models, whom hardly anyone alive ever resembles, for men are still better than their culture, all have something of latent violence about them. On the face of it, it is a threat to others, which such a man, lolling in his armchair, no longer needs. In truth, it is past violence against oneself. If all pleasure aufheben earlier displeasure in itself, then here the displeasure, as pride to bear it, is suddenly, stereotypically elevated to pleasure. Unlike with wine, every glass of whiskey, every puff of a cigar still allows the reluctance to be felt that it has cost the organism to respond to such powerful stimuli, and that alone is registered as pleasure. The he-men would therefore be masochists according to their own constitution, which is what the movie plot usually presents them as. The lie is in their sadism, and only as liars do they truly become sadists, agents of repression. This lie, however, is none other than that repressed homosexuality appears as the only approved form of heterosexuality. In Oxford, a distinction is made between two types of students, the tough guys and the intellectuals. The latter are almost readily equated with the effeminate. There is much to suggest that the ruling class is polarizing towards these two extremes on the road to dictatorship. Such disintegration is the secret of the happiness of unity in the absence of happiness. In the end, the tough guys are the real effeminates, who need the sissies as their victims in order not to admit that they are like them. Totality and homosexuality belong together. As the subject perishes, it negates everything that is not its own kind. The opposites of the strong man and the obedient youth merge in an order that purely enforces the male principle of domination. By turning everyone without exception, even the supposed subjects, into its objects, it turns into total passivity, virtually into the feminine. In the 1950s, Ernest Hemingway was regarded as the man who embodied true masculinity, the tough guy. In his life and work, an entire generation imitated his stoic gestures. His books and his life are full of boxing matches, hunts, drinking bouts until reason calls it a day, and an eternal lurking for male activities. After Kenneth Lynn's biography appeared, we can judge that behind the search for a masculinity liberated from all femininity lies the unconscious identification and archaic longing for female passivity. In his posthumous work, The Garden of Eden, we also find the unvarnished longing for sexual passivity in his transsexual fantasies, which he ended by taking up his furious search for masculinity once again and proving himself to be a purely male object by committing suicide. We can confidently regard compulsive masculinity as the key to masculinity in general, as it is formed in early childhood, pre-Oedipal socialization. Sexuality, according to Freud, is one of the most dangerous activities of the individual. This does not mean that one can contract sexually transmitted diseases or HIV during the physiological performance of sexual intercourse, but rather that sexuality touches on areas of experience in which people are particularly vulnerable and susceptible to injury. Love and sexuality confront every person with biographically old urges, with dangers and disappointments that are connected with the need for warmth, affection, tenderness, acceptance, but also food intake. Think of food cravings. Every new love relationship revitalizes old relationship fears of the early mother-child dyad, i.e. with the fear of separation or abandonment or, conversely, being taken over, dependence or loss of autonomy. Every man and every woman has to deal with the danger and intolerability of these fears, or, as psychoanalysis calls it, ward them off. Such disorders, as they manifest themselves in the tough guy, among others, are only one particularly conspicuous form of defense. Every love confronts us with questions about how much closeness we can tolerate without becoming dependent on the other person and vulnerable, how much distance we can bear without feeling abandoned in solitude, even threatened by separation, how much weakness we can allow without fearing that we are at the mercy of others and defenseless. The opposite extreme would be the question of how much strength and superiority we can show without no longer respecting and recognizing our partner. The dialectic of closeness and distance, strength and weakness, dependence and autonomy stems from the early childhood phases, whose relationship modalities are always revitalized when the aforementioned conflicts and questions arise. This reveals gender-specific characteristics and problems. Now the man has the same affective needs towards the mother, and the tough guy is the angry extreme of a man who makes the sacrifice of giving up part of his humanity, namely his femininity. This is also due to the fact that sexual perversions are more manifest in men than in women. The feminist movement has subjected the objectifications and projections, the imagined femininity, Sylvia Bovenschen, to a comprehensive critique. Although the history of psychoanalysis is largely that of the critical continuation of the Oedipus complex, it has hardly taken the feminine into account like any other theory. The temporary tendency of feminist theory to remythologize and reify the feminine has also led to protest. Patriarchy is widely regarded as a social system in which women also have male existence at their disposal, and not merely as a hidden historical force. The fact that gender dimorphism, gender polarity, was only propagated historically at a very late stage is no argument for declaring it to be a mere historical positing in constructivist terms. The fact that in the American debate in particular, as a counter-movement against the polar extreme of biologism, the biological fact was abstractly negated, became apparent as an aporia at the time when women once again insisted on the feminine. Such arguments followed the same logic of consequences that had been used for thousands of years to justify the natural superiority of men. The antinomic course of a polarizing debate indicates that both poles can rightly show the other pole a deficiency. The solution to the aporia can only lie in the realization that the gender relationship is and remains bound to natural conditions, but is not caused by them. It is also a natural necessity that gender dimorphism manifests itself socially mediated, but that the concrete how remains closed to knowledge in its completeness for equally social reasons. We cannot know what the feminine and masculine nature of human beings is, because so far we have not perceived and interpreted it in any other way than under the conditions of the hegemonic discourse of gender difference, which, thanks to feminism, has fallen into crisis. Ria Mutt-Reich has fixed the social binary gender in the concept of gender tension, whereby this is not only understood as a tension between the sexes, but also as a tension within the individual. Using the three laws of sexuality of the biologist Max Hartmann, to whom Freud already referred, Reich abolishes the general bipolar bisexuality and the dynamics of its opposing bisexual potency in the third law of the relative strength of male and female determination. Biology itself therefore provides results that contradict a biologism of gender polarity. The alternative of whether biologically predetermined sex becomes gender through socialization and enculturation, or whether, as Judith Butler emphasizes, sex is always already gender, is thus evaded. With regard to this discussion, Gudrun Axel Knapp varied one of Adorno's arguments. From sex, gender can potentially, though not actually, be thought away, not likewise, sex from gender. There remains an irreducible remainder with its own materiality, which, even if it can only be imagined in thought, is not produced by thought. J. Butler argued in the German preface to Körper von Goethe, in such a way that it seems that she is closer to this argument than the German reception perceived it, and emphasizes that the relevance of the biological in determining gender identity is not completely negated. Anatomy is destiny is known to be the number one Freud quote cited by feminist critics. However, anatomy cannot be completely dissolved into something socially produced, in Butler's words, into performance, but lives from the fact that historically produced natural beings constantly confront it. The four sexual actions outlined by Michael Ballant, mating, fertilization, emptying and union, cannot be thought away, while their social mediation can only be thought away potentially, not actually. Similarly, the penis as the image giver of the symbolic as the image receiver cannot be thought away from the phallus as the symbolic. This is also the case when, in the case of chromosomal anomalies, a boy lacks a penis, even though he identifies as male and is also identified by others. In order to determine gender identity, we do not tend to look at each other's underwear, but we identify our gender through gestures, postures, hairstyles, clothes, certain activities, locations, etc. In the borderline cases of transsexuality and transvestism, however, the perception of a meaningful wholeness of gender attributions is unsettled, an uncertainty that points to a moment of irreducibility of the biological. The second, i.e. social or psychological, birth of the human being is the story of oneness and separateness, which is definitely gender-specific. During intrauterine life, the embryo is largely one with its mother and its well-being depends on the mother. In the first few weeks after birth, there is still a stimulus threshold that protects the child from overstimulation during an autistic phase, as far as extrauterine life allows. The right amount of maternal love is particularly important when it is directed towards the male child. Too much prevents the male from developing, just as too little is just as pathogenic. During suckling, the child is a recipient, which corresponds to the female sexual attribution. For the boy, however, this has a different meaning and later consequences than for the girl. Robert Stoller has even attributed the Freudian original bisexuality of the child to a primacy of the feminine. If this is correct, however, it means that the female identity is more original and undisputed than that of the male. Stoller warns against delaying the mother-son symbiosis. The longer a mother drags out this symbiosis, which is normal in the first few weeks, the greater the danger that femininity will intrude into the gender identity core. This is where Stoller locates the origins of homophobia, which is more pronounced in men than in women. Only when the boy can detach himself sufficiently from the mother, seeing her as a separate object, can he desire her. While the same-sex mother-child relationship that exists in the first few months strengthens the daughter's sense of identity, the little boy must overcome the proto-female impulses if he wants to acquire a male gender identity. However, it does not seem to be up to the mothers whether they become good or bad mothers in this sense. Since mothers in our patriarchal society are generally just such dependent persons who feel imperfect and dependent, it is probably a general, socially mediated maternal characteristic that they, passing on their oppression, try to gag the autonomizing tendencies of their children. In a sense, patriarchy creates a particularly rigid matriarchy within the mother-child relationship. As Hemingway's biography shows, he had a domineering mother who treated him as his older sister's twin. He was forced to wear his sister's clothes and was treated like his sister until his father's male attributions had a particularly harsh effect. He took him hunting quite early on and forced the liquidation of female attributes on him. Hemingway's transsexual fantasies and the dialectic of the tough guy who tends to effeminize, as described by Adorno, are paradigmatic of a failed socialization into a male gender character. While the heterosexualized male child retains his love object and replaces identification with femininity with masculinity, the opposite is true for the heterosexualized female child, who has to change the object. Gambarov also pointed to conflicts in the mother-daughter relationship that lead to the splitting off or repression of anxiety-inducing aspects that shape the idea of corporeality and sexuality, an alienation from the female body, uterus, and sexual organs, which occur above all in the more intensive education in cleanliness. R. Beckerschmidt has made the following observation, which addresses the different morphology of the female and male body. The female and male experience also presents itself to her at different points of contact for sexual fantasies. Lips and labia, oral cavity and uterus, gullet and vagina contrast with the modalities of the man's occupation of the phallus. When women make love with their whole body, when clitoris and vagina merge and the lips play a double role and the orgasmic contraction takes hold of the inside of the body, then the experience of this overflowing is not an experience of fusion, but a sensual expression of the female body's own totality. This peculiarity of the female experience of sexuality, which is linked to morphology and its imaginary, creates problems in dealing with male sexuality. Men who fear incest with the mother are often afraid of merging. On the one hand, the male phallus symbolizes a distance to the feminine. On the other hand, the penis is an alter ego, something that can be understood as independent, something that the man has and could therefore lose, which gives rise to specific male fears of impotence and independence, fantasies of transcendence and superiority. The phallus is thus doubly fetishized in the male in the relationship to the mother in the area of separation and individuation and as proof of male potency, which is more than pure genitality. The fact that I speak of the male phallus indicates that I do not identify penis and phallus. A penis is a body part. A phallus is a fictional genital, a symbol of power, and it is a fact that in most societies it is conventionally those endowed with a penis who have the power. However, men are not naturally phallic, and women are not castrated beings, except to an observer who reacts to genital difference like a child. By equating one body part, the penis, with phallic power and other body parts, the vagina and clitoris, with castrated vulnerability, the psychoanalysts were merely reproducing power structures and gender stereotypes. It is easy to see that with this distinction the Freudian theory of the Oedipus complex is subjected to a saving critique. It does not lose its descriptive value. The sex-gender system cannot be reduced to the biological, but it does attach itself to different body zones. The infantile ignorance of the difference between the real and the symbolic leads to a socially specific gender polarity, which is reflected in Freud's theory of the male and female Oedipus complex. The typical infantile ideas of the boy are, the assumption that the girl also has a penis, the observation of her penislessness which causes fear of castration, the idea that the girl is a mutilated boy, the belief that mutilation is a punishment which also threatens him, the fear that the girl has no idea how she will ever get over it, and the fear of her envy. The girl's infantile ideas are that only the male genitals play a role, the sad discovery that she has no penis, the belief that she once had a penis, the belief that castration was carried out as a punishment, the idea that she will never get over the feeling of lack and inferiority, and the desire to take revenge on the man for having more. We see that the depiction proves to be dependent on the patriarchal view of male sexuality. Nevertheless, the tendency to penis envy cannot be reduced to the social supremacy of men, but we must be mindful of the identificatory reproduction of patriarchal gender relations. According to Regina Becker-Schmidt, gender relations are a nexus of socially organized relationships that make women and men mutually dependent on each other in all spheres of society. Patriarchal principles from pre-industrial times in family, marriage, and labor law have become naturalized in capitalism and the welfare state. Despite reforms that have taken place, and despite social differentiation within the female gender group, priority status as head of the household, male supremacy in the education and employment system and in positions of power have by no means been dissolved by a thoroughgoing gender democracy. Ideologies in gender relations still serve to conceal the social subordination of women. Through universal polarizing constructions of femininity and masculinity, gender differences that have a socio-historical genesis are naturalized or ontologized. When Adorno speaks quite abstractly in this context of the general, which he contrasts with the particular, he is also referring to this social connection, not just the economic law of motion of capital, i.e. the whole of antagonistic society, which subsumes the particular. According to Adorno, love betrays the general to the particular. To love is to be capable of not allowing immediacy to wither away under the omnipresent pressure of mediation, of the economy, and in such fidelity it is mediated in itself, stubborn counter-pressure. Only he loves who has the strength to hold on to love. If the social advantage, sublimated, still preforms the sexual impulse, through 1,000 shades of what is confirmed by the order soon makes that spontaneously appear attractive, then the inclination once grasped resists it by persevering where the gravity of society, before all intrigue, which is then regularly taken into service by that, does not want it. It is the test of feeling, whether it goes beyond feeling through duration, even if it were itself an obsession. But the one who, under the pretense of unreflected spontaneity and proud of her pretended sincerity, completely abandons herself to what she believes to be the voice of the heart and runs away as soon as she no longer thinks she hears that voice, is in such sovereign independence precisely the tool of society. In Adorno's work, The Death of Love repeatedly sheds light on the fact that the particular cannot escape the general. Whoever relies on the pure immediacy of feeling is abandoned by the substantiality of the general and thus betrays the particular to the general. Love cannot exist as a peaceful enclave in the general, otherwise it is doomed to failure. This is also the beginning of the aphorism 110, Constans, just quoted. Everywhere bourgeois society insists on the effort of the will, only love is supposed to be involuntary, pure immediacy of feeling, in the longing for it, which means the dispensation from labor. The bourgeois idea of love transcends bourgeois society. But by abruptly erecting the true in the general untrue, it inverts that into this. Not merely that pure feeling, insofar as it is still possible in the economically determined system, thus becomes a social alibi for the rule of interest and testifies to a humanity that does not exist. Rather, the involuntariness of love itself, even where it is not practically established in advance, contributes to that whole as soon as it establishes itself as a principle. If love is to imagine a better society, it cannot do so as a peaceful enclave, but only in conscious resistance. This, however, requires precisely that moment of arbitrariness which the citizens, for whom love can never be natural enough, forbid. The emotionalized relationship between two people, which replaces the pre-industrial production family, has in itself already lost all extra emotional binding forces, although marriage still exists as a community of interests, but ultimately as a parody that comes quite close to Kant's concept of the contract for the mutual use of sexual characteristics. Separated, united. Marriage, whose shameful parody lives on in an age that has taken away the human right of marriage, today mostly serves the trick of self-preservation, that one of the two conspirators shifts the responsibility for all the evil he commits to the other, while in reality they exist together in a murky and swampy state. A decent marriage would only be one in which both have their own independent lives, without the fusion that comes from the economically enforced community of interests, but instead take on mutual responsibility for each other out of freedom. Marriage as a community of interests inevitably means the humiliation of the interested parties, and it is the perfidy of the world's arrangement that no one, even if he knew it, can escape such humiliation. Sometimes, therefore, one might be tempted to think that the possibility of marriage without disgrace is reserved only for those who are exempt from the pursuit of interests, i.e. the rich. But this possibility is quite formal, for it is precisely those privileged people for whom the pursuit of interest has become second nature, otherwise they would not claim the privilege. The humane, without pressure, to allow each of the spouses independence and to assume mutual responsibility for each other out of freedom, is shackled by the general, antagonistic society. Love has the ideal of being a medium that offers improbable possibilities for interaction. This also resonates with Niklas Luhmann's concept of love as a symbolically generalized medium of communication, according to whose rules one can express, form, simulate, impute, deny feelings to other people and, with all this, adjust to the consequences that it has when corresponding communication is realized. Love can only be exchanged with love, but unlike in the exchange of goods, it can neither be expected nor claimed. It is a generality that corresponds to the unavailable, the non-identical. Nevertheless, what we call love today, the emotionalized relationship between two people that is made permanent through the medium of love, is a social product that is closely linked to the development of bourgeois capitalist society. Whereas previously the productive family was also an economic unit, not just what is commonly called a family today, this disappears with the development of bourgeois society. The family is decoupled from the economy, but still, despite the dissociation of working life and family or love life, related to it. The separation of work and family, of intimacy/privacy and the public sphere, which is reflected in the patriarchal gender polarity, leads to emotional deficits that are imposed on the family, love, etc. as a compensatory function. Traditionally, the man was out in the hostile world while he recovered from it at home with his wife and children. After this bourgeois family structure dissolves under the pressure of antagonistic society and all people are at the mercy of antagonistic production relations, love also begins to ail, even to die. Petra Milhofer reminded me that relationships in which the partners counteract the problem of the disassociation of family and working life by working together scientifically, otherwise professionally, or politically have a greater chance of forming a militant cell of the human. An example from Klaus Ottomeyer may illustrate this. An example from an adult education course in which women from so-called incomplete or divorced families tried to become clearer about their situation. A divorced woman reported that she had argued violently with her husband during the long years of marriage, mainly because her husband tended to unload his aggression violently. However, in the first half of their marriage, during which they ran a petrol station together, it was still quite bearable. She still knew exactly where his aggression came from and what it meant because she had usually experienced the incidents he was angry about herself. They had been able to talk about these incidents and then understood each other again to some extent. In the course of the following period of the marriage, during which her husband had to work as a mechanic dependent on wages, his aggressive expressions of emotion had become increasingly incomprehensible to her. She was simply no longer able to understand them. They both got out of control, and this was one of the main reasons that led to the divorce. This example clearly shows how the perspectives, the subjective worldviews of the partners must fall apart under the conditions of the objective divergence of their central objective practical life worlds and can only be cemented together with difficulty and through trivialities. Klaus Ottomeyer, Ökonomisch Zwang und menschliche Beziehungen, p.129f. The man compulsively strives for a social sex, while the woman evades this through a myth of sanctity and insists on permanence and love. This is reflected in the patriarchal myth of the promiscuous man as a great stag and the woman, who does the same, as a slut. Only the feminist movement can counter this painful mutual lack of understanding, which is certainly to the benefit of men and women, even if the suffering men are reluctant to admit it. What it means, according to Adorno, to hold on to love, not as a peaceful enclave, but as a militant cell of the humane, will be shown anecdotally by the man, Adorno, who was often enough met with malicious anecdotes about his alleged chauvinism. His former colleague Regina Becker-Schmidt, whom I have already allowed to speak, reports, "I think Adorno was a man who caught fire quickly. He flirted as soon as he was with a woman. Sometimes there was something arbitrary about it, as if he was colorblind to the individuality of a specific woman. He seemed to be automatically inflamed by the feminine in itself." However, for Adorno, erotic permissiveness was not a male privilege, he also conceded it to women. But in my eyes, Adorno was neither a chauvinist nor a sexist. And I can say that because he was very close to me personally, and I don't want to underestimate the erotic flair in our relationship. There was nothing macho or virile about his approaches, rather something unself-consciously childlike, just as Adorno retained much of the unbroken spontaneity from his childhood in other areas. But he also had a great deal of timidity, which is not compatible with the type of reckless go-getter. I also experienced Adorno as a reliable, affectionate person in his behavior towards his girlfriends. That was the decisive factor for me in judging him as a man dealing with this prejudice of chauvinism. I was friends with him and with Gretel Adorno. For me, the relationship between the two was characterized precisely by this tension, loyalty despite everything, reliability, an almost symbiotic mutual relationship on the one hand and the ability to allow themselves freedom on the other. Both have actually remained the role models for me in shaping my own personal relationships. Passages from Minima Moralia such as Morality and Time Order or on marriage from the Dialectic of Enlightenment are not just gray theory, but also a piece of lived reality. I cannot finish without going into another form of independence that characterizes a decent marriage according to Adorno, the one Becker-Schmidt alluded to, which can be found in Aphorism 49, Moral and Temporal Order. While literature has dealt with all psychological types of erotic conflict, the simplest rote material of conflict has remained unnoticed for the sake of its self-evidence. This is the phenomenon of being occupied, that a loved one denies himself to us not because of inner antagonisms and inhibitions, because of too much coldness or too much repressed warmth, but because a relationship already exists that precludes a new one. The abstract order of time actually plays the role that one would like to attribute to the hierarchy of feelings. In addition to the freedom of choice and decision, there is also an accidental aspect to forgiveness that seems to contradict the claim of freedom. Even and especially in a society cured of the anarchy of commodity production, it would be difficult to have rules governing the order in which people are met. If it were otherwise, such an arrangement would be tantamount to the most intolerable encroachment on freedom. This is why the priority of chance has powerful reasons on its side. If a new person is chosen over another, then evil is always done to that person by canceling out the past of their life together, by crossing out experience itself, as it were. The irreversibility of time provides an objective moral criterion. Adorno points out that the concept of time on which this is based was formed historically on the basis of the property system. The desire to possess reflects time as the fear of loss, of irretrievability. If in the bourgeois ideology of love this apparently has nothing to do with the order of property, the antagonistic relationship of production, it turns out that it is precisely this order of property that has already caught up with love. The impulses that also manifest themselves in the compulsive clinging to one's partner, in the jealousy that, according to Schleiermacher, eagerly seeks what creates suffering, are not based in love, as is commonly thought, but are the exact opposite, the death of love. Once it has become a complete possession, the loved one is actually no longer regarded at all. Abstractness in love is the complement of exclusivity, which deceptively appears as the opposite, as clinging to this one being. This clinging loses hold of its object by turning it into an object and misses the person it brings down to my person. If people were no longer possessions, they could no longer be exchanged. The true inclination would be one that specifically addresses the other, attaches itself to beloved traits and not to the idol of personality, the reflection of possession. True love would therefore have a universal reference, not a total one. It would consist in respecting the partner in all situations in life, even where independence is allowed, in an interweaving of world horizons that does not tie either of them down and would not itself be a shackle, like jealously guarding love. In his essay on Thorstein Veblen, Adorno formulates a utopia of emancipation by determinate negation of the existing patriarchal gender relationship, with which I conclude my lecture. The dependence in which the woman is kept mutilates her. This compensates for the opportunity that being excluded from economic competition grants her. Measured against the intellectual sphere of interest of men, even those who are absorbed in the barbarism of gainful employment, most women, according to Veblen, are in a state of consciousness that he does not hesitate to call imbecility. One could push his thought to the point that women have only escaped the sphere of production in order to be absorbed all the more completely by the sphere of consumption, spellbound in the immediacy of profit. The injustice that male society has done to women is reflected back to it by women. They assimilate themselves to commodities. Veblen's insight indicates a change in the utopia of emancipation. The hope is not that the mutilated social characters of women will become equal to the mutilated social characters of men, but that one day the face of the suffering woman will be replaced by the face of the industrious, capable man, that nothing will survive of the disgrace of difference but its happiness. Critical theory is not feminist theory in the strict sense, but it does offer a number of points of reference. The relationship between feminism and older critical theory is therefore at least ambivalent. And yet it is noticeable that in the main programmatic writings of the older critical theory, gender relations are given a great deal of space. The constitution of the subject, the division of labor, the relationship between society and nature, such constellations of civilization are not only exemplified by Horkheimer and Adorno, especially in terms of gender relations, but these sometimes, inconspicuously, form the center around which the concepts they use to grasp the dialectic of myth and enlightenment revolve. In a similar way, Walter Benjamin uses social and literary figurations of the feminine to illustrate modernity trapped in the phantasmagoria of the eternal return. The social contradiction is always conceived as heteromorphic. The antagonisms appear to be mediated by one another, between the sexes, between labor and capital, between society and nature. The fact that patriarchal gender relations play a central role in the social critique of older critical theory was taken into account in feminist readings. Feminist critique, however, was primarily based on two supposed blind spots: the conceptualization of the subject as male and an unquestioned assumption of gender binarity. By attaching such great importance to the identification of women and nature, and thus naming the irreconcilable relationship between society and nature, Horkheimer and Adorno would once again confirm the real exclusion of women. It is not least these objections that make it necessary to take a closer look at how the category of gender is defined in Horkheimer's, Adorno's, and Benjamin's theory, what significance it has, and how it relates to other social structural categories. An entry point for the elucidation of such constellations is provided by a recording by Horkheimer from the early 1950s with the revealing title, Beyond the Gender Principle, in which he gives an interpretation of early childhood identification that fits seamlessly into the critique of domination as a critique of unbroken mastery of nature that we know from the dialectic of enlightenment and eclipse of reason. Read dialectically, the images of the feminine, which Horkheimer, Adorno, and Benjamin use to trace the place of the non-identical in bourgeois society, simultaneously reveal a buried promesse de bonheur and represent a subterranean history of civilization. In this way, the writings of older critical theory contain a whole series of passages on women's history from a male perspective. However, the gender images in the writings are sometimes presented in a way that is designed to unexpectedly brush conventional history against the grain. Beyond the Gender Principle, even the title is revealing. It questions gender as a principle. As will be shown, for Horkheimer, gender as a principle is not something primary, but an epiphenomenon that can only be understood against the background of the domination of nature and the unreconciled relationship between society and nature. Gender binarity is also a historical product of this. The record begins with a critical approach to Freud's interpretation of early childhood identification with the father. In the theory of the Oedipus complex, Freud explained identification with the father as a result of love for the mother. It belongs to the strong, adult man, so one makes oneself equal to him. He can defend himself against the competitor, the child. One must be like him in order to possess the mother. Through identification, the little boy virtually makes himself equal to his father. To explain this process, Freud introduces sexual love for the mother as the driving force. Possessing the mother is the motive for identification with the father. For Freud, this desire seems to be a first, not a derived one. The emphasis that Freud places on the child's sexual desire for the mother can therefore only be deduced from the analogy with the genital relationship of adults. For Horkheimer, however, such a positing of heteronormativity is a detour that obscures the complexity of the early childhood identification process more than it would contribute to its understanding, because it seems to presuppose the strict gender binary, here the masculine, there the feminine/maternal, instead of understanding it dialectically as a historical moment in a larger constellation. In the constellation of Western civilization, gender is a category as far removed from the center as the phenomenon of identification that it is supposed to explain. Freud's explanation of the Oedipus complex is itself a product of the process it is supposed to explain. Horkheimer sees the reason for Freud's circular reasoning in a certain prejudice. His prejudice, especially in his earlier periods, lies in the dogmatic positing of the masculine and feminine as separate primal powers, while the sexual love of the male child is probably only a consequence of the assimilation to the intruder, the father. Thus, in Horkheimer's interpretation, the gender binary is a result much more than the cause of the identification process. Likewise, the male child's sexual love for the mother is a consequence of identification with the father and not its motive. Lust, desire, and love are culturally mediated achievements, not anthropological constants located beyond civilization. Freud himself was not entirely clear in his juxtaposition of the pleasure principle and the reality principle. Pleasure is not simply beyond the reality principle, but the form of pleasure that we are capable of feeling is grounded in social conditions and their mute compulsion. Active engagement with nature, work in its social organization, has an effect on the feeling of pleasure. Thus, pleasure, like work, is a moment in which civilization differs from mere nature. The mediating moment lies in alienation. This connection is explicitly expressed in the dialectic of enlightenment. All pleasure is social in the unsublimated affects no less than in the sublimated ones. It stems from alienation. Even where pleasure lacks the knowledge of prohibition, which it violates, it only emerges from civilization, the fixed order, from which it longs to return to nature, from which it is protected. Only when the compulsion of work, the binding of the individual to a certain social function and finally to a self, the dream leads back to a prehistoric age without domination and without rights, do people experience the magic of pleasure. Thinking arose in the course of liberation from the terrible nature, which in the end is completely subjugated. Pleasure is, as it were, its revenge. In it, people rid themselves of thinking, escape civilization. Thus, in pleasure as a social phenomenon, the longing for the offabung of the bad hole, from which it is produced in the first place, also resonates. It contains within itself the moment of the non-identical, a piece of remembered nature, the opposite of nature. This does not actually know pleasure, it goes no further than the satisfaction of need. This also means that pleasure in its existing form is bound to its denial, to a society that produces lack and from which people long to return to a state without denial, which has not yet taken place. Pleasure becomes impotent revenge in a society whose primary goal is not the happiness of its members, but whose principle is exchange and whose goal is the maintenance of given power relations. Pleasure and enjoyment are so caught up in this entanglement that Horkheimer and Adorno reverse Seneca's words residential severa verum gaudium, but pleasure is severe. But why does Horkheimer propose a beyond the gender principle? How does this relate to Freud's beyond the pleasure principle? Pleasure as something that arises from reality also contains a contradiction, just as gender is a product of this society and at the same time contains the promise that everything could be different. Beyond the gender principle therefore also means an approach to reality that no longer elevates gender to a principle, but instead perceives it as it has become, without denying the promise of happiness that lies buried within it. For the problem of identification, Horkheimer proposes a much simpler, more plausible explanation than the detour via analogies to the sexual relationship of adults. What one thinks of, one becomes, a sentence that, if taken seriously, has far-reaching consequences. For does it not immediately problematize Freud's drive theory? And does the logic of identity, which is put in its place, not simultaneously open a flank towards a negative idealism? Thinking unquestionably presupposes a high degree of abstraction and a completed separation of inner and outer nature, subject and object. The archetype of all identity is the self as an identically enduring entity that equates everything with itself. The identifying principle is always on the subject side, even in a way of thinking that, supposedly anti-idealistically, attributes everything that is to the non-self, to the principle of matter. Unity, unification, only exists mediated by subjectivity. Mastery of nature is the principle on which the concept of the subject is formed, and integration, for its part, is the conceptual form of mastery of nature. Identification is the precondition of mastery, writes Horkheimer. As soon as this succeeds, of course, identification disappears. The mastered becomes the thing and only the mastered. In the dialectic of enlightenment, Horkheimer and Adorno trace the process of subjectivation as one of continuous, natural, domination. In the beginning is the fear of the manifold, the many, the pressing. Identity thinking reduces the manifold, that which confronts it and withdraws from it, to one. The principle that endures, that remains one, is the self. Through the concepts, the characteristic units of what is subsumed under it, the self imprints identity on what it is not itself. This fact can therefore also be expressed in such a way that the principle of identity, like every principle, including the gender principle, is a principle of thought. It presupposes the identity of thought and being. All identity thinking is therefore implicitly idealism, just as, conversely, idealism is always identity thinking. Horkheimer recognizes a basic pattern for the aforementioned problem of identification in the constellation of fear, love, and domination. In doing so, he completely removes the idea of love from any romanticizing notion, not by making it an interchangeable commodity, which would only be the flip side of the romantic notion of love, but in a different way, He sees love as a mediating moment between fear and domination. Love follows from fear, domination follows from love. Only what we fear do we learn to love, only what we love do we learn to know. But what we know, we stop loving and fearing. This is the history of civilization. Each of the terms contains the others and the whole. The middle one, loving, is identification, thinking. Love, like thought, is something that emerges from fear and domination, and like thought, it also goes beyond the context of coercion and points to a longing for salvation from this entanglement and its possibility. In Western civilization, however, love, death and the idea of salvation belong to the maternal, as Horkheimer explains. Bachofen reports, based on a passage from Plutarch, that Lycian men had to put on women's clothes when mourning, and he interprets the custom as identification with the mother who gave birth to the deceased and took him home again. Only the mother is involved in the whole process. Only she is actually involved. Thinking about dying therefore means thinking about the mother, and thinking about the mother means making oneself a mother. The bourgeois child makes itself into the father. 12 It thinks of the father and thus becomes the father because it fears him. This identification completes the turn towards reality. The father, reality, demands, forbids, teaches. The unchangeable, the deniable, which we would like to change, forces us to identify with it in order to endure it. That is the principle of thought, indeed perhaps of all culture in general. Turning to reality by identifying with the father not only implicitly negates the possibility of death, which the mother stands for, but also means coming to terms with reality by adapting to it, integrating oneself, becoming completely absorbed in it. Freud has suspected these conditions since Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Horkheimer continues. Perhaps it should read, Beyond the Gender Principle. Then the classical myth of the emergence of love from the division of the one would contain the truth about the extralibidinal longing, the death drive, which can only be fulfilled by virtue of libidinal desire. Contrary to the original Freudian contrast between self-preservation and male eros, these two together form the unity of the creative principle, by virtue of which the utopia of reconciliation is to be fulfilled. Since Horkheimer situates gender binarity in a social historical context, the distinction between eros and thanatos is also a social one for him and dissolves into a dialectical relationship. Identification, this cornerstone of civilization, brings order and forces the many into unity. This requires categorization, what Horkheimer and Adorno, following Max Weber, called the disenchantment of the world in the dialectic of enlightenment, which leads straight to its remystification. Through the process of abstraction, thinking, the world is reduced to a formula that only knows the zero and the one, the basic binary for which the social gender opposition provides the model. It is therefore no coincidence that gender relations take up so much space in the dialectic of enlightenment. Horkheimer and Adorno use them, as well as anti-Semitism and racism, to exemplify the contradiction that consequent mastery of nature leads straight back to mere nature. Self-preservation loses the self and the happiness of the individual is void before the preservation of the whole. Moving beyond the principle of gender would be tantamount to overcoming this compulsory connection. The centrality of gender relations in Horkheimer and Adorno's social analysis becomes clear simply from the fact that a fundamental critique of the logic of identity is tied to them. The feminine in its various figurative forms is civilization ally constructed as the negative of the self as the principle that endures and remains the one, the identical, purposeful, masculine character of man. As a negative, it belongs to the positive of domination, whose product it is. Horkheimer and Adorno frequently refer to it, and whenever they do so without any essentializing impetus. On the contrary, they question the allegedly feminine nature as nature and interpret the so-called feminine character as an expression of domination. For example, Adorno explicitly states in Minima Moralia, the female character and the ideal of femininity, according to which it is modeled, are products of male society. The female character is an imprint of the positive of domination. But thus as bad as the latter. What is called nature in the bourgeois context of delusion is merely the stigma of social mutilation. The image of woman as nature addresses the deformed relationship to nature that ails the whole of civilization. But what actually is nature, with which certain groups of people are incessantly identified in a domineering gesture? Nature is everything that has lost its intrinsic value in the course of Western civilization, everything that becomes the object of universal disposal in the domination of nature and thus only the dominated. Nature is the material of self-preservation, which has lost its goal, happiness, in the capitalist mechanism of competition and has become an end in itself. Society becomes mere nature in that the particular, the subject, is sacrificed to the general, just as in nature the individual specimen of the species is not important. What nature is in the context of self-preservation gone wild is expressed drastically in the dialectic of enlightenment. Dirt is nature. Only the refined force that survives is right. It itself is nature alone. The whole ingenious machinery of modern industrial society is merely nature tearing itself apart. Horkheimer and Adorno see this process of self-preservation as belonging to a male society in which women are ascribed a greater closeness to nature. For centuries, the image of women was located on the flip side of enlightenment and self-preservation. Subjectivity was a male project, even if by no means all men enjoyed the benefits of subjectivation. Women, however, seemed to be excluded by virtue of their gender, which was identified with nature. For much of history, women were judged as closer to nature. They were considered animals or females, not as subjects but as specimens of their sex. Male subjectivation took place on the basis of reified ideas of nature, in which images of femininity function as an arsenal of wishful figures brought to a standstill, misinterpreted nature. Nature, which is repressed and suppressed in male society, is banished into the image of the woman, as well as into that of the homosexual, or, once again, into that of the Jew. The equation of woman and nature is ideology, but as such it has its basis in real social conditions, in perennial pressure. If nature is merely the material of self-preservation gone wild, mere material to be mastered, without any other purpose than its mastery, then to be identified with it is a verdict. At best one is a passive object, dependent on more or less benevolent guidance. The image of woman as nature is owed to civilization, to the fixed order that protects the male subject from nature, to which he longs to return. The image therefore does not express nature, but society, which leads back to mere nature. It thus fulfills a dual function. It recalls a longing and a desire that society cannot fulfill and at the same time allows this desire to be acted out in a way that does not endanger the existing order. It is an imprint of the production of desire directed by the rulers, a revolt of nature. However, this means that the desire is alive in him, albeit distorted. This motif runs like Ariadne's thread through the dialectic of enlightenment. A whole series of passages make direct reference to the connection between subjectivation, gender relations, and the domination of nature. Horkheimer and Adorno were repeatedly accused of reproducing the male view of women by naming these connections. Yet it is rather a denunciation of this gaze. The image of woman as nature is read as a mirror image, as the following passage makes clear. Man as ruler denies woman the honor of individuating her. The individual is the social example of the species, the representative of her sex and therefore, as the one completely grasped by male logic, she stands for nature, the substrate of never-ending subsumption in the idea, never-ending subjugation in reality. The woman as an ostensible natural being is the product of history, which denaturalizes her. This indeed revealing passage goes to the heart of the dialectic of the domination of nature. First of all, it is not man per se, but man as ruler who hinders female individuation. This implies that just like the female, the male gender character is also a social product, and that individuation and exclusion are strategies of domination. The course that civilization and the domination of nature have taken has led to a heteronormative gender binary associated with clear identifications. While the male side is associated with domination, the female represents nature, but not as a first, but nature as the substrate of domination. This means, however, that domination first produces the nature with which women are identified. And it is precisely this process of identification through domination in which nature and gender binarity are mutually constituted. Here it becomes clear that Horkheimer and Adorno situate both nature and gender within the framework of a comprehensive analysis of domination and in doing so do not confirm the identification of women and nature, but rather demonstrate its falsity. They do this by introducing gender into the constellation of second nature, understood in a dialectical sense, on the one hand as an emancipatory superordination of culture over nature. The first nature of man is second nature. However, this superordination of culture over nature, man makes his own nature, is not only emancipatory, but also repressive, not only against nature, but also against himself and the other socialized individuals. In this critical version of the term, second nature means the reification of social conditions, what has become, what is mediated, what is experienced as immediate. Second nature is a concept of mediation and, for Adorno and Horkheimer, stands for the mind that equips and cuts off, subsumes and integrates multiplicity. First nature is perceived as always already dominated. However, this tends to retract the difference between first and second nature, as Schmid describes. What seemed to lie behind the second as first nature is itself something that has become, was itself initially second nature before it solidified into the first. The second nature thus precedes the first. So when Horkheimer and Adorno speak of woman as nature, they analyze the female character as a second immediacy without reducing it to an underlying first. The construct is criticized as an immanent ideological semblance, in which culture reveals itself as nature depraved. The question is therefore not whether the image of woman as nature is true or false, it is both at the same time, false, in that it is a sign of perennial domination, and true, in that it reveals the natural decay of culture and negatively implies a remembrance of nature in the subject. One of the most complex motifs in the dialectics of the Enlightenment is that of the remembrance of nature in the subject. It can be paraphrased as a spirit that recognizes itself as nature divided from itself and trembles before it. Enlightenment here is more than enlightenment, namely, nature that becomes perceptible in its alienation. The symbol of this kind of thinking is one that seems to be the furthest removed from the spirit, the image of woman as nature. The woman as an ostensible natural being is the product of history, which denaturalizes her. It is clear that Horkheimer and Adorno do not perceive women as natural, but as social representatives of a culture that has fallen into decay. And it is precisely in this that they are able to expose the falsehood, violence, and inhumanity of identification. They turn the image against itself, brush it against the grain, and thus uncover a hidden meaning, an immanent claim to truth, not by confronting the image with the abstract concept, but by dissolving it in determinate negation. In this way, the abstract becomes concrete. Dialectics reveals every picture as writing. It teaches us to read from its features the admission of its falsity, which wrests its power from it and assigns it to the truth. Read as a dialectical image, the woman, the ostensible natural being, becomes a representative of culture. The attributes associated with the female character and its closeness to nature, such as beauty, sublime love, morality, devotion, and pleasure, are masks of nature, in which she returns transformed and becomes an expression of her own opposition. Through her masks she gains language, in her distortion her essence appears. Beauty is the snake that shows the wound where the sting once Saturday. The falsity of the identification lies in the fact that in the image of woman, nature appears as broken. The woman supposedly represents nature, but her image emphatically represents culture. The overwhelming nature, captured in the image, appears mediated and appeased. In this contradiction in the image of the woman as nature, the possibility of contemplation is concealed. This is the riddle in the image of the woman, nature, as a domineering gesture, and its opposite, remembered nature, appear equally in it. As in thought, spirit, and language, domination also appears in this image as a contradiction of itself. It is, the mutilated in the splendor of feminine beauty, precisely that display of the wound in which dominated nature recognizes itself. Without the liberating thought, however, nature remains trapped in the image. This is not derived from the secret affinities of things, but from real power relations. Although the critique of these relationships is immanent in the image, it requires language to express itself. The image must be elevated to a concept that gives nature the opportunity to reflect itself in it. In this way, nature achieves a certain calm by contemplating its own image. In this way, nature is transformed from the stereotypical image, which is opposed to thought, into a concept, conveyed in its historicity and bursting with meaning. It is no longer an abstract image, but concrete in the sense that the abundance of its characteristic units and determinations come to light, mediated through one another. The image of woman as nature thus shimmers with negative utopia. It expresses the longing for a reconciled relationship with nature, for a form of love, desire, and pleasure that would lie beyond the gender principle and thus beyond the given form of mastery of nature. We cannot conceptualize what this might look like, as the concepts we have are necessarily bound to the present principle of reality. Every positive vision of utopia would confirm the very existence from which it is supposed to lead. And yet, the fulfillment of the perspective is dependent on the concept. For it does not merely, as science, distance people from nature, but as the self-determination of thought, which in the form of science remains bound to the blind economic tendency, it allows us to measure the distance that perpetuates injustice. However, where concepts, as the characteristic units of what is conceived under them, are equally disgraced by positivism and metaphysics, and conceptual immanence only becomes ever more deeply entangled in the coercive context in which it visibly loses its emancipatory power, the image once again comes into its own. When the age of interpreting the world is over and it is time to change it, then philosophy takes its leave, and in taking its leave the concepts pause and become images. In these images, however, the concept is suspended, you can only think about images in the concept. Interpretation thus returns, precisely where change in the world is blocked. Adorno called this movement gestures from concepts, like when, abandoned on an island, you desperately wave a scarf at a departing ship when it is already too far away to call out. Our things will have to become more and more such gestures of concepts and less theories of conventional sense. Except that this requires all the work of the concept. These thoughts seem inspired by Benjamin's allegorical style of writing, in which image and concept are mediated with one another. It was not only in his late writings on Baudelaire and Paris, the capital of the XXth century, that Benjamin made the power of the image his own. In the whore, the lesbian, the heroine of modernity, all figurations of the non-identical that eludes immediate conceptual access, the gender principle overlaps and thus opens up a view of a possible beyond. Benjamin already made use of this stylistic device in the early writings of Metaphysics of Youth. In the tradition of the poet Sappho, he places the distant premonition of a beyond the gender principle, a gender difference that has come to rest. Benjamin reads in the image of Sappho and her friends a corporeal mimetic communication that is no longer mimesis of the dead, but a signpost to the possibility of rescuing memory and language. How did Sappho and her friends speak? Language is veiled like the past, future like silence. The speaker brings up the past in it, veiled by language he receives his feminine being in conversation. But the women are silent. Benjamin sees this silence as a lifting out of a reason that has become irrational. The dilemma that thinking and cognition take place in the logos, in damaged language, cannot be solved. We have no redeeming language. However, reflection on the damaged is possible and necessary. It takes place in the mimesis of the alienated, which makes silence eloquent. Reflection begins where linguistic positivism stops, with that which cannot be spoken about. The image of sapphic women, the love of their libe is without procreation, but their love is beautiful to behold. And they dare to look at each other. He catches his breath while the words fade away in the room. Silence and lust, eternally divorced in conversation, have become one. The silence of conversation was future lust, lust was past silence. The temporal structure introduced here is, as it were, removed from the continuum of history, i.e. perennial domination. It denotes a becoming having been, a temporal structure of desire, thus only actually historical time of the subject, which, emancipated from prehistory, enters history. This step is reserved for the humanity that has become aware of itself, which, having outgrown the spell of both the past and the future, no longer allows the present to triumph, which memorably makes the mute and inexpressive speak. Benjamin's meaning-destroying citation, the montage, breaks out the original, itself an origin, which had always provided the ground for allegory and its alienation from meaning, the non-identical, which becomes meaningful precisely in the outcast, the discarded. These moments are Benjamin's fascination. In them he sees the inexorable course of world history as well as the rebellion against it. The ragpicker, therefore, becomes a metaphor for his own process in the passage and work, the method of this work, literary montage. I have nothing to say. Only to show. I won't steal anything valuable and I won't appropriate any witty formulations. But the rags, the waste, I don't want to inventory them, I want to let them come into their own in the only possible way, use them. Making the unheard audible, reading what was never written, collecting traces and separating what belongs together in the routine view is the artistic approach of the montage of images. The selection of rags follows an arbitrariness guided by liberating interest. While rummaging through the garbage that the image archive of modernism threw at him, Benjamin also came across the whore. What imposes itself on her for a version in the dialectical image is her ambiguity. Pushed to the margins of society, she simultaneously represents its innermost principle, universal exchange. The imminent contradiction, at the end of the exchange of equivalents, unequal things are opposed to each other, is conspicuous in the figure of the prostitute and is abolished. As a commodity, she has the dual character of exchange value and use value. As a woman, she represents nature and bourgeois ideology, but in her venality she embodies the exchange of commodities. And since nature is not socially mediated, but ideologically posited as a priori, the contradiction between money and body cannot be resolved. Moreover, by giving sex for money and not for a child, by not producing a progenitor, the prostitute contradicts the female role in the bourgeois system of self-preservation. She thus places herself in an anti-natural context. The natural context in which the woman is located in male society and in which she is supposed to show the man the appearance of a unity of life and desire is thwarted by the whore and exposed as an ideological construct behind which social interests of domination lie. Her ambiguity is further fueled by the fact that she is commodity and seller in one. As the subject-object of the exchange process, however, she selectively overrides the gender-specific division of labor. She appears as a subject representing autonomous female desire, framed by contractual conditions that she herself imposes on the suitor. In his world of experience, the pimp appears as a secondary figure. Therefore, the whore is no longer female, but is assigned to an intermediate sphere of the sexes. She questions the boundaries of binarity. The ambiguity in the image of the whore, which Benjamin uses for his critique of society, is located in the field of tension between sex, exchange, and nature, as he explains, quoting Karl Kraus. However, the character of prostitution is determined by the fact that and how sexual and exchange traffic are intertwined. If it is a natural phenomenon, then it is just as much so from the natural side of economics, as a phenomenon of exchange, as from the natural side of sex. Contempt for prostitution. Prostitutes worse than thieves. Learn, love not only takes wages, wages also give love. This ambiguity, this double nature as double naturalness, makes prostitution demonic. The double naturalness of the whore lies in the fact that as a woman she represents social nature, but in her venality she embodies the epitome of the universal exchange of goods, which has become second nature to society. Doubled nature, which becomes anti-nature in the allegorical elevation, indicates that which is alienated by and in society, the non-closed character, with which domination only ever proceeds. Benjamin doubles this alienation once again in the image of the whore and thus makes it accessible to a recognizing approach. Unlike Horkheimer and Adorno in the Dialectic of Enlightenment, Benjamin does not read the admission of the falsity of the image in the prescribed female beauty, but in the damaged, that which is located at the extreme opposite pole to hope. He makes the latter transparent precisely in terms of hope and the possibility of reflection, namely an artistic exaggeration, in the distortion of the disfiguring status quo, against which apparently nothing can be done. It is precisely in the distortion, the form that things take on in oblivion, that the thing itself is forced into oblivion. This is made possible by shaping the object as a dialectical image that traces an objective constellation in which the eternity of the historical state reveals itself as a socially necessary appearance. The dialectical image allows us to understand the foreign without it ceasing to be foreign, Peter Sondy. It permeates the myths of the commodity world conceptually and figuratively, and is therefore not redemption itself, but only an expression of the need for it. In the dialectical image, the tension between subject and object is indicated, not dissolved. It allows the promise of reconciliation and happiness to flash through the veil of domination, but is not itself already reconciled. It remains in the negative and thus does not hide the possibility of failure, which is skipped over in the fantastic optimism of Hegel's philosophy of history. In this, the subjective, the drives, appear essentially as the cunning of reason, that is, as the maker of identity, as the mediator of the absolute in the sense of regained immediacy, as Horkheimer explains in Beyond the Gender Principle. In absolute identity, either everything is subject or everything is object. The sphere of indivisibility is liquidated and with it the idea of truth. The image of woman as nature is permeated by this inseparability, which preserves the idea of truth, the completely different. As a result of domineering identification, it nevertheless blocks absolute identity. The identity theorem can be seen through it, which according to Adorno means, not allowing oneself to be talked out of the idea that what has arisen is capable of breaking the spell of origin. However, society in its existing form is not a good place for those who represent the non-identical. Horkheimer and Adorno make no secret of this either. Identity compulsion and total integration are prevalent. In the essay False Trouser Role, written around the same time as Beyond the Gender Principle, Horkheimer addresses the tremendous pull exerted by the radically socialized society. Referring again to gender relations, he says, "The reason why I do not love the fashion of the slackers, the woman now walks like a man, cigarette in her mouth, the corners of her mouth down, her forehead wrinkled, like the master of this civilization that tramples on nature. Equality with man is emphasized, whose civilizing role is so ill-suited to her. She shows all the evils of the assimilant to the oppressor. The erotic is negated in this licensed freedom, in contrast to the old trouser role." This may sound antiquated, culturally conservative and rooted in outdated gender images. However, Horkheimer's disgust is not directed at women as slackers, but at what they have conformed to, the master of this nature-crushing civilization. She is not denied the right to conform to it. But it does not make society a freer, better, more emancipated one, but indicates complete integration into the existing. The subject status that was denied to women for too long and which they attain with such assimilation confirms what already exists and remains trapped in the gender principle, in which the male triumphs over everything that does not resemble him. Radical integration is the process that brings everything to identity. The reality principle, society, actually becomes the closed unit that leaves no more room, allows no escape, encompasses the whole person and gives him not a moment's inkling of the possibility of resistance. The dialectic of enlightenment darkly traces how the emancipation of women leads to their being trained as weapons. The spirit is unholy and everything good in its origin and existence is entangled in this horror. Such integration must be understood from the logic of the system, whose principle is exchange. This is closely related to the principle of identification. For Horkheimer and Adorno, women's emancipation in this society means assimilation into this society and ultimately an increasingly totalizing identification within this society. The bond closes ever more tightly. What disappears in such radical integration is the idea of that which does not conform, that which would be different, that which is still impotently given in the appearance of women as nature itself. In integration, in complete identification with the existing, the voiceless, the non-identical, the non-dominant, the marginalized by society is finally silenced. But these are the moments that are alive in remembrance, as confidence, as courage, as humor, as cunning, as steadfastness, and which always question anew every victory that has ever fallen to the rulers. In the 1970s, the topic of witches was very popular. Not only had a flood of publications appeared on the subject, but, and this was new, women in particular had discovered that the witch, for themselves, during a demonstration against the Italian abortion law, for example, hundreds of thousands of women chanted, Tre mate, lustreg son tornate. Tremble, tremble, the witches are back. Tremble, tremble, the witches are back. And when two women stood trial in Itzehoe because they had a lesbian relationship with each other and were ultimately attacked and defamed by the press in the worst possible way, women quickly declared this trial a witch trial. Karl Kraus had already reported on a witch trial around 1900, when a woman was put on trial for her love life, which the guardians of virtue at the time were not comfortable with. Back then, the trial was also accompanied by a public defamation campaign, and Kraus also gave the reason for this. It was the gender envy of men. However, the emphatic identification with the victims of the witch hunts in feminism in the 1970s added something that darkened this enlightened insight. In a 1979 exhibition catalog on the subject of witches, the number of victims of witch hunts is given as 9 million. More recent research, on the other hand, puts the figure for Germany at 22,500 to 30,000. The number of executions in Europe is estimated to be slightly less than 60,000. Apart from that, there may have been just as many people who suffered lesser punishments on suspicion of alleged witchcraft. It should be borne in mind, however, that records were burned or destroyed. Whatever the sources may have been for the figure of 9 million, it was clear from the outset that the number of murdered women must have been higher than the 6 million Jews murdered under National Socialism. Obviously, this was an object shift, or a kind of victim shift. Instead of talking about the violence under National Socialism, about the involvement and shameful deeds of one's own family, the focus was turned to the past in order to address the crimes against women stigmatized as witches. After all, their own mothers were by no means as innocent and peaceful as Margaret Mitscherlich would have us believe in those years. This shift is all the more regrettable as the actual topic contains all the central questions that feminist critique would have to clarify, and which postmodern feminism has laid down its arms in front of: the concept of reason and the state, law and organized violence. However, Sylvia Bovenschen's essay Die aktuelle Hex, Die historische Hex und der Hexenmythos 5 occupies a special position among the countless publications that appeared at the time on the subject of witch hunting. It is an attempt to explain the persecution and murder of women not merely empirically and historically, but to shed light on it through the dialectic of enlightenment. Adorno and Horkheimer offered the best conditions for following up on Karl Kraus' diagnosis while still reflecting on the historical conditions of the actual persecution of witches in the early modern period, at the moment when medieval society and the Christian world order threatened to disintegrate, the destruction of the old relationship to nature and, in particular, the alliance with it had also become necessary. With the beginning of the manufactory period and the triumph of modern science over theology, women, who had always represented nature, were caught between the fronts: the terror of the witch trials, which the Allied feudal rackets used against the population when they saw themselves in danger, was at the same time the celebration and confirmation of the victory of male domination over prehistoric matriarchal and mimetic stages of development. The autodafes were the pagan joyous celebrations of the church, the triumph of nature in the form of self-preserving reason to the glory of dominion over nature. Sylvia Bovenschen, who studied under Adorno and Horkheimer in Frankfurt, was one of the few feminists who embraced critical theory, while others persistently rejected it and usually dismissed it as too detached. She disliked the cult of concern that was spreading in the women's movement at the time, as well as the racket that was being formed in the wake of the student movement. She had come into contact with the Socialist German Student Association rather by chance and on the fringes, and made the acquaintance of Hans-Jürgen Krahl, who led a working group on Hölderlin. As interested as Krahl was in aesthetic questions in the sense of Adorno, she found the bureaucratic fuss in the SDS, for example about the issuing of membership cards, bourgeois. Finally, at the time when people were enjoying organizing themselves in the small, authoritarian K-groups, Bovenschen wrote an essay together with Peter Gorson in the journal Aesthetic und Communication about the left-wing cultural historian Edouard Fuchs, in which his proximity to Socialist Party theorists such as August Bebel or Karl Liebknecht was subjected to a feminist critique in the best sense of the word. Because, according to Fuchs, gender polarity is not only a biological fact, but a constitutum of all cultural achievement, he apologizes for the exclusion of women from the cultural sphere with regard to the anthropological invariance of this relationship between femininity and creativity. Creativity is also the subject of Bovenschen's dissertation, which was published as a book entitled Die Imaginierte Weiblichkeit, Imagine Femininity, and with which she achieved her literary breakthrough. In it, she projects a feminist literary criticism by examining the absence and exclusion of women from the cultural sphere of production in the 18th century, an era that was, however, favorable and conducive to women's creativity due to the establishment of bourgeois literary institutions and the development of independent poetological discourses, using the example of cultural stereotypes such as the scholar or the sensitive, as well as various female and male writers. As Bovenschen outlines her analysis, it is not only a matter of finding an explanation for the gap and meaning in the silence, but also of placing the sparseness of the elaborate assessments and definitions of the feminine in relation to the lush diversity of the imagined and projected feminine as it populates the genres of art. This imagined femininity, these projections of the feminine in literary texts always refer back to the dialectic of the Enlightenment, to the terrible thing that humanity had to do to itself, until the self, the identical, purposeful, masculine character of man was created and of which something is still repeated in every childhood. In this study, Bovenschen's differentiated view prevented her from doctrinally adhering to either the principle of equality or that of difference. Rather, she wanted to see both placed in a dialectical relationship, which earned her fierce criticism from those women who were committed to the principle of equality, while the difference theorists of the dawning postmodern era simply ignored her. Bovenschen's essay on the witch craze, on the other hand, attempts to grasp the imagined femininity in the pre-bourgeois origin of projections. He reacts to the identification with witches in the ranks of the women's movement and wants to explode it by reflecting on the dialectic of enlightenment. As much as Bovenschen rejected the cult of consternation that was practiced in such identification, she did not, however, turn this criticism against the concept of experience itself, when she writes that there is a direct, preconceptual relationship between the word, perhaps linked to a diffuse historical idea, on the one hand, and the women's own experience of today on the other. This refers to an indeterminate experiential content, a social fantasy that is reminiscent of the image of the witch beyond its original historical meaning and comes into its own, situationally, as it were, just as Benjamin noted in the Theses on the Philosophy of History, the true image of the past flits by, only as an image that flashes up never to be seen again at the very moment of recognizability is the past to be captured. According to Bovenschen, what drives women onto the streets in the present corresponds to this kind of situational appropriation, which is, of course, qualitatively different from the academic appropriation, because only a few had actually previously familiarized themselves with what was hidden in the history books and archives. However, a diffuse historical knowledge existed, an inkling of what had been repressed and tabooed by science, a vague memory that had not been lost, and which Bovenschen describes as the collective return of the repressed. This recollection is not reflexive, but also not entirely intuitive. It is possible against the background of a consistent and undiminished longing for liberation, which is oriented towards the most exposed examples of what still determines suffering. The past can only come so close because the structures of gender-specific oppression seem to have remained the same, even if we are reasonably safe from the stake at the moment. Return of the repressed is a psychoanalytical phrase coined by Freud in relation to the individual, to the ego. However, using it for a positively understood collective, as Bovenshin does here, erases something about the concept of experience, that it always remains bound to an individual human consciousness. Ultimately, this is also related to the fact that the author, in the name of this collectively conceived subject, pushes back the doubt of an absolute continuity of oppression, that the structures of gender-specific oppression only seem to have remained the same, that at the same time they could have become structurally different, namely those that no longer allow the repetition of the witch trials to be seen as just as imminent a danger as the possibility of Auschwitz repeating itself. However, the study on imagined femininity can be seen as an attempt to first appropriate the preconditions for this doubt, the reflection on the bourgeois forms of rule that were established after the witch hunts. If Bovenshin refers to critical theory in particular detail in the section on the historical witch, this also has to do with the fact that gender relations were brought up in a new way in this philosophy. The woman is not the subject. The division of labor enforced by men was not very favorable to her. She became the embodiment of the biological function, the image of nature, whose suppression was the glory of this civilization. To dominate nature without limits, to transform the cosmos into an infinite hunting ground, was the dream of the millennia. The idea of man in male society was geared towards this. That was the meaning of the reason he boasted of. The dialectic of the Enlightenment thus bears witness to the specific forms of violence to which women have been subjected throughout history. When, in the course of the Enlightenment, people hoped to disenchant the world and at the same time sought to banish the magical powers of women, the female magic powers, the domination and harnessing of nature always resulted in new domination by men over men. Domination of nature includes domination of man. Every subject must not only participate in the subjugation of external nature, human and non-human, but must, in order to accomplish this, subjugate nature within itself. Since the subjugation of nature within and without man takes place without a meaningful motive, nature is not really transcended or reconciled, but merely suppressed. In this way, the ideas of the Enlightenment and their inherent contradictions take their toll. People pay for the increase of their power with the alienation of that over which they exercise power. Bovenshin now describes the ambivalence inherent in the progress of the domination of nature, which still shapes the image of women today, but without paying homage to a reactionary idealization of the feminine, the assertion of its supposed unity with nature, which always leads to an ontologization of the gender contrast. Rather, it shows the consequences of the new forms of domination and their gender-specific effects, with the emergence of new modes of production, the destruction of agrarian cultures and the expulsion of the rural population, effectively removed from all relevant areas of rule, excluded from participation in general ideas, women descend to represent the diffuse, the non-identical. Thus the witches were crushed between the old and the new power. If they were unmarried, widowed, engaged in trade, or older and even given to sensual pleasures, any peculiarity that did not fit into the prevailing order was to be eliminated. The physician Paracelsus summarized what it meant to force people into real conformity in a typology of the identifying characteristics of witches, which included the following vices: man fleeing, using ceremonies, concealing, being alone, looking at no man, seldom cooking, hair, forehead not washing, the flesh, lying wool, obstructing oneself alone. What is diagnosed as deviant behavior, the neglect of domestic tasks, lack of personal hygiene, the simple need of women to be alone, the refusal of marital intercourse, all of this appears as a stigma, as an unformed first nature that resists the growing instrumental rationality. The witch pogrom can be seen as a second phase of the seizure of power at the beginning of the bourgeois age. The new man of the industrial age was the man. The magical mythical image of woman remained in the bourgeois era, but she was in no way regarded as the subject of the appropriation of nature, but rather as the object of nature's domination. As a component of exploited nature, the fear of nature's revenge was fixed to her image, as was the longing for reconciliation with nature. Women were not involved in the oppression of nature, they were placed in this context of oppression. The witch stands at that crossroads of historical development where the exploitation of nature acquired its systematic character. With the collapse of the Christian, medieval world order, women became a constant, latent threat. Their biological functions alone were a constant reminder of man's creaturely origins. Whether they have their monthly cycles, bear children, assist in childbirth as midwives, are possibly also skilled in the magical practices and use the forces of nature as a remedy, they are always in league with their unfathomable powers, whereby magic was not considered a special trade by people at the time, but rather a threatening female potency. What caused no stir for centuries, as healing methods were never completely free of magic, no matter who practiced them, suddenly became a decisive indication that women were suspected of having made an ominous pact with demons, which was the prerequisite for all witchcraft. However, it is not only healing methods that they were accused of, but all kinds of other sorcery, including animal and human magic, fertility spells and damage spells. Not least cannibalism, as recent investigations in southern Germany have shown. Regardless of which magical practices were used, they represented a massive attack on the divine order for the Church, similar to heretical teachings. However, it was not the belief in magic per se that was disturbing. It was and has always been part of religion, albeit to varying degrees, but the fact that it was practiced by women, who seemed predestined for it from time immemorial. The miracle, i.e. the healing, the magic had to take place in the name of God. However, women's mysterious relationship with nature not only posed a threat to the Church, it also stood in the way of the triumph of instrumental reason. According to Bovenschen, the fact that the Church believed itself to be in danger and was experiencing a crisis of legitimacy was an expression of the decline of its political and economic authority, which had, of course, been announced much earlier. The beginning of the Universalism controversy in the 11th century signaled the first shake-up of the metaphysical dogma system. Nominalism and mysticism, albeit in very different ways, represented an imminent attack not only on theological premises, but also indirectly on the religious political system of power, in that they considered the individual's immediate access to God possible without the mediation of the institution of the Church or its representatives, and anticipated the dissociation of faith and knowledge that later found programmatic expression in the writings of the Reformers. The theological discourses of nominalist critique, the negation of the ontological a priori of universals, denote a decisive historical process, the necessary formation of a subjective faith, subjective forms of interpretation to cope with the social struggle. While scholasticism still regarded human reason and unconditional faith in Christian revelation equally as an irrefutable truth that seemed to guarantee an order of the world willed by God, nominalism, which sees in the universals merely names invented by man, has shaken all these objective structures of thought. The dissolution of this certainty, however, meant that the liberation from all self-invented idols was transferred to the individuals, who were thus largely helplessly at the mercy of the chaotic diversity of phenomena and thrown back on themselves. The step from chaos to enlightened thinking also took place during a period in which Europe was shaken by serious crises, religious wars, the Reformation and Counter-Reformation, the outbreak of the 30 Years' War, the dissolution of the guilds, a growing money economy, a worsening climate, famines, the outbreak of the plague, impoverishment and the brutalization of large sections of the population generated fear and horror, panic, anger and hatred were the breeding ground in which such a mass psychological phenomenon as witchcraft mania could flourish. The common root of the call for murder and the execution of murder, of accusation and panicked readiness to denounce is to be found in the anarchistic chaotic character of the social structural changes that affected people in their living and working conditions at the beginning of civilization. The crisis of the late Middle Ages hurled individuals back upon themselves. The great waves of persecution of the 15th and 16th centuries also coincided with the emergence of capital, the so-called primitive accumulation, and the formation of the modern state. When Marx characterized the history of expropriation as a process that is inscribed in the annals of humanity, with traces of blood and fire, this also applies in a special way to the murdered women and provides a gruesome picture of what was done to them. The prerequisite for the prehistory of capital and its own mode of production was the robbery of church property, the fraudulent, deceitful, lying, sale of state domains, the theft of communal property, the usurpatory transformation of feudal and clan property into modern private property, carried out with ruthless terrorism. There were just as many idyllic methods of primitive accumulation. They conquered the field for capitalist agriculture, incorporated the land into capital and provided urban industry with the necessary supply of bird-free proletariat. These various moments of so-called primitive accumulation differed, of course, from country to country in Europe, starting in England, but leaving a trail of devastation in the German lands in particular. As it was impossible for those driven from their land to find work just as quickly in the newly emerging manufactories, they turned into beggars, robbers and vagabonds en masse. The women who were accused of being in league with the devil were mostly those who had fallen into destitution. The role that the newly constituted state took on in this process is probably given too little attention in Bovenschen's account and even in Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment. In other words, what Marx wrote about it in Capital is simply taken for granted, but all use state power, concentrated and organized violence, to promote the process of transformation from the feudal to the capitalist mode of production in a greenhouse fashion and to shorten the transitions. Violence is the midwife of every old society with which the new one becomes pregnant. Significant in this period, however, is the oppressively close cooperation between state and church power, the Church tried to counter its weakening by entering into an alliance with the state. The scholar and Prussian Minister of State Veit Ludwig von Seckendorff-Krusenstadt wrote the following about the crime of witchcraft: the fact that magic is wrought by invisible means, and therefore by the power of spirits, has been proven by examples and experience. Church and state saw themselves as powers set by God, but each used specific methods to fulfill the same task of disciplining their subjects, training them for the new production techniques required by the market. The persecution and murder of women was an expression of this organized violence, including the close cooperation with the Church, on the basis of which, however, a law was enforced with which the witch craze could be combated and ultimately abolished. It is therefore significant for its history that the persecution was most likely to subside in those countries in which the new forms of production and rule developed and consolidated early on, such as in Holland or England. Thus, for Hobbes, the kingdom of darkness is not the kingdom of the devil and demons, but on the contrary the domain of those ecclesiastical forces that maintain the belief in all these errors, a conspiracy of impostors. In territorially fragmented Germany, on the other hand, this process lasted much longer. It was here that the delusion raged most fiercely and was first brought to an end in Prussia, where the absolutist state had consolidated itself at the beginning of the 18th century. The enforcement of bourgeois law and industrial capital put an end to the witch trials. Bovenschen's study of imagined femininity reflects this end in bourgeois society by working out the projections that went hand in hand with the enforcement of bourgeois institutions. Unspoken in this shift to the projection of femininity, to creativity, and the multiplicity of projecting, is the realization that the new, abstract forms of domination and production cannot simply be regarded as a masculine principle, simply because they continue to go hand in hand with asymmetrical gender relations, that their implementation dissolves personal forms of domination, and that their return and persistence should therefore be understood precisely as a reaction to this process of dissolution, as projection mechanisms that lead to secondary forms of personal domination and thus repeatedly to violence. The bourgeois conditions that were established through and after the witch hunts and made it possible to end them draw attention to the psychoanalytical mechanisms. They reveal the witch craze as a kind of paradigm of projection, of imagined femininity. Christianity's attempts to ideologically compensate for the oppression of the sexes through reverence for the female and thus to ennoble the memory of the archaic instead of merely repressing it is acknowledged by the rancune against the elevated female and against theoretically emancipated lust. The effect that fits the practice of oppression is contempt, not veneration, and in the Christian centuries the forbidden, obsessive hatred of the object through which the futile effort was always recalled has always lurked behind charity, the woman. It has atoned for the cult of the Madonna through the witch craze, the revenge on the memorial image of that pre-Christian prophetess who secretly questions the sacred order of power. The woman arouses the blind rage of the half-converted man. Finally, if we take a look at the female figures in 19th century literature, in which women are portrayed as femme fatale, as unbridled sensual beings, as sphinxes or, as later in films, as dangerous vamps, it becomes clear what has always been held against them, the assertion that it poses a danger that is ultimately rooted in its destructive sexuality and which must be dealt with in some way. For the one, the optimistic enthusiast, the only pure virgin idealized herself as a goddess; for the other, the pessimistic coward, every woman who frightened him darkened into a witch, a bogey woman and priestess of the devil. Without this secret eroticism, witches would certainly not have been invented. In the Hexenhammer 34, a legal work of unparalleled power, which can hardly be surpassed in its unbridled hatred of the female sex in this concentrated form, we believe we are looking at the pathological origin of this imagination. Published in 1484, and not coincidentally written by a Dominican friar, Heinrich Kramer, Institutoris, it was written with German meticulousness and thoroughness, which subsequently served as the legal basis for the persecution and murder of women. Authorized by the papal bull, Kramer, together with his brother Jacob Sprenger, acted as inquisitor to take systematic action against the German, but also European, so-called witchcraft. It is assumed that this book, 30 editions were printed between 1486 and 1669 alone, was the most widespread systematic demonology, which was able to develop its murderous effect until the first half of the 17th century and probably cost several tens of thousands of women their lives. The Latin name of the witch's hammer, Malleus Maleficarum, already indicates, in accordance with its feminine form, that this writing, even if it still occasionally refers to male harmful spells, is almost entirely and unprecedentedly aimed at the female sex, its supposedly inferior nature, greater susceptibility to sin and depravity. This is in contrast to the older Malleus literature, which was directed against heretics and from which numerous quotes from the Hexenhammer are taken. For the delusion had its origins in the Inquisition, it formed its foundation, so to speak, Everything that was now directed against women had already been devised and perpetrated by the Church in crimes against Waldensians, Cathars, and other apostates. However, while the heretics' courts had almost exclusively prosecuted and sentenced men, and witchcraft and sorcery were initially regarded as gender-unspecific offenses, women were now suddenly the focus of judicial persecution. The difference is striking. While the heresy of the heretics actually threatened the cohesion of the Christian Church for a time, as they were real collectives, the witch was a pure delusion. According to the Hexenhammer, women are, firstly, more gullible, which is why they are visited by demons more often than men; secondly, more easily influenced by nature because of the unsteadiness of their physical constitution to receive inspirations; thirdly, because they have a slippery tongue, and are therefore incapable of concealing their experiences from their female comrades. But the fourth, the core of all evil, is the almost insatiable maw of the womb, which is why they also had to deal with demons in order to satisfy their unbridled lust, the power of which also enabled them to inhibit fertility and remove male limbs. 39 So it was easy to blame even impotence, impotentia ex maleficio, which called male succession into question, on women. In this way, all accusations revolved around female inferiority, which had its immediate cause in the threat posed by female sexuality. Anyone reading the Hexenhammer will therefore not be surprised that the question of the origin and interpretation of the belief in witches aroused the interest of psychoanalysis at an early stage. At the forefront of this was the assumption of male anxiety syndrome, castration anxiety, which is also fear of the all-devouring mother. Ernest Jones wrote that the fear that lay behind the belief in this maleficium was the fear of inability or failure of sexual function resting in the deepest recesses of the human soul. In men, castration complex; in women, fear of childlessness. Sylvia Bovenschen criticizes Jones not only because he seems to equate men's and women's sexual fears when he tries to explain the witch craze. She rightly understands the problem when he ultimately assumes to recognize a female projection in the witch epidemic. The thesis put forward here is that the belief in witches is essentially a projection of repressed female sexual desires, especially those relating to the female counterpart of the Oedipus complex, namely love of the father and envy and hostility towards the mother. Just as the child divides the image of the father into his benevolent and malevolent traits, thus enabling the belief in God and the devil, it also divides the mother into two halves, from which the belief in goddesses, modern day, and female devils develops. While Jones initially explains the witch craze in general terms with the sexual fear of both sexes, in the following sentence he clearly justifies it with an essentially female projection. Now there is no doubt that there were indeed women who, as Jones writes, fantasized themselves as witches. However, the enormous social pressure that weighed on the women is also unmistakable and resulted in the fact that these fantasies often came about under torture and in the course of identification, transference and countertransference with the executioners. It almost seems as if Jones views the results of the interrogations as if they were the results of hours of analysis. In a word, he abstracts from the violence on which they were based and which shaped them in everything. It was certainly part of the interrogation that the interrogators not only carried out humiliating and degrading physical examinations, but also used other methods of torture. The mere fact that some of the accused resisted the accusers in court despite being severely tortured, while others lost their minds and invented stories about the devil, gives an idea of how varied the reactions of the accused women actually were, without revealing anything about their original fantasies of witches. Nevertheless, tracing the belief in witches back to the Oedipus conflict in both sexes contains a psychoanalytical truth that Bovenschen pays too little attention to. If the Oedipal conflict remains unresolved and is merely repressed, it later expresses its pathological effect and a split into good and evil objects occurs. Freud pointed out that neurotic illnesses of earlier centuries manifested themselves in demonic guise. Obsession and rapture were manifestations of hysteria and correspond to our neuroses today, which have not yet been recognized as such and projected into the outside world. The demons are evil, rejected desires, descendants of rejected, repressed impulses. Thus the evil demon of the Christian faith, the devil of the Middle Ages, was himself a fallen angel and godlike in nature according to Christian mythology. It does not take much analytical acumen to guess that God and the devil were originally identical, a single figure that was later split into two with opposite characteristics. The figure of the devil would thus be the result of such a defensive and psychic splitting process, at the same time personifying the repressed life of instinct, the traces of whose origin can be traced back to the early days of religion. In his essay A Devil's Neurosis in the 17th century, in which Freud analyzed the demonological neurosis of the painter Christoph Heitzmann based on his own notes, he interprets the figure of the devil, to whom the artist devoted himself, as a father substitute. Just as God represents an afterimage of the benevolent father, the devil is an afterimage of the feared and hated father. Freud recognizes a homoerotic attitude in the painter's neurosis, which underlies the symptoms of the devil's vision. His sexual obsession is finally cured by an exorcism in Maria Zell. The rebellious painter joins a spiritual order and from then on renounces all worldly pleasures. The path from the father via the devil as a father substitute to the pious priests had thus come to an end. Such records of a devil's neurosis by her own hand, expressly described by Freud as a particularly valuable find, can hardly be found among the women branded as witches. Everything that could be learned about them mostly came from interrogation protocols forced out of them under torture, cruel stagings whose sole aim was to obtain confessions. However, these confessions were also fantastic life stories that mostly reflected family conflicts. Delusions of all kinds, incestuous relationships between family members, sexual relationships between parents played a major role in the phenomenon of godless children, for example, as did family revenge. In fact, it is almost indistinguishable and mostly speculative which of these statements, which came to light during a lengthy trial, were based on truth, mental illness, the interpretation of the judges or on the resignation and breakdown of the women during the interrogations and torture. So if Freud interprets the devil as a father substitute that corresponds to a split in God the Father and the unconditional obedience that he demands and only becomes virulent with the Christian creation of a Son of God, then the witch would also be the result of the split in an original female deity, the Virgin Goddess and the Goddess of Love. Mary, however, the Christian ideal image of purity and desexualized spiritual being, who performed the magic work of Immaculate Conception and protected against incestuous and Oedipal urges, stood irreconcilably opposed to those women who did not renounce their sensuality as an end in itself. Mother of God and witch, one young, the other old, it is not surprising that accusers often targeted women who were in or after the menopause and accused them of devilry. The infertile but sexually active bodies of older women seem to have aroused horror, fascination, and disgust in their persecutors. They reached for the pleasures and sensual delights to which others were entitled. Male sexual envy, envy of female potency, but also envy in the competition between women is clearly evident here. The witch as the imago of the wicked mother is reflected in the accusations made against her. She is the one who does all kinds of damaging magic, destroys the harvest, kills and eats small children, as we know from the fairy tale of Hansel and Gretel, in which the oral and aggressive character of the witch comes to light, and she also commits the crime of stealing milk. The image of the failing and frustrating mother was projected onto the witches. Bovenschen by no means denies sexual anxiety, which, as she writes, would also be absurd in view of its cultural historical manifestation in images, myths, and trivial representations. Rather, Jones does not go beyond its characterization as a historical regression stage. The question arises, however, as to why Bovenschen did not consult more recent psychoanalytical explanations, or more simply, Freud, alongside Jones. The suspicious attitude towards Freud's psychoanalysis, not only to make the witch craze plausible, is characteristic of the majority of feminist theories, from Simone de Beauvoir's The Other Sex to Kate Millett's Sex and Domination. The consequence of this, however, was that unconscious conflicts and dependencies in gender relations could not be critically reflected upon and responsibility was generally transferred to the man or to the patriarchy. In 1598, the City Council of Nuremberg commissioned a stained glass window, an allegory of good government and justice of the Nuremberg city councils, which shows a scene in which a Jew with a knife in his hand commits a ritual murder of a child and is assisted by a witch. 48 This image captures a murderous link, the pogroms and hatred of the Jewish population, which intensified due to the political and social catastrophes during the witch hunts, meant that anti-Semitic projections were also transferred to women who were to be arrested as witches. It was not uncommon for women who were declared witches to be accused of crimes similar to those of the Jews: cannibalism, planning and executing harmful spells, pacts with the devil and devil's courtship, offenses that they had allegedly secretly devised and agreed on during the witches' Sabbath, an allusion to the Jewish feast day, and celebrated in the witches' synagogue. It could also happen that women were accused by Jews of stealing Christian children, torturing and killing them in order to get their blood. Leon Poliakov had already pointed out that the new characteristics of the devil and witches were combined in the figure of the Jew. Jews, like witches, are in league with the devil. They are also sorcerers who are secretly despised and worshipped. Just as witches are skilled in magical practices, Jewish doctors are also suspected of magic. And it comes as no surprise that the analogy between Jews and devils can also be found in Luther, for it is just as possible to convert the Jews as it is to convert the devil. They are young devils condemned to hell. He who hunts the witches also hunts the Jews, wrote Polyakov about the time of the witch hunts. Psychoanalysis can uncover why this is the case, that both forms of pathological projection have to do with the Oedipal conflict and castration anxiety, both refer back to the devil as a father substitute. Why, however, with the establishment of bourgeois society, violence against women is no longer exercised collectively in the form of pogroms, is no longer organized and public, but rather persists in the domestic sphere, in the private lives of citizens, where it can still be stopped to a certain extent even under the conditions of the rule of law, while the Jews, even in bourgeois society, have to politically reckon with organized persecution and violence as a collective as soon as it comes into crisis. Psychoanalytical derivation cannot provide any immediate information about this. This is because the content of the pathological projection of witchcraft and antisemitism, which in both cases refers back to the Oedipus complex, is different in each case. While the presumed witches and their bourgeoisized descendants among women embody the insatiable and immoderate sexual drive, in the case of the Jews, to whom this embodiment can equally be ascribed, there is always something added that Adorno and Horkheimer uncovered in the Elements of Antisemitism at the end of the Dialectic of Enlightenment. They are fantasized as the embodiment of the abstract side of capital. Only in this way does this pathic projection offer the unity and totality of political madness like no other, neither racism nor misogyny. This is how, thus, the situation of the Jews after the establishment of the world market differs from the medieval ghettos like the protocols of the elders of Zion from the New Testament, in which, however, the Jews already figure as the children of the devil. It is precisely this last chapter of the Dialectic of the Enlightenment that remains unconsidered in Sylvia Bovenschen's feminist critique. However, this also misses the moment of recognizability in which the image of the past of the witch trials flashes up today, through which alone the past could be captured. The contrast that Bovenschen hints at, that the structures of gender-specific oppression seem to have remained the same, and that women are nevertheless reasonably safe from the stake at the moment, could only be unfolded against the background that Auschwitz can repeat itself. The phrase that Polyakov coined for the early modern period applies to today. Anyone who wants to destroy the Jews will also hunt witches, if it serves to strengthen the community that is forming against the Jews and their state. Women who contravene Sharia law are not burned at the stake in large auto-da-fe, but stoned to death, each one individually, in Islamic societies, which hindered or drove the enforcement of bourgeois law demanded by the world market, projecting it onto the Jews and onto Israel as the abstract side of the capital relationship. Personal, immediate rule is returning to the public sphere. Violence against women is once again taking on an organized form alongside that against homosexuals. And all the provisions of Sharia law seem to be designed to ensure that the persecution of women as an imagined collective of witches is not even necessary, because each individual, and here modernized barbarism takes account of bourgeois conditions, has to interrogate herself in order to avoid execution. The all-encompassing sign of this is concealment. Emancipation is a word from the language of slave owners. The emancipated person, whether slave, Jew, or woman, remained inferior. One should only use the word if one always keeps in mind when using it that women and men are equally in need of emancipation, both slave owners and slaves, and that, an unheard of process in slave owner language, emancipation today must mean self-release. With this reservation I will answer your questions.
Can we talk about women being emancipated?
First of all, she is as much, and that means as little, as the man, as much, and that means as little, as society. But then, so much less, as she not only reflects the situation of general oppression in late bourgeois society, i.e. a messed-up patriarchy, which, incidentally, is balanced by a messed-up matriarchy, in some countries and often in ours, and often in one and the same family, but also provides the oppressed with yet another class worthy of oppression. They do try to avoid the shame. But by living according to the norms of the oppressed man, which she erects in herself, e.g. as the goals and methods of her rise as a career woman, she easily gives up the reserves of humanity that she had been left with as a non-emancipated person, the rest of the children's world, because it is safe in the doll's home, the luxury of playful reactions, because capriciousness provides an alibi for exclusion from domination and control, the luxury of great feelings as well as the fluff in her head. To avoid misunderstandings, the protest of the early emancipated women, which the capable emancipated woman of today so often ridicules as retarded or even a substitute satisfaction for those who have fallen short in sexual enjoyment, was precisely in its one-sidedness a protest against the one-sidedness of the satisfaction of the female by the male. But while celibate women's rights activists protested against the mutilated satisfaction and asceticism benefited precisely the liberation of sexual pleasure, today many of the women adapting to male roles are forced to fight for a pseudo-emancipation, and many of the freedoms granted to the other sex are crumbs, substitute satisfaction, means used for domination in the competitive struggle. The pseudo-emancipated woman is forced into worse self-mutilation than the man. As long as the reserves of humanity left to the non-emancipated, because they could be enjoyed as a harmless specialty, do not become the demands of the self-emancipated on society as a whole, there can be no question of women's emancipation.
How do you assess the steps taken so far towards what has been called the social and legal equality of women?
I see only one significant step on this path so far, the principle of coeducation of the sexes. Here, boys and girls are not only equal, they are treated equally. However, this treatment was easier to agree to than other demands for equal treatment because it did not address the seriousness of life, but only the preparation for it. Nevertheless, I believe that the emancipation of society is quite impossible without coeducation. The great opportunity of coeducation, teaching as an introduction to the history of human society, its conflicts, its solutions, not outside the gender tension, but within it. However, I fear that even if there were a teacher here or there to give this kind of lesson, it would be useless as long as a very specific, concrete demand is not met.
In your opinion, what concrete demands are made on individuals and society if we want to promote the emancipation of both sexes from a relationship of domination to a relationship of humanity that develops in as many ways as possible?
I know that concrete proposals, i.e. the famous positive, will be ridiculed as theoretical shortcuts. Nevertheless, I would like to make such a suggestion. All attempts to formulate gender tension fairly, not just in words, but in the way society lives together, will be inadequate as long as the principle of coeducation is not transformed from a merely passive to an active one, and in practice this means, first and foremost, equal participation of the sexes in the highest functions of society, i.e. the legislative, executive and judicial branches. I think this proposal should not be ridiculed, but seriously discussed. Without its realization, any assertion of equal opportunities, equal legal protection, equal social status, and, incidentally, respect for the special characteristics of women, will be illusory. What is fair to a broadcasting council for the purpose of all-round conformity and avoiding any offense to the accredited interest groups, should only be fair to Parliament, the government and the judiciary with regard to people, these two gendered beings. Even if society is not immediately emancipated as a result, it will perhaps not allow itself to be emancipated without first taking this step. Perhaps it would have to look at some problems more seriously if it were prevented from encrusting them in neurotically fixed gender roles at the expense of an unresolved gender tension.
What do you see as the main difficulties for such emancipation?
I see them in the identification of the unresolved gender tension with fixed gender roles or their transgression into a genderless generality. Both are attempts to run away from an unresolved gender tension, a tension which, by the way, is known to exist not only between the sexes but also within the individual, indeed which defines the individual as identical with himself only in a balance that resolves this tension. But I must first ask your indulgence for the use of terms that have not yet been defined. The problem of gender tension has largely escaped the attention of theology and philosophy today. And yet, as a reading of Genesis or the writings of Sigmund Freud teaches us, it is by no means a specialty of an erotic or sexual sphere. It is the tension of bisexual life in our civilization, from the sexual sphere to the intellectual sphere, from bodily to verbal cognition. The fact that we can shape them and not only they us, defines one of the drastic differences between animal societies and human society. As far back as we can look at earlier civilizations, we see this tension formed in changing gender roles, and we know of no tension between humans, e.g. that of a society organized and controlled by classes based on the division of labor, that is not also part of this tension and thus also finds expression in such roles. The gender roles that we cling to today as soon as we try to form a picture of our society do not overcome the tension in our society. But, like any neurotic fixation, they offer protection to the threatened. It is difficult, but vital, to recognize that the limited protection they offer, e.g., the father role of strength until the enemy is crushed, or the woman role of life-sustaining periodicity until disaster-surviving eternal return, is self-defeating today. I think it will be important to learn at school that we must be careful not to institutionalize gender roles too early. It is a crucial question that we should ask philosophers and theologians. What kind of reality is needed to protect us from this?
In your opinion, Is there significant resistance to emancipation in society? If so, how do you explain this resistance?
They arise from the fear of one's own otherness, which would confront the emancipated man in the emancipated woman. Even if rationalized as the fear of an old or new matriarchy, e.g. that of the Megers, it still reveals itself in this form as a much more far-reaching fear, as the fear of a liberation of man from the compulsion of self-mutilation. In his lectures and notes of the 1960s, Max Horkheimer repeatedly dealt with the idea that the preservation of morality is important not only in the beginning, but also in the face of the threat to civilization, in different variations. When he explores the similarities between revolutionaries and conservatives, it is because he sees productive criticism in the present as facing the problem that the dynamics of society have become so overwhelming for the individual that they can hardly be changed by any criticism at all. Horkheimer reinforced these remarks, made in 1968 of all years, by attesting that the protest expressed itself in a relatively undifferentiated, largely uniform way. In the excessive need for action, he recognized a kind of overcompensation for the intellectual passivity that has been brought up, a tendency that has intensified with every protest movement since 1968. It was no coincidence that Horkheimer had already devoted an important radio lecture entitled The Future of Marriage in 1966 to an institution central to the development of bourgeois society, i.e. monogamy to the exclusion of incest. He considers this to be characteristic of modern Western civilization. The transition from the extended family to the nuclear family is only one moment in the spread of the lonely crowd, of solitude in the nationalized whole. Using utopian projections, which, as in Plato's Politeia, are reminiscent of a plan of the Third Reich, and Huxley's or Orwell's caricatures of the future, Horkheimer shows that today's version of marriage appears to be as transient as it is relatively constant. What remains is the function of marriage in the changing social whole, whereby, with the progress of the Enlightenment, marriage becomes ever more clearly conscious as an instrument. Contrary to what utopians, idealists, and materialists expected, the contradiction between reason and bureaucracy would therefore not be overcome, but increasingly leveled out. For the Soviet Union, with its initially rather liberal view of marriage, when marriage, divorce, and abortions were formalized, Horkheimer argued that the weakening of the institution of marriage soon no longer matched its function in the totally mobilized state, which was not based on prosperity. The birth rate had declined, the neglect of youth increased alarmingly, the family as an educational cell became indispensable. He considers the role that socialist women were given in society to be central to this development, both as educators at home and as workers in the workplace. The fact that in the Soviet Union, as Horkheimer puts it, rule could largely rely on the stabilized, matriarchally organized marriage is still a supporting social element not only in Russia, but also in the post-Soviet states of Belarus and Ukraine, although the number of divorces increased significantly and the number of births decreased with the abolition of the total state. For Horkheimer, however, what is going on in China seems more important for the future of the West than what is happening in the Soviet Union, even more than the change in the way of working. Furthermore, the strict collective education, the necessity to contain the enormous population growth exerts its influence. In fact, China's population has roughly doubled since 1966, when The Future of Marriage was written. In the mid-1960s, after the famine of 1959 to 1961, the average number of children born to a Chinese woman was around 6. In fact, the coercive measures imposed in the 1970s to reduce the birth rate, culminating in the one-child policy of 1979, have slowed population growth and reduced the birth rate to less than 2 children per woman since the early 1990s, so that the Chinese population has only been growing since then due to the significantly improved economic situation and the resulting increase in life expectancy. However, it was not until the drastic coronavirus measures were introduced that the one-child policy finally became a reality. While the birth rate had been relatively stable at around 1.5 since the 1990s, it fell to 1.3 in 2020 and to 1.15 the following year. 2021 was also the first year since the famine in which the Chinese population recorded virtually zero growth. Some demographers expect the population to start declining in 2022, which was actually not forecast until 2030. Without a trend reversal, China's population in 2100 could therefore be lower than it was in 1966. However, a mere continuation of the trend is just as unlikely as a rapid reversal. The relaxations since 2004, the introduction of a financially supported 2-child policy since 2016 and a 3-child policy since 2021 have in any case not had the desired effect in the short term. Instead, the trend towards later marriage and the ideal of my family, which has been propagated for years, is continuing. The development in China is not surprising insofar as what took place there under authoritarian coercion took place elsewhere solely through the mute compulsion of capitalization and the end of the agricultural sector. Previously, children were important workers for the cultivation of the land and also provided for old age, but since the integration of practically the entire adult population, including women and pensioners with high incomes, into production and services, they have become a cost factor that can be measured less in the cost of food than in the price of housing in the cities and in lost working hours. It should come as no surprise to anyone that people who have been confined to their shoebox apartments in Chinese megacities thanks to the zero-COVID craze have finally lost their appetite. In Europe, where at the beginning of the pandemic some experts were still ranting about a possible imminent baby boom, death rates were rising and birth rates were tending to stay the same, with birth rates and life expectancy continuing to fall in Eastern Europe in particular. As in China, a drastic decline in the European population can be expected over the next few decades. The only factor that can still compensate for this is migration, albeit in varying degrees. While in Scandinavia and the UK the working age population is even expected to increase over the next 40 years, with birth rates and migration trends remaining roughly the same, and in Western Europe it is expected to remain almost the same. Demographers are forecasting a 10% decline in Germany and Austria. A decline of around 30% is even expected for Southern and Eastern Europe and over 40% in Southeastern Europe, as these are aging countries with net emigration, particularly of young people, to Central, Northern and Western Europe. The fact that Europe is shrinking is compensated for in the economic centers by internal European migration and one-off effects such as the war in Ukraine, but is already clearly visible in the Balkans, for example, in places that are completely depopulated. The ideas of left-wing ecological movements, which revolve around the questions of how a constantly growing population can be fed and how the population bomb can be defused, have hardly changed since Horkheimer's time, although there can hardly be any talk of a globally growing population anymore. The slow increase in the world's population forecast by the United Nations and others until around 2080 is unlikely to be sustainable in view of developments in China and elsewhere. In fact, for some time now, the global population has no longer been growing through births, but only through increased life expectancy. Outside Africa, the only continent with a birth rate well above 2 children per woman, the population is beginning to shrink in more and more parts of the world, from Europe, America and Australia to Japan, Russia and China. The ideology of the end of growth or of the last generation has its element of truth in that capitalist development, which has laid the technical foundations for feeding more and more people and generated productive forces that allow more and more people to share in growing prosperity, has itself set in motion the decline in birth rates that is bringing population growth to an end. It is questionable, however, what the answer will be to the reverse problem of an aging population claiming transfer payments such as pensions and care and ultimately shrinking, and how great the willingness will be to make more and more resources and manpower available to care for the elderly. China and its population policy, which is committed to the forced collective, has played a pioneering role in this not only since the coronavirus, but at the latest since Horkheimer's time. The fact that the period of individuality, as an unreasonable one today, is skipped to a certain extent, that friendship between individuals, measured in terms of their integration into the collective, is considered secondary. Furthermore, the pragmatism absorbed into flesh and blood, the pure thinking of purpose that is expressed in every word of Chinese leaders, all this is on the horizon of the West, no matter how hard one tries to look away from it. It remains to be seen whether efforts alone are enough today. But if you look, for example in Die Welt, you will find pragmatic power sentences like this one by chief reporter Anna Schneider: "Children are freedom killers." The text was prompted not only by Mother's Day, but also by a looming court ruling from the most important country in the Western world. At the beginning of May, the American constitutional judge Alito had to cancel all public appearances and the Supreme Court had to be cordoned off with fences and closely guarded. Numerous calls for violence against 6 of the 9 judges on the Supreme Court of the United States circulated on the internet. The reason for this was an unprecedented event, an internal draft by Justice Alito, which did not yet constitute a decision and should have remained internal according to standard procedure, was leaked to Politico magazine. The subject of the draft, which was incorporated into the Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization decision on June 24, was the overturning of the January 1973 Roe v. Wade ruling that guaranteed all American women a right to an abortion. According to conservative legal opinion, which has a majority of 6 votes to 3 in the current composition of the court, it is up to the legislature to regulate this. The fact that the internal draft has already been leaked to the press can only be explained by the fact that a mob contemptuous of the independence of the judiciary was to be set in motion in order to put pressure on and intimidate the judges in question. The extent of the furor can only be understood if one is familiar with the Roe v. Wade decision, how it came about and its significance for abortion rights in the United States, as well as the escalating dispute over Supreme Court appointments and between the various schools of law since 2016. Few in the German media, which almost exclusively at least implied that arch-conservative, fundamental religious judges had banned abortion, provided a sober view. Prior to 1973, there was no more codified, liberal abortion law in the entire United States than there is today or at any time in the past 50 years. Throughout, it was a legal issue decided at the state level, with bans, regulations, and requirements for abortion varying by region. In the year that the Supreme Court handed down the landmark Roe v. Wade decision, abortion was already legal under certain circumstances in states such as Colorado, Hawaii, New York, Washington, and California, while in others it was banned outright. A pregnant woman under the pseudonym Jane Roe had filed a lawsuit against the district attorney Henry Wade against such a ban in Texas. The Supreme Court ruled that there is a right to abortion. The court derived this from the right to privacy, which is read into the so-called Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, among other things. According to this clause, a state may not interfere with a person's life, liberty, or property without due process of law. This derivation has always been controversial among jurists of all political camps and schools of law because it does not speak positive law, but creates judge-made law and thus contradicts the separation of powers, according to which this clearly falls within the remit of the legislative power legitimized by general elections. The very invention of the right to abortion from a right to privacy already constructed from the Constitution makes Roe v. Wade a miscarriage of justice, the repeal of which was legally required. In addition to the extremely weak legal reasoning, the moral considerations of the ruling are also difficult to understand and, as Christian Thomas Funk point out, also clearly contradict those of the German Federal Constitutional Court, which in its two rulings on abortion takes the view that everyone, and not just every person after birth, has the right to life and that the state must protect this right. Abortion must therefore be regarded as fundamentally wrong for the entire duration of the pregnancy and must therefore be legally prohibited. However, abortion is permitted or even required in situations in which it is unreasonable to continue the pregnancy, indication. In addition, the legislator would be able to focus on counseling pregnant women in the early stages of pregnancy and dispense with the threat of punishment. These understandable considerations led to the result that although abortions are generally prohibited in Germany, they remain exempt from punishment until the 14th week after counseling has taken place. Exceptions to the ban are also made for medical and criminological indications, e.g. danger to the mother, no or low viability of the fetus, rape, incest. A right to abortion does not exist, but provided that the legislature decides this and adheres to the relevant law, access to safe abortion is guaranteed without declaring unborn life, which for the Federal Constitutional Court understandably begins with nidation, to be a disposable product in the early stages of pregnancy, even if its worthiness of protection increases with the duration of the pregnancy. At least the latter was also taken into account in Roe v. Wade. The ruling assumed 3 trimesters of pregnancy, whereby an abortion could only be prohibited in the third. The judges did not commit themselves to a definition of when human life begins, but absurdly assumed that unborn children have no right to life, as they are not yet persons within the meaning of the law. Any balancing between the protection of unborn life and the rights of the mother is missing, and the point in time that should mark the end of any right to abortion, viability outside the womb, was declared in the equally flawed subsequent decision Planned Parenthood v. Casey, 1992, to be the point in time until which it had to be allowed in any case. The U.S. Supreme Court justices thus struck down a right to abortion invented by previous justices and returned the issue to state legislatures, where it belonged, in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. The specific case concerned a law in the state of Mississippi that provided for a ban on abortion after the 15th week, i.e. roughly equivalent to German practice, and was illegal according to the case law in force at the time. All 6 conservative justices voted against the lawsuit and in favor of allowing the law to stand, with 5 of them voting to overturn Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey. This means that the states are now free to formulate their own abortion laws, with the exception of endangering the life of the mother, but without any restrictions, for example in cases of incest or rape, in which a continuation of the pregnancy would be unreasonable under German law. In a number of countries, particularly in the Deep South, very far-reaching abortion bans have since come into force, for example from the 6th week of pregnancy. However, this does not go far enough for many radical opponents of abortion, as around 2/3 of abortions have so far been carried out before the 8th week of pregnancy. As this so-called heartbeat rule is still not enough to make abortions de facto impossible, a total ban on abortion now applies in 12 states including Texas. While until recently the entire United States had one of the most liberal abortion laws in the world, the pendulum has swung completely in many states, creating a patchwork that disregards women's rights and ends any legal certainty for abortion doctors and clinics. In Texas, doctors who perform abortions can not only be prosecuted, but can also be sued by private individuals. Since the fundamental issues were not resolved politically between 1973 and today, and Roe v. Wade prevented a sensible compromise that meaningfully weighed up the right to life against the rights of the mother, two camps are irreconcilably opposed to each other, operating under the labels pro-choice and pro-life. Even in these self-attributions may lie a major reason for the recent debacle of the proponents of a nationwide right to abortion, for when it comes to whether one sees life or an ever-dubious freedom of choice as the more important goal, the answer is obvious. Everyone knows that the decision to deprive a developing human being of the opportunity to live, even if it is with other people, if one finds oneself unable to care, points to the status of the living within society. Not being pro-life means, as a consequence, putting every life up for discussion. On the other hand, the flattest liberalism, expressed in slogans such as, "My body, my choice," "My belly is mine," or "Children are freedom killers," completely misses the point. For if one assumes that most abortions are caused by fear of social decline, social ostracism, of being alone with the child, or even just the concern of no longer being able to pursue one's profession and preferred leisure activities unhindered, then one simply cannot speak of a free decision in the affirmative sense, but as a critic who sees himself as left-wing or even a materialistic, should place such conditions at the center of his considerations. Moreover, it is of little help to trivialize or completely devalue unborn life in the face of the fact that abortions are often followed by a twinge of conscience, which also gives ammunition to the fundamental opposing position that wants to see every abortion punishable by law. In order to achieve a socially acceptable compromise that guarantees the right to abortion, it is not at all necessary to make such far-reaching demands or to negate the right to life for the unborn, as the example of Germany is not the only one to show. The pro-choice stance itself is proving to be a problem here. Although the vast majority of Americans are in favor of a right to abortion in principle, their anti-life positions make the political implementation of such a right difficult at federal level and make it impossible in some states. Increasingly, however, one gets the impression that such political efforts are hardly an issue anyway. The Supreme Court has made a legally correct decision within the scope of its powers, thus contradicting the growing tendency in the Western world, from Israel to the EU to the USA, to appoint Supreme Courts as super-legislators, especially in the event that the democratic process leads to undesirable results. The dispute over its appointment, which in the US is by presidential nomination Senate confirmation for life, is so interesting precisely because, broadly speaking, the conservative school of law wants to grant the legislature and executive wide-ranging powers within their political mandate, while the liberal school is in favor of reigning in the legislature, keeping the government on a leash and, in case of doubt, making law itself through an expansive interpretation of the Constitution. That does not find a majority in the legislatures. It is therefore clear that a political occupation of the Supreme Court only threatens the principles of the Constitution and the separation of powers in one direction. Liberal majorities are prepared to make regulations for all states and without any specific law, whereas conservative majorities refer questions to the parliaments and concentrate on protecting the rights actually laid down in the Constitution. The political dispute over appointments to the court came to a head in 2016, when the prominent conservative judge Antonin Scalia died unexpectedly and Obama failed to get his candidate Merrick Garland through the then Republican majority Senate, so that after Trump's election, the conservative judge Neil Gorsuch was nominated and a liberal majority on the court was prevented. When the bipartisan and esteemed Anthony Kennedy retired in 2018, Trump was given another opportunity to nominate a judge for the Supreme Court in Brett Kavanaugh, which the Democrats unsuccessfully tried to prevent through an unprecedented mudslinging, including unproven rape allegations. The majority in the Supreme Court finally tipped in the conservative direction when the liberal icon Ruth Bader Ginsburg died in 2020 and Trump was able to nominate a third conservative judge, Amy Coney Barrett, in his final year in office. The Democrats protested and demanded that Trump renounce the nomination to which he was constitutionally entitled. However, because all presidents in a comparable situation had still made nominations in the last year of their term of office, Obama just 4 years earlier, a research assistant was commissioned to search the internet to find out when a president had waived this right. They found what they were looking for just 160 years ago, and at least with an important president like Abraham Lincoln. Kamala Harris said the following in the vice presidential candidates debate on October 7, 2020. Abraham Lincoln was up for re-election in 1864 and there were 27 days until the election. And a seat on the United States Supreme Court was open. Lincoln's party controlled not only the White House, but also the Senate. But Honest Abe, said it was not right to do so. The American people deserve to make the decision about who will be the next president of the United States. And then that person gets to choose who will serve a lifetime on our country's highest court. Aside from the embarrassment of addressing Lincoln as Honest Abe, everything about the whole story is untrue. First, no such or similar quote from Lincoln has been documented, passed down, or even circulated. Second, the seat only became vacant 27 days before the election and the next session week was after the election, in which, third, a close associate of Lincoln was nominated and confirmed on the first day without waiting to be sworn in again. Fourth, there is no indication that this would not have happened if Lincoln had lost the election. However, she had ignored the real question posed by Vice President Pence, because the Democrats realized that their influence on the Supreme Court and the ability to enforce quasi-laws through it was increasingly dwindling. The call for court packing is becoming fashionable. The Supreme Court should simply no longer have 9 judges in future, but 12 or even more, and conveniently, President Biden could make all the additional nominations. Harris hinted at how she could justify this in the debate, sidestepping the question. Trump has nominated too few black judges to the courts and they need to become more diverse. While Biden has rejected the court packing process since the election as it could trigger a constitutional crisis, he has made identity politics the only recognizable project of his presidency. As with the position of vice president, only a black woman was considered for the position of Supreme Court judge, which means that Biden excluded 93% of the population from the outset. This step is serious insofar as political considerations always play a role in the selection of suitable candidates for an office in which origin, age, gender and, in the USA, race also play a role, for example in the nomination of the black judge Clarence Thomas by George H.W. Bush, who was considered particularly conservative. Bush, but by proclaiming in the spirit of identity politics that only a black woman could be considered at all, Kamala Harris, for example, was seen as the most readily available, best-known female black emergency nail rather than the best possible candidate for the vice presidency and has been treated accordingly within the government since her election. And when Biden was allowed to fill a vacancy on the Supreme Court this year because the liberal judge Stephen Breyer was retiring, he nominated Ketanji Brown Jackson, which did nothing to change the majority in the court, but promptly prompted criticism that the court had been given a worse black woman instead of a particularly high-profile, politically progressive jurist of Indian descent. The fact that the question of what constitutes a woman at all is now mine terrain does not necessarily make the fight for women's rights any easier. After information leaked about an impending repeal of Roe v. Wade, the American Civil Liberties Union tweeted a list of groups most affected by abortion bans, which omitted women but spoke of ethnic minorities and people of color, the LGBTQ community, immigrants, young people and those working for necessities, and people with disabilities. Just as the campaign for abortion rights is now devoid of women, political protest is increasingly a mere simulacrum. This became particularly clear on July 19, when several members of Congress practiced civil disobedience in front of the Supreme Court. They did not, however, accuse themselves of having had an abortion in Arkansas or Oklahoma, i.e. of deliberately violating a wrongful law, as the term implies, but merely blocked traffic in the manner of Extinction Rebellion and were taken away by the police for doing so. In addition to the legalist Islamists Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez unsurprisingly also took part in the action, grinning at the cameras with her hands clasped behind her back as if she had been handcuffed. In the way she generates attention and presents herself as virtuous, this new type of politician has now completely assimilated media celebrities such as Meghan Markle in terms of her appearance, clothing, demeanor, and progressive wordplay. Work in committees or well-founded legislative initiatives are not to be expected, but a battle for clicks and attention, always combined with appeals for election donations. The workings of the institutions and the fundamental principles of the separation of powers, on the other hand, are completely alien to her. Due to a decision that does not suit them politically, the Democratic wing around Omar, Tlaib and Ocasio-Cortez is now seriously claiming that the Supreme Court has lost its legitimacy and is thus putting on a show that is in no way inferior to Trump's and his supporters' contempt for political and constitutional procedures after Biden's election, insofar as they deliver undesirable results. Apart from the Roe v. Wade miscarriage of justice and the lack of political and parliamentary compromise, however, the most important reason for the polarization on the abortion issue is probably the completely different visions of the future. While progressive politicians, Black Lives Matter and academic books and articles celebrate and ideologically double down on the increasing loss of importance of the nuclear family because it is the source of patriarchy and racism, the same development is blamed in conservative circles for a loss of values, crime and brutalization, the disintegration of the society in which one grows up. In this way, both sides confirm what Horkheimer prognostically described as a dynamic of social decay in late capitalism as early as 1966 in The Future of Marriage. A bridge leads to the old civilization, the pillars of which are becoming ever weaker. The lack of illusion, the blatant realism, the absence of the dream associated with the person mean both coldness and the tendency to react to sexual and related impulses with little differentiation. Insofar as religion is experienced, rightly or wrongly, as merely conventional, pure convention, it is impossible to understand why violence and cruelty are not respectable pleasures, apart from the police and the penal code. However, the idea of the immortal soul of the individual, which once formed the basis of respect for one's neighbor and belief in one's own destiny, has lost its power among the majority of young people. My idea of the future of marriage is thus already indicated. No matter how long its civil forms may last, the awareness of the unique connection, the meaning of the name, the will of those bound in it to shape the life they themselves deserve and, if at all possible, to continue it through their children, is in the process of fading. People who, like American Christians, still try to hold on to such things rightly come across to the liberal, whether European or American, who is dominated by a sense of purpose, as old-fashioned, reactionary and out of date. They ask questions such as what a society propagates that holds the right to abortion so highly, despite all the possibilities for contraception, that progressive corporations such as Amazon, which are widely known for their love of workers' rights and trade unions, finance abortions for their employees but do not grant parental leave beyond the legal minimum. They ask whether, when you are old and sick, the company is at your bedside or still there for the employee when they make the wrong comment on Twitter and are subjected to a shitstorm. Whether it can be right to place babies in standardized institutions just a few weeks after birth so that they can sit in an open plan office for hours on end, or whether the promotion to chief reporter or head of controlling in a local division of a corporation can actually be something like the meaning of life. Presented in such a defeatist manner, such questions may cause disruptions to business operations, but they remain superficial in their criticism. However, hatred of a society that treats mothers badly, in which parents have no time for children and fathers say goodbye altogether, of people who affirm abortion but want to see borders torn open against demographic change, for whom people are seen as mere dispositives, would be the prerequisite for getting there at some point. Fundamentally, the sexual revolution, the pill and the right to abortion have meant that sexuality and bonding have become two increasingly separate things and the responsibility for a pregnancy lies solely with the woman. However, the undeniable advantages of this, which no sensible person would ever want to fall behind, are not the only reason for the growing dissatisfaction of many women with the inconsequential sexual availability without commitment that is demanded of them. The sexual liberation propagated under these auspices is now tending to turn into a liberation from partnership, and even from sex altogether. The proportion of incels and singles is steadily increasing, as is the consumption of internet pornography. Among today's 20 to 30-year-olds, no demographic group has better career prospects than women from good homes who remain childless or at least find a partner who is equally involved in the care and support of the child, even beyond the existence of a joint family. On the other hand, they encounter a society in which poor women in particular are themselves to blame if they become pregnant or even have children and therefore have to see how they manage. For them in particular, the patriarchy that has finally been overcome with the disappearance of fathers does not mean liberation, but rather being on their own either from the outset or over the course of the next few years, failing to achieve social advancement and, in case of doubt, being dependent on social welfare. In the United States, this means that more than a third of children do not live with both parents and more than a quarter grow up with only their mother, with the proportion being significantly higher in the lower classes. It has been known for decades that the misery is also passed on here, that the majority of suicides, runaways and homeless people, people with behavioral problems, violent people, people who run amok, drug addicts etc. come from this group. However, this problem will certainly not be solved simply by propagating family structures that no longer objectively exist or by including fathers who may themselves be violent, indifferent or otherwise have behavioral problems. Since a more comprehensive response would be expensive and its success uncertain, the propagation of abortion rights for poor women by left liberal social planners of the upper and middle classes always has the unpleasant connotation that what is really being blabbed here is that the reproduction of the déclassade is primarily seen as a dysgenic factor that must be contained at all costs. The liberation of women, as we know it today, follows from their integration into the labor market. However, mothers and fathers who work little or not at all and spend more time with their children are at the greatest risk of poverty and fall behind in the competition for the best jobs. In economic terms, children are a mere cost factor, while society is increasingly propagating the idea that family, strong bonds, and responsibility are less important and that it is better to do without such freedom killers. The conflict over the abortion issue and the reintroduction of strict abortion bans are a social backlash directed against a rather dystopian progress that increasingly calls into question the social value of life, which is unsuitable or an obstacle to immediate exploitation. In contrast to Chinese authoritarianism, whose demographic suicide would only be the most consequent realization of its policy aimed at the nullity of the individual and which can be trusted at any time to get rid of a surplus of useless old age in the same way as unwanted daughters, the importance of individuality was central to the West. It was usually conveyed and passed on within the family and beyond the institutions and repositories, which schools in particular have degenerated into, where education has long since ceased to have a chance. When, at the end of his reflections in the future of marriage, Horkheimer rightly refers to the enormous evils produced by the tyranny of men in the entrenched bourgeois family, he expresses the concluding and unspecified expectation that the yield of life in the future will be attributed far more to other constellations than marriage. The answers to the questions of what these should be and how something like generativity can still exist at all under the erosion of marriage and family, when the only remaining alternative socialization instances are the ideological state apparatuses and the permanent fetishistic propaganda of the culture industry, cannot be particularly optimistic. The loss of importance of marriage and family and the associated gain in equality make the distinction between men and women increasingly obsolete. Among those most vocal in the United States against the Supreme Court and in favor of abortion are hijab wearers, queer feminists, and other reliable enemies of civil society and women's rights in particular. In their self-righteous virtue signaling, they only care about the marginalized and déclassed at best as momentum for their own importance and means for their desired goal of finally destroying the nuclear family as the nucleus of the hated white, bourgeois society. Horkheimer would certainly be astonished to find that the utopian alternative models on offer today have not progressed a jot beyond Plato's Politeia. In her book Full Surrogacy Now, Sophie Lewis, for example, calls for the principle of surrogacy, in which a mostly poor woman carries the genetic child of a rich woman, to be generalized in such a way that everyone becomes a surrogate mother, in a child communism. She is just one of numerous authors who, on their way to a parentless society, declare the abolition of the family to be the ultimate goal, which is already happening at an ever faster pace. For zero-COVID fanatic Binny Adamczak, everything was already heading towards a solution in the total state without privacy in 2017. If children are raised by large democratic and anti-authoritarian institutions, food is no longer prepared in small kitchens but in public canteens, the elderly and sick are no longer cared for by so-called relatives and home cleaning is no longer organized privately, then the family is completely superfluous. The fact that people like Adamczak find it much easier to have total access to other people's children than anti-abortionists and that their vision of a better society sounds suspiciously like a reformatory and detention center for delinquents, difficult to educate children or senior citizens is not least due to their understanding of an anti-authoritarian upbringing, which we should know is predestined to turn into an authoritarian nightmare at any time. Women who do not benefit from the end of the family, who are forced to have an abortion because of their need and are criminalized for it in various U.S. states, who are not liberated from the decline of social mores and conventions, are abandoned by a left whose self-reflection, expressed in formal slogans, merely stabilizes conditions. For Marx's critique, in whose tradition critical theory stands, it has always been clear that the talk of preserving the bourgeois patriarchal family, which still comes easily to conservative pro-lifers today, fails to recognize the class character of the family. What is the present, bourgeois family based on? On capital, on private acquisition. Fully developed, it exists only for the bourgeoisie, but it finds its complement in the enforced familylessness of the proletarians and public prostitution. The bourgeois sayings about family and education, about the intimate relationship between parents and children, become all the more disgusting the more, as a result of the great industry, all family ties are torn apart for the proletarians and the children are transformed into simple articles of trade and instruments of labor. The bourgeois family falls prey to criticism because capitalism is recognized as the destructive force that tears apart workers' families, throwing them back on themselves. It is precisely this process in its current postmodern form, the conditioning of people for lifelong service to the utilization of their productive power, which economizes social relationships, that is affirmed today and even propagated as liberation from patriarchy. The degradation of children to disposable or, in the sense of surrogacy, to commodities is already a threat to civilization. Over 600,000 abortions in 2019 in the wealthy USA speak for themselves. The fact that, according to the mothers, around 60% of these were carried out due to poverty or the threat of poverty cannot simply be an expression of freedom of choice or moral depravity in the sense of contempt for life, but is due to false conditions that need to be abolished. Those who speak of nature and mean people are usually wrong. Apart from death, biological determinants in the true sense no longer seem to exist, neither birth, by a biological mother and determined parenthood, nor gender, as a claimed/staged/assigned correspondence of gender identity and physical characteristics, prove to be guarantors of naturalness or suitability, if they ever did. The findings that went hand in hand with scientific and technological progress not only shattered an image of humanity, but also enabled interventions and changes that could previously only be realized as external, and therefore symbolic, presentations. Just how indistinguishable the biological and the social are in the individual is demonstrated precisely in the settings that appear natural but are of solely human origin. In fact, the biological difference between the sexes lies neither in the internal or external sexual characteristics nor in the chromosomes, but solely in which germ cells are produced. Simone de Beauvoir already pointed out that gender has been biologically defined by germ cells since the 19th century. The discovery of genes has not changed this insight, because even the sex chromosomes do not definitively determine which germ cells are produced. At the same time, the subjective experience of internal and external sexual activity, from sexual maturation to menstruation and orgasm to birth, cannot be fully mediated between the sexes because the associated experiences are specific to the respective sex. The experience of pleasure, however, is, even if it is experienced differently. These reflections are not an objection to the polarity of the sexes, but on the contrary, they are very much an objection to the curious concept of binarity, a neologism from the postmodern retort, in which the sexuality of people, unlike in many cases in everyday experience and unlike that proven by psychoanalysis, is actually reduced to the seemingly clear and unambiguous alternative of male and female, in order to then deduce that this rigid and compulsive binarity must be questioned, overcome, etc. The recognition of countless symbolic self-presentations is then seen as liberation from the alleged constraining corset of duality, but these are not understood as individual and distinctive attempts to overcome a fundamental conflict, but rather as if they were a stable and unambiguous gender identity like male and female. The assumption that each side of the supposedly binary gender order embodies a consistent identity, i.e. a perfect correspondence between perception and gender, is therefore not itself called into question, but merely pluralized. Thinking in binaries, true or false, dead or alive, being or non-being, A or not A, 0 or 1, stems from formal logic, which is, logically, bound to the claim of identity and freedom from contradiction, and which, depending on the peculiarity of the matter, grasps reality more or less accurately in this way. Death or life may be a binary alternative, but life drives and death drives are not. They are a polarity that can only be grasped as a conflictual entre-deux, as an in-between two, as the French psychoanalyst Daniel Sibony calls it. Accordingly, in psychoanalysis there was once talk of drive mixing or demixing. The same applies to the sexual polarity of the sexes. With the completely illusory assertion that it can be disposed of as a supposed binarity, an alogical logic enters the stage, which nonetheless remains bound by the constraints of identity logic. It is a matter of organized absurdity, which is carried out by means of the short-circuiting typical of postmodernism of an identitarian desire pushing for unambiguity with a way of thinking that dispenses with the strict criteria of logic and retains only the coercive character of the claim to unambiguity and identity that is compatible with it. What is denounced as binarity, in this assumption is in fact the life-giving polarity from which it is overwhelmed and from which it therefore wants to flee. In reality, however, sexual gender polarity cannot be binary, because empirically there is neither a relationship of mutual exclusion, an either-or, nor one of equal alternatives, the both-and. Like the no less stupid neither-or nor, the both-and belongs to the illusionary world of alogical logic, which nonetheless borrows the claim to freedom from contradiction and conflict from the logic it supposedly hates in order to place it in the service of de-differentiation. Both as well as and neither nor want a lack of conflict. The brusque either-or of strict logic is more sincere and honest. From a psychological point of view, logic has its equivalent in the death instincts. Like them, it is concerned with separation, while the thinking of polarity as the thinking of connections has its equivalent in the life instincts. Strict logic, as a performance of the ego, is indispensable. It insists on the necessary distinctions, separations, frustrations and demarcations that are essential if life is not to go mad in itself. And so it seems obvious to emphasize biological objectivity over the alogical denial of anatomical destiny, i.e. to point out that the difference between the sexes cannot be overridden by declarations of will. This is only correct if one does not fall for the identitarian imposition in this way, but recognizes that the biological in humans describes a field of conflicts from the outset, because it represents the material of psychological activity and is accordingly only experienced in this context. The small biological differences between the sexes and the power that biology nevertheless possesses in the form of the small difference also convey what the concept of the natural substrate actually means, that it is a substrate, a minimal residual content of the historically formed object that man becomes himself when he makes his biological nature the object of his reflection and action. At the same time, the term nonetheless describes something essential, something that constantly eludes positing and disposal. No certainties can be derived from the finding that a gender polarity undoubtedly exists in biological humans. All conclusions drawn from this fact are set, i.e. man-made, but not of our own free will. In other words, men and women are social concepts, not immediate biological ones, but they have a real foundation to which they constantly refer, which means that the definition of woman and man is by no means random or arbitrary. The fact that the two-gendered human being is now spoken of pejoratively as binary, in order to speak of a gender diversity that only leads back to the desire for the perfect correspondence of sensation and gender, denies the polarity in which neither psychologically nor biologically can a person ever be completely man or completely woman, although it apparently refers to this fact. The purpose of talking about binary genders, however, is not to emphasize the transitions, differences, and resonances of the gender polarity between male and female, but to ascribe to them unmediated uniqueness. The idea of biology to which the critics of a trans agenda refer in the so-called gender debate therefore mostly misses the complexity of the biological-psychological constitution of the human being, and because this idea of the biological difference between man and woman is also interspersed with identitarian ideas, they become entangled in a hopeless situation because they implicitly adopt the thesis of binarity and do not start from the uniform gender being human in its various facets and manifestations. The difference in germ cell production, for example, is not suitable for claiming that trans women are not women. The fact that women feel threatened when trans women have access to women's changing rooms is not based on a biological difference, but on social experience, the experience of growing up as a woman or a man and the differences that exist in this growing up. The fact that operations and hormones do not change the biological sex says nothing about women's fear of men or the question of whether trans women are women or not. In this way, the critics unintentionally confirmed the social power of identity coercion in relation to gender. However, the theoretical and activist trans debate does even less to break it, because whatever the terms for self-definition may be, terms such as trans, non-binary etc. do not themselves go beyond the binary, they merely locate themselves in an intermediate space and take up the classic role patterns as quotations without criticizing them. A critique of gender would therefore have to examine, under the above conditions, how, after a century of the dwindling significance of gender, which made emancipation from the compulsively asserted being of woman or man conceivable, since the beginning of the millennium it seems as if there is nothing more important than one's own gender location. This is by no means a fringe group phenomenon. Since the 1990s, for example, major youth studies have noted a general return to so-called classic gender roles and family images. Masculinity and femininity have once again become cultural categories. The dissolution of these classic role models was once largely driven by industrialization and the two world wars, which both imposed new activities on women and made them possible, which is why periodically recurring returns were often presented as a long-for return to the normal, if not natural, state. The return since the 1990s can certainly be read as a form of reaction to economic and political change, in the wake of which traditional gender roles are not only to be made permeable, but completely delegitimized. The emergence of queer theory at the end of the 1980s was the soundtrack to this change, in which the radicalized demands for flexibility and availability of subjects at all times were ideologically intoned as a development enabling self-determination. The knowledge that every sexual, self-representation is not exclusively, but nonetheless essentially a staging in relation to the sexual object of desire, and as if, gave rise to an illusion of availability over the staging, which had to disregard or even deny the unconscious parts of this staging. Psychoanalytically speaking, RTL2 stands for this just as much as queer theory. with the difference that the latter's representatives are in demand socially, while the former are put on the defensive as exotic and retarded with the help of queers of all shades. I am who I appear to be because I decide for myself how I appear. This motto applies to a time in which individuals are more socially, economically, and socially powerless than ever before. The only remaining refuge of self-determination is one's own body and the unquestioning recognition of the self-chosen definition of this body by others. Accordingly, the fluidity that is claimed to correspond to economic flexibility is often only poorly disguised rigidity in the defense against very real existential fears, which are projected onto gender, because gender is understood to be as much biological and innate as it is social and socially mediated. This is a manifestation of the social compulsion to bring the dissonances that inevitably appear in human gender into harmony by any means necessary. This process is only conveyed particularly sharply in the transgender subject, but it affects every subject, as evidenced by the constant daily negotiations about masculinity and femininity in the social, media, and in real life. The fact that the number of normal men seeking psychotherapy is increasing, for example, proves that the question of self-definition does not pass them by without a trace, just as exuberant displays of masculinity are not evidence of self-confidence or self-evidence, but rather the opposite. Criticizing transgender without acknowledging that nowadays every subject has to declare and classify themselves takes the sting out of the criticism, because it is by no means the case that trans discourse is an exceptional phenomenon. Rather, it embodies the tendency of social events in an exemplary and radical way. Taking the universities and the academic bubble as a measure of reality actually denies its extent, even if at first glance they appear to be opposing phenomena, in which one world assures itself of its gender certainty in the existence of its own body and thus replaces social security, which no longer seems possible, with a quasi-biological one, while the other world celebrates real uncertainty and elevates it to a moral norm, and encircling around its own self-definition, the social determinants, race, class, gender, alternate according to their usefulness in the competition between the precarious. There is currently nothing beyond this false alternative, and any critique would also have to acknowledge the fact that it moves between these poles without being able to escape them. That the proponents are at least to some extent aware of this is shown by the omnipotent pose with which they encounter each other in the trans question without ever leaving their own universe. The fact that the critique of transgender is so readily adopted by the ideology-critical dudes and chicks is due to the fact that they feel that they belong to the world of gender certainty, which they assert, be it as a matter of course in the world of life, be it in opposition to unleashed competition and its imperative of constant dissolution of boundaries. From the point of view of bourgeois morality, which can be reconciled less than ever with this unleashed competition, the unambiguous positioning is, however, very surprising, for as often as it is emphasized that one does not want to offend transgender individuals, the ridicule and malice about the unsuccessful attempts to stage these individuals predominate. Every gender staging is unsuccessful, it is ridiculous, it is tragic and demonstrates the failure to reconcile society and sexual individuation. The fact that the vast majority do not feel this way, at least not as long as they are not individually confronted with corresponding conflicts, and experience their own gender identity and sexual object choice as egocentric, has so far been due to the successful repression of Oedipal conflicts and the childish polymorphous perverted structure. Whether it is the repression that no longer works or whether the social roles have once again become overpowering remains to be seen. In any case, the neurotic misfortune has once again become hysterical, i.e. sexual, although there may once have been a chance historically to reverse it, not only individually. At the end of the 19th century, hysteria in men and women was a disease that could be turned around. If hysteria in men and women at the end of the 19th century was an illness caused by the fact that traditional gender roles came into conflict with the demands of capital relations and were also individually perceived as a constraining corset, and if the attempt of the Enlightenment through psychoanalysis was to uncover and thus alleviate the individual's suffering under the armor of the social character, the answer to the apparent regression in the present cannot be the demand for an even stronger armor, even if it is in the form of a bomb-proof gender identity. Because the regressive dissolution of the boundaries of the gender order does not dismantle the prison of a gender identity, but wants to generalize it with the tailwind of the economy, it seems as if it is nowadays considered downright dangerous to leave the terrain of the binary, even if one perhaps considers one's own repression to have been successful. Perhaps this is due to their own real insecurity, which they try to cover up by being unambiguous in the debate, thereby implicitly complying with the obligation to confess. It seems almost impossible to evade the imposition of identity and to confront the polarity of one's own gender without fear, and yet it is precisely the knowledge of one's own position in heterosexuality that finds fulfillment in the opposite sex encounter, or homosexuality as an objective form of desire that must experience the other as immediate, or in the transgender desire, beyond a gender dysphoria, to be allowed to live in the other gender as the other, together and individually, if they did not feel threatened by gender polarity in all its richness of variation, they could counter the sterile logic of identity with a thoroughly libidinous critique. The current social character is comparable to that of the 19th century in that the sexual connotation of its externalizations is only seemingly unconscious to it, while in reality it is about nothing else. While in the 19th century, however, it was a matter of making these sexual connotations visible. However, while in the 19th century it was a matter of making this explicit in a liberating sense, today the sexual connotation has given way to a penetrance of concrete sexual events that no longer seem to have anything to do with sexuality, but all the more with competition, as the last field in which there are still victories to be won for the economically and socially dependent individual. This is why talk about sexuality seems just as uptight as it did 140 years ago. In the meantime, the demand for conformity of desire and fulfillment has merged so much with the demand for identity of individual being and individual appearance that happiness in love no longer seems possible. The pornographic element of individual staging wants to demonstrate that love is not necessary, and is at the same time a testimony to the fact that it is completely different. The social character, determined by the externalization of even the most intimate desires, mimes invulnerability, while in the snowflakes, he ridicules their demonstrative vulnerability. Both together indicate the functioning of a society that requires both positions, because one is incompatible with the other, yet they cannot do without each other. They share the same experiences, they just deal with them differently. At the same time, this says something about the de-individualization of society, where the contradictions can only be expressed socially and not in the individual and can therefore neither be mediated individually nor socially. A totalitarian development becomes foreseeable that hardly allows for individual interaction. What unconscious desire can be hidden in the conscious will to unambiguity? Why should there be designations and names for something that has no uniqueness anyway? Neither man nor woman were ever suitable as terms for anything, except as such for the oppression of women, and were therefore always socially determined and an expression of an ideology of social, not biological, differences. Aware of this contradiction, the distinction between sex and gender emerged in the 1950s and 1960s, initially in the ego-psychologically influenced psychoanalysis of the USA. Ego psychology was concerned with the conflicts in the ego, those between external demands, superego, and one's own individual desires, and the aim of this psychology was to find a compromise solution that avoided neurotic suffering as far as possible. The advantage of this psychology was that it was able to make the distinctions that allowed individuals to identify the contradiction between their instinctual destiny and the demands of conforming to norms, thereby helping to alleviate them individually. But this pragmatic approach came at the cost of favoring realistic conformity over unstable and precarious but necessary compromise. The conceptual basis for psychoanalysts such as Robert Stoller, who published the authoritative work Sex and Gender, on the development of masculinity and femininity in 1968, and others was the rejection of the Freudian thesis of the original bisexuality of the subject, which dominated ego psychology in the USA after 1945 and was always meant ambiguously. It refers both to individual sexual identification and to the choice of sexual object. At a time when a female man or a male woman was automatically identified as homosexual, which was also a concern of sexology at the time, Freud succeeded in demonstrating that sexual identification by no means coincided with the choice of sexual object. The original bisexuality splits in the process of the Oedipal conflict, but can never be completely resolved. Consequently, according to Freud, there is no third sex, but there is certainly a multitude of sexual identifications which, although not completely separate from the choice of sexual object, are determined by parallel processes. The bitemporality of sexual organization described by Freud is due to the late sexual maturation of humans. An infantile, polymorphous perverse sexual organization without genital maturation undergoes decisive conflicts in the confrontation with the parents. The genital sexual object choice, on the other hand, only finally takes place when genital sexuality can be experienced by the individual in puberty. This is why hormonal treatment to prevent sexual maturation is so dangerous, because it limits, if not excludes, this psychological possibility in favor of sexual unambiguity. What was denied by ego psychology, and subsequently by queer theory, despite all superficial criticism of psychoanalysis, is the symbolic dimension of gender, which goes far beyond individual sexuality, without separation from the mother and the associated entry into the sphere of the social, a triangulated space in which the father represents the dimension that corresponds to thought. Individual development is inconceivable. The absence of the breast, i.e. the negative dimension, is the basis for the first thought, lack. The resulting deep fears of starvation and thirst can at best be translated in the separation in such a way that the absence of the nourishing breast causes the presence of the thought. For dual gender identification and for love for the opposite sex and same-sex parent, the change of the object of love and the separation of both, bisexuality is, however, conditio sine qua non, contrary to what American ideology from ego psychology to queer theory, but also many of its critics, advocate in the name of some identitary unambiguity. The close connection between the earliest lack, the earliest experience of destructive impulses, and infantile sexual libidinal impulses creates the foundation for the conflictuality that cannot be resolved in principle and that confronts the individual with the lifelong task of either finding compromises or deciding in favor of one side or the other in such a way that the parts of the other in one's own must be rejected and repressed. Both in the question of the conflictual nature of gender polarity and the inner psychological reality, there is a consensus in the trans debate that runs counter to the opposing positions that dominate this debate. Transsexuality must neither represent an inner conflict nor must it be perceived that everything the individual does is the expression and result of never-ending unconscious conflicts. Both the fact that there can be an inner psychic transsexual conflict and the inner psychic reality in which there can only be compromise solutions of the individual, and gender reassignment is one such solution, in which in every case the absoluteness of a wish must be suppressed in favor of a livable alternative, or acted out in favor of a non-livable one in the form of denial or suicide, seem to be unbearable reminiscences from a time in which it was possible to think such things. In The Man Moses and the Monotheistic Religion, Freud writes that the turn from the mother to the father, moreover, denotes a victory of spirituality over sensuality, that is, a cultural advance, for motherhood is proven by the testimony of the senses, while fatherhood is an assumption, based on a conclusion and a presupposition. The partisanship that elevates the thought process above sensory perception proves to be a momentous step. A retraction of cultural progress means the rejection of thinking for which gender reassignment can be understood not only as the last step in conflicts that can no longer be resolved in any other way, but also as a wish, and which, without judgment, presupposes that gender identity and object choice are always tragic and temporary compromise solutions that exclude one possibility of experience in each case and force a new solution with the inevitable return of the repressed. Perhaps at the heart of the matter is this anything but compassionate view of the inevitability of conflict, which could be described as benevolently paternal. The return of hysterical misery indicates the state of decay of bourgeois certainties that once claimed to be universal. Psychoanalysis's turning away from sexuality, as an unconscious conglomerate of identifications and desires, in recent decades says something about how threatening and explosive the instinctual remains when it has to be translated into the social, too hot to handle. The conditions under which this preoccupation takes place have changed fundamentally. Instead of identification, we are talking about identity. Instead of desire, we are talking about relationship. The relationship between violence and sexuality in external reality and the relationship between destructive and libidinous drives in internal reality correspond uncannily. Where Freud once located the contradiction between the individual and society precisely at this point and declared it to be the cause of hysteria, the cause of the new hysteria can now also be found. But where, and this seems to be different today than in the time of Freud's hysterical patients, the individual does not suffer individually, there can also be no individual transformation of hysterical misery into neurotic misery, where the search for the cause of individual suffering is not about gender and other certainties, thinking is at an end. Ideology always thinks it is somewhere else. This opinion is its sure testimony. It is not due to any interest or intention of particular classes or groups, it is not the result of conscious manipulation. Nevertheless, it is due to ideology when those who hold particular ideas harden them into incontrovertible certainties. The mere accusation that something is ideology, as opposed to its criticism, has long since found its outlet. Truth is considered to be fulfilled, its origin is realized in history, since it has been imminently moving its progress from the beginning, however the terrible grimace of the surface of appearances may conceal this. Just as Jesus Christ, a sensual man who is finite and mortal, is supposed to be the tangible Son of the immortal and infinite, sensual supersensual God the Father, the general that has become incarnate, so money, the universal equivalent of the value of all possible commodities, is the realization of that general in a particular thing in crazy form. Money is the ideology that has become a thing. It is the logical criterion of truth that believes itself to be fulfilled. Whatever its secular opponents may claim, Christianity is by no means an aged rival of self-preserving reason. According to Hegel, it is simply religion in its perfected form. Christianity is rather the cult developed into such a form, without which enlightened reason itself would have no existence. Hegel's concept of cult, which in the broadest sense means the objectification of practice as such, is congruent with that of society. This projection speaks of religion in a double sense. In the broad sense, religion denotes the entire sphere of the self-consciousness of the spirit in art, religion and philosophy, and only as one who knows himself in this way is the spirit absolute spirit. In the narrow sense, religion means that form of this self-consciousness of the spirit which makes use of the form of the imagination and thus differs from art and philosophy, which thematize the same object in the form of contemplation or understanding thought. This broad sense understandably persists throughout Hegel's entire philosophy of religion, including its later extensive elaborations in the lectures of the Berlin period. For the mode of consciousness of the imagination, which corresponds to the subject's separation from its object, is precisely what characterizes that necessarily false consciousness of ideology. Religion in general, especially Christian religion, is thus ideological, just as ideology conversely has the religious form of existence without always coinciding with a certain one. Reason is as little supratemporal as the consequence of an inscrutable fact. It can neither be perpetuated nor arbitrarily crossed out. It is the result of the dialectic of enlightenment, which locates it in a no-man's land between the atemporal transcendental and the contingent empirical. The more emphatically reason, which in archaic myth escaped from the prehistoric compulsion of nature, advanced its mastery, the more surely this reason itself was transformed into a constant force of nature, which weighs on the individual as a concept of social facts. However, the Enlightenment, completely liberated from the magic of myth, resulted in a new enlightenment because it solidified into a second nature. As far as Christianity is concerned, according to Hegel it is the only certain religion, and, in a certain sense, it is the only one, Horkheimer and Adorno add, whose theological dogmatics declare the incarnation of the monotheistically conceived transcendent God, the isolation, and the godlike nature of every earthly human being, his existence as a general individuality, to be the identity of the infinite and the finite. If, in Christian theogony, every sensual being inevitably participates in the unfolded non-sensual as its cause, then it also exhausts itself in this. All that which may distinguish the particular creature as non-identical qualities from its general concept is regarded merely as an arbitrary filler and can, if need be safely ignored. In Hegel's concept of that spirit which is, in the most concrete meaning, subject and object are always already the same. The general element of spirit, despite its manifold externalizations in the particular, for the spirit that does not appear is not, it reflects itself in turn absorbs these particulars. The reality of this spiritual element in history is that of self-preserving reason, which assumes a rationalized form under the capital relation. God and capital, the sun and money, these are not opposites, no matter how eagerly they are blackened as such by their contenders. One has to pay attention to Marx's theologizing metaphors in order to recognize the scandalous point and the denunciatory nerve of the critique of political economy, in nothing other than the fact that what centuries could only vaguely imagine as God has become, in the concept and matter of capital, the law of motion of reality, the automatic subject. No one has yet understood this glibly used phrase. Marx is a Marxist least of all, for it is intrinsically and objectively incomprehensible, is as objectively irrational as befits a crazy form. Hegel's philosophy of religion is not only an adequate representation of the essence of Christianity, precisely because of its attempt to mediate between its irrationalist and rationalist views. It is at the same time a testimony to the omnipresence of ideology against its will, which, while claiming to be the ultimate realization of truth, is ideological doxa. Critical theory can use it to show where the boundary between itself and ideology runs. It separates concepts from contradiction. In Hegel's dialectic, this contradiction, since it aligns the non-identical with the identical, is transformed into the immovable principle of the philosophy of unity. Contradiction is the non-identical under the aspect of identity. The primacy of the principle of contradiction in the dialectic measures the heterogeneous against unity thinking. In Hegel, contradiction is spiritualized and thus immortalized. In Adorno's negative dialectic, on the other hand, it is the expression of a historical whole, guided by the sensorium of an individual libe. Hegel's conceptualization of the Christian religion presents that elevation of the positive cult of the community to its conceptually articulated doctrine in philosophical terms. Religion is the awareness of what is true in and of itself. Consciousness of what is true in and of itself, unrestricted, completely general. This is an elevation, reflection, passing over from the immediate, sensual, individual, for the immediate is the first and therefore not the elevation, thus a going out in a way to another. But this elevation to the concept is nothing more than the, itself ideological, model of the relationship of ideology to its theorizations. Such mere theoretical descriptions of ideology are encountered in contemporary humanities and cultural studies, and today it may manifest itself most readily in the everyday products of the culture industry. But what unites both, the old philosophy of religion and the new theories of the culture industry, is that they both shadily deny such an experience that goes beyond that which is regulated for the purposes of self-preservation. Such experience, the fleeting sign of a reconciled society, manifests itself in the supposedly simplest things. It is the soil from which the utopian idea grows, the opposite of a utopian image. Adorno also describes it as the unaltered, as well as the thought that could grasp it. If ungoverned experience is alien to Hegel's philosophy of religion, the ideological model of objective ideology, then negative dialectics aims to make conceivable something that itself, at least as yet, has no social existence, but which, once generalized, would alone deserve the name of free experience. According to Adorno, an unmanaged dialectical thought opposes a dialectic, be it of the idea or of the thing itself, in that it does not follow the guidelines of a presupposed system, that whole which is, after all, the untrue. Following the particular object in each case, such involuntary thinking, because it is moved by the imitation of natural impulses, and at the same time arbitrary, because it requires the spontaneity of the subject, intends to grasp in things that which cannot be recognized by the general concepts formed for the purposes of mastering nature, although it would be just as difficult to recognize without them. This kind of thought, which is the interplay of objective ideology and can be developed into special thinking that is always determined by social content, is based on art and aesthetic experience in general. Every emphatic art forms the self-contained lawfulness of a monadic work of art, which is always the only one in terms of intention. It intends to express the historical context in such a way that the particularity of the respective aesthetic material is not surrendered to a general scheme, an artistic style does not become formally rigid. The unregulated dialectical thought similarly expresses an unregulated experience and even anticipates universally unregulated life. According to Adorno, understanding it requires not allowing the Cartesian maxim of clear and distinct thinking to cloud our view of the fact that even philosophical scientific knowledge is not always composed of consistently transparent acts. According to the formological doctrine of judgment, dialectical thought can be deficient, since it prefers the maintenance of the cognitive reference to a particular thing to the supposedly always producible transparency of its genesis. This inadequacy resembles that of the line of life, which runs bent, deflected, disappointing in relation to its premises, and yet only in this course, in that it is always less than it should be, is it able to represent an unregulated one under the given conditions of existence. According to Adorno, existentialism of the post-war period is to be praised precisely for the fact that, with the anti-scientific concept of active subjectivity, it seeks to rescue the moment of such a special experience that does not conform to the possible, which is geared towards manageability. But he assumes an unrestricted experience as one that is, if not already socially realized, at least immediately realizable. It is therefore not only him, but rather every philosophy of the subject that is to be criticized for postulating the spontaneity of the subject detached from its dependence on the object. For existentialism, experience without rules is ontologically guaranteed by the human mode of being of historicity. In its variant, which was transformed into fundamental ontology, this is inscribed as an existential, into existence itself as an ineluctable basic determination. Accordingly, there is no objectivity that is actually independent of the subject that would not be misunderstood as an intangible and dead nature. The earth appears openly revealed as itself only where it is preserved and guarded as the essentially inaccessible, which retreats from every development and i.e. constantly keeps itself closed. Martin Heidegger, The Origin of the Work of Art, 1935-1936. According to Adorno, however, the object has social and epistemological precedence because, as a living nature, it itself contains the germ of subjectivity. In his discussion of Marx's concept of nature, Alfred Schmidt criticizes Ernst Bloch's subject of nature and the broader physics he envisaged, insofar as it suggests a romanticizing and souling of nature. Adorno avoids the extremes of a scientific concept of nature and its metaphysical essentialization as a living Urgrund that could only ever be falsely objectified. His concept of unregulated experience thus contains the two necessary aspects of critical theory: on the one hand, the dialectical aspect, which has to grasp the continuity in the constitution and course of history. The concept of unregulated experience, like that of possible experience according to Kant, is one of the conditions of possibility of objectivity, though not of objectivity in general. If it were to be generalized socially, this would imply a relationship to nature that was nowhere based on its control. Unregulated experience thus does not mean an individual context of experience, even if it may express itself as such under the existing relations of domination. If its conditions were socially enduring, they would have developed historically and made such experience generally realizable. Their concept is insofar related to Hegel's speculative concept of objectivity as it is historical, with the difference, however, that the subject abstractly determines the object and, conversely, the object abstractly determines the subject, that is, dominates it. If Hegel's concept of objectivity is a relationship of domination mirrored in thought, then the concept of unregulated experience addresses a relationship in which subject and object are reconciled and thus only then abolished. Thus the other aspect inherent in the idea of unregulated experience is the undialectical one. In the negativity of the dialectically conceivable social whole, something unexpectedly comes to expression that does not merge with it, but rather goes beyond beings and the existing. This moment is such a simpler expression of freedom, which manifests itself in discontinuity, in detachment from the historical whole. It is the element of the otherwise suppressed natural spontaneity and consists in the conscious change of the given conditions. This freedom can just as little be hypostatized, its realization is historically opposed by special blocks. Thus the concept of unregulated experience is the one that sums up the compulsion to think dialectically and undialectically at the same time that characterizes Adorno's thinking. Unregulated experience cannot be conceived as a subjective postulate of thought or as a practical maxim of action if it is to exist independently of subjective reason, which adapts everything to itself. Rather, in aesthetic experience, its fleeting expression that testifies to it as socially realizable, something non-identical manifests itself that is intangible to universal concepts, but would remain indeterminable without them because it cannot be reduced to what is the case. The ideological regimentation of experience, on the other hand, is expressed in the attempts to attribute the unregulated to one of the mirror image poles of subjectivism or objectivism, even in their scientific conceptualizations. There is a theoretical oscillation between them because the contradictory nature of social relations, which causes the inconsistency, remains unresolved in reality. Marx explicates this split, for example, in his critique of the monetary theories of classical political economy, which oscillate between naturalistic metalism and conventionalist sign theory. On the one hand, what experience is derived from the self-acting subject, with reference to a supposedly free-floating irrational origin, without allowing for a consistent conceptual connection between the individual determinations of experience. However complex the individual theoretical determinations of reality may be, in the end they must remain separate from one another. They cannot be conceived from the point of view of reconciliation, the totality cannot be regarded as redeemable and its moments correspondingly changeable. On the other hand, experience is naturalistically extinguished under the primacy of the systematics of objective, in the Hegelian sense, poorly abstract categories. They are nothing but tools of domination, because a domination-free individual experience is irrelevant to them. What could become social experience, on the other hand, once the coercion of society repressively confronting the individual is removed, is revealed rudimentarily, as Horkheimer and Adorno outline in the Elements of Antisemitism, in reflected projection, in uncontrolled mimesis, the source of which is the bodily drive of the particular beings. Hegel's philosophy of religion, a key to understanding ideology against will, fights both rational theology and the opposing doctrine of immediate religious feeling in a consequent way. For them, God could only be the object of a special sentiment, which alone overcame the degeneration of the heavenly commandments into abstract and subjectively irrelevant principles. The theology of the Enlightenment, on the other hand, which itself arose from the intellectual dispute with church dogmatics, nevertheless leaves the latter's faith untouched. It formulates rational determinations of God autonomously through the rational exegesis of Holy Scripture and is therefore, according to Hegel, just as little the real knowledge of God. Its abstract thinking is not able to resolve the split between the subjective and the objective, the particular content of faith on the one hand and the intellect that fixes the attributes of the infinite without connection to inwardness on the other. According to Hegel, however, the ultimate goal of philosophical critique is to overcome this divide between fervor and insight that prevails in society. The anti-rational position of inner revelation remains in the particularism of devotion. If religious feeling is random and changeable, it cannot really recognize God. Its unreliability in terms of content closes it in on itself, causing it to forfeit its connection to the divine, even though a feeling can be quite certain of evil. The result of the supremacy of religious sentiment is solipsism and ignorance. Hegel, on the other hand, demands a philosophy, which he also declares to be theology, to meet the two opposing needs in relation to the eternal, to truly recognize God as objective and to ensure the certainty of his subjective experience. But as if this demand could only be met in this way, he equates the divine with the infinite, while the natural corporeality of the individual evaporates in his intelligible being. If religion in the broad sense is that social instance in which the spirit in its absolute form manifests itself as an outpouring from itself in general, then the spirit in this natural exterior in turn relates only to itself. Nature is only its own other. The necessary process of the unfolding of the absolute concept is, also according to the science of logic, already passed through with the positing of the world. The idea has always passed over into nature as its other. But in truth it has simply mystically leapt over to it. According to Hegel, the idea only attains self-consciousness when it is realized in this way. Logic operates as the system of pure reason, as the realm of pure thought, which represents truth as it is in and for itself without a shell. One can, therefore, express that this content is the representation of God as he is in his eternal being before the creation of nature and of finite spirit. Logic can therefore only be described metaphorically as the representation of God before the creation of nature, since it is precisely such figurative language that corresponds to the imaginative language of religion. But because, according to Hegel, the entire endeavor of philosophy culminates in transferring that language of the completed religion, which is also obviously called something else, into the philosophical one, it is by no means to be rendered obsolete. For Hegel, philosophy is merely the elevation of the content of revealed religion to a concept. It is by no means secondary, as the left Hegelian interpretation tends to abbreviate its meaning, but the sole ground on which philosophy, as thinking determined by content, can be developed. Ideology is the basis of speculative philosophy. It is religion that is, writes Hegel with lively emphasis in his introductory manuscript to the 1821 lecture on the philosophy of religion. This formula, with its double emphasis on is, expresses nothing other than the determination of the reality of ideologically false consciousness. Religion, admittedly only the perfected Christian religion, is for Hegel literally the spirit that has become an object. It is nothing more than the relationship of the consciousness of the individual to the absolute, the spirit, which is detached from its dependence on the other as a given and is thus free. Only that relationship in religion exists in the particular mode of consciousness of the imagination, which is not yet aware of that absoluteness. This specific imaginative consciousness of religion contrasts not only with the concept of philosophy, but also with the contemplation of the fine arts, to which the same subjective spirituality is attributed in a different way. Representation is what Hegel calls the form of consciousness for such objects that are not immediately present, such as the work of art for contemplation, but nevertheless remain attached to the coordinates of space and time as well as the pictorial. This also applies to the biblical God and his actions towards human beings, which are imagined as taking place in space and time, as well as to the childlike images of Father and Son for the inner Trinitarian relationship. According to Marx, just like the objects of the imagination thus determined, those of ideology are not immediate. This is precisely their point, as they are social relations. At the same time, however, they are in space and time, possessing a ghostly objectivity in that they develop a practical effect similar to those objects of the religious cult. The commodity as a product of the value relation is a sensual supersensual thing, in which the supersensible, the value, can only appear by means of the sensual, the use value. And it is only thanks to such material appearance that the movement of this occult thing also directs the actions of the commodity owners, according to the various production-related character masks. At the same time, ideology has an image character. According to Hegel, the images in religion, unlike in art, which is the sensual appearance of the idea and thus entirely pictorial, are condensed into their concatenations and transformed into the elements of texts and narratives. The effect of ideology, viewed epistemologically, consists either in the comprehension of things in themselves as beings independent of consciousness or, on the contrary, in the disappearance of the substantial reality of things in themselves behind their merely subjective construction. In the two extremes to which realism and idealism correspond, something is missing, the unaltered reflection of consciousness. The produceness and subjective mediatedness of things is hidden. In religion, the objectively omnipotent God reigns without human freedom. Or the material substance of subjective ideas is neglected. This corresponds to the relativism of the subjectively produced diversity of deities, the manifold forms of polytheism according to Hegel. As a result, however, the subject and object are always divided. This results in the character of the image, understood here as the content of the mode of consciousness of representation, that idea in which the subject is on the one side and the object on the other without reflection. Diremption, the non-reconciliation of subject and object, is the reason why phenomena and things are separated from each other. One possesses merely subjectively formed ideas of the things in themselves, which are, however, at the same time the results of social and epistemological conditioning of these into objects, which enable the real fulfillment of the purposes of mere self-preservation. If self-preservation under capital means adaptation to the anarchy of its continuous and at the same time discontinuous self-movement, then the pictorial character of the ideological content corresponds to the fragmentary nature of impressions, the definition of which Adorno and Benjamin sharpened to the shocking. Under the pressure of the suffering of self-sacrifice constantly inflicted on the individual by capital, the modeled experience shrinks to the repetition of discrete shocks. In the idealism of the cult, with Marx, of ideology itself, knowledge merges into a stream of consciousness flowing untouched by external things, which seals itself off from them in a self-referential way. Consciousness as a whole becomes imaginary, since no influence of things external to consciousness, of things as they are in and of themselves, on its contents is permitted. The unity of consciousness is ephemeral, despite its seemingly arbitrarily expandable contents. Although its content appears in a conceptual costume, it is nevertheless without a concept in the emphatic sense, because its ideas do not capture the disparity that should characterize the content of the concept, but rather only suggest it. For ideal typical realism on the opposite side, which negates the constitutive activity of the subject, objectivity is reduced to the totality of contingent and abstract regularities. Because the subject makes itself small as an appendage of the objective, objective laws have no relevance for it. They are alien and indifferent to it, oppressive. Knowledge of them may also expand from the perspective of realism, based on the given object, nature. However, no consistent connection can be established between the multiplicity of particular laws, which would be necessary so that they could be thought of as conditions of social facilitation of a generally unregulated experience, used in practice and transformed step by step. Only then would this connection have an emphatic meaning for the subject, because it would be constituted by the subject itself, even if the isolated subject could not be its demiurgic creator, but rather produce the connection by imitating the non-identical qualities of nature. For selfless positivism, however, the laws of natural science are themselves images. They refer to an exterior unbridgeably cut off from the subject. They are alien to the subject, do not create any experience for it, and are discontinuous. Laws as fragments are not conceived as being graspable by the unguided movement of dialectical thought. For this follows the determinate negations of the object without a given conclusion, always predetermined by the imperatives of self-preservation. In the chapter, World Spirit and Natural History, of Negative Dialectics, Adorno criticizes views of the philosophy of history that focus one-sidedly on either continuity or discontinuity in history. In contrast, history is a unity of continuity and discontinuity. The critique put forward there is the philosophical formulation of the critique of epistemological dualism. The conception of religion, which is based on imagination rather than view or concept, possesses its ideology-critical potential thanks to the division between subject and object that it interprets. Science, including that of society and culture, differs from everyday consciousness, whose form of reflection it is supposed to be, through the derivation of a lawfulness for the individual phenomena. Like those of the first nature, the rules of society and culture are to be made available as those of a second nature. Every science apparently does not stop at the sensual images, at the conception of the particular. Rather, it seeks the supersensible as a general rule behind the individual phenomena. According to Hegel, this is precisely the content of religion that is, even if the relation of the particular to the universal is initially only carried out unconsciously. Religio consists in such an immediate awareness of the infinite that interprets all phenomena of empirical reality in the light of their participation in the infinitely supersensible. According to Hegel, this form of the imaginative consciousness of separation, in which the finite always stands in one dimension and the infinite in another dimension that is in principle separate from it, separates religion from philosophy as well as from art, including poetry, and from aesthetic experience in general. Religion is doctrinaire. It develops a doctrine from the images by interpreting and codifying them. The sensual appearance of the idea, on the other hand, cannot retain any cognitive content, since it consists of its individual views. Hegel already assigns the form of the imagination to poetry, since it too rises above the immediate sensual presence and perception of an object. Its objects are indeed ideal, they no longer belong to the externally existing sensible, but are still imagined in space and time. Nevertheless, while the poet does claim truth for the figures he creates, namely poetic truth, religion ascribes absolute truth to its imaginary figures, and it does not aim for an aesthetic relationship to poetry, but for belief in these imaginary contents. However, this absolute truth, being the truth in itself, characterizes capital as the automatic subject. It is a process that refers only to itself as its own other and thus unfolds solely out of itself. This broken subject allows its actors to reproduce the relation of value and capital without them knowing anything about it. If logic is money of the mind, then capital is the absolute form of its movement. At the same time, thanks to the ignorance of their own constitutive activity, which is based on the separation of subject and object, the acting owners of commodities may believe all the more firmly in the immovability of this relationship. The particular psychological attitude towards it is irrelevant for its social reproduction out of itself qua utilization of value. When Hegel describes the logical historical stages of the embodiment of the idea for the completed religion of Christianity, which is only achieved with the founding of the real community of believing Christians, he defines the first stage as the pure heart, the heart in general, the general spirituality. In contrast to monasticism, which is cut off from the world and springs equally from the renunciate and pious soul, the heart of the free individual already contains its opposite, worldliness, albeit in a rudimentary form that still needs to be developed further. Since monasticism claims the knowledge of God exclusively for itself, it necessarily restricts the general spirituality against itself. Thus, in the expanded definition of the Christian religion, the unification of both areas is demanded. In the Church, as objectified religiosity, spirituality, and the world are already in a reciprocal relationship. But here, too, the former still lays claim to dominance over the latter, and the secular remains raw in itself. If the ecclesiastically established religion only has to dominate worldliness as its exterior, it creates a bondage to which all worldly forms of government are null and void. Hegel calls for the removal of all obstacles to the identification of the individual with this absolute truth, including institutional ones, not the dissolution, but rather the consummate religious, ideological, penetration of the state is the final goal. According to Hegel, only the Aufhebung of the contradiction in question would be the true reconciliation, the overcoming of that contradiction in concrete morality. It amounts to the transformation of state institutions into divine institutions, to their ennoblement. Reason must bring about this Aufhebung. It is the general that confronts the bondage of state forms, which remain external to the pure heart, like the Church, with the concept of reconciliation. The problem, however, is that the division is not resolved. Instead, it enters as such into the concept of the reconciled state and becomes its logically necessary component. Hegel only affirms the divisiveness, while he transfigures the moral world of Christianity as an already reconciled one. If the general of reason with its Enlightenment impetus is initially directed against everything external that is not guaranteed by reason itself, then it turns against everything concrete, even against the true idea of God, since this is not absorbed in its rational concept. Such Enlightenment thinking, because it does not think of the idea of God as a trinity, is an inanimate abstraction. It belongs to the limited mind, whose false law is that of abstract identity. In contrast, true identity is the truth of the concrete. It must think of itself and its other as distinct and equal in one. The redeeming third is therefore only fulfilled in thought after the spiritual historical standpoint of philosophy has been reached. The contradictory content of religion, nothing other than the idea of God himself, takes refuge in the concept. This is the only way for thought to achieve concretization. This reconciliation is philosophy. In this respect, philosophy is theology. Philosophy has God as its object in general, and actually as its only object. He, the thought of God, is the one and only object of philosophy, to deal with him, to recognize everything in him, to trace everything back to him, as well as to derive everything special from him and to justify everything alone, insofar as it springs from him, maintains itself in its connection with him, lives before his ray and has his soul. Philosophy is therefore theology, and the preoccupation with it, or rather in it, is in itself worship. Philosophy does not only appear as a unity of opposites, the vanity of understanding, and unbiased religiosity, which is tantamount to rejecting the formal logical principle of the contradiction to be avoided in social reality, insofar as only philosophy is that form of the absolute spirit that is to found the state. Rather, philosophy is at the same time, as the comprehension of the rational and the world, necessarily theology. It becomes the conceptual self-knowledge of God. It is the perfect expression of his self-expression to the world, which is precisely the process of the broken self-movement of the automatic subject. Elevated as the spiritual to the divine, the miserable human existence on earth is degraded to one that has been redeemed from the beginning. In the unio mystica with the eternal, which speculative philosophy aims at, in the identity of the subjective certainty of faith and the objective knowledge of its rational essence, God is thought of as having become objective in his other, in the world of unrestricted spirituality, instead of with the abstract categories of understanding, which think of him only as the external alien and the opposite of consciousness. The real proof of this is provided by God's incarnation in the life of the special man Jesus. However, the abstract unity of the sensual individual with God is only seemingly overcome, and reconciliation is feigned. Rather, the secularization of God in Christ is merely what it actually wants to be, a miracle disguised in the terms of speculative philosophy, the disenchantment of which Hegel only feigns. According to him, spirit as life is only that which is necessarily emptied into its opposite. Among the religions, only the infinite Father God of Christianity consciously emerges as its own opposite by becoming a particular finite as a single human being. God is thus no longer eternal. He dies an earthly death, and not only in himself, in his cultic conception, which is also encountered in other religions, such as nature religions. Rather, God dies for himself at the same time, as a hypocritically transfigured content of religion itself into a living being, the free man Christ. However, it is only this coming to life in the historical individual that makes that God the perfected, because Christian, religion. In the pre-Christian religions, such as the Jewish and Roman religions, which were declared to be the immediate predecessors of Christianity, the time was not yet ripe. In the colleges of different years, both the order of the various religions, with the exception of Christianity, and the accentuation of their definitions change in Hegel's presentation, because Hegel is clearly trying to bring the treatment of non-Christian religions under a dialectical hat. This openness can certainly be credited to Hegel's philosophy of religion, which moves beyond preconceived schemata. However, Hegel derives the status of Judaism, despite its classification as an outdated religion, in all his lectures from his understanding of the inner structure of Christianity, which hardly changes at all. Hegel's conception of the philosophy of religion is also not interested in any supposed religious scientific typological completeness. This is well attested, for example, by the marginal treatment of the equally monotheistic Islam, which, according to Hegel, can only be regarded as an irrationalist replica of Christianity, which regressively denies the individual subjectivity of God on earth, which, from the point of view of his philosophy of religion, has already been achieved in the history of ideas. In Judaism, God is turned away from the world, although, as in Christianity, he is a unified spirit gathered within himself. Beyond and intangible, he is elevated above every concrete being. Without incarnation in the particular living human being, God is not real. That is why he is not freely active in the world and is not a guarantor of the reconciliation that has taken place. In the Romans, on the other hand, the spirit is concretized in the many anthropomorphic deities, whose totality embodied individual values of human morality like dramatis personae and populated the empirical world. However, they were merely personifications of earthly purposes, which were only externally attributed to the many gods of the Roman pantheon. In their religion of expediency, the pragmatism motivated exclusively by the instrumental telos of self-preservation, the given human purposes, ultimately political despotism, are deified instead of the divine goal of reconciliation being humanized. However, the logical and intellectual historical step taken by Christianity is ultimately directed against Judaism in Hegel's work. It should lead beyond Judaism, because only in this monotheism, which still exists and competes with Christianity, is God also a transcendent spirit of coherent nature, while Roman polytheism is only a correlate of inconsistent relativism. The actually existing Islam is hardly taken seriously as an opponent because it does not develop a rational concept of the transcendent universal spirit. It is also this going beyond Judaism that reveals the ideological character of Hegel's philosophy of religion most blatantly, which is also evident in his implementation of the ontological proof of God in favor of the Christian religion. The Christian principle of the secularization of God is aimed at Jewish skepticism towards the Messiah, the God who has become a special human being. Hegel took a public stand against anti-Semitism, for example by defending his student Friedrich Wilhelm Karov in the dispute over the admission of Jewish students to a fraternity at Heidelberg University, see Yirmiyahu Yevel, Dark Riddle, Hegel, Nietzsche, and the Jews. However, Yevel's judgment that there is no trace of anti-Semitism in Hegel's philosophy, despite individual anti-Semitic statements in his early philosophical writings, is only correct insofar as Hegel certainly does not cultivate any openly anti-Semitic resentment against Judaism. Rather, in the philosophy of religion he explicitly praises it as the first religion that conceived of God in his transcendent unity. At the same time, however, this praise disqualifies this religion no less, as it is treated as a functional precursor to the perfect Christian religion, similar, of course, to all others. The religion of light, of Greece, for example, was deficient because it recognized the principle of subjectively free spirituality, even in contrast to Judaism, but did not recognize its unity with the opposite nature. Judaism, however, does not arrive at any developed truth, unlike Christianity, which thinks of the spirit as itself and at the same time its other, spiritualized nature. It is subsumed under this, so to speak. In the same way, various, particular, religions are ascribed their substantial independence, only to dissolve this as a limited moment in the movement of the Absolute Spirit. Judaism is a particular religion whose particularity is ephemeral because it lags behind the time of the Spirit. It is wrong, in particular, it does not think in terms of Trinity theory, and in this respect Hegel's philosophy of religion certainly provides a philosophical basis for anti-Semitism. Human self-reflection in the Absolute, the humanization of God through Christ is the proton pseudos, according to Horkheimer and Adorno about the two monotheisms. Progress over Judaism is bought with the assertion that the man Jesus was God. It is precisely the reflective aspect of Christianity, the spiritualization of magic, that is to blame for the disaster. It is precisely that which is claimed to be of spiritual essence that proves to be of natural essence before the Spirit. It is precisely in the unfolding of the contradiction against such pretensions of the finite that the Spirit exists. Thus the guilty conscience must recommend the prophet as a symbol, the magical practice as transformation. This is what makes Christianity a religion, in a certain sense the only one, a mental attachment to the intellectually suspect, a cultural specialty. Christianity believes in the anti-naturalistic magic that is said to have become the Leib in the miraculous Christ. However, as if it itself does not really believe in its own intellectual suspicion, the miraculous activity transfigured into a concept must displace the particular cult that questions its reality without giving up the idea of universal truth. In Judaism, there is no specific idea of such a grace that overrides the divine strict law of aliquot giving taking through the redemption granted by God Himself in love. Reconciliation is also expected a contracur with the observance of iron commandments, although no Redeemer of the earth has appeared and would have sovereignly taken salvation upon himself through the magical intervention in the legal and thus historical context of nature. Thus, the expulsion of the merchants from the temple would indeed have to be regarded as the foundation scene of Christianity. For the principle of evil, the Satan presented as Judas, becomes for Christianity the one who in his cult does not conceal the existing contradiction between the maxim of doing good and increasing and the fulfillment of the divine commandment. For Judaism, the two aspects still have to be reconciled, which is God's covenant with the elect. But in what way? According to Horkheimer and Adorno, this is unknown despite the pronounced rules of the rituals, which represented codified measures of self-preservation. That is why the community itself must first pave the way for this. Christianity, on the other hand, because it glorifies this contradiction as a coherent reality, takes magic, expressed for example in the sacrament of transubstantiation, at face value. It believes that the man Jesus really was God. This is the same contradiction that manifests itself in money in the unity of its sensual supersensual, contradictory properties of being both a monetary commodity and an expression of value. Like Christ living God, occultistically a finite infinite, money is crazily a sensual supersensual, Marx's animal, alongside individual animal species as a monstrous realization of value in an empirical thing. It is as if, besides and apart from lions, tigers, hares and all other real animals, there also existed the animal, the individual incarnation of the whole animal kingdom. But because this untruth, which is nevertheless believed, i.e. the lie, is repressed and unconsciously gives the believer a guilty conscience, the unthought own is blindly externalized in order to remedy the pressure. What repels as foreign is all too familiar, emphasize Horkheimer and Adorno with Freud. Through false projection, this familiar self, the social relationship based on magic that is believed to be true, is externalized as if one were not part of it. It is attributed to the person who does not accept the truth of that suspect and thus exposingly reminds us of our own untruth. The Jew becomes the embodiment of contradictory money, the Christian of the purified loving heart, in the birth of anti-Semitic hypocrisy, which, because it can only recognize the idiosyncratic as foreign, feeds on pathological projection. The cult of the supernatural God of Judaism is at the same time the regulated form of mimesis of the superior power of nature, a form, Horkheimer and Adorno note, which was not itself rational, but which laid the foundation for rationality. For Christianity, which is based on the repression of the contradiction between rationality and the world, which Judaism does not conceal, the Jew becomes the embodiment of its own repressed mimesis. The contradictory nature of the tamed mimesis, which manifests itself in the unsatisfied demands of the instinctive ID, falls victim to repression. As a result, it is also theoretically leveled in the philosophy of identity. The repressed in turn unconsciously breaks through and longs for a representation, as persiflage. If unrestrained mimesis for the purpose of self-preservation is equally regulated in Judaism, it nevertheless does not identify with this purpose without objection. The Messiah is yet to come, the conditions are yet to be created so that he can appear in this world. Antisemitism, however, is precisely the mimesis of mimesis, the unconscious imitation of the tabooed. The admission of which the Christian must forbid himself under penalty of perdition, that by believing in the miracle he rationalizes the sacrifice he has made, which is the generally prevailing regulation of his own bodily instinct, moves him to blindly project his own repression outwards. However, in order to be able to believe in this external projection as a false truth, it must be made real. The repressor has to embody it by imitating it himself. He has to represent it in reality. Herein lies the source of the anti-Semite's urge to imitate the Jew, as well as the anti-Semitic dramaturgy that grows out of it, which follows the idiosyncrasy of false, unreflected projection. But the emancipation of society from anti-Semitism depends on whether the content of idiosyncrasy is elevated to a concept, on whether the senseless becomes a concept in itself. The ground of the perfected religion of Christianity and the unfolded capital relation is the same rationalization of repression geared toward self-preservation that is experienced by the non-equal inner and outer nature. According to Hegel, the corporealization of the idea is now a necessary step in order to testify to God as the reality of such a reconciliation already conceived as fulfilled. The concept of God only frees itself from its stale abstractness through the fact that God, who has become his other as an isolated human being, experiences a painful death. Soteriologically, the life of Jesus, the general personification of the particular sacrifice, is indispensable for the practical visualization of theosis. The life of the concept, according to the doctrine of ideas in the science of logic, would consist in its self-distinction from nature and spirit and at the same time in the knowledge of itself as nevertheless identical with itself in this difference. Hegel considers this to be the rational core of the doctrine of the Trinity, which is only given in Christianity in an equally rational form. Even if one encounters the idea of the Trinity in other religions, it is only in a conceptually unarticulated form, for example in the Indian religion of being in itself, in which it only exists in images isolated from one another rather than in coherent concepts. This religion of mere being in itself does not establish a conceptual connection between the identical and at the same time distinct persons of the divine in the progress of determinate negation through the individual fixed points of the divine figures. According to Hegel, such a connection can only be formed dialectically through reason, not through intellectual thinking. For him, the concretization of truth is the self-differentiation of the concept in terms of content. In truth, however, the concept jumps over to its opposite material nature without further ado, since it first opens up the abyss of the unconnected, which, however, is immediately filled in again in Hegel's case by leveling the opposition of the empirical and the transcendental in favor of the latter while nominally maintaining it. The justification of the principle of the Trinity is the elimination of formal logic, which is to be free of contradiction, but in such a way that the philosophical concept itself absorbs the contradiction and perpetuates it into an invariant. The scandal consists in the fact that in the opposition to themselves, the differentiated moments of the spirit, presented as persons only in a figuratively simplified way, are and remain identical regardless of their supposedly substantial difference. The concrete is supposed to separate from the abstract that fullness of content which is only formed by the conceptual connection established through the negation of concrete determinations, which historically corresponds to their gradual genesis in the realm of the spiritual real. But the mediated immediacy, the embodiment of the idea, which occurs in the life of Christ, makes the trace of the mediated life disappear. Christ not only dies, but also rises again. According to the same model of magical resurrection, in logic every new immediacy, by becoming such after the respective step of mediation, equates itself with the mediator, the concept, for it is the concept in its generality that alone has been declared to be the real being. If the difference between understanding and reason consists in its inability to grasp the opposing moments in their unity, then the reason for this, according to Hegel, is the sensory as well as the intellectual observation of everything in space and time, next to, outside of and after one another. Only speculative reason is able to think of two contradictory determinations, such as the finite and the infinite, in their identity, because it goes beyond the spatio-temporal, and therefore bodily, limitation. But life is this, to dissolve the contradiction, to satisfy the need, to bring it to peace, but in such a way that the contradiction also arises again. It is the alternation of differentiation, of the contradiction and its offabung of the contradiction. But when we consider drive and satisfaction separately, the intellect does not grasp this either, that in the affirmative, in self-feeling itself, there is at the same time the negation of self-feeling, the barrier, the lack, but that as self-feeling I at the same time reach beyond this lack. This, then, is the definite idea of mu upsilon sigma tau rho iota omicron nu. It is called incomprehensible, but what seems incomprehensible is precisely the concept itself, the speculative or this, that the sensible is thought. For the principle of understanding is the abstract identity with itself, not the concrete identity that these differences are in one. This is called the incomprehensible. The departure from the religious conception, which after all fixes the separation of the subject and the object, i.e. represents it spatio-temporally, and the transition to the philosophy of religion, is also described by Hegel as an elevation for the reason that it involves a psychological change in the individual state of mind. The conversion in individual theosis, providing, as it were, the surplus of fervor. The region in which all the riddles of the world, all the contradictions of thought, all the pains of feeling are resolved, nothing more than religion itself, is merely intellectually penetrated in the transition from the mind to reason. But this transition does not actually take place, because for Hegel it has always already taken place. The philosophical recuperation of the Mysterion discussed by Hegel in this context is also by no means compelling, as the unfolding of which the overall movement of dialectical thought is nonetheless considered by him. The speculative idea is not merely opposed to the sensible, but also to the intelligible. It is therefore a mystery to both. Mu upsilon sigma tau rho iota omicron nu is what the sensible is. For Hegel, dialectics becomes positive, a given, because the process of mediation is completed by being carried beyond space and time. In the life of the creature, which always emerges dialectically as a unity of production and consumption, which becomes part of nature through the mimesis of another, there is only transience. Adorno interprets this concept from George Lukács' The Theory of the Novel. Transience means the passing of time in itself, in such a way that it does not follow a presupposed essence. The passing of time conceived in this way also carries the moment of the past locked within it, as the shaken-off awareness of the participation of every being in the context of guilt of the historical whole. The fact that reconciliation has not yet happened and is yet to be accomplished is something that today's people owe to the past generations. However, according to the general concepts of self-preserving reason, that religion that is, the salvation of the living could not be accomplished, as it would only repeat the lawfulness of the reproduction of the past under the existing form of the domination of nature as an eternal same. According to Adorno, however, it is transience, which Hegel has halted, that connects every being with living nature, which is itself historical. It would find its unregulated expression in unrestrained mimesis, the antidote to the constraint of self-preservation. The ontological proof of God, which Hegel must claim only for Christianity, is based on the recognition of that fundamental transition from religion to philosophy as an already given reality. The misunderstood ontological proof of God is the foundation of ideology. The recognition of the transition is the disappearance of the corporeality of the particular human being in the conceptual mediation that determines his essence. In contrast to Anselm of Canterbury, Hegel does not base his presentation of the proof on the concept of the perfect being, according to which God is that beyond which nothing greater can be thought, and because being is greater than just thinking, the concept of God necessarily includes his existence. The religion that is, the concept of God as absolute spirit, is for him already the being of its content by virtue of this concept alone. Whether this does not always penetrate to the reflexive consciousness of the particular cult is irrelevant. For Hegel, thinking and being are the same thing. Admittedly, this does not concern the discursive thinking of the understanding, but rather the dialectical thinking of reason, whose empirically limited form is that of the understanding. However, both thinking and being, despite the entire historical movement, which is supposed to be the necessary component of the unfolding of their unity, thus become immobile. They are by no means conceived in such a becoming whose end is not yet given. Only for us, the everyday consciousness, according to Hegel, is this idea of the spirit that is, immediate. It is in itself the result of God's self-development into the world. This, that the subject itself should become a child of God, contains that the reconciliation in and of itself is accomplished in the divine idea and that it then also secondly appeared and thus the truth is certain to man. This certainty is to be guaranteed by the empirical story of Christ's birth and martyrdom. The witnessing of his death by the disciples, the real foundation of the church in their coming together, is proof that God has become something else and is only real through this, thus this is also redemption. Thus the church itself is the existing spirit, the spirit in its existence, God existing as the church, because concrete people historically experienced the mortality of God and bore witness to it. The miracle consists precisely in the fact that the absolute spirit becomes nothing, not only in its bodily existence. But this is nothing more than a reconciliation quietly creeping into being itself, which Judaism also denies. Hegel's concept of identity, as the identity of identity and non-identity, already contains the falsity of this concept. It is not too late that Marx defines value as the unity of exchange value and use value. In both cases, the non-identical is only the so-called carrier of the identical. The non-identical is only the aleatory container of the corporealization of that which is the same, which maintains itself in space and time as an entity, because being and nothingness are conceived according to the unity of unity in difference, in which nothingness has always already disappeared in being. Death itself is dead and overcome. There would therefore be no faith, according to Hegel, neither in the subjective sense of devotion, nor objectified in the church as an institution, if the absolute spirit itself as the universal were not already real. Adorno also uses an argument similar to this ontological proof to justify the utopian moment of critique, for which everything that is factual is not everything, but rather that which is thought differently from what already beings, precisely because it can be thought at all, must already be potential, otherwise its trace in the existing would not be encountered in the first place. Adorno formulates this idea in conversation with Ernst Bloch, whose reaction to it is surprise. But if one were to claim that Adorno meant, like Hegel, that with this thought about the violence of the concept, in which the moment of its reality is already involved, the reality corresponding to it is already fully realized, this would be tantamount to reducing the negative dialectic to Hegel's positive one. Adorno's thought should rather be interpreted in such a way that thinking itself, the critique of what is, would not exist instead of mere cognition if it had no basis in what goes beyond the object of critique, which is the case. According to Adorno, such a non-identical is indeed an ideal that is itself objective. But this in no way means that the power of this ideal is the same as the subject's positing of the object from itself as its other. Although, according to Hegel, the subject, spirituality, is mediated, it is constituted by the history of the object. At the same time, conversely, the subject constitutes the objective world, because for Hegel the world is the magical positing of nature out of the subject. This is the meaning of the speculative method of mirror imaging the subject in the object and the object in the subject, also in the philosophy of religion. This mirroring, i.e. the unity of subject and object, underlies that sensual-supersensual thing, which in classical as well as contemporary political economy operates as a coherent reality, cementing the contradiction it contains as eternal. According to Adorno, however, the ideal, subjectivity, is more than the object, but not identical with it. In cognition, the subject always gives back more to the object than it receives from it. But in order to give it back this more, the subject must be able to receive something from the object instead of dominating it. The subject succeeds in doing this through unconstrained mimesis with nature, which is separated from the evolutionary concept of mimicry by the element of consciousness. This assimilation to nature, which is the opposite of the subject imposing its own concept on nature, would not be possible, according to Adorno, if nature itself were not there, where it apparently remains most deeply in itself as nature, to be grasped as a historical being. Thus the assumption that two similar statements by Adorno on the connection between the subject and the object contain either an editorial error or even an inaccuracy on the part of the author is not correct. If Adorno writes, subject can potentially, though not actually, be thought away from objectivity, not likewise subjectivity from object, there is no reason to assume a confusion in the sentence. Rather, this statement implies that from objectivity, from nature, the subject, as the result of the history of self-preservation thus socially formed, could indeed fall away, namely, if society changed and thus the social basis for the replacement of the particular, historically formed fossilized subjectivity emerged, which is only born as universal. In addition to the trivial sense that things could not be thought without consciousness, and if one thinks away the subject, objectivity cannot be thought, but would be without being recognized, the potentiality of thinking away the subject thus addressed means that the subject, as the dominant ego, does not necessarily always have to exist. Yet without a subject, nature cannot currently be thought, since the subject, as an already historically formed one, cannot be stripped away at will. Of course, the subject also characterizes nature in a more far-reaching sense, because nature qua unregulated experience is an unbroken spontaneous one, in contrast to one reduced to instrumental action. The postscript, not likewise subjectivity of object, is therefore coherent. Objectivity here does not mean the same thing as the object, just as in Kantian terminology, for example, the conditions of the possibility of objectivity and the object mean different things. It is of course impossible to think subjectivity away from the object, and again, firstly, in order to be able to think a certain object, subjectivity must be suspended beforehand. There is never an object without subjectivity. And secondly, in a fundamental sense, no specific object could ever have been thought by subjectivity if the object, nature itself, were not the source of that life that would first live, paraphrasing Ferdinand Kernberger's sentence quoted by Adorno inversively. In the object corresponds to the subject the germ of subjectivity, which is itself material. Social domination consists in nature turning against nature, as described, for example, in the first 2 chapters of the Dialectic of Enlightenment. The original emergence of language, when nature opens its eyes, is explained there with the cry of terror in the face of nature's superior power, with the first name given to it in the futile attempt to make it stop and spare the weaker. But how would language come about if the spiritual moment, the idea of the non-identical, did not already exist in nature itself, if nature as an object did not include that ferment of subjectivity within itself? Of course, in the history of the Enlightenment, subjectivity develops along the path of domination. The further the power of control over the object solidified, through the subject's adaptation to the forces of nature superior to it, which brings about the identification of the non-identical with the unified and objective forces under the leveling and tendential annihilation of the non-identical, the more the subject itself assimilated to the subjugated and thus inanimate nature, instead of the mimesis to the living taking place. Adorno writes in a similar passage from Negative Dialectics, object cannot even be thought away from subject as idea. This sentence also expresses something simple at first: consciousness is always one of something, thus intentionally directed towards an object. But there would be no possibility of recognizing the object if subject and object did not have something in common. The subject exists at all because it, itself a piece of nature, has separated itself from nature and set itself against it as an object by learning to master it, although this mastery never finally succeeds, as the distance between its concepts and the things to be recognized testifies. In the concept of the subject as a dominator, the object itself is already ideally conceived. The sentence continues, but of the object-subject. Here the object is spoken of in the same sense as objectivity in the first part of the sentence from on subject and object. The self-evident fact that nature, earth and sky would still exist if there were no human being at all is only all too understandable because nature, so the argument goes, includes in itself the possibility of an existence free of domination, in which the object and the subject would no longer be separated from each other, so that the dominating subject could be thought away from the object. Nor would the object and the subject be equal, for this is in a certain sense already the case in the dominion of the subject over the object. The object is after all the product of the subject, is absolutistically considered to be determined by it. If, however, nature in its manifold manifestations were not prepared for the purposes of its domination, but instead the subject were to adapt itself to it as a particular living thing to another particular living thing, then the object could shed the hostile subject that opposes it. According to Adorno, this could only be achieved on the basis of the particular relationships, in the communication of the different, not on the basis of those universal concepts of law that are formed for the purpose of the instrumental use of nature, however much one would have to rely on them as traces of what is recognized by nature. It is part of the meaning of subjectivity to be an object, it is not part of the meaning of objectivity to be a subject. There can also be an objectivity that does not constitute itself into a subject, but the sense of subjectivity includes the fact that it is simultaneously an object. The assimilation of nature qua subject to nature qua object is only possible because nature itself contains an approach of subjectivity. It is only in this sense of the idea of subjectivity enclosed in the object that Adorno makes use of the ontological proof of God. He says nothing more than that reconciliation has not yet been achieved. He is thus opposed to the elevation of the Christian religion to a concept, which is to be accomplished in speculative philosophy in the spirit that is. In the philosophy of religion, nature is considered to be produced by the spirit, instead of the spirit being an element of nature. What would be truly reconciled, however, is a state in which the subjective qualities, which are all the more a moment of the objective, are no longer necessarily limited by the purposes of self-preservation. If subject has a core of object, then the subjective qualities of the object are all the more a moment of the objective. For only as something determined does the object become something. Of course, as long as this determination of the object as something is carried out merely for the purpose of self-preservation, its ground is the sacrifice of the non-identical to identity, its mortification, as it were. The utopian idea according to Adorno thus contains a secularized theologumenon, aptly described with reference to a rabbinical narrative, according to which everything would be as usual in the reconciled state, only slightly adjusted, only then would everything be good. A social state would emerge without the need to regulate nature. According to Adorno, the existence of a pure object is a fiction, but at the same time a social reality, because it is the result of the subject adapting things to itself, abstracting and fossilizing them from living nature. Conversely, the supposedly pure object, devoid of the addition of thought and contemplation, is precisely the reflex of abstract subjectivity, only it makes the other equal to itself through abstraction. The object of undiminished experience, in contrast to the indeterminate substrate of reductionism, is more objective than that substrate. The object of undiminished experience is therefore a more object precisely because the subjective qualities in it are not blunted as in the regulated one. If one looks at things as they present themselves from the point of view of reconciliation, and nothing that is less is called critical, then subjectivity is seen through as a form of object. The utopian moment consists in nature itself, which is thus just as little an ontological category as it is an object corresponding to the concept of nature in mathematical natural science. Rather, it is the historical existence of the non-identical idea. Such an existence only comes to language by means of the individual libe, insofar as the person and the individual are sociological categories of the identical. When the non-identical is named therein, in negative dialectics, it always concerns the physique, by which alone consciousness recognizes that it is irrevocably that of an individual. The individual experiences what its concept means, to be indivisible, even if society becomes ever more perfect in making everything divisible so that capital can be utilized. Seen in this way, the libe is on the level of individual life what the crisis is on the level of society. It appears to the spirit as that which is added, which it not only cannot get rid of, but against which at the same time its mediations bounce off and synthesis fails. For Hegel, on the other hand, the faith that actually exists in a certain positive religion is already the truth. It bears witness to the fact that the universal order of reason has already been realized. For faith is the truth, the precondition that reconciliation has certainly been accomplished in and of itself. Only by means of this faith, that reconciliation has certainly been accomplished in and for itself, is the subject capable and able to place itself in this unity. Reason prevails in history, despite the fact that it is a slaughterhouse, on which the happiness of nations, the wisdom of states and the virtue of individuals have been sacrificed. According to Hegel, evil in its empirical appearance has no essential reality, unlike good. Evil detaches itself, as it were, from the good, which Hegel characterizes in Neoplatonic terms as the outpouring, the emanation of the spirit. The creation of the world, the fall of man, is necessary. It is an unavoidable stage in the realization of God. The fall into sin is not a substantial one according to Hegel, but it is the awareness of disunion. When God himself says, "Behold, Adam has become like our one," referring to Genesis 3 verse 22, Hegel remarks, "The word of the serpent was therefore no deception at all." Hegel, Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion. Only the irrationalists, such as Herder, said that this word was merely meant ironically, that God was joking by claiming that Adam had become like God himself. The fall was a reality, it was the consciousness of the diremption, and at the same time it was not, according to the concept of identity and non-identity. For according to Hegel the diremption itself is nothing more than the leaping out of the world from the absolute spirit in which it is suspended. For Hegel, however, all the horrors of the past cannot shake the identity of the rationality of the good with itself. Even the catastrophe, if Hegel lived according to it, would, according to him, do nothing to the reality of meaning in history, because his philosophy of reflection degenerates into a positivism of that spirit which deifies beings. The unshakable conviction of the good, which is bluntly revealed in all its legitimizing readiness in words such as the following, "But insofar as evil arises in man when he does something evil, then this is at the same time present as an intrinsically non-existent thing over which the spirit is powerful, so that the spirit has the power to undo evil," is the dogged anti-defeatism of reason, for which meaninglessness is excluded, because tautologically nothing else would have any meaning. The spiritual moment in reality tempts Hegel to transfigure it as already formed in the image of this spiritual. Therefore, the philosophical doctrine of religion, which is also the final part of the system, is a theodicy for which annihilation for the sake of annihilation would necessarily have to be given meaning in some form or other and thus justified. The doctrine of universal reason in history thus discredits itself, because according to it one would have to assume that this annihilation, the senseless, is meaningful after all. However, the reason that allows this thought dissolves itself as a unified one by corrupting itself. In view of what we have experienced in our historical period, it is absolutely impossible to maintain that the world, as they say, has a meaning. The madness that Marx, on the other hand, sees in money, the core of ideology, has hardly prevented even the common theories of the humanities and social sciences from either jumping back and forth theoretically and aleatorically between the extremes of the subject and the object, in accordance with the split in religious consciousness described by Hegel, or, with Hegel, affirming the contradiction in the concept of identity itself in such a way that it becomes a barely perceptible but inescapable moment of identity. Even if the reinterpretations of Marx's critique are not immune to this, they give up the claim of critical theory. The fact that reconciliation, the realization of the concept, may not yet have taken place, and according to Hegel, logical thinking, which such theories claim for themselves, would not even exist without the guaranteed reconciliation, is then suppressed all the more emphatically, the more the possibility of annihilation for its own sake continues to prevail socially, after and because it has already historically become reality. Hegel justified religion, the belief in the reality of the universal. It's looking at, feeling, believing, in a word, the imagination, the content of ideology, as independent of the subject and thus misjudged in its dependence on the object, is philosophically legitimized in Hegel's reflection. For the so-called everyday consciousness, this religiosity is particularly evident in the products of the culture industry, because they usually already obstruct the possibility of reflected mimesis according to their own commodified technological constitution. In the best cases, science that merely analyses the culture industry limits itself to moralizingly rebuking its products. It believes itself to be independent of the objectified thinking exemplified in the culture industry, outside. It thus presupposes that identity thinking, to which these products would not do justice in normative terms, as already realized, namely as the sphere of logic before nature and society, which settles in the mind of the theorist, only the empirical reality of culture would not suffice. Such science then exhausts itself in the mere elevation to the concept of what is already given in the everyday imagination, namely the universality of the commodity, as its affirmative theory. It is thus itself part of the culture industry, the reproducer of objective ideology, even if it had no immediate connection with its production sites, companies, agencies, and authorities. Criticism is opposed to all this. For Marx has discovered that the contradiction in reality is incomprehensible. He shows that the socially determining economic relations, whose nucleus is value, are monstrous in character. But there is nothing to comprehend in them, for if Hegel's concept of the concept remains the measure of things, those relations are incomprehensible, they are real contradiction. They can only be criticized for their absurdity, because they are still awaiting their resolution. An interpretation of Marx that levels out the real contradiction in value therefore remains ideological. All critique denies the false messiah because it feeds on the utopian idea of what is not yet, but appears unregulated in the unbound mimetic behavior of nature. Marx's critique of the exchange society is often twisted in such a way as if it only deduced, in contrast to classical political economy, how value is constituted and provided a positive explanation of it. This can happen even if the interpretation rightly questions a traditional reading of Marx. The misunderstanding of value is thereby transferred to the entire social system, which is supposed to be based on value as the fundamental form of modern society. The content of Marx's critique is missed by the fact that the concept is identified with being precisely in accordance with the basic idea of the identity of identity and non-identity. According to the so-called logical systematic interpretation of capital, relations such as value and money are to be understood as rational determinations. The rationality of these social forms consists in the fact that they can be shown to have internal defects, on the basis of which these categories require new transitions to the further determined categories. In this way, they form an ideal series of all possible determinations of capitalism, in the ideal average. The series is considered complete because the system is a finite one. This finiteness of the system alone is also the meaning of Marx's statement that the dialectical form of representation is only correct if it knows its limits. But with this sentence Marx merely emphasizes that dialectics cannot explain everything. And the awareness of this limit also seems to be the starting point of the logical systematic interpretation. However, it is turned into transforming the economy into a system and thus at the same time transfiguring it into a recognizable one. As a result, the economy turns out to be merely a system alongside other social systems. It is wholly recognizable. If it can be understood as a self-contained system, then it is not only a contrast to nature, but as a system of economy it is determined in terms of content and finished as a finite one. It then reproduces itself, as always in crisis, out of itself, and is thus autopoietic, for the implicitly rationalistic view of the economic system, with simultaneous rejection of the theory of its predestined collapse, testifies to an intellectually formed perpetuum mobile. Finite does not mean an empirical scarcity of resources, but the logical finiteness in the series of constitutive determinations. But if economy is a system that reproduces itself, then it reproduces nothing other than itself, and then its external and other things also exist. Thus other social systems also exist alongside it, such as law, culture, etc., if they are not derived from it, and if they are derived, then they are also only extensions of the economy. To add an imaginary surplus of logical completeness to a state of affairs that may not even possess it is the endeavor of every philosophy of origin. Where only the historical reproduction of the crisis prevails, without any creative destruction of autopoiesis, it sets an ideal first, which alone should make the change of the entire imagined system intelligibly tangible at the same time. In order to avoid circles in the argumentation, they are transferred into a well-ordered context of justification between the simple and the complex, which should stand in a real context of reference and conditions. But the contemporary history of capital, of which Marx speaks, can only be constructed in the representation of a coherent connection between the logically deficient concepts that merge into one another. Critique should therefore consist solely in demonstrating that what appears as immediate is in fact mediated. But it is not the uncovering of the mediated essence behind the immediate appearance that is the crux of the critique, but rather that the mediation in the object itself is in ghostly form. The exposure of the mediated nature of the object alone would hardly be sufficient. It would merely be an analysis of the composite, which, however, does not show that the composite itself is not rational. Critically, social mediation is only brought up as the real contradiction in order to be denounced. For, the contradictions of simple categories are by no means always already solved. Rather, their permanent attempts at resolution are nothing more than the reality of the crisis. The real, which only appears absurd, cannot be grasped according to any coherent logical structure, but is incomprehensible precisely because critical consciousness itself cannot be independent of the crisis of history. Critique is independent of its object only insofar as the existing is not all that could be. But it is also dependent on the historical object, because it is and can only be effective as an immanent one. But one simply relies on critique being independent of its object and thinking being independent of history. This is the only reason why an objective semantics of bourgeois society can be asserted at all, which at the same time, of course, is not in people's heads. This would amount to a theory of meaning that meant nothing, for a semantics is only valid in relation to something to which it applies, namely a consciousness. Critique can only distinguish itself from the oppressive totality of society, which as a social structure and context of action is only embellished, because in this negative totality there is a moment that transcends it and is not limited by it. This moment would be that of unregulated experience. According to Ingo Elba, by contrast, the consciousness of the observer is epistemologically separated from the historically formed whole of society. Otherwise the system could not be regarded as finite, its cognition in the series of dialectical categories as exhaustive. It may be true that neither the individual categories of the inner structure or their connections, transitions, have immediate empirical reference. And indeed, this raises the problem of the nature of value objectivity, which Marx deals with in his critique of the bourgeois doctrines of value. However, the term social form does not solve this problem insofar as the combination of the words form and social presents what has yet to be solved as something that has already been resolved. Adorno, on the other hand, more rightly refers to the conceptual in reality itself when discussing the concept of value. Here, too, it is ultimately a question of the conceptual in the sense that a spiritual moment is to be assumed in nature itself. However, this conceptual in reality itself is at the same time the expression of the independence of the conceptual. If it distances itself from the individual in the history of the mastery of nature, if it condenses itself against the latter into the categorical apparatus of general concepts, it becomes an impenetrable stranger for the individual, through whose forms he nevertheless thinks. It is precisely the fact that, for Marx, on the other hand, the forms of wealth are socio-historical meanings, certain ways of organizing the socialization of labor and the products of labor, specifically social property sui generis, that is the real problem to be denounced. The social sui generis is the form in which the historically formed totality still weighs on the individual today. In the last century, it became the reality of catastrophe and the origin of a new barbarism, a new kind of production relation that nevertheless exists by means of the capital relation, pacifying class antagonism. Value, which is still the constitutive core of post-Nazism, can neither be conceptually traced back to a natural entity nor to a merely subjective product. However, this objective inconsistency of value would be turned into positivity if it were used as the basis on which the false totality were transfigured into a coherent social form. Rather, contradiction is the stigma of society, which rigorously prevents a state in which one could really be different without fear, since the identity of identity and non-identity that really prevails in it makes the individual person's respective differences the same if he wants to survive in it. The ground for such a transfiguration is provided by the concept of work as an eternal necessity of nature. It is surprising when anti-Marxist critics are accused of insinuating that Marx favors a naturalistic, non-social concept of work, while at the same time advocating the same substantialism of work that Marx himself is not immune to. Classicism is uncritical, this is Marx's verdict, because it does not distinguish between the specific socio-historical aspect of labor as a substance of value and the anthropological aspect as useful labor that transforms natural materials according to human purposes. But useful labor has no anthropological aspect. This would presuppose a human being who, according to Adorno at any rate, would only ever be read off the particular time and thus falsely generalized. It is no coincidence that such anthropologism goes hand in hand with political regulationism, for which the social content is eternally the same, but the form, supposedly neatly separated from it, is deliberately just as socially variable. This is the hidden positivist technocracy of the logical systematic spirit, which only wants to deal with it as a closed and finite thing. In very simple societies exchanging just a few commodities, the absence of a common standard of values is no great problem. Glyn Davies, A History of Money, From Ancient Times to the Present Day. Davies' History of Money also defines its essential function. Money is anything that is widely used for making payments and accounting for debts and credits. Nevertheless, the question that is logically raised by every functionalist definition of this kind, if it is not simultaneously dismissed with a factual petitio principii, as to why this particular function exists at all, is already dismissed in the exposition of the work. This reality of money as a particular commodity that can be handled empirically, be it as coin, assignation, or digital code, becomes socially unavoidable when the process of exchange no longer determines production solely in a fragmentary way, but already as a whole in such a way that it is subsumed into the process of the accumulation of capital. Capital exists only through the equally general transformation of labor power into a commodity, of labor into wage labor. Once this state has been socially achieved, money exists as a real commodity together with its multiple functions, ideally already included in every exchange. For Marx, the view of money as a historically accidental, possibly contractualist means of exchange, which has no necessary commodity existence as an independent element of the reproduction process of capital, is inadequate. The opposite view, which assumes that money is naturally founded in a certain substance, such as gold or silver, seems equally problematic. In both cases, money is considered to have emerged contingently in a concrete historical process, whereby a particular thing subjectively becomes the bearer of the functions of the general equivalent by convention or naturally through material properties. According to Marx, however, why money exists at all and can have these different forms of manifestation cannot be traced back to an empirical thing or nominalist convention and therefore remains closed to political economy. What Marx accomplishes by analyzing value as well as the metamorphosis of this retrogradely founded form of capital into money is criticism through the representation, which is distinct from the theoretical justification of a principle. Political economic theory does not explain the existence of money, rather, it is simply affirmative. Perceived only in its crazy contradictoriness, which is the same as the contradiction of the equality of the infinite and the finite, money is accepted as a fact and thus turned into a misunderstood natural. The incomprehensibility of money, which is not supposed to be one and which Hegel wants to grasp with his concept of the Trinity and love, is regarded as truth simply because it is. According to Marx, however, critique is precisely this, the insistence that the reconciliation of the general and the particular has not yet been accomplished. The theory, on the other hand, which does not recognize money as a real existing mystery, which takes its crazy existence for granted, inhabits that region in which all riddles of the world, all contradictions of thought, all pains of feeling are solved. The repression of the suffering that the unreconciled society incessantly evokes, in the identification with it in the theory made conclusive, is the tree of life in the Garden of Eden of ideology. The commodity as a unity of value and use value is an entity in which the non-identical qualities of an object are leveled and its identity thus established is subsumed. This identity is indeed a qualitative determination, a social being. However, its characteristic feature is to express itself in a quantitative relation, to appear as exchange value in the price. The use value of a particular commodity is therefore by no means an external element, on which the form of exchange value is only secondarily imposed. On the contrary, the use value expresses the value that models the non-identical into the use value as it results from productive labor under the capital relation. This is what Adorno is aiming at with the sentence that with the social dissemination of value, people no longer enjoy use value, but, if at all, only as the expression of exchange value. His later skeptical judgment of this proposition also applies to his own method, not to the fact that exchange value is now enjoyed, rather, it can only be understood socio-psychologically, in the sense of certain Freudian categories, and is therefore not a strictly social phenomenon. Insofar as use value is merely a thing that is, so to speak, prepared by exchange value, the exclusively instrumental handling of it may at the same time be the subject of psychoanalytical investigation, which could show how the objectification of non-equal qualities corresponds to the neurotic loss of the capacity for experience. The possible experience, which is socially constituted, is at the same time that which is regulated in consciousness and thus in the practice of cognition, which is work in its concrete social form. Therefore, the nature of this experience itself must be criticized by confronting the reduced one with one that is not exhausted in it and goes beyond it. Adorno regards unrestrained mimesis as such, the unrestricted imitation of nature, which is instrumentally tamed by society as a means of self-preservation. In the historical process of the development of domination over nature, archaic mimesis emerges from prehistoric times as a magical practice of the magician that resembles the forces of nature, in which reality and imagination are not yet separated from one another. The original form of art and thus of thought is magic. The detachment of the dominant subject from the context of the terrifying object consists in the magical limitation of the sphere of the sacred, the meaningful, through the magician's prehistoric images. The subsequent long civilizational development, however, is the rationalization of mimesis in the historical form of work. In this, the constant identical ego, the unmoved reflection of unmoved nature, is already formed. Adorno sees the selfhood of the dominant ego as the product of equating oneself not with living nature, but with nature made dead, regimented and thus merely spatialized. Using the story of Odysseus, Adorno explains in the Dialectic of Enlightenment, the attainment of the master's ego by that prototypical bourgeois as the intentional nominalist use of language, in which the word is already detached from its expressive function. The word transforms this in such a way that it distances itself from the particular thing, which it now, itself a formula, merely designates externally, in that, conversely, it subordinates itself to the thing as its concept. Whether it can ever be known when exactly this Copernican turning point took place, according to which objects are oriented towards concepts instead of the other way round, is an open question. With this transition, however, the word begins to distance itself from the life it expresses, the names gradually transform into general concepts. This process is analyzed on the basis of equivocation in a play on words, which Odysseus uses to outwit the Cyclops Polyphemus. When asked by the man-eater who he is, Odysseus answers, "Nobody, Eudice." And however dubious the etymology of the name may be, the example makes it clear that the word now intentionally separates itself from things, as it becomes ambiguous. It recognizes itself as free, designates Odysseus and nobody at the same time and in the same respect. And if one analyzes the play on words further, it becomes clear that the word must actually designate something in Odysseus, for otherwise it would not grant any insight into and thus no power of disposal over nature, here the particular man Odysseus. The word would be empty, no knowledge. But this word as a name alone grasps the particular nature in such a way that in it Odysseus is actually transformed into a nothing, he becomes an abstract identity with himself and therefore really a nobody. Odysseus is nobody because, cunningly escaping the danger of the superior power of nature, he can only accomplish this to the extent that he resembles this power. If he resembles it, he recognizes an objective power and sacrifices his own bodily difference to the law of its reality, for he must obey the movements of the external power in order to be able to use it for his own purposes. Odysseus accepts that his individual existence must be subordinated to a particular general if he wants to preserve his life. He has become no one but a killed nature, since its now objectified power no longer obeys its uncontrolled experience in individual time. On the contrary, it adapts itself to spatial determination. According to Adorno, space is in any case absolute alienation. Where the human wants to become like nature, it simultaneously hardens itself against it. In a mobile space, nature reaches its extreme, it becomes frozen and thus inanimate. In time, on the other hand, as the form of inner meaning, the alienation of space is dissolved and nature can be experienced as something non-identical. Klaus-Dieter Eitzel analyses the abstraction of value as a constituent of possible experience against Heidegger's ontologization of the a priori categories and forms of perception. Although he follows Kant's epistemology, he critically locates it in the natural historical context of the formation of value abstraction according to Marx and Adorno. See Adorno, Value Abstraction and Experience. According to Adorno, this occurs in the unregulated experience to which the aesthetic bears witness in whatever reflected form. Insofar as the non-identical must show itself in the new, Adorno explicates its emergence in the change in the structure of time, for example in his Beethoven, exemplified by the symphony Eroica. Musicologists think of one of their favorite subjects, music, in the era of harmonic tonality, just as economists think of theirs, the economy. Namely, as an intrinsically harmonious whole in which all contradictions balance each other out in the end and which can therefore only fall into crisis due to external, adding, factors. Harmonic tonality, however, is precisely not a system of musical relationships that is identical with itself and persists in self-affirmation, but rather a non-identical system that drives its own dissolution, a fundamental context of crisis. If Ludwig van Beethoven reproduces tonality out of subjective freedom, in his music, according to a central observation by Adorno, then this pure musical construction of elementary tonal basic determinations therefore leads virtually and yet already audibly to the limits of that tonality, which as such is then actually suspended at the end of the 19th century. In the Third Symphony, the so-called Eroica, especially in the first movement, the art form of music succeeds for the first time in history, at the beginning of the bourgeois age, in redeeming undiminished what has always been one of its basic determinations, to go on, to become something new, to develop. Ever since music has existed, it has been the impotent objection to myth and ever same fate, to death itself. In Beethoven, a new emancipatory sense of time and awareness of time is established, which leaves nothing established, no motif, no theme, no sound, unquestioned and allows it to spread out, but incites it through work to continuous externalization, to a permanent change of form, what is already inherent in music qua form of existence as time art is composed out here, its processual character, which only comes to an end because music must come to an end, but, in itself, could also continue. Music here becomes a reflection of social processes out of its material nature, not through slogans, programs, or external ideological assertions, by transcending them, a mirror of bourgeois society, which, according to Marx, can only exist by continually transforming its own conditions of production. Radically processual music, as realized in Beethoven's Eroica, in the most irresistible way, liberates music from the constitutively alien compulsion to persist and brings the musical material, to itself, for the first time, and yet cannot really keep its promise of liberation, since the processual character ultimately does not emanate from the musical individual and does not really mediate this, but is done to it externally. Processual music therefore requires immanent self-criticism where, contrary to its own promise, it does not overcome the coercive character of musical statics, but merely dynamizes it and thus comes to a kind of frenzied standstill. The music of Franz Schubert and Hector Berlioz can be heard and read as such self-criticism, which can already be heard in certain works by Beethoven. They both preserve the state of music established by Beethoven precisely by not preserving it, but by changing it in an intervening way. In Berlioz's music, whose reflection forms the second focus of the lecture, musical modernism explodes, in an instant, on the ground of tonality. In his music, the processual externalization of the transcendental subject in time, whose apology Beethoven pursues, becomes transparent to the empirical subject, as the literary programs to his music testify, a subject that no longer experiences time as a linearly progressing, meaningful process, but as a sequence of shocks and disparate events, which Berlioz composes with highly advanced musical editing techniques and bold superimpositions of different measures of time. Berlioz is far ahead of his time, particularly in his position in relation to time, and is therefore as much a contemporary as Beethoven, whom he inherits. The music of both is filled with the present. This ideal typical sacrifice of Odysseus, which consists in the reduction of non-identical qualities to an identical thing, leads, historically further rationalized, to the value form. As in the pretemporal sacrifice, an equivalence relationship is also established in the commodity on the basis of the commensurability of the thing to be sacrificed and thus exchanged. This sacrifice is the time of one's own life and thus the bodily individual drive. One must always sacrifice what is one's own to the gods of the archaic phase, the personifications of superior natural forces, in order to hope for their affection. This is the still magical appeasement of the forces of nature. The constitution of the aliquot share in the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, is nothing more than the designation of a general law for a certain force of nature, which may initially be conceived more imaginatively than in accordance with reality. But a regularity of the force of nature is observed, its particular lawfulness is gradually recognized more precisely, and the name actually becomes a term for a particular natural connection, which can thus be examined and specified more and more. In commodity society, self-preservation is then mediated by the production and exchange of identically constituted commodities. The commensurability of the non-identical qualities of things or processes has stabilized in a context of factual relations of persons and social relations of things. Even for Odysseus on the threshold of historical prehistory, however, it is necessary to give up the non-identical drive of his physique in order to survive and to be able to form the abstract ego. Because the ego confronts nature as a self-conscious spirit, it can also separate the abandoned individual drive as the past from the punctual present and imagine the future as a time of fulfillment yet to come. Like water, earth and air, the realms of time separate for him. For him, the flood of what was has receded from the rock of the present, and the future lies cloudy on the horizon. In the sacrifice, God is given his own for the sake of self-preservation. However, what becomes his reason is in turn determined by the natural being man, who controls nature for the purpose of self-preservation. Therefore, this sacrifice from the archaic phase is the still rudimentary form of that which is developed step by step, with trial and error of the effectivization of production, practiced in commodity exchange as a rationalized mode of production. The formation of the abstract self as a result of self-sacrifice actually makes it possible to test nature as an object experimentally, to recognize its forces and possibly to control them, because general concepts are formed that express the rules of nature, which can be put to the test empirically. But the problem is that the two poles are objectified in the process, the external as well as the inner self. The subject is just as much a product of regimentation as the object. This is why Adorno also rejects the regression to intuition alone against the aesthetic and political reaction that rejects the intellect of general rules and demands a supposedly direct union with the object. Rather, there is no immediate object. If nature is endowed with the germ of the self, it should be able to develop into such a self in self-knowledge as well as in social action that the particular corporeality of the individual satisfying his own needs and the non-identical qualities of nature are not abandoned. But because society is formed through sacrifice, the cut-off nature is remembered by the subject as the unfulfilled past, even if unconsciously, until it can be reconciled. The past is the shell that was thrown over living nature through its subjugation for the purpose of its domination. Subjugated nature, however, demands salvation, that of all natural beings, which can only be fulfilled by conscious nature, ultimately by human beings. The redemption of the individual from social compulsion is impossible as long as it is not generally dissolved. Therefore, the idea of happiness in reconciliation is necessarily universalistic. If, however, the forgotten fulfillment is instead only repressed, rationalized or dissolved in the intoxication of the unconsciously oppressive drive, the latter is reported by the return of the companions to the cycle of nature and the sorceress Kirk, without being thought of and realized in mediation, then man loses what would give him the only possibility of bringing about reconciliation, the spiritual moment. According to Adorno, the labor process is only the rationalized victim. All those involved in it, regardless of their legally fixed class position, whether workers, capitalists or landowners, spend the time of their lives to preserve themselves. For the time lost, the workers may even receive a wage that is perceived as fair according to the historical and moral criteria of a particular epoch or society. However, neither they nor capitalists ever receive full remuneration for the time spent. This would take place if no individual had to spend the time of his life for an activity determined by another. This alone would be the actually just exchange, basically its Aufhebung. Under capital, however, the sacrifice is made through the process of exploiting surplus value. According to Adorno, the utopian moment consists precisely in the awareness that only if no one were forced to spend their own time without receiving the entire equivalent value would just exchange be realized and thus become obsolete, the conditions for this would be created, so that there would in fact be no more suffering. As long as there is an economy based on the exchange of commodities and thus on abstract labor as the substance of value, it forms a negative social totality, because it brings the particular life under itself, tending to include all relations in society. The awareness of contradiction is precisely this, that the totality is a negative one. The only reality of critique is that the individual, who experiences suffering from it, resists the victimization of his own life and its expression, the individual time of his life. Therefore, any theory that denies the foundation of this contradiction in the bodily existence of the individual is affirmative, because it accepts sacrifice as inevitable and thus as the only reality. Insofar as this neglect of the individual life, according to Hegel's philosophy of religion, is the case in Christianity, it in fact only expresses in perfected form what already characterizes natural religion. God is the content of his own idea of himself. For he is nothing other than the subject's self-understanding as the real history of spiritual productive activity. If it is elevated to an all-encompassing reality, then every finite, the drive of the individual life, is equated with the universal, since the finite beings in rational reflection, according to the structure of the Trinity, are at the same time distinct from the infinite and yet identical with it. The particular life has a fleeting independence whose sole purpose is sacrifice. Adorno criticizes such identity thinking precisely on the basis of the beginning of Hegel's Science of Logic. One wonders why it begins with being and not rather with beings. The beginning with being as an undefined immediate enables the first, basically, the only, mental transition by making being identical with nothingness. In the religio-philosophical interpretation of Christianity, this transition corresponds to God stepping out of himself into his Son and then his death. In their difference, the moments are already recognized as the same. God is dead, nothing is, but then again also not. According to Adorno, the conceptual transition is only possible because, in the first step, being is declared to be indeterminate, being is the indeterminate immediate. But in the following argumentative step, the indeterminate is replaced by indeterminacy. If the indeterminate means something that is indeterminate, then indeterminacy, which is actually a conceptual determination, imperceptibly becomes something itself. The indeterminate, that has a substrate character, point 188 from the assumption that something indeterminate exists, a mental leap is made to the uncovered assertion that indeterminacy itself exists as a being. A preliminary decision, of immeasurable philosophical significance, and of equally great dubiousness, has thus been made. If the indeterminate is an attribute of the thing, then indeterminacy is a conceptual determination, which is, however, tacitly made into being. Because indeterminacy itself thus becomes being, it becomes conceivable that it is the same as nothingness. In this way, Hegel allows beings, an indeterminate thing, to dissolve unnoticed in favor of being, in order to be able to assert the identity of being, which has now become mere thought, with nothingness. However, it is precisely this that calls the concept of identity into question. This also invalidates the basic assumption of the philosophy of identity that in the concept of being the difference between the concept being and the thing being is to be neglected, which is justified in such a way that this would impair the indeterminate character of the most general determinations dealt with in the science of logic. In order to achieve that the concept and the thing being become indistinguishable, Hegel inadvertently smuggles the miracle into the logic. The aim of Hegel's proof is thus to think concrete beings as the identical universal concept from the very beginning. In the entire process of its dialectical unfolding, it strips away the corporeal at each new level of immediacy that is mediated as a result. In other words, the concept loses the idea of the non-identical from its content. The reality of the corporeal in relation to the general concept, however, is only based on the fact that it does not designate any corpus, any dead nature, any body like any other. Rather, the particular life always includes mediation. Otherwise there would be no self-reflection of that life that first lived, no conception of itself as a living thing, which is of course not an undifferentiated conscious life according to a general concept, but always a particular non-identical thing. This is the decisive difference to the Hegelian concept of self-consciousness. Self-consciousness does not exist precisely as the general. It is not, as a particular general, a reality that goes beyond the drive, imagination and conception of the individual corporeal being. In the introduction to Negative Dialectics, Adorno refers to a sentence by Hegel about Krug, who is said to have said that this particular object of mine, this individual pen of mine, did not interest the dialectician Hegel at all. Hegel was able to reply that the ups and downs of the historical process had no essential significance for its concept, any more than the concrete non-identical reality of the pen had for its concept. However, this statement was so easy for Hegel because his example is that of a body and not a lib. In natural corporeality, which demands uncontrolled mimesis, reflection is already its indivisible moment. This cannot be said about a body. If this is true, then natural history is included in the determination of the respective conceptual essence, although natural history is understood neither historicistically nor ontologically. In the commodity, the Hegelian formula of identity as equality of sameness and difference is realized only at the cost of leveling out the contradiction marked by the bodily drive, which is the difference between individual resistance and the socially general. In such identity, the contradiction exists only under the sign of identity. Insofar as labor is also the unity of abstract and concrete labor, it produces both, the exchange value and the use value formed by it, whereby the non-identical qualities of things are leveled out by the exchange value in favor of the quantifiable identity of the commodity. This is why aesthetic experience, that intellectual moment that goes beyond abstract identity without renouncing the concept, but at the same time does not absolutize the concept, is one that emerges from work, but is not absorbed into it, just as modern art is only the result of bourgeois society's division of labor and yet not the same as it. Rather, aesthetic experience expresses a moment of the capacity for experience that is independent of the compulsion for self-preservation. Adorno unexpectedly interprets such a reconciliation of the subject and object, detached from the compulsion for self-preservation, according to the concept of home. Home is escapism, and philosophy, according to Novalis, is homesickness. Odysseus succeeds in appeasing the general, which at the end of the epic is embodied by the ocean god Poseidon, when the prophecy told to him by Tiresias about how to reconcile with him is fulfilled. With an oar over his shoulder, he should wander and wander until he comes to a land whose inhabitants know neither the sea nor salted food. If he met someone who was astonished that Odysseus was carrying a throwing shovel over his shoulder, then he had reached the right place for the sacrifice to Poseidon. The confusion must seem irresistibly funny to the Ionian to whom the epic story is actually told. The comedy, however, is intended for the god, not the people. The angry Poseidon will burst out laughing, loosening and off among the mythical compulsion to give and take the aliquot blows of fate. The water god, the force of the universal, will then realize that the world is not identical, even if it is due to the slightest difference between the oceanic and terrestrial life forms. Only to a land dweller, to whom the sea is a stranger, is the rudder a distant strangeness. Only the release of the non-identical particular by the universal is the right relationship between the two. Hebel's answer to the question of what would take the magic out of life in later years, which Adorno quotes in the aphorism Kaufmannsleben from Minima Moralia, could be applied to the history of the Enlightenment, because we see in all the colorful, distorted puppets the roller that sets them in motion, and because for this very reason the delightful diversity of the world dissolves into a wooden uniformity. When a child sees the tightrope walkers singing, the musicians blowing, the girls carrying water, the coachman driving, it thinks it is all for the pleasure and joy of it. It cannot imagine that these people also eat and drink, go to bed and get up again. But we know what it's all about. Namely, acquisition, which confiscates all activities as mere means, interchangeably reduced to abstract labor time. The world of perception, according to Adorno, is thus immersed in gray. The quality of things is transformed from their essence to the accidental appearance of their value, and this also disfigures their perception, that in which the light of one's own purpose no longer shines as pleasure in the thing fades from the eye. The light, however, which the perceiving eye needs, already provoked Novalis' mockery, because of its mathematical obedience. The business of the Enlightenment was not named after it without reason. It had allowed itself to be broken, however. This meant that the light and the surplus of freedom through which people are able to recognize more than mere specimens in the figures of the world disappeared. The goal of the Enlightenment has always been the appropriation of the world for human purposes and the abolition of suffering. As a way out of the darkness of a world that was experienced as an alien, opaque power into the light of reason, it wanted to abolish natural power relations and empower people to think and act as individuals. Enlightenment in the comprehensive sense of progressive thinking, as Horkheimer and Adorno often quote in the preface to the Dialectic of Enlightenment, has always pursued the goal of removing fear from people and establishing them as masters. However, the realization of this goal seems utopian today, as the promises of the Enlightenment have so far remained unfulfilled, both the bourgeois and the Marxist ones. In the 18th century, D'Alembert could still rave about the fact that while D'Alembert in the 18th century could still rave about the fact that the true system of the world had finally been recognized and the pressing questions of humanity had been solved, and even Horkheimer in the 1930s recognized a liberating potential in the development of productive forces and technical rationality, the program of the Enlightenment, the urge to rush towards foreign stars, proved to be an insane compulsion, with National Socialism at the latest. No sooner was man master than he brought about a new kind of barbarism, as described in the dialectic of enlightenment. For the process that set the Enlightenment in motion, that historically turned people into individuals for the first time, the capitalist production process, also brings about their self-destruction. It ultimately turns against the individuals by virtue of its own dynamics. The realization of that a true system is due to the universal reduction of everything individual and living, all specific energy, to the same, abstract form of work from the battlefield to the studio. Horkheimer and Adorno see a disenchantment and dequalification of the world of living nature at work here through the calculating mind, which ultimately leads to an uninhabitable world. They observe with horror that the pressing questions of humanity turn out to be about the manipulable object and its value, and that such reductions affect more and more areas of human life and ultimately also the living per se, the individual, in whose name enlightenment began. What cannot be subsumed under the general law of value and cannot be reduced to progressive thinking, human experiences, needs and suffering, ultimately becomes irrelevant. The individual becomes a specimen, a mere biological entity. As a consequence, however, this indifference of the life of each individual to which history is moving, as Adorno writes in Negative Dialectics, already means its destruction. Even in its formal freedom, it is as fungible and replaceable as under the kicks of the liquidators. Even with artistic means, the dequalification of living nature brought about by the Enlightenment process cannot be reversed. Modern art participates in the dialectic of enlightenment. As a form of human practice and depicted reality, it is part of the empirical world and thus of the rationality that prevails in it. It cannot simply jump out of it. Nevertheless, special laws apply to it. Modern art reacts to the disenchanted world by turning away from empiricism. It no longer follows any predetermined ideas merely imprinted on the artistic material, refrains from immediate imitation and makes itself the thing. It concentrates on its media, the way in which the material is formed, which at the same time retains its own right. Modern works of art thus reveal the material conditions of their production. Through such revelation they are enlightenment. The fact that paintings consist of color, literature of words, music of sounds, points to the fact of the sensual basis of the world as the source of meaning. Artistic form exists solely for the sake of this meaning. Through this, works of art become models of a rational practice that is nevertheless non-violent in relation to the sensually particular. In them, everything is arranged as casually as if it were natural. In this respect, they no longer show what is, but what could be. Therein lies their anti-barbaric element. Turning away from empiricism is the central problem for modern painting in particular. It is therefore questionable how it can still legitimize itself as a form of Enlightenment practice, and this question touches on the possibility of its continued existence. Painting has traditionally always had an immediate reference to the representational world and an illusionistic element. It produced reality with its means, pigment, color, surface, only fictitiously, through optical illusion. However, this process carries the danger of becoming ideological. After the rationalization and disenchantment of the world of living nature, this method of representation is no longer adequate to reality. Modern painting attempts to solve this problem by focusing on its own practice through the reflective use of the material. The emphasis on the paint material, brushstrokes and surfaces also demystifies the paintings, making them abstract. At the same time, however, they reveal their natural basis. The more illusionless and abstract the paintings become, the closer they approach that which is not reduced to abstract rationality. The refusal to perceive anything outside specific problems of form, the exclusion of all that is representational and formally insignificant, however, harbors the danger that the sensual quality of the paintings is reduced until it is ultimately null and void. If the unity of the pictorial composition is totally rationalized, the paintings become lifeless, as empty as the social abstractions leave the visual world behind. Piet Mondrian's Cubism, for example, led, as Clement Greenberg notes, to the point where even the medium of canvas was no longer appropriate for him due to its sensual qualities. And minimalism also tends towards the positivism of mere objecthood. The paintings are more or less merely given objects, as the natural scientist also finds them. The rationality of the paintings is transformed here into a contingency that corresponds to social rationality but can no longer point beyond it. After the First World War, but by the 1940s at the latest, painterly formalism therefore no longer seemed adequate to satisfy the enlightened intention of modern art. The painter Frank Auerbach, who was born in Berlin in 1931 and sent to London in 1939 by his parents, who died shortly afterwards in Auschwitz, registered this problem and drew conclusions from it. His paintings are created less through a definable form than through configurations of the color material. Auerbach uses an enormous amount of paint for his paintings. The sensual quality of the oil and its special properties, such as its great openness and long workability, are always retained in the result. Especially in the paintings created in the 1950s, there is an almost coarse substantiality. The inherent weight of the material, emphasized by the impasto, makes the paintings opaque to discursive thinking. However, the paintings do not fall back into what Adorno calls a barbaric literalness. This is where Auerbach's mastery lies. The paint material never merely serves physicalistic procedures, is an end in itself or used as a mere means to externally disrupt a possible context of the painting, but always remains reference to the creative activity, the long laborious work on the canvas. The trace of artistic control over the material, both the brushwork and the speed and strength of the paint application, remains evident in the paintings. In the course of his working process, he sometimes works on a single painting for months or even years. Auerbach scrapes the layers of paint off the canvas and applies them anew. Visible traces of the history of the paint application also remain in the works. Such traces record the artist's failure in the result, his fear and frustration when it becomes clear that the painting is still not right, that it requires renewed effort, that the material requires different decisions. The element of the figurative, the insistence on genres believed to be outdated, such as landscape and portrait, is also not a return to likeness or to a new idealism in painting. Auerbach is also aware that painterly abstraction cannot be revised. After Auschwitz, no intact image of the human figure is possible without transformation. But his abstractions, unlike the Cubist ones, have no positivist confidence, but dissolve into the picture surface formed by the configuration of the color material. They serve as an attempt to reflect the history of the decay of painterly genres and, at the same time, to capture the sensual representation of human experience to which these genres are indebted. Auerbach chose a different path than, for example, Francis Bacon, who was nevertheless close to him and in whose paintings the human figure and its pain are depicted in a much more immediate way. The solution of the New York School of American Abstract Expressionism, to dissolve forms into textures, sensual immediate units, and their relationships in favor of expression, did not seem right to him either. Greenberg's criticism of a style of painting like Auerbach's, the violation of the orthodoxy of 1950s painting, the attempt to wrest from the color material what other modern artists made of relations, the figurative element, the attack on taboos of form, is therefore not mere mannerism. It is an attempt to take account of a historical situation in which the experience prevails that individuals, reduced to mere specimens, are null and void and their hopes and expectations of emancipation have been shattered. The fact that the paintings succeed despite the lack of a thoroughly rationalized construction and despite the receding dominance of line and design principle over the physical mass of the paint material testifies to the historical falsity of such dominance. Auerbach's paintings speak of the real suffering and violence that the social production process has inflicted on bodily existence. They remind us that rational man himself is a piece of natural material, that he has a body. Such suffering, however, is resistant to artistic construction. In this way, the paintings are at least imaginary reparation for the catastrophe of world history, as Adorno puts it in aesthetic theory, what rationality does to the individual, to which it refers and which it wants to let speak. Auerbach's paintings react to the disqualification of the world by turning away from the uniform coherence of its elements. They are full of visual contradictions, offering no idea that can be grasped at a glance and that precedes the works. Although what was abstracted from is still preserved, they initially appear to be, according to T.J. Clark, a confused, irrelevant scribble that refers to nothing natural and does not strive for any order or consistency. The paintings are so formally disrupted that they almost dissolve into pure color material, inorganic matter. The almost unbearable physical weight of Auerbach's paintings initially has a disillusioning effect on the viewer, inhuman and unspeakably ugly. Although they are visibly rooted in definable genre traditions, Auerbach learned from the pictorial language of Delacroix, Ingres and Courbet. They initially seem to have no connection to the human experience that has always defined this tradition, to no longer point to anything living or to want to mean anything at all. I believe that all good painting works as if the picture has just escaped from a thicket of fixed positions and has conquered a freedom in which it exists of its own accord. And by its own laws, leaving all conceivable explanations behind with a stroke of liberation, says Auerbach. At some point, the explainers will catch up with the image again, but never completely. Auerbach can claim this never complete because he organizes his paintings in such a way that they form an unknown and unrepeatable unity. The paintings are held together as if by magical threads, as Catherine Lampert once said in conversation with Auerbach. We are dealing with configurations of the real that cannot be grasped through a classifying, literal approach. In contrast to this, they are a more that requires pictorial imagination on the part of the viewer. One must follow the potential of the painting, which, as Adorno formulates in Negative Dialectics, is waiting within it. Auerbach's works are therefore reminiscent of a sensual experience of the world that would be more than a mere reproduction of a given structure. In this respect, they point to a different, freer possibility of both appropriation and production. In the paintings, one does not see the roller that dissolves everything into a wooden uniformity, but rather the color of the living shines out of them, not literally, for Auerbach's palette is often covered in dark, especially in the earlier works, but the glow arises only from the aesthetic appearance, from the fact that the paintings are unpredictable units that for a moment become very special and from their own purpose as pleasure in the thing, which refers to the potential of human reason that is not exhausted in abstract rationality. It is no secret that the idealistic systems have long since failed historically. Since then, aesthetics has been grappling with the problem that its general concepts and categories, which were valid for a long period of time for the observation of art, have become anachronistic, inadequate neither to the present experience of reality nor to modern art production, since the idea of a comprehensive context of meaning, the identity of subjective experience and the world, has become absurd with the establishment of bourgeois society, but at the latest in view of the Shoah. On the other hand, aesthetics cannot conjure up any other concepts. This dilemma cannot be resolved. It applies in particular to a central concept of aesthetics, the category of beauty, which is traditionally oriented towards the idea of a comprehensive cosmic harmony, the Hegelian world chorale. The harmonistic concept of beauty is tied to certain historical presuppositions such as the metaphysical understanding of the world that was binding for a long time. In beauty, the fundamental identity of the individual and reality is vividly presented. The world can be experienced as a wholesome context of meaning that harmonizes with individual experience, which is still expressed in idealism. Hegel's famous definition of beauty as the sensual appearance of the idea is an expression of the idea that beautiful art is the sensual affirmative representation of truth as a correspondence between the self and the world. However, Hegel also suspected that the identical aesthetic experience in the face of beautiful appearance had already become a false consciousness in his time. He attributed a past character to fine art, as it was no longer able to adequately express historical truth in the face of the slaughterhouse of history. This could only be represented critically. For Hegel this meant conceptually. The avant-gardes ended their attack on the concept of beauty, which had become untrue, in the early 20th century, when capitalism and its negative consequences had finally prevailed. Finally, with the two world wars and the Shoah, the classical category of beauty became completely impossible. After the demise of a subject that is able to experience itself as identical with the world, after Auschwitz, beauty can no longer be viewed affirmatively from the nightingale and song thrush perspective. Criticism of the category of beauty in the face of its crisis is not new. As an expression of historical problems and objective contradictions, it has been practiced in very different and often contradictory ways. What is new, however, is a tendency in aesthetics to want to avoid such contradictions or simply to ignore them. Thus the aesthetic categories are not so much criticized by citing them before the court of reason, as Kant still demanded, but rather they are given a rather short trial. The verdict is either affirmative, since beauty, the traditional aesthetic category par excellence, is obviously no longer relevant to art appreciation today, it can now be attributed to the culture industry and the world of commodities, the current realm of beauty. This is often the viewpoint of cultural studies or a decidedly plural, postmodern aesthetic. Or the category is eschamatized according to a tendency of contemporary philosophical aesthetics and replaced by others that are considered adequate for contemporary art production. Both judgments, however, are guided by the premise that the concept of beauty is only available to an art or culture based on the primacy of identity and harmony, and both therefore ultimately lead to the same result, mimicry of society and, as a result, the justification of existing conditions. Thus, it has currently become acceptable to no longer criticize traditional aesthetic categories, such as beauty and aesthetic experience, in an art-dominant way, but to free them from their restriction to art and to extend or transfer them to the culture industry or the commodity-producing society as a whole. According to Knut Hickathir, this redefines both the terms and the criticism of the culture industry, which forms the current principle of beauty. From this perspective, the culture industry enables consumers to live out the need for beauty that art no longer allows today. It is not their works, but a successful everyday life, the delights of ordinariness, through which the desire for a world liberated from lack and renunciation of instinct can be cultivated. The beauties of the popular have become the model for sensual experience in general, Winfried Fluck also states, because it is only through them that individuals still experience their conformity with the world. The aim is to take account of historical developments, in particular the increasing aestheticization of art and the simultaneous aestheticization of the world of goods and life as a new stage of capitalist socialization. This development should no longer be ignored by insisting on art's immunity and criticizing the culture industry with a wistful view of art's glorious past. For the abolition of art's exclusive right to the beautiful, which it had always claimed, is also a democratic process, since it is everyday reality alone that is now determined as the object of aesthetic experience. No one is excluded from this experience, and this, in turn, is effortlessly commensurable for everyone, since the beautiful is not the sensual appearance of an idea that is merely accessible to cerebral acrobatics, but is necessarily commodified and therefore merely a surface phenomenon. This fact corresponds to the renunciation of a general concept of beauty, because such a concept would not do justice to the plurality of phenomena of beauty. What is striking, however, is that despite all the plurality, the definitions always remain diffusely based on the traditional harmonistic concept of beauty. Accordingly, the beautiful serves as a collective term for somehow positively valued experiences in the colorful field of plural tangible beautiful goods. However, such a form of aesthetic theory is an inadequate reaction to aesthetic problems and thus also to a social situation. Far from perceiving these as problems arising from a historical situation, aesthetics here becomes a merely external reaction to a problematic situation, a reflex of social conditions. For if the concept of beauty is transferred to the culture industry without further ado, it loses not only its eminently critical qualities, but actually all the qualities that have historically accrued to it, not least through the separation of art from everyday practice. It becomes affirmative, as false as the society from which it results. What remains of it is merely an identical beauty shaped by the commodity character of cultural industrial products, consequently a schematized beauty that no longer works through unqualifiable stimuli. Since the appearance of the culture industry disregards qualitative differences, the products are a priori prepared in such a way that they can be exploited. Schematically, they are thus completely objective, independent of their effect on the consumer. However, the schematically beautiful also has an effect, namely as a false promise of happiness, since it is merely a function of satisfying needs, which is necessary for goods to be marketable. The aesthetic needs of consumers are exploited but not fulfilled. Despite all invocations to the contrary, such products can only promise happiness. It can never be realized on this basis. The application of the category of beauty to the culture industry therefore has considerable consequences for the concept of aesthetic appearance, of which beauty is the bearer. For if appearance is freed from the restriction to art, a sphere separate from social practice, it loses the contradiction of being both apparent and true. In the coincidence of aesthetic and social appearance, the moment of blindness to reality that is essential to aesthetic appearance is lost, which is therefore true because it exposes the essence of social relations as false. What remains is a ubiquitous and ideological phenomenon, the fetishistic appearance of the ineluctability of antagonistic reality, since the schematic smoothness and formal harmony of the culture industry's products conceals the antagonistic nature of social relations. Like works of art, the culture industry also creates an illusory reality, but unconsciously, in the sense of a more or less illusionistic duplication of reality. This allows the culture industry to become a socially consciousness-producing instance, so that the very possibility of aesthetic experience is called into question. If conformity with the object is established schematically, since the general conditions and rules of sensuality, under which categories are applied to objects, are set by the culture industry, reception is preformed in such a way that the mediation between the object and the recipient is no longer accomplished by the latter, but the given must only be repeated mechanically in the sense of a performance of adaptation. Thus there is neither an unregulated material of perception, nor a responsible subject of experience, but only the unconscious recognition of an already familiar object. It becomes questionable, however, whether the concept of experience can be maintained at all if it is understood as a spontaneous appropriation of objects that does not forget that part of the object that eludes any schematization and also leaves the recipient a moment of freedom in relation to the object. While aesthetics, which takes the beauties of the popular as its yardstick, can at best be accused of naivety with regard to the ideological elements of the culture industry. Commodity aesthetics blatantly affirms the appearance of commodity fetishism, from whose point of view culture should be organized. Hartmut Bohm, for example, sees the possibility of overcoming social antagonisms, the divide between the individual and society, in discovering Africa in Us. Or Wolfgang Ulrich, who observes the fictional value of commodities, which refers to the magical practice of bringing things to life, as it emancipates itself from its use value and thus from its commodity character, so that the commodity aesthetic education of man can finally begin. As he says, alluding to Schiller, soon everyday products would be regarded as masterpieces of aesthetic appearance, whose fiction is by no means a lie, but is capable of developing a reflective and emancipatory effect. The attempt to transfer the traditional concept of beauty, which art has long blocked for good reason, to the culture industry or commodity aesthetics must fail, as it is closed to historical experience. Such an aesthetic forms its judgments on the basis of conventional ideas about schematized objects. As a result, concepts such as beauty are softened to such an extent that both the inner historicity and that which is critically directed against the historical development that has made the concepts problematic disappear from them. Another attempt to solve the problems with beauty consists in removing this category from aesthetics altogether. The argument here is also often made against the background of the traditional harmonist ideal. A category such as beauty is no longer considered appropriate to the present and its artistic production. Accordingly, Ursula Frank, for example, problematizes the traditional, systematic concept of beauty, which is rooted in a humanistic metaphysical understanding of the world, with a view to contemporary art production. If a category such as beauty is used, works of art are inevitably interpreted as spiritual entities that convey an absolute understanding of the world. Today, however, the concept of reality oriented towards humanity in metaphysics is no longer binding in its unambiguousness, and art expresses this. In view of the dissolution of the boundaries between art and life, exemplified by pop art or happenings, and the dissolution of artistic autonomy as an area separate from the practice of life, contemporary art can now only be understood as a relation of signs, as an abstract, interchangeable media sign. At the same time, this means the loss of a unified aesthetic experience. This development, which can no longer be adequately understood and reflected by a category such as beauty, requires new categories. Frank proposes staging and medialization, for example. Even Gunther Feigl, together with Hans Georg Flickinger, attests that the concept of beauty is untrue insofar as the objective validity of the concept of beautiful art has been suspended in modernity and absorbed by art that is no longer beautiful. In view of historical experience, modern art can no longer invoke the objective validity of its immediate sensual truth like classical art. It is therefore spiritual, no longer vivid, and can no longer be understood under the premises of categories such as beauty. For Lyotard, the same historical experience also causes art to turn away from the sensually representable and towards the anesthetic, so that the concept of beauty becomes false. All classicism appears forbidden in a world in which reality is destabilized to such an extent that it no longer provides material for experience, but rather for exploration and experimentation. For Lyotard, it is Auschwitz that signifies the end of representation and the subject, leaving behind only a feeling of the unrepresentable, to which the category of the sublime corresponds. An aesthetic of the sublime is therefore the driving force behind modern art, whose task is to make visible what cannot be represented. According to Wolfgang Welsch, art must even explicitly confront the beautiful and the sensual in order to save the non-identical. Whereas in aesthetically barren times beauty was still an elysium of sensuality that art tried to save for itself, this has now been reversed in view of the aestheticization of the living world. In contrast, it is necessary to create aesthetic wastelands that can be captured with categories such as disturbance or alterity. Although these rejections of the category of beauty attempt to do justice to historical experience, their abstract negation ultimately makes them as uncritical as the turn to the culture industry. Here too, aesthetics threatens to turn into affirmation, albeit in reverse. One reason for this is that the aesthetic appearance, which disappears from the observation of art with the category of beauty, can no longer be turned critically against the false appearance of the commodity-producing society and its culture industry. For the sensual appearance of beauty is a mode of representing truth that cannot be expressed in this way through more rationality. Turning away from the sensual would thus make the promise of happiness of aesthetic appearance impossible. Another reason for the affirmative turn in aesthetics, which occurs with the rejection of beauty, concerns the possibility, or rather the impossibility, of aesthetic experience. For with the category of beauty, Lyotard, for example, simultaneously eschematizes that of the subject, whose identity is destroyed by the shock of the sublime, completely formless, non-representable. Her criticism of a historically outdated concept of beauty is correct, and the impossibility of a wholesome aesthetic experience cannot be denied. After all, the concept of beauty is not a fixed, superhistorical fact, but has a specific social context in each case. In early bourgeois society, for example, it was bound to different conditions than under the conditions of the culture industry. For this very reason, however, it is wrong to simply suspend the category conceptually, i.e. subjectively in this case. As long as there is something objectively contradictory and unresolved about beauty that points to its historical conditionality, the concept cannot be displaced from aesthetics. Aesthetic problems often refuse to be resolved. It would therefore be up to aesthetics to pose problems, not to produce simple solutions. One such problem would be a concept of beauty that reflects its own historical obsolescence. The concept may be outdated in its traditional form, but it does not prove to be completely inappropriate to reality. Despite the decline of beauty in a post-human culture, the content of the concept has not been historically compensated for and can therefore neither be stilled by adhering to the outdated concept nor simply negated in view of the current result, modern or no longer beautiful art. On the other hand, however, the concept must not be held on to by force or its historically dead content restored, or as it is so often called today, reconstructed. The beautiful must be aesthetically tangible, not abstractly constructed. Therefore, the imminent critique of the category of beauty is a possible way out of the dilemma. Reflecting on the conditions and history of beauty enables its differentiated, unregulated experience. In view of the crisis of aesthetics, Theodore W. Adorno's aesthetic theory insists that the alternative of abstract negation or a softening and opening of its outdated categories is not one to which those who do not merely resign themselves to aesthetic problems must bow. In a 1969 projection for a new edition of The Dialectic of Enlightenment, Adorno comments on the problem faced by anyone who adheres to the categories of political economy today. Critical theory today is faced with the dilemma of either strictly adhering to these categories and thereby blatantly missing the mark, which is obviously the case, or softening the theoretical skeleton with the intention of taking account of changes in reality and falling prey to conceptless positivism. This dilemma, this limit of critical theory in the face of the possibility of failure, is best taken into account by using the once valid critical concepts, not in order to erect them as invariants, but in order to consume them in the process of their reflection and perhaps drive them further. In this sense, the traditional categories of aesthetics are not timeless absolute norms, but are to be criticized imminently. They have been eaten away by the process of opening up art that the avant-garde has initiated, according to the beginning of aesthetic theory, and at the same time the constituents that stem from an outdated ideal of art and humanity are being lost, as their substance has been removed by advancing historical consciousness. Extreme suspicion is due to all self-righteous invocations of humanity in the midst of the inhuman condition. Not a word for the noble, the good, the true and the beautiful that has not been desecrated and turned into its opposite, just as the National Socialists delighted in the house, its roof resting on pillars, while in the cellars they were tortured. Positive values have degenerated into a means of preventing reflection on the fact that none of them have been realized. Whoever is concerned about this must no longer put them in his mouth and must dismantle them wherever they are held up to him. This historical allergy to beauty stems from a sensitivity to the apparently false reconciliation that all that is pleasing implies. But since for Adorno the idea of the work of art is reconciliation, art must become uncomfortable in the face of any attempt to imply that such reconciliation exists and to repress suffering. The discomfort of art in itself, after the real catastrophes and in the face of coming ones, is also felt by aesthetics, which with its concepts hangs helplessly behind a situation of art, in which art, regardless of what becomes of it, shakes the concepts that can hardly be thought away from it. The fact that Adorno speaks here of the impossibility of thinking away refers to the objective experience that is sedimented in the categories. This objective experience is that of social domination. Since this domination is also directed against beauty as such, it criticizes, where it flashes up, social unhappiness in a similar way to that which Adorno attributes to successful thinking. That is why beauty must not wither away. An aesthetics without the category of beauty is therefore not only positivist. For example, if beauty is now removed from art and wildly assigned to the culture industry with its trivial generality derived from schematic ideas, but also wrong if beauty is kept silent simply because the chatter of harmony and the like can no longer be endured in the face of reality, as Adorno notes in a 1959 lecture on aesthetics. He attributes this resigned silence to the mortal fear of tearing one's hands open on the concepts, of shaking them like art itself, and yet holding on to them in order to be able to reflect on them, so that they themselves can prove appropriate to aesthetic experience today. The belief that they can simply be replaced by other categories is tantamount to a rejection of the enlightening power of aesthetics and a capitulation to what is merely the case. As it says in Adorno's Negative Dialectic, with regard to the questions of metaphysics, what should be the most urgent thing for people is in danger of being forgotten. Objectively, it has become problematic. Subjectively, the social web and the permanent excessive demands of the pressure to conform no longer allow them the time or energy to think about it. The issues have not been resolved, not even their insolubility proven. They have been forgotten, and where they are discussed, they are only sunk deeper into their terrible sleep. Gerhard Scheidt, who criticizes the fact that Adorno still uses the dead idealistic categories of abstract art, would also like to counter this. As these are located below the tortured Leib, which even for Adorno eludes all sublimation and experience, their theoretical apparatus ultimately becomes a consolation for the loss of all meaning. Although, as is well known, all culture is garbage for Adorno after Auschwitz, its concept hypocritical and absurd, and the art that takes this seriously is steeped in shame in the face of the tortured Leib, he does not, however, abstractly denounce tradition and its questions. This would not even be possible, since tradition itself never completely disappears in its negation. The categories of aesthetics must be criticized, but not thereby discarded. In the notes to the 1931 lecture on aesthetics, Adorno already formulated in this regard that the systems of aesthetics are indeed symptoms of false consciousness. Their historical failure points to the impotence of the idea in the face of reality, and therefore they must be criticized. At the same time, however, they can be saved, because in the field of aesthetics, history is always the history of problems, so that historical facts must always be developed from the factual problems of aesthetics, which then reveal themselves as historically produced. The insight into the decline of a category such as beauty therefore always remains linked to historical philosophical considerations. The historicization of beauty thus represents an arbitrary act in which concrete factual questions are skipped over. Accordingly, Adorno also emphasizes that only the dialectical path leads out of this problem. The much later aesthetic theory also states that the change of categories refers to the penetration of historical experience into theory, which forces us to deal with the problems that otherwise always recur historically. Therefore, the unfolding of the categories is forced, although this has an apparent aspect and can be criticized in this respect, at the same time it has enough power to break any aesthetic relativism. The perishing categories must be thought of as passing over in determinate negation. Motivated and concrete dissolution of the common aesthetic categories alone remains as a form of current aesthetics. It simultaneously releases the transformed truth of those categories. The transformed truth of the category of beauty, however, would be one that is still historically unfulfilled and only reveals itself in the critique of the category, which reflects its decay, in which it passes over into its negation. The abolition of a category such as that of beauty would therefore be tantamount to the abolition of the objectification of historical truth. Since aesthetics cannot rest on a fixed invariant truth, it must move into the open and uncovered. In doing so, however, it always exposes itself to failure. Consequently, aesthetics cannot know whether its claim will be honored historically. The category of the beautiful is obviously anything but unproblematic for Adorno. Nevertheless, for him there is no question that aesthetics cannot do without the concept, since a work of art can hardly be conceived without the idea of beauty. For Adorno, the sensual moment of the work of art, at the same time the center of beauty, is the highest moment of art, just as sensual experience is the one that comes closest to the metaphysical. Following Adorno, a critical concept of beauty based on objective, historical experience could be developed. The fact that Adorno states in Negative Dialectics, with regard to metaphysics, that it can only win by throwing itself away, i.e. by turning into materialism, since what happened shattered the basis of the speculative metaphysical thought's compatibility with experience, means for beauty that it can only be saved by transposing it into the realm of the material, the physical. Adorno's intention here is related to Celan's. For Celan, a concept of beauty after Auschwitz is only conceivable out of pain. He who weeps only for beauty kills it. Only he who goes to the crooked-nosed, hunchbacked, with the most intrinsic pain, will encounter the eidos of beauty. In accordance with the demand to think the declining categories as passing over into determinate negation, Adorno takes up the classical aesthetic systems, above all Kant and Hegel, and applies their concept of beauty negatively. A harmonistic, positive definition is no longer conceivable, as the social order contradicts it. In extreme consequence, this means the transition of the beautiful into the ugly, which for Adorno expresses the contradiction against this order and suffering, as it can be traced back to the principle of violence. However, the experience of ugliness is accompanied by an ideological moment. The indignation about it corresponds to a society that denies its character based on domination and coercion. In this respect, as a reading of the passages in which Adorno speaks of the ugly suggests, the category summarizes everything that naive reception, but also aesthetics, has always ostracized and been indignant about: suffering, the archaic fear of horrifying nature, negativity. For Adorno, ugliness therefore seems to be a cipher for the non-identical nature of beauty, which is neither reconciled with it nor completely absorbed by it. The beautiful, which for Adorno was once the historically deprived, has abolished the ugly, just as in certain historical phases the ugly can again become the negation of the beautiful. When Adorno emphasizes, for example, the crude materiality of works that resemble the inorganic, devastated industrial landscape, which, what spirit, thought as well as art, does to the other, with the intention of reparation, he refers to this negation. Through this, the beautiful sinks, as it were, into a deeper historical layer of rock, but in no way loses any truth there. This negative concept of the beautiful, expanded by the ugly, results from the critique of Kantian subjectivism and in particular the Hegelian notion of the beautiful as the sensual appearance of the idea, which Adorno criticizes as the appearance of a false totality, but at the same time strives to save the aesthetic appearance. For him, saving appearance is the only way to hold on to the sensual representation of truth. However, the sensual is no longer Hegel's representation of an absolute idea, but for Adorno, who thinks of metaphysics as merging into materialism, a representation of physical suffering, which, spiritualized by its entry into the work of art, refers to this idea. Truth is therefore not conceived as an absolute correspondence, but as a representation of a non-existent, non-identical thing. The appearance of beauty, as a momentary negation of false totality, can be experienced on the basis of its non-identity. For Adorno, beauty must therefore have absorbed the ugliness on which it is based and which points to the irreconcilability of, not least, social natural relations. The experience of beauty is not one of identity, but refers to the historical non-identity of subject and object. It is an experience of objectivity which, according to Adorno, weighs on the subject. As Adorno attempts to demonstrate in his lecture on aesthetics, such an experience is supposed to arise from the imminent critique of Kant's subjectivist conception, which develops beauty from a subjective reaction, taste, and therefore defines it, deficiently, merely as the sensually pleasing. For Adorno, however, taste is an inadequate category in relation to art. This view refrains from a moment of beauty that is independent of the moment of perception and in this respect does not come close to the subjective aesthetic experience of beauty, which does not merge into immediate enjoyment. Although sensual stimuli, the pleasing, have an effect in the work, these are not essential for the work, but are dispersed in relation to what actually constitutes it, its objective organization as a context of meaning. Aesthetic experience can therefore only perceive the sensual in a broken way, adequately only in relation to this context, never in isolation, because for Adorno this would be tantamount to withdrawing the spiritual moment in the work in favor of the bestial, blindly natural, as well as the Aufhebung of the separation of art and reality. In this way, the beautiful could never be defined as the bearer of aesthetic appearance. Kant's definition ultimately boils down to the mere consumption of art, which effortlessly makes a work commensurable to the subject and is equivalent to the consumption of accumulated exchange value, regardless of the objective content of the work. For Adorno, however, aesthetic experience is not commensurable, since the subject, violated by the work, withdraws into it and thus has a very limited share in it. Kant's retreat to taste can therefore be interpreted as a protection against stimuli that ultimately closes itself off from the experience of antagonistic reality. Adorno also criticizes Kant's definition of beauty as that which is the object of disinterested pleasure without a concept under the aspect of subjectivism. In Aesthetic Theory, he states in this regard that Kant falsely promises a unified context of justification, as beauty is merely formally derived here from unchangeable subjective conditions as a priori standards that are independent of any historical experience or social mediation. This, however, makes the definition of interest so poor and indeterminate that it necessarily fails in the face of aesthetic phenomena. In contrast, the shadow of the wildest interest must be associated with the uninterested if it is to be more than merely indifferent. With Hegel, who always qualifies the subjective reaction as accidental, external and meager, beauty is not reduced to sensual stimuli, but can also be defined as objective, through historical, never invariant experience. Hegel's concept of beauty is, however, conceived from the meta-aesthetic idea of the absolute. In this respect, art as an expression of visual truth is subject to the law of unified, harmonious form, in which the overarching idea is objectified, therefore, it cannot and must not be affected by its non-identical, dissonant and ugly aspects. Adorno initially sees the emphasis on the substantial spiritual moment as opposed to the merely sensual as an advance on Kant. The idealistic moment in the sense of objective mediation by the spirit is therefore indispensable to art. For Hegel, beauty is the sensual appearance of a spiritual principle, and the appearance of beauty is always a historical fact. According to Adorno, however, the definition of beauty based on the premise of identity and the exclusion of the non-identical loses its plausibility in a historical situation in which the idea of a general substantial reasonableness, the absolute identity of the objectivity of the spirit and an essential appearance becomes illusory in the face of reality and contemporary art. Adherence to essential appearance therefore not only exposes itself to the ridicule of reality, but must also lead to aesthetic inconsistencies. Only if the total claim were actually honored, i.e. if the idea could be brought historically to the concept, would this principle endure. In a historical phase in which the view of the reality of reason became a bloody mockery, Hegel's interpretation fades, according to Adorno, but despite the wealth of true insight that it opened up to consolation. The metaphysical appearance of objective reasonableness conceals the materialistic moment, not least by means of the harmonious form, that the beautiful has historically also grown into the ugly, the suffering and the horror in the face of reality. This is also evident in Hegel's contempt for natural beauty, to which Adorno's aesthetic theory turns again. Nature, for Hegel the idea in its otherness, cannot be beautiful in itself due to its immediate sensuality, but only for the grasping consciousness. Art, however, corrects this deficiency, in which the beautiful gains the substantiality of the absolute spirit through form. Adorno sees Hegel's formal, absolute concept of beauty as an archaic inheritance. It arose through sealing off from immediate existence, during the emancipation from the fear of overwhelming, terrifying nature, which then, only retrospectively, becomes the ugly, which contradicts the formal concept of beauty. This fear, congealed in ugliness, is the basis of beauty as the content of the works. Without it, the concept would be empty, a journey without freight, as it says in aesthetic theory. Anxiety should not be suppressed, as Adorno also demands in view of the Kantian concept of beauty. It shows the enduring horror of nature and thus forces us to reflect on history, to turn to the hunchbacked and dull. Art must make what is ostracized as ugly its business, no longer to integrate it, to soften it, but to denounce in the ugly the world that creates and reproduces it in its own image. For Adorno, the ugly moment of beauty thus functions as a drive to move beyond reality. A post-idealist, transformed category of beauty would therefore have to incorporate precisely the non-identical moment, which is witness to the impotence of Hegel's law of form. In the absorption of ugliness, beauty is powerful enough to expand itself through its contradiction. The progress of Hegel's concept in relation to Kant's subjectivism goes hand in hand with the exclusion of the critical moment of beauty, namely everything that is not dominated by the subject. Thus it impoverishes the beautiful. Here again it is Kant whose theory of the natural beautiful Adorno takes up in order to go beyond Hegel and that dark shadow of idealism, with his concept of the beautiful in accordance with the demand of negative dialectics to change the direction of conceptuality and turn it towards the non-identical. Kant's definition of the natural beauty is directed against the harmonistic ideal of art, which pushed what is valid to the edge of what the broad and dirty mainstream of the spirit carried with it, as this is where the suffering of the dominant subject in reality can be made clear. Kant registers moments in the aesthetic experience of nature that become relevant for Adorno's theory of the beauty of art. In this respect, for Adorno, the beauty of nature is the model of the beauty of art. For Kant, for whom only that which is recognized without concept as the object of a necessary pleasure is beautiful, recalls the objective mediation of beauty, whose substance cannot be dissolved back into subject, and thus refers to what Adorno understands as the truth content of art, nature. For Kant, it is not the absolute system of prevailing subjectivity that leads to aesthetic judgment, rather this takes place according to an unconscious principle, the eternal rules of an inherently purposeful nature, which are given to the subject and cannot be grasped conceptually. The beauty of nature points to the primacy of the object, concludes Adorno, and, it should be added, to the negative definition of beauty. The moment of natural beauty that cannot be subjectively resolved is its negative substance, the dissonance that is therefore perceived as ugly by the unreflected reception. For Adorno, however, Kant conceives the natural beauty too harmoniously insofar as he separates it from the sublime and excludes the dissonant moment of beauty, that which does not conform to the principle of identity and which, with Kant, could certainly be conceived through the essential indeterminacy of beauty. For Kant, dissonance, such as the experience of the superiority and abstract grandeur of nature, corresponds to the sublime, not to the calm feeling of beauty. Adorno draws together the definitions of the beautiful and the sublime in a theory of natural beauty that goes beyond Kant. The analysis of the sublime is ultimately also groundbreaking for Adorno's dissonant definition of beauty. It proves to be negative, but insofar as it does not have a destructive effect on the experiencing subject, it is always in danger of turning into affirmation. Accordingly, beauty is a field of tension between the pleasing and the repulsive, according to Adorno in his 1958-59 lecture on aesthetics. It moves between the conditional of sensual nature and the non-conceptual unconditional, which can be experienced as a contradiction to the subject. And he goes on to say that the spiritual part of man is delighted in the face of beauty, while the natural part becomes uneasy in the face of the presentation of a transcendent, without there being a contradiction between spirit and sensuality, since the spiritual appears sensual in the beautiful appearance itself. What is tense in beauty is, on the one hand, the possibility of emancipation from the constraints of nature, namely through the subject's awareness of itself and its freedom, and, on the other hand, archaic fear, of which the overpowering nature is a reminder. In other words, although beauty is set apart from nature, it simultaneously recalls and repeats it. In this respect, beauty also participates in the dialectic of enlightenment. It has absorbed the pre-worldly horror that, according to Adorno, people once felt due to their actual powerlessness in the face of nature and whose disappearance is now to be feared. The enlightenment is always accompanied by the fear that the very thing that triggered it, the truth, may disappear. Art is therefore mnemosyne to that which is condemned in the name of truth, remembered horror, which is itself enlightenment. In the work, the fright frees itself from the mythical deception of being itself, but without being reductively related to the subjective spirit. Therefore, for Adorno, beauty is always accompanied by a cruel moment, its sinister radiance, which aesthetic appearance can only be according to Hegel, is an expression of the overpowering nature of reality, which can no longer be harmoniously transformed into a wholesome form. For Adorno, the negative foundation of beauty in dissonance seems historically to be the only way to save appearance as a representation of truth. Dissonance is therefore central to Adorno's aesthetics, until its difference to consonance is abolished, because it only appears negative as long as consciousness presses for unity. It must therefore be a moment of unity, without which it would not dissonate. Only in the emancipation of art from appearance would the dissonant find its end, and that would only be possible in a reality that no longer insisted on compulsive unity and in which talk of harmony and consonance would no longer be a bloody mockery. However, the relationship between dissonance and appearance, which is bound to form, is anything but unproblematic. The latter is simultaneously a rebellion against it and bound to its coherence and coherence. Only through form can the dissonant become perceptible as a contradiction at all, which amounts to the disintegration of form. At the same time, form must be coherent, must not become amorphous, fall back into nature. Before Adorno, Nietzsche had already attempted to mediate the ugly and disharmonious, as the Urgrund of art as the result of suffering, with the beautiful appearance, pain as appearance, difficult problem, Nietzsche wrote in one of his notes. In The Birth of Tragedy, he also solves the problem by means of the category of dissonance. In Nietzsche's work, this is incorporated into the form without destroying the latter. Although dissonance dissolves all harmony, because according to Nietzsche it lays a veil of beauty over the essence of art, the pain, the beautiful appearance remains intact in its downfall, as suffering can only appear at all through the harmonious form. The dissonant, as Oliver Barron points out, undergoes a change of status in Nietzsche. From the side of the horrific and ugly, it switches to that of the beautiful, so that the horror that has hitherto remained concealed becomes perceptible. Since it demands dissolution of its own accord, it dynamizes the form of the beautiful. Nevertheless, it is not ultimately dissolved into a superordinate whole, but is set free as a caesura in the harmony of beauty. It can therefore be understood as a destruction of the inherent logical order of beauty out of this order, which does not lead to a complete decay of form. Even for Adorno, who, like Nietzsche, attempts to think the preservation of the beautiful in its downfall, the successful, coherent unity of the work is contradictory, conceived as dissonant, which is always already inherent in the synthesis of the moments of the work. Consequently, the dissonant is not harmoniously suspended in the successful form, but is only unleashed in a work of art through the dynamics aimed at harmony, whereby the beautiful appearance is simultaneously disturbed in its evocation. In this respect, for Adorno, the beautiful is only an apparition, a momentary appearance of happiness, without any prospect of holding on to it. Art is the promise of happiness that is broken. The appearance of unity in form, after an instantaneous, immediately extinguishing expression, like the sound emerging naked from the dense form, disintegrates again into disparate moments that refer to the horror of nature, the non-conceptual, the amorphous, which deny any unity. This reference is not an external disturbance of appearance, but takes place on its own basis. As a result, the destruction of beautiful appearance through dissonance is never complete, it has itself become the bearer of appearance. The demarcation against appearance, according to Adorno, also remains appearance, which is necessary so that the work does not fall back into mere nature or affirmative ugliness. Although Adorno speaks of the momentary happiness of beauty, which in this respect does not seem to be conceived in a consequent negative way, for him aesthetic synthesis is not a harmonious whole or beauty a consolation in the face of the complete loss of meaning in reality. Adorno's aesthetic theory is not conceived from the perspective of an outdated harmonious idea of art, which represses historical suffering and which Adorno attempts to critically overcome. That the world, which has lost its fragrance and since then its color, should receive it again from art, seems possible only to the guileless, we read in Aesthetic Theory. Art laments the harmony that conceals suffering in the world, but at the same time it also laments the necessity of the dissonance that expresses suffering. If such suffering were the last word of art, it would seal it, as far as it can still become different. What is defamed as perversion by a harmonistic aesthetic of taste, which according to Adorno has survived the catastrophes, that the darkest moments of art should give something like pleasure, is nothing other than that art and a correct awareness of it find happiness only in the ability to stand firm. This happiness radiates from within into the sensual appearance. Just as the spirit of harmonious works of art communicates itself even to the most brittle phenomenon, saving it sensually, so to speak, so the sinister, as the antithesis to the deception of the sensual facade of culture, also entices sensually. There is more pleasure in dissonance than in consonance. The cutting edge, dynamically sharpened, in itself and differentiated from the monotony of the affirmative, becomes a stimulus, and this stimulus, hardly less than disgust at positive imbecility, leads the new art into a no-man's land, representative of the habitable earth. This moment of sensual stimulus, of desire, which stands for a habitable earth as an objection to the affirmative, but also to the commodity character of art, and in this respect is the highest moment of art for Adorno, must be mediated by dissonance, as it is not immediately present in an art that has become allergic to the sensually pleasing, and is often even completely suppressed in favor of rationality. By means of the category of dissonance, on the other hand, it is possible to think of the sensual as transfigured into its antithesis, pain. The fact that the sensual does not appear as pleasing, but only in its antithesis, is on the one hand due to the permanent social threat of catastrophe, which does not allow us to impute meaning to this society and derive pleasure from it. On the other hand, it is discredited as pleasing by the culture industry, which does not care about this threat of catastrophe and exploits people's need for beauty. For Adorno, this transfiguration of the sensual even does more honor to the idea of beauty than if it were produced as something immediate and pleasing. Of course, it is itself subject to social and historical conditions. According to Adorno, a sensual taboo can at times not only apply to the pleasing, but also spill over into dissonance, since in the latter its opposite is still co-felt through negation, whereby dissonance would lie too close to reconciliation and become a false semblance of the human, similar to that of the culture industry. On the other hand, if dissonance makes this taboo absolute, it can also become completely indifferent material. In both cases, the objective experience directed against the ego in the face of beauty would not come about. Experience, the mode of cognition that abandons itself to the non-identical, indissolubly objective, is, however, an integral part of Adorno's concept of beauty. It is the subjective side of beauty. Although beauty cannot be defined subjectivistically, from the point of view of effect, as Adorno's critique of Kant has shown, it is just as little dissolved in objectivity, since it cannot be conceived without reflection on the human spirit. Beauty is only conceivable as a relationship of tension between subject and object. There is therefore no beauty without the subject. For Adorno, only that which has passed through its for other becomes beautiful in itself. However, this for other is the exact opposite of the desire for beauty to give something to the subject. For Adorno, beauty is not a wall in front of which the recipient only hears the echo of himself, as is the case with the products of the culture industry. The beautiful is only for the subject insofar as it revokes the subject's self-positioning and provides an insight into the essence and not merely the facade of subjectivity, namely by reminding us of the disturbance that the subject does to the beautiful by behaving in a domineering manner towards its objectivity. Here, too, Adorno uses the beauty of nature as a model. In remembering nature, the ego emerges, spiritually, from its imprisonment in itself. In order to remember nature, however, it must first be overcome. According to Adorno, only the historically strengthened and nature-dominating subject has the power to step back from the beautiful and to revoke its self-establishment. In other words, only a subject that is free from the constraints of nature can relinquish its claim to dominance and give priority to an object. Since it is the subject that must venture into the uncovered and bridge the reflexive distance to the object, it must not already be objectively bound. However, according to Adorno, through this externalization and the failure of dominating subjectivity, the subject, namely the concrete, feeling and suffering individual, simultaneously comes into its own, which is able to experience a victimless non-identity through the spontaneity of thought. Here too, Adorno's argument is directed against idealistic subjectivity. Only the concrete individual can have experiences, and these are always suffering for Adorno as historical. This suffering represents both its own claim and that of the object, as it refers to the disjointedness of subject and object, which the subject feels in its own libe. This experience with itself, which the subject has in the face of beauty and its appearance, has been the center of Adorno's thinking. Not least for this reason, the rescue of the category of beauty is so immensely urgent for him. Admittedly, the subject cannot experience its failure in the face of the pleasing, but only of the dissonant. On the part of the work, this is expressed in the disruption of form. Through the negative experience of dissonance, the subject, shaken by the incomprehensibility of the non-identical, becomes aware of its nothingness and limitation. The shocks of the incomprehensible strike back. They illuminate the senseless world. The new music sacrifices itself to this. It has taken all the darkness and guilt of the world upon itself. All its happiness lies in recognizing misfortune, all its beauty in denying itself the appearance of beauty. However, the pain in the face of the shocks and the realization of unhappiness also points to the longing for what has so far been blocked to the subject, the nodding identity. Only then does it reach beyond itself to that which is different. For Adorno, happiness and negativity are always mixed up. In the overwhelming, the erasure of the subject collapsing into itself, there is a moment of happiness only for the reason that the negative points to the possibility of something non-negative. Only the dilettante finds beauty in what he does not hurt himself. So, was it really worth it, asks TV sensationalist reporter Wayne Gale, played by Robert Downey Jr., to imprison serial killer Mickey Knox, Woody Harrelson, during an exclusive interview in prison in Oliver Stone's Natural Born Killers, 1994. Mickey responds with a counter-question: do you think, is one moment of my purity worth as much as your lifetime of lies? He had experienced this purity in his murders. Because murder itself is pure, it was made impure by the mass media. The media personality Gale, who voyeuristically exploits the murder, but does not experience it, thirsts for the original purity that has been lost. Knox makes it clear to Gale that this difference is what counts. I think, Wayne, all you have to do is feel the good old gun in your hand. And then everything becomes clear. The idea that truth lies in the extreme, in an extreme situation, in the extreme, that truth is revealed or that people are enabled to recognize the truth is a widespread topos. Death and the violence that brings it about are considered to be the most extreme, strangest, and at the same time closest. Death should make you realize something. It is not something we understand, but something through which we understand, said Eugen Fink, a former student of Heidegger and later a colleague of his. But why? And what is being recognized? And where does this realization lead? At least, according to Römer, the experience of death separates the clueless from the knowledgeable. Healthy, normal, and mediocre people have no experience of agony and no other sense of death. They live on, says the modern nihilist Emile M. Choron. And they indulge in the drunken unconsciousness of the commonplace. On the one hand, there are the errors of the average person and the superficial balance of man. On the other hand, there is the deeper perspective, which has detached individual experience from its naive framework and its natural integrity. It is not only critical theory that claims ideological criticism, and its positive complementary postulate, unregulated experience, for itself, but also conservative to fascist cultural criticism. The relationship of critical theory to other forms of critique of modernity is difficult. Adorno emphasized that it is not the last of the tasks that thinking sees itself confronted with to place all reactionary arguments against Western culture in the service of progressive enlightenment. However, it should be noted that the polemic of cultural criticism, as half the truth is already the whole untruth. Moreover, in the aphorism, child with the bathwater, in Minima Moralia, Adorno expressly warned against a false tendency in cultural criticism. Ranting about lies has a suspicious tendency to become an ideology itself. If, with the logic of consistency and the pathos of truth, circumstances were reduced to their so-called actual being, then, with the untrue, all truth would also be eradicated, and one would move, immediately to barbarism. which one accuses of being mediated by culture. Chiron made this move to follow the disillusionment of realizing that all the naive poetry of life, all its allurements and charms seem empty of content, to follow the black intoxication of the exposure of nothingness and irrelevance, to long for the downfall of such a world. It makes me happy to see that people don't want to think about death at all. I would like to do something to make the thought of life 100 times more worth thinking about. Friedrich Nietzsche. At some point in the 19th century, the idea that death was a residue within modern society that not only asserted itself as a resistant cell in the midst of a thoroughly rationalized world, but also called it into question, began to seep through. The sociologist Werner Fuchs has pointed out that this idea arose in the conflict between bourgeois worldliness and the Christian religion, especially the Catholic Church. The Church used the fact that people have to die as an argument against the self-consciousness of secularization. At least through the fear of death, it wanted to keep a foot in the door. The cultural philosopher Bernhard Grothweisen, 1880–1946, who belongs to the Dilthey school, elaborated and at the same time affirmed this in his two-volume work, Die Entstehung der bürgerlichen Welt und die Lebensanschauung in Frankreich, 1927–30. In the otherwise so-called image that bourgeois consciousness had created for itself, something dark, unknown, remained with death. This keeps open the possibility that secularized people will turn to religion again. The experience of death seems like something strange and contradictory in a worldview that is based on the self-sufficiency of life values. Since then, this has been a fixed topos that has been repeatedly reformulated and sharpened by all branches of cultural studies. For the sociologist Andreas Hetzel, death is a thorn in the flesh of the animal rationale. Because all thought, speech and action remain related to it, and yet it causes every attempt to perceive or symbolize it, to understand it or even to justify it, to fail. However, this is something that fascinates authors like Hetzel, something that for them constitutes the special dignity of death. It always manifests a line of resistance, a way of evading being reduced to a malleable and managed life. Like most authors, Hetzel also refers to the voluminous and popular work History of Death, 1978, by French historian Philippe Aries, 1914–1984. The latter periodized the way people in Western civilized countries deal with death. He distinguishes between 5 phases. In simple and traditional societies, death had been tamed through a careful ritualization of it, through cultural and collective control. In the early Middle Ages, a new kind of self-awareness emerged that changed attitudes towards death. The death of the self took center stage. Precautions were taken for the imminent death and the afterlife, for as long as possible. Real death was given immense weight. In the 16th and 17th centuries, death was distant and yet threatening. Under the impression of modernization and rationalization, death's wild and natural powers emerged again after it had been tamed. It sowed doubt and unrest. It was only here that people became really afraid of death. The 18th and 19th centuries were characterized by an increasing privatization of death in the bourgeois family. The death of the other was primarily about the death of a loved one, which strongly shook a romantic sensibility. In the 20th century, death was concealed, pushed aside and increasingly repressed underground. It is no longer a public event that interrupts the course of society. Because it is perceived as ugly, indecent, and unseemly, people are ashamed of it and therefore subject it to medicalization. This is where death becomes clean. This is reinforced by the various commercial burial options on offer, especially in the USA. The fact that Aries' cultural diagnosis, especially towards the end of the History of Death, is based more on historical intuition than on archival studies, has been criticized from various sides. Death and dying are neither repressed nor made invisible, and new rituals take the place of traditional ones. The critique of new forms of dealing with death presupposes an anthropologically constant model of reaction, so that modern forms can only appear as the alienation of an actual behavior. The interpretations of everyday ways of being in being and time are far removed from a moralizing critique of everyday existence and cultural philosophical aspirations. Rather, he pursues a purely ontological intention with them, Martin Heidegger emphasizes several times. However, it is difficult to read Heidegger differently, as he mobilizes almost the entire vocabulary of the critique of civilization that despises modernity. And even his apologists rarely understood him differently. It is probably precisely this language that makes him so appealing to many. For Heidegger, death is an existential. Existentials capture the facts of man's life movement between birth and death before and outside of certain sciences. They are the basic features of human life. Heidegger initially invokes death as a necessity shortly after the halfway point of being and time, in order to remedy a deficiency in his existential analysis up to this point. In order to illuminate the being of existence in its actuality and wholeness, death must still be included in the analysis. In the core framework of being and time, we find ourselves at the following point with sections 45 through 53. Heidegger began by posing the basic question of the meaning of being, which had been asked incorrectly for around 2,500 years, sections 1 through 4. The meaning of being can only be clarified by Dasein, which is why Heidegger turns to its analysis, sections 5 through 11. The essence of Dasein is being in the world, sections 12e, and its essence is care, sections 39 through 44. The essence of care, however, is temporality, which manifests itself in mortality and finitude. And this is where death comes into play. Its contemplation is the central piece of the analytics of existence. For if there were no death, then there would be no difference between actual and non-actual existence. Because of these two concepts, Heidegger's analysis of death is often read as a description of how man can become authentic. And there is some evidence for this. In sections 45 through 53, Heidegger describes how existence, as a whole, should be possible. It is about existence in its actuality and wholeness, and about the ability of this being to be whole. The sections read like a critique of reification. Firstly, general fungibility has reached its absolute limit at death. While otherwise the substitutability of one existence by another is always part of the possibilities of being together in the world, death is different. For no one can relieve the other of his dying, because dying must be taken upon itself by each being. Secondly, Heidegger criticizes the public treatment of dying. Death, which is actually unjustifiable, is turned into a publicly occurring event that the man encounters. The man is also an existential. In the state of the man, every other is like the other. Difference and expressiveness disappear. The common criticism of mass society shines through. Heidegger describes this development as decay, as the loss of a better state. Everything original is smoothed out overnight as having long been known. Everything fought for becomes manageable. Every secret loses its power. Existence experiences a lack. It is scattered and must first find itself. Why it has to do this is not explained. The iron dictates and the motif of the ontological imperative are part of Heidegger's ontology. The public sphere belongs to the man. It is insensitive to all differences of level and authenticity. In it, speech becomes talk. In contrast to genuine understanding, talk is the mode of being of the uprooted understanding of existence. The fleeting speech in public does not speak properly about death. By saying that you die in the end, but initially you remain unaffected, death is turned into a public event. The concealing evasion presents death as something that is always already real. Like Ares, Heidegger criticizes the fact that the public should not be disturbed in its anxious carelessness. Heidegger describes this decaying evasion of death as inauthentic being toward death, into which existence can, but does not have to relocate itself. It has the possibility to relate to death in a different way by running ahead into the possibility of its death. What exactly this mere self-heating of becoming actual is supposed to consist of remains unclear. In the end, however, existence, detached from the illusions of man, can be itself as freedom to die. The French writer and philosopher Maurice Blanquat criticizes interpretations that interpret this part of Heidegger's philosophy as a search for authenticity through death. This is because the concept of authenticity does not correspond to that of actuality. Joseph Koenig has traced this, actually, is that which is proper to the individual human being. And Gunther Anders went further: what is actual is what I have power over, whose owner I am. Ownership comes from property. This is the other possible interpretation. For Heidegger, existence makes death its property. Death and dying are repeatedly reformulated in Heideggerian terminology and reinterpreted in the process. In terms of Dasein, however, death is only death in an existential being. Death has existence exclusively as existential being to death. Death is indeed the end of existence, but existence is always already its not yet. Therefore, it is also always already its end. For Heidegger, death is therefore not an end of existence, but a way of being that takes over existence. Everything is reinterpreted as an active aspect of existence, Gunther Anders summarizes. This is again countered by the inexorability of the saying, that Dacian has to take over death as a way of being, just as it has to be a not yet. But for Heidegger it is also clear that with death, Dacian itself is immanent in its own ability to be. For Heidegger, freedom to decide and compulsion are mutually reinterpreted in the always already of being for so long and so often that they become indistinguishable. What Dacian wants, it must, and what it must, it takes upon itself, ennobled by the addition of heroic. Whatever happens to existence and whatever it encounters, it is itself, its possibilities. The magical word possibility is the means of acquisition with which Heidegger negotiates everything. If Dacian is to allow death to become powerful in itself in advance, then it sounds as if Dacian has devoured death. Two things can be observed in Heidegger. There is an ontologization of death, through which death becomes something ephemeral. But there are also places in the ontological structure where the power of intention to seal and close has not reached, places where death enters existence as an alien, absolutely accidental, undeveloped and undevelopable other. As a way of being that Dacian takes over, as nothing that Dacian lacks as coming from outside, as the most intrinsic possibility of Dacian, death has perished in being to death. But if death limits and determines the possible wholeness of existence, then it is handed over to its death. If it goes under the eyes of death, then it confronts it as an other against which it can also shatter. Jean Baudrillard, the postmodern philosopher par excellence, went further and spoke plainly. He called for the eruption of a death that is more than real, a symbolic and a sacrificial death. He rejected Heidegger and found his own point of departure on the subject of death. The most minimal injection of death would instantly produce such an excess, such an ambivalence, that the whole game of value would collapse. For Baudrillard, death is a means against the domination of Western capitalist societies. But why? To answer this question, one must be familiar with Baudrillard's hypothesis about the succession of social formations. He assumes that an epoch of imitation was replaced by an epoch of production, which was then followed by an epoch of simulation. The era of imitation was the defining social pattern from the Renaissance to the Industrial Revolution. It was dominated by use value. Exchange value, on the other hand, prevailed in the era of production and industrial development. The exchange value realized through trade was the focus here. In the era of simulation, on the other hand, use value and exchange value coincided. The determining schema was now the code. While in the first epoch the sign had an immediate relationship to reality, in the second epoch it masked a deeper reality. In the third stage, the sign only concealed the absence of reality. When Baudrillard analyzes the relationship of modern societies to death, he notes a peculiar simultaneity of omnipresence and repression. Death is omnipresent because modern societies are based on work, which is postponed death. Capital denies death, which is worse than a violent death. Because of this omnipresence, death is not only repressed, in the sense of Ares, but also separated. Death is taken away from people. This is why Baudrillard's starting point for overcoming capitalism, which he calls a system, is to abolish the suspension of death. He is not concerned with destroying capitalism in order to liberate death, as one might expect. Death is not the goal here, not some strange Arcadia, but a means, and one that is to be used in the so-called symbolic exchange. For in the present, everything that can be expressed symbolically, instead of value relations, is a deadly danger to the prevailing order. In Baudrillard's diction, the symbolic is a special act of exchange, a social relationship that ends and dissolves the real. And for him, the real is the separation of life on the one hand and death on the other. Baudrillard's counter-strategy is to respond to death with death. It is a matter of shifting everything into the sphere of the symbolic, whose law is that of challenge, reversion and surpassing. For death can only be answered by an equal or higher death. It is necessary to challenge the system through a gift to which it cannot respond, except through its own death and collapse. Translated into forms of political practice, even if Baudrillard would not call it that, this means that one could try to prevent the perfection of the system, evade the system and commit suicide, for example. What fascinates Baudrillard most, however, is terrorism, which for him is the use of death without the possibility of negotiation and therefore the transition to the symbolic order. Using the absolute weapon of death, terrorists did not fulfill a labor contract, but a pact and a commitment to sacrifice. Such a commitment is immune to all betrayal and corruption. Baudrillard's enthusiasm for the September 11th attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon are not a late consequence of his early work. His philosophy of terror, his bomb expressionism, was already anticipated in The Symbolic Exchange and Death. Even then, he referred positively to the actions of Palestinians and revolting blacks who set fire to their own neighborhoods. Like Baudrillard, the Swiss sociologist and politician Jean Ziegler also sees people as being reduced to a reactive cell in the capitalist technical accumulation process. Like Baudrillard, Ziegler also sees in death a potential for politically resistant practice. Firstly, he sees an ethical impulse coming from death, and secondly, death enables certain experiences that should reach further than initially thought. What one could call the basic ethical impulse of death is the fact that people become aware of their finiteness through death. The awareness of their mortality makes world-changing practice important for them. This applies in general, but in a special way to capitalism. For in capitalism, the existence of death is denied. Ziegler takes up the diagnosis of the repression of death and sharpens it to the effect that the repression is actively pursued by social actors. The repression is promoted by ideological apparatuses because death also brings with it a fundamental experience. It makes people aware of their equality and makes it meaningful. And thus it makes people aware that there is no equality in capitalism. In addition, death disrupts the process of valorization and value realization. The dead could not be categorized anywhere, disrupted the beautiful production machine of useless goods enormously, and resisted. Death is the unmanageable, absurd, and therefore to be concealed event. Like Baudrillard, Ziegler does not want to disrupt capitalism in order to liberate death. Rather, Ziegler wants to bring death back out from under an alleged ideological veil so that people can experience it again and so that death can unfold its allegedly destructive effect. Ziegler leaves many questions unanswered, including his own, such as this: what becomes of a person who has lost the awareness of their finiteness? He can rely on the fact that his recipients already know the answer without ever having formulated it. It also remains open as to what the awareness of death should look like and why this awareness of all things is needed in order to oppose the existing. Death speaks to us with a heavy voice and yet says nothing. Paul Valéry. The fact that thinking about death is mostly a pseudo-thinking, a twilight thinking, as the philosopher Vladimir Jankelevich wrote, also applies to the thinking of those who are fascinated by death. The more they celebrate it and conjure it up as a coming dark messiah whose arrival they want to prepare, the less they say about it. This continues when they write about the movement that, in Max Horkheimer's bitter words about the First World War, made people more aware of death than anything else, fascism and especially National Socialism. Some of Ziegler's sentences should be read in front of the images of piles of corpses from the concentration and extermination camps in order to subject them to a philosophical stress test. He sees in the dead bodies that suddenly cease to produce and consume, that answer no call, resist all seductions, stubbornly and, as it were, triumphantly defy orders. Worse still, the dead show strict solidarity with one another. They are in fact completely equal to each other. What a triumph! This must indeed have gone through the minds of the members of the Sonderkommandos when the gas chambers were opened after the gassing. Baudrillard has added pictures of shootings of Jews in the East to his chapter on the death penalty without comment, so that one can draw one's own conclusions. He notes a rationalization and economization of the death penalty, which has become abstract and calculable and has obeyed statistical purposes. Judicial murder, concentration camp murder and genocide, this is the death that our culture has brought to the point. This means, this is what death has come to. Its essence is obscured, Heidegger stated in 1949, referring to the hundreds of thousands of deaths in extermination camps and due to famine in China. But in the midst of countless deaths, the essence of death remains obscured. The idea that death was on the decline was not new at the time. It emerged a little later after the idea that death was a refuge in the midst of a rationalized world. One dies as it happens, stated Rainer Maria Rilke in The Notes of Malte Loritz Brig, which were published in 1910 and in which he wrote about his stay in Paris in 1901-02. In the sanatoriums, one dies one of the deaths committed to the institution. Rilke saw the death of the poor there, banal, without any circumstances. Death became a mass commodity for cultural critics. Now people die in 559 beds. Factory made, of course. With such enormous production, the individual death is not so well executed. Factory mass death, this is a vocabulary that was to become extremely successful in describing the extermination of the Jews by the Germans. Unfortunately, the vocabulary not only served as a description, but also provided a certain explanation of the Holocaust. Hannah Arendt was one of those who adopted Heidegger's vocabulary, fabrication of corpses, and intoned it as a socio-critical narrative. The mass production of corpses was carried out according to strict regulations and instructions, mechanized, and according to a regulated death rate. However, she failed to provide any proof of this. Instead, she coined the meaningful term administrative mass murder, which combined the rationality of industrial production with that of bureaucracy. This characterization of murder has an impact on the idea of the quality of death. In the concentration camps, death itself was made anonymous. Anonymous, not only for her, the individual is murdered together with many other people. A distancing apparatus is interposed between perpetrator and victim. The murder is carried out day and night in series. There is no connection between the life and death of the victims, and the victims simply disappear without a trace. Arendt's post-thinkers Enzo Traverso and Giorgio Agamben have taken this further. The former sees a technical dehumanization of death in the Nazi camps. The anonymous death in the gas chambers was a triumph of the order of horror and industrialized death. With the triumph of reified death, death has lost its aura. Traverso went to great lengths in his writings to rationalize away the reality of death. The permanent torture, in which it was not so important to bring about death immediately as to put the victim in a permanent state of dying, which Arendt recognized from time to time, does not appear in Traverso's work. In What Remains of Auschwitz, Agamben focuses on the so-called Muselmen, i.e. those concentration camp inmates who had been so devastated by illness and hunger that the boundary between life and death seemed blurred or stretched. The particular horror of the Muslim men was that their death is not death. It was the true cipher of Auschwitz, not the unconditional triumph of death over life, and not the degradation and devaluation of death. The sanctity of death and life was shattered, and thus the humanity of man himself was called into question. The teacher and writer Isaiah Spiegel, 1906-1991, also wrote that the Germans in the Jewish ghettos of Eastern Europe had desacralized even death. He was interned in the Lodz ghetto from May 1940 to August 1944 and was taken to Auschwitz in August 1944. However, this speech has a completely different meaning for him. In his short story, Enchanted Fruit, he tells how an old man, Uncle Kiel, and his niece Mindel act against the Germans' ban on performing Jewish rites on the dead. This is the degradation of death, not in the attack on a metaphysical entity, but in the prohibition of a cultural practice. The reification of death here is not another, basically indifferent, example for the cultural critic to illustrate his diagnosis of total rationalization, but the robbery of an imaginary space, which for many is only an unreal potence. In Spiegel's short story, people who have died are reified by being reduced to nothing but things. No illusion is allowed to be created around them. Interestingly, Spiegel, who erects a monument to the continuation of religious practices, is closer to the reality of the Holocaust than the Marxist Traverso, who presents himself as an advocate of the concrete, but hides the details of the Shoah so as not to jeopardize his theory. Uncle Kiel had worked as a cemetery gardener for 40 years, according to the short story, but in all that time he had never come as close to death as he did while working among the still-living ghetto Jews. He discovered that the slow, agonizing death was more terrifying than the corpse itself. The living Jewish body, descending step by step to its death, is blacker and further down than death itself. These dead Jews were not like the dead of days gone by. This death was a different death, a death that was not quite human, a remote and hidden death that came from shallows and swampy abysses, from a strange inhuman world. In the ghettos and in the concentration and extermination camps, the Germans created a world of death, a necrotopia. The inmates were constantly at their physical limits due to malnutrition, violence, and disease. They were constantly confronted with the possibility of imminent death. The dying and murder of others as well as corpses were always present. An intermediate realm was created in which life and death were no longer clearly separated. The inmates were tempted to give in to their own dying, and they saw in the so-called Muselmänner people who were only a breath away from death and who no longer seemed like human beings. The line between the human life and the merely organic was blurred in the massive onslaught of dirt, vermin, oozing disease, bodily secretions and, above all, feces. The inmates had to factor the death of others into their actions in order to survive themselves. By having to act under near total heteronomy, they were given the perverse choice between moral non-options. But by having to decide, they felt as if they had traded themselves into this world of death. In every single moment of life, we are those who must die. What George Simmel could calmly write about the metaphysics of death, in 1910 had become reality in the camps not even 35 years later. Philosophy became a completely unmetaphorical reality there. Life here is death, Cicero would have meant differently in Auschwitz, and Montaigne's sentence, every day we are on our way to death, would have taken on a whole new meaning there. Nietzsche would not have thought in 1881 that his metaphor that our whole world was the ashes of countless human beings would suddenly come true in Auschwitz. There, Turan would indeed have walked on a matter that is a shroud of death, namely on the ashes of thousands of burnt Jews. But there was no shroud of death for the murdered in the camps. That is why this could have happened to him there in reality, death dripping on the top of my head, namely when bodily secretions of dying and already dead people fell on him from the bed above him. For a prisoner who worked in the extermination camps in the departments that sorted and stored the luggage and other remains of the murdered, to say, "I feed on him, death," was not a dark philosopher's saying from deep insight that one bravely decided to make, but a banal and cruel fact that one would never have liked to encounter. Death stood here on an equal footing with life at every second, Marguerite Durer's partner in life Robert Antelme, who had been deported to Buchenwald concentration camp as a resistance fighter in the summer of 1944, later noted. The crematorium chimney smoked next to the kitchen chimney. Before we were here, there had been bones of the dead in the soup of the living, and the gold from the mouths of the dead had long been exchanged for the bread of the living. Death was terribly involved in the cycle of daily life. The numerous cases of cannibalism and necrophagia should also be remembered here, as well as the fact that the members of the Sonderkommandos knew that their survival, at least in the short term, depended on the flow of victims of extermination not ceasing. Not everyone who was in the camp perceived it that way, and their books about concentration camps became bestsellers after the Second World War. Such as those by Viktor Frankl, 1905 to 1997, an Austrian urologist and psychiatrist of Jewish origin. From September 1942 to April 1945, he was imprisoned in their Scienstadt and Auschwitz, among other places. There is no doubt that a concentration camp was a terrible place for him too. He mentions the fight of all against all, the regression of the prisoners and the feeling of already being dead. Above all, however, his run-up to death enabled him to gain special insights into his being. His theme is the inner freedom of man. The concentration camp led him to this as a special place of knowledge. For the first time in my life I experienced the truth that love is somehow the last and the highest thing to which human existence can soar. I now grasp the meaning of the ultimate and the utmost. I realize that man can be saved when there is nothing left for him in this world. Camp life had shown that man can also do otherwise. However, this remnant of spiritual freedom only became visible to him after everything else had been stripped away. In the extreme situation of the concentration camp, one could return to the essentials. Frankl approvingly quotes an ex-inmate who is grateful to her fate for the fact that it hit her so hard, as she had been too spoiled in her previous life. If inner freedom always exists, then the concentration camp inmates who perished have only themselves to blame. After all, there is a wealth of opportunities to shape life in a meaningful way, you just have to make use of them. However, Frankl gradually reduces existential freedom. You should no longer ask what life has to offer you, but look at what you have to offer life. If it is not enough to remember one's own existential obligation, then one must, willingly, accept one's fate. Because anyone who rebels against their fate has not grasped the meaning of all fate. Fate is actually an integral part of the totality of our lives, and not the slightest bit of fate can be broken out of this totality without destroying the whole, the shape of our existence. Frankl's concept hinges on one point: suffering must have meaning, because if it did not, life would have no meaning. He affirms this again and again. For him, the concentration camp was a test of endurance and of gain. He put this into practice in his play, Synchronization in Buchenwald. A metaphysical conference. Three philosophers, Socrates, Spinoza and Kant, want to find out whether people can be or become good, even in hell. To find out, they watch what happens in the fictional Buchenwald concentration camp. A black angel was sent to the camp, we are not told by whom, in the form of an SS man. He has to test the people. I have to torture them to death. Then you'll see what's wrong with them. For only in the extreme does the truth reveal itself. The test succeeds, and the philosophers are happy about steadfast people. Kant is pleased to have found material for his seminar that proves that man can be stronger than nature. Frankl saw this proof in various places with extreme conditions, where man himself remained. Whether in the witches' cauldron of the cauldron battles, in the air raid shelters and in the concentration camps, everywhere there had been an exposure of the human, so that the core of the being could be inspected. In contrast to Frankl's personal memories immersed in cultural critical schemata, the U.S. literary scholar Terence Desprez endeavored to draw a differentiated picture of dying and surviving in the concentration camps based on a hitherto uniquely broad basis of survivor testimonies. However, he was also interested in making a special message of the survivor heard. For Desprez, however, this does not always consist in what the survivor himself says, but in his suffering, which Desprez attributes a message to. Since the survivor's life is reduced to mere creaturely vegetation and since his life was subject to chance, his behavior cannot be explained by reason alone. Desprez therefore sets out to find other instances that are supposed to explain survival and which are determined by him in different ways. For him, it is clear that there is an instance that functions beyond the will, something that is different and greater than the personal ego, a quality, a potential that is activated in extreme need and experienced as the urgrund of the self. The logical status of his conception alternates between ontology, anthropology, and biologism. He lapses into ontological determinations when he sees people in the camp reduced to their immediate physical being. However, this reduction, as horrible as it is, also has its good side. It provides a lesson for the soul, a crystallization of that human essence that we rarely or never take note of. Based on ontology, he also summarizes this something in abstract anthropological terms, which are articulated above all by the term need. The experience of the survivor is proof that the need to help is just as elementary as the need for help, that the morality of walking and the will to community are fundamental components of humanity. In the extreme, this action arises without plan or prescription simply out of the self-preservation purpose of life. Man has the need and the desire to be part of a whole. The most extensive are the biologistic attempts to describe the something. From polymers to humans, there is a commonality. The overarching subject of the pan-biological survival instinct is sometimes life itself, which has nothing else in mind but to preserve itself and whose characteristic is to create order, and then again nature, which protects itself from dissolution and chaos. Because the only goal of the immeasurable efforts of life lies in the development and preservation of stable systems. Desprez ultimately places the ultimate reason for the super instinct to live in genetics, in the genetic material, in a fundamental fund with which all living beings are equipped, in a pool of information anchored in the body's cells. A jargon of actuality, Adorno, is unmistakable in Des President. He repeatedly suggests that through the extreme of the camps, mediated by the prisoners, humanity was able to gain an experience that gave it the opportunity to return to the original and actually sufficient, which had been forgotten in modern civilization. The exchange, for example, which was purer and more original, in the concentration camp, whatever that may mean, is automatically better for Desprez because of its purity. The pool of information anchored in the body's cells is normally suppressed by cultural reshaping. In the camps, however, the human self has come to itself and its origins in a way that it would never do as long as it enjoys the luxury of self-expansion. What is concealed by culture is now exposed again, and the survivor is lucky to have survived the civilization crisis. Those who had become familiar with death had finally learned to despise it. They had learned to accept the reign of death and, unlike other people, had escaped the murderous cycle of our flight from death, which Desprez sees as negative, because the denial of death ends in raging destruction. Desprez sees the prisoners in the camp undergoing an experience of growth and clarification, a process that allows them to become human in a fundamental and reliable way. If they had to become human first, then they obviously weren't before. His tone then becomes as solemn as it is meaningless. On the thin line between being and non-being, the survivor finds his specific freedom. In Desprez, the encounter with death leads to purification. The survivor's familiarity with death leads to contempt for death. Desprez does not say why this state is desirable. This is only reminiscent of Heidegger's surrogate heroism, where existence, held into nothingness, is purified of its inauthenticity by preserving itself in endurance. Just as the stars emerged from the abyss of night, the human being of the second half of the 20th century was born from the ashes of Auschwitz. Edmund Jabes. The murder in the Nazi camps was not only a physical one. The person/the subject/the individual was also destroyed. In other words, the form that makes the human creature a human being and that distinguishes a human being from an animate something. The common vocabulary of dehumanization must be understood precisely. It was not merely a matter of inhuman treatment, for example through brutality, too little food, etc., but the treatment was an act with meaning, an anti-metaphysical act that was intended to take on a certain meaning. During the time spent in the camps, the practical deconstruction of the subject took place, an enormous covering up. With the shaving of hair, the the grotesque uniforms, the loss of all personal possessions, the reduction to numbers and the mass accommodation as if in cattle pens immediately after arrival in the camp, the internees were stripped of all individuality. In a few seconds, we had ceased to be human beings, Elie Wiesel summed up the admission procedure in Auschwitz. All that remained was a shell that resembled me. A black flame had burned through my soul and consumed it. From the very beginning, the man denied by the SS as a human being experienced senseless and superfluous violence. "Why are they talking and shouting so loudly everywhere?" asked the Polish Catholic resistance fighter Tadeusz Sobolewicz, while photographs of him and his fellow sufferers in Auschwitz were being taken for the registry. "Why is everything happening here at such speed, in an atmosphere of horror, terror and degradation? Why are you hit on the head just because you don't know what to do and how to behave? Why is nothing explained to you? Why do they only beat you, and under the pretext that you have not carried out an order? Is that what a stay in a concentration camp is supposed to be like?" Violence, arbitrariness and absurdity deprived the detainees of their orientation, made them defenseless and robbed them of the opportunity to determine their own lives. Because the usual coordinates for organizing survival were destroyed, a feeling of unreality set in. In this unreal and incited world, logic was not the basic principle. What is significant are the everyday details which, because of their embarrassment, are often kept quiet by survivors and overlooked by recipients. The robbery of bodily control was commonplace. Basic civilized behavior was made impossible by the fact that people were unable to maintain their personal hygiene and literally vegetated in their own excrement. David Rousset described this scene in his compilation of camp experiences in novel form. In front of the entrance to the infirmary, an old man walks down to the latrines. The face is hollowed out, dirty, the lips slimy. The eyes are dead. Only 2 enormous holes remain. His jacket is flapping. 2 men drag him behind them. His open pants fall down to his shins. He has a tiny butt, just a flat bone, sticking out pointedly. The diarrhea flows yellow over his thighs. He drags himself laboriously along, pale as a sheet, in the cold, to the latrine. The targeted attack on shame and the self also had an effect in the forced nudity. Firstly, it destroyed intimacy and the possibility of an inner life, a basic invulnerable area. Ruth Kluger observed that dissolution of human interaction, in Auschwitz, old women in Auschwitz, their nakedness and helplessness, the needs of old people, the robbed shame. Old women in the mass latrines, how difficult it was for them to have a bowel movement or, conversely, how they had diarrhea. It was all public. The Germans produced true equality, that of nudity, as Elie Wiesel describes the German version of one of the demands of the French Revolution. Secondly, the internees were ashamed of themselves for behaving in this way, for example being defiled or fighting like wild animals for moldy food. In the morning, bread and a horrible coffee were distributed, reports the Dutch Jew Siegfried van den Berg from Auschwitz. For lunch there were overcooked potatoes and watery soup. Everything took place outside. Nobody had their own plate. 8 people together were given a greasy potato mixture in an iron bowl. With hungry eyes and dirty hands, 8 desperate people reached in and tore the potatoes out of each other's hands. They fought for every last scrap. Through hunger and desperation, the Germans artificially created a pseudo-natural state in the camps and ghettos. When this receded, the rudiments of civilization soon returned, which, however, brought new suffering. "We have satisfied the rage of daily hunger," writes Primo Levi, "and now we are oppressed by shame." The possible self-assurance that the immoral actions were carried out under duress was usually unable to protect the self-esteem of the victims. One of the most perfidious effects of German persecution was that the victims perceived themselves as perpetrators and blamed themselves for behavior that was forced upon them from the outside. This disturbed the prisoners' relationship with themselves. Shame and disgust towards themselves corroded the ego, which had already been massively damaged from the outside, from within. What was left behind was not only a humiliated self, full of remorse for an act for which it is completely innocent, summarizes Lawrence L. Langer. The nefarious algebra of the Germans, and their unbridled barbarism, exploited and destroyed the ethical basis of the victims. Originally life-sustaining social behaviors became life-threatening. The Germans also liked to stage the deconstruction of the ethical ego in a more demonstrative and confrontational manner. Prisoners had to look on motionlessly as others were tortured or murdered and were forced to discipline themselves. They felt guilty not only when they did this, but also when they were forced to commit atrocities. The Germans prevented the camp inmates from behaving in a way that would allow them to perceive themselves as human, because they respected others as they themselves wanted to be respected and as they had to in order to perceive themselves as human. Primo Levi later noted the shame that overcame us after the selections and whenever we had to witness mistreatment or endure it ourselves, the shame that the Germans did not know, that the righteous feel before a guilt that another brings upon himself and that torments him because it exists, because it is irrevocably incorporated into the world of existing things and because his good will counts for nothing or not much and is powerless to prevent it. In this sense, Hannah Arendt's statement that the Germans in the camps wanted to prove that absolutely everything is possible is true. A special lavatory attendant was set up in Treblinka, as Chiel Rajman reports. The lavatory attendant was one of the criminal's favorite amusements. Someone was always bringing him something new to wear to make him look funnier. He has to clean the toilets in his rabbi's garb, and he has to attend the evening roll call in this uniform. The murderers often ask him, "Rabbi, how's the shit working out?" And he has to answer, "Very well." The German radical enlightenment went even further in its attention to detail. As Primo Levi observed in Auschwitz, there, the SS had underpants tailored from Jewish prayer shrouds, which were then distributed to the Jewish prisoners. The destruction of the individual and the proof of God's non-existence were accompanied by the cutting of the bond between man and God. Man's likeness to God was exorcised from the so-called Musulman. The Musulmaner, these people in dissolution, were a product of the camps and the ghettos, were people destroyed by disease and hunger to such an extent that they lacked any conscious action and were only a breath away from death. They formed the very edge of the camp plebs, wrote the writer Jorge Semprún, who was arrested, tortured and deported to Buchenwald concentration camp because of his activities in the resistance. The Musulmaner vegetated between life and death. Semprún locates them beyond these terms, beyond life, beyond survival. For they are already elsewhere, in a kind of cachectic nirvana, a flaky nothingness, in which all value is out of force, in which only the inertia of instinct keeps them moving. Everyone hated them, according to Semprún, because they brought to mind the imminent possibility that the SS would win. Semprún's perception of death changed within a few years. When running into death, which he experienced while working in the resistance, he had the impression that my death might never be anything real at all, that it would never be a part of the life of even a single person. Every time death touched him, the only real sensation it evoked was an acceleration of all the processes of life, as if death were something that could be thought of in all possible shades, nuances, and variations, but never something that could happen to you. After his time in the concentration camp, things looked different. Semprún now has the feeling that he has not escaped death, but has crossed it. Rather, to have been crossed by it. To have lived through it, so to speak. Like many other Holocaust victims, he sees himself as dead alive, both in the camp and afterwards. That is why he describes himself as a revenant. However, Semprún had a strange experience with a Muslim man whose death he was waiting for in order to assume his identity so that he would be considered dead by the camp authorities in order to protect himself from the Gestapo. This being from beyond death seemed to him to be another self or myself as another. He felt connected to him through an almost ontological brotherhood of fate. Mind you, only almost. He expressly distanced himself from Heidegger's purely linguistic sleight of hand, from his installation of obscurities, tortured and agonizing pseudo-etymologies, purely rhetorical resonances and assonances. In particular, he considers the chapter in Being and Time, on Being Toward Death, to be a rambling chapter, entangled in linguistic tricks, full of hollow appearances and screaming obscurities. Semprún's counterdraft to Being Toward Death is much clearer, the vital, ubuesque, stirring, warming disorder of death. Its visible nearness made all this flotsam into brothers. There one could experience the death of others as a personal perspective, being with death. It is questionable what kind of common freedom Semprún wanted to base on being toward death with others. He does not elaborate on this. Likewise, nowhere does he present his experience as revealed eternal truth as the ground of being or anything similar. It is explicitly Semprún's subjective experience, which was only possible under certain circumstances, and he does not draw any insight from it, which he carries from the camp into other areas. No glory surrounds Semprún's experience of death, only exhaustion and thinness in this pestilence. The price for this experience is too high. At the sight of these emaciated bodies with their protruding bones and hollow chests, piled up 3 meters high in the middle of the crematorium courtyard, I thought that one must have experienced their death, as we had done, we who had survived their deaths, but did not yet know whether we had survived ours in order to turn a pure, fraternal gaze on them. And this experience leads nowhere. I have struggled with death, Joseph Conrad's narrator Marlowe reports in Heart of Darkness. But he comes to a completely different conclusion than the death enthusiasts. This is the most unexciting battle imaginable. If this is the ultimate form of truth, then life is a bigger riddle than some of us think. Auschwitz survivor Charlotte Delbo also came to this conclusion. The resistance member was arrested together with her husband in Paris in March 1942. While her husband was executed in May, she was deported to Auschwitz in January 1942, where she was sent to the women's camp in Birkenau, Auschwitz II. 6 months later she was transferred to Reiskow, which probably saved her life, and in January 1944 she was sent to Ravensbrück, where she was liberated over a year later. She summarized her experiences in a trilogy. Far more drastically and vividly than in most other survivors' accounts, she describes her run to death, the excremental assault, the agony of physical wounds, hunger and thirst, the omnipresence of corpses and parts of corpses, and the Germans' behavior with sadistic and murderous intentions. On several occasions, Delbo not only captures the feeling of being dead alive, which is also familiar from other reports, but also describes it. She describes what it is like when the spirit goes out because the body can no longer support it, and addresses the inadequacy of language to describe all this. The second part of her trilogy is entitled Un connaissance inutile, in the original French, which can be translated as the useless acquaintance, as well as the useless knowledge. Both refer to death. She drew the same conclusion from her experience of death as a cultural critic. I have spoken with death, therefore I know how many teachings were hollow. She looked behind things, and things became banal. The world became stale. You who pass by well equipped with all your muscles in clothes that suit you badly, that suit you to some extent. You who pass by with pulsating life in your arteries sitting firmly on the skeleton with a brisk athletic dragging step grumpily laughing, you are beautiful, as ordinary as anyone. So beautiful, so ordinary to be varied this life that prevents you from feeling your upper body following your legs, your hand on your hat, your hand on your heart, the kneecap that gently turns the joint. How can you be forgiven for living? Delbo realizes that the others are different from herself. I am not alive. I look at those who are. When she looks at them all, she notices a resentment in herself because they are so different. They are superficial, ignorant. You probably have to be like that to live, to go to the end of your life. Between her and the others stands Auschwitz, the abyss between the world and us. This abyss exists due to a knowledge gap. If they had the knowledge I have, they would be like me. They wouldn't be alive. She compulsively subjects ordinary people to a virtual test of how they would have behaved in Auschwitz. With everyone I meet, I ask myself, would they have helped me to walk? Would they have given me some of their water? But she doesn't just ask, she also thinks she knows everything beforehand. I couldn't read because it seemed to me that I already knew what was in the book, and I knew it more surely, more deeply, with irrefutable evidence. What applies to books also applies to people. In the same way, I closed my eyes so as not to see the faces, because the faces were exposed under my eyes, because as soon as my gaze settled on them, I saw everything about the people through their faces. I saw the banality, the convention, the emptiness. I saw cunning. Delbo knows everything beforehand, just like the social or cultural critic of the left or right who is gifted with deep insight. She has eyes that see. But this makes it unbearable to stay by her people's side. It remains that I know more about people than one needs to live by their side, and that there will always be this useless knowledge between them and me. Charon's revelatory capacity of death has penetrated her with full force. But with her the difference to the critic flashes up. It is useless knowledge, and she has to get rid of it. I return, from beyond knowledge, now must be unlearned. I can see that otherwise I could no longer live. For she was desperate to have lost all capacity for illusion and dream, all openness for the imaginary, for recognition. The fact that she has lost the capacity for illusion causes Delbo grief. The imaginary is not to be despised, and above all it is not mere appearance. It is only illusory insofar as it is not material, empirical. But at the same time it is real because it occurs in people's lives and they live by it. It is important because it elevates people above their mere vegetation. Of course you can turn a person into a skeleton with diarrhea bubbling inside. But is that the so-called true human being? And if so, what would be desirable about this truth? The imaginary is the first luxury of the body, which receives sufficient nourishment, enjoys leisure time and has the basis for shaping its dreams. Vision is not a special gift, as the bearer of which Delbo would glorify herself tragically and romantically, but a curse, a piece of Auschwitz that lives on in her. That's what died of me in Auschwitz. That's what makes me a ghost. Why should she live if nothing is true? What good is knowledge if you don't know how to live? Because this knowledge that she has destroys her social relationships, if it allows them at all. She wouldn't be able to face others without any preconceptions. They would think I despise them and their little daily routine, their little worries, their little plans, their meager passions and fleeting desires. That's why she pretends to be like any other person and just gets on with life. But she feels tired when she has to adapt to people, to their fleeting words. Unlike cultural critics, she does not draw the conclusion that she despises people, but hates what is done to her. Delbo has not forgotten what she fought for, so that people only have small worries, worries according to their measure, which the whirlwind of history no longer sweeps away. In contrast to Viktor Frankl, Charlotte Delbo had no qualms about exposing Western culture, which is based on misunderstood identities and which has constructed the image of an indestructible ego from Enlightenment and Romantic ideas. This comparison is drawn by Lawrence L. Langer, an American literary scholar born in 1929, who has studied the accounts of Shoah survivors, Holocaust literature, and the possibility of depicting the Shoah more intensively than almost anyone else. He accuses Frankl, Bruno Bettelheim, and Des Press of using a terminology of transcendence. He criticizes their belief that the persecuted people in the camps could still have controlled their situation and could therefore have acted as subjects. Frankl, Bettelheim, and Des Press avoided the destruction of the human being in the camps and the fact that the Holocaust was a completely dehumanizing experience. They ignored the fact that identity, self-respect, inner freedom, autonomy, and dignity had disappeared by blanking out the outside world while they were in the camp. Death had also lost its heroic meaning. Martyrdom had become impossible. Death was anonymous, no longer personal, neither human nor fateful. There was no connection between life and suffering or between life and death. The Holocaust was a permanent break in human history. It divided it into a before on the one hand and an after on the other. In the present, we stand before ruins. The old, secure basis of our view of humanity and the world has been lost. The image of an inviolable self is an inheritance from the Romantic era, i.e. from a lost time. After the impossibility of dignity, freedom of choice, heroism and resistance, Langer states the death of the idea of the self. This is Langer's melancholy truth. What those persecuted by the Shoah had to experience still has an effect on the recipients of their testimonies. Because their experience threatened our security, we avoid it. Langer criticizes Bettelheim and Frankl, and also Press, for not going far enough in their description of life in the camps. However, he does not state this in order to then celebrate a black mass for the end of humanism, or to declare the death of the subject. Instead, Langer is firstly concerned with defending the victims against lofty moral claims that ignore the reality of the camps and condemn the victims for their behavior or even resort to the famous alignment of perpetrators and victims. Secondly, he criticizes schemes of perception and explanation that are blindly applied to the camp situation. Thirdly, he wants to uncover the reality of the Shoah, if such a thing exists or is possible. He shows time and again with the material that there are hardly any adequate representations, because most of them cling to the classical form of drama and tragedy, which make the events acceptable and protect and comfort the recipients. However, the poverty of the conventional vocabulary is also accompanied by a sabotage of language. During the Shoah, conditions were created for which the familiar vocabulary no longer seemed appropriate. For Langer, however, no longer adequate also means not yet adequate. For him, representability is fundamentally a question of technique and reflection, not a terrain for morally absolute debates that ignore the object. Langer's awareness of the problems of representation in the face of the Holocaust and his attempts to solve them through expression is what he appreciates in Maurice Blanchot's The Writing of Disaster, in the work of the writer Aaron Appelfeld and the painter Samuel Bach. But he has even more in common with the latter, whose best interpreter he is, namely the impetus of criticism. Langer's melancholic truth is also a death consciousness that had to realize that death and violence have become commonplace and normal. The death consciousness he advocates also demands a familiar closeness to death, but this can have nothing to do with love of death. Rather, the obligation to live on arises from this awareness. It is true, as Langer writes in reference to the resistance fighters of the Warsaw Ghetto, that all pretensions of a culture of hope must be buried and instead a culture of despair adopted, but at the same time, life after mass murder must also be taught. At the same time, he opposes the unshakable conviction that the Holocaust holds positive lessons for us all today. Even if Langer postulates that Auschwitz broke the link between the classical image of man and the present, For him this means that man must find a new existence. If civilization disappeared in the ashes of Auschwitz, then it was only one form of civilization and must be replaced by another. Neither hope nor despair is what the painter Samuel Bach indulges in with his work, Langer observes. Bach does not destroy the ground of hope. Langer even finds a hopeful message in Bach's paintings. And that is initially disconcerting when you look at his life and work. Bach was born in Vilnius on August 12, 1933. During the German occupation from 1941 to 1944, he lived partly in the ghetto. The word may be inappropriate, but there is something legendary about his childhood. The famous poets Avram Sutzkever and Shmerk Kaksujinsky gave him, the 8-year-old, the Pinkus in 1942, an old thick book in which the Chronicle of the Jews of Vilna had been recorded for a long time. Sutzkever had rescued it from the ruins of the large synagogue. Bach was supposed to have paper for drawing and painting. From around the end of the 1960s, he developed his personal style, which he still practices today. He initially painted still lives of fruit and domestic objects placed in timeless and utopian landscapes. The first ruins of houses can be found. Gradually, various iconographic elements emerge, to which Bach devoted himself obsessively at times: the bird, the key and lock, or the boy with his hands raised from the Warsaw Ghetto. This style is partly reminiscent of surrealism, especially of René Magritte's paintings. One sees unreal places and events as well as floating objects. The style of Bach's paintings is also reminiscent of classics such as Michelangelo, Rembrandt, and Dürer. Bach not only paints like them, so that one might think he wants to copy them, he also uses some of their well-known motifs. But he is not concerned with an exercise in reviving old mannerisms. At the same time, he changes the classics and transforms them to suit his own meaning. Bach has commented on this idiosyncrasy on various occasions. In addition to the desire to get away from the fashionable in art and to create an impersonal painting, the old-fashioned style seems to him to be the most suitable language for expressing the experience of destruction, annihilation, and a new beginning as Jewish history. However, the style is not only the appropriate form for Bach's experiences, but is also directed at the viewer. Immediacy and alienation are the goal. In the context of modern art, his old-fashioned technique is intended to trigger alienation, which is used as a means of seeing suffering freshly. Moreover, much in Bach's pictures is frozen, stuck, set in stone, or even petrified. Formations that hold content have been hollowed out or are in the process of becoming destructive. Or they have become a paper backdrop like the numerous house walls in Bach's pictures. Much is disintegrating and weathered. That which no longer has any support of its own is propped up or nailed down. Bach constantly reinterprets the biblical, intellectual, historical, and artistic tradition in his paintings. The Adam in the Michelangelo variations is petrified, has become a decaying statue. The plaster is crumbling away from him, revealing the individual building blocks of which he is made. The arms and legs are riddled with cracks and furrows like ancient temple columns. Parts of the stone Adam are missing, have fallen off. In Joseph's Dream, Creation of Wartime 2, and Adam with His Image, the old Adam is no longer there at all. In Open Door, he can only be seen in the background. As he is hidden behind a wall, he is only partially visible. In the place where he normally sits, there is sometimes someone else, a soldier, creation, an indeterminable human figure in long underwear, Joseph's Dream, or a traveler with the little luggage he has standing next to him, Creation of Wartime 2. All that remains of the god is his hand, which looks like a wood saw and has been nailed to a wall, Adam and Eve, or a dead tree, Creation. The head of the nail is rusty and a trail of rusty water runs down from it, looking like blood. Adam's hand and God's outstretched hand do not always meet. In Adam and Eve, they point past each other on different levels. Here there are two parallel hands of God. Which is the right one, the one from which the divine spark leaps? In Open Door, the hand is oversized, is partly made of stone, but also partly merges into a mere outline. The rest of God's form has either disappeared completely, Open Door, or is only present as an outline. But this outline is only negative, it is formed by other things, be it a hole in the wall, Creation of Wartime 2, or crumbling plaster on a wall, Adam and Eve. In Adam with His Image, God has finally disappeared completely. In his place is another Adam, but mirrored upside down. Bach's pictures show the consequences of destruction and devastation, but there is no war, no Holocaust, and no corpses. In Bach's visual witness to disaster, there are images of horrific destruction such as Terminus and Childhood Memories, but the motifs are not specified. However, his images are so full of sadness, so saturated with horror, that the deed always seems present. Yet we see recurring elements, for example, the double column of smoke from the Auschwitz crematoria or the Star of David. The double column of smoke indicates that this landscape is one after the Holocaust. After it, the old Adam is only a relic, a ruin. He lies in ruins or has disappeared completely or at least partially. Even God is no longer to be seen. All that remains of him is a hand. But it no longer transmits the divine spark to people. Now it could point to something, and its presence gives an indication that there was once something to which it belonged. God is even less visible than his Adam. If Adam still exists as a statue, then God is only an outline. What we still see of him is his absence. The connection between God and man via the touching fingers has been torn off. Either God no longer gives life or there is no longer a God who gives life. Bach also addresses the connection between man and God in another motif. In Reflecting, we see a rainbow that has become dull. The individual colors of this biblical promise of God to mankind, never to destroy them again, have become separate colored, curved slats, from which the paint is partially peeling off and which overlap each other in an untidy manner. The arch is interrupted in the middle. The rainbow is also no longer in the sky, but is nailed to a stunted tree and various supporting slats. Two of Durer's angels sit beneath it. Their wings are tinny constructions mounted on their backs. You can see how they are riveted together from various parts. The mounds are held in their majestic pose by poles. It remains open whether Bach means that man is no longer the old Adam, or whether he never was. Has God disappeared, or was he never there? Has his hand been replaced by a man-made construction that now looks rather shabby and torn down, or was he never more than this, an indeterminate something to which people gave the outline of a human form? Was the biblical rainbow once a divine sign, or has it always been nailed to the sky by humans? Were the angels once angels, or have they always been just people who strapped a strange device to their backs, the sight of which reveals only one thing, that you can't fly with it? The difference in the interpretation would be one of the whole. Either the world after the Holocaust finally shows itself to be what it has always been, devoid of any divinity. Everything that was considered divine becomes transparent as a man-made construction. The Holocaust would therefore be the particularly drastic continuation of centuries of secularization and demystification. Or the divine once actually existed, but has now disappeared. What remains of it is the work of man, which imitates and materializes it. There are two things that speak against the first perspective. Firstly, much of what is destroyed in Bach's pictures is still there, such as the tablets of the law in Shema Israel, Othioth, all of a sudden, and, lo, against blue space. Not only have fragments of the tradition remained, but the fragments are still able to form a whole, even if the destruction of them cannot be undone. They are still there, as the playful title of a picture translates, which shows a door with the sign, still, covered with bulky garbage. The fact that the disfigurement is visible makes it clear that what was once considered indestructible, God, man, his spirit, his dignity, can very well be destroyed. Philosophically speaking, certainties have lost their ontological status. It has become clear that they are man-made. But at the moment of their destruction, one cannot simply let them fall from one's shoulders with relief, like Bach's angels their false wings. One also sees that they can be lost. The possibility of loss is frightening and initiates the impulse to rescue, Adorno. This is the source of the grief and melancholy that seem to make up Bach's pictures. The destruction depicted in the pictures is not Bach's destruction. He does not inflict it on the classics, but rather visualizes the destruction of ideas such as God, the divinity of man, enlightenment, human dignity, and the human spirit. He does not celebrate destruction in his paintings. They are inscribed with grief and loss. Bach uncompromisingly combines well-known figures from art history with the all-too-obvious agonizing damage to them. They are destroyed, in the process of breaking or ruined, and at the same time anachronistically ravishing and enchanting, according to the theologian Yvonne Sherwood. Paradoxically, this makes his works less suitable for hanging in the living room than some of the radical poses of the modern art world. She sees something belligerent in Bach's restorative gesture, as if he wanted to say that all is not lost. What has been destroyed lives on, albeit with a prosthesis, as it were. This is illustrated by several pictures that vary the motif of a torn-down tree. Family Tree is dominated by a withered tree. The tree, severed at the trunk, floats above its stump. It has not lost its roots, nor are its roots without soil, but it has been severed in its center, in its strongest, supporting strand. But it is still in its old place, it has not fallen over. Its branches, twigs, and leaves form a six-pointed star. The leaves are also dull yellow stars of David. They look dried out, some of them are curled up so that their original shape is no longer recognizable. But overall the tree does not look dead. On The Wanderer too, an old Jew in rich traditional garb holds such a splintered tree next to its stump. Although the tree no longer has a connection to its roots in the ground, its leaves are still green and its crown is frequented by birds. There are two trees in The Tree of Life, one big and one mine. The big one has grown in a house. The tree is almost dead and the house is obviously uninhabited. The trunk of the tree stands in the center of the house and blocks the entrance. Its roots in front of the door are partially exposed. Its branches have grown out of the windowless openings. At the top, they have not found a roof they could have hit. The tree has only a few branches left and only a few of these still have green leaves. The walls of the house are weathered, partly without plaster, cracked and partly already collapsed. The small tree stands in the semi-darkness of a dark passageway between the house described and another one. Its roots are not in the ground, but in a large pot standing on a small cart. This small tree returns in Destinies. A tree stump with earth, grass and roots stands in a box in front of a barren low mountain landscape. It is old and has run out of glue. It stands slightly elevated on flat stones and on a stone roller, as if it could at least be moved in principle, even if only halfway. The rest of the tree consists of trunk, branches, twigs, and leaves. On the left half of the treetop, the leaves are gray-blue tinny stars of David, some of which are bent and crooked. The right half consists of dull yellow stars of David, some of which are curled up like dried leaves. The tree without a stump is held in place, suspended in the air, by 3 poles. Finally, in The Wanderer 3, the tree is on a journey, a traveler carries it. As Edmund Jabes writes, the bundle of the eternal Jew contains the earth and more than one star. The traveler also wears worn-out clothes and has a tired, strained and worn-out face. On one arm, a white and light blue striped sleeve can be seen peeking out from under his cape, which could belong to a concentration camp prisoner's suit. The tree is splintered. All the trees in the pictures mentioned here have not been cut off with a smooth cut. The bark of this tree has been partially peeled off. But it has mostly green branches, only a few are dried out. It is also approached by birds. It has a rucksack on its back, from which green shoots protrude. Behind him he pulls a small cart on which stands a tree stump with soil and roots. A young, green shoot is still sprouting from the stump. Neither the destructibility nor the artificiality of everything human is a flaw. The fact that the Enlightenment and humanism failed and were destroyed in Auschwitz is acknowledged, but regretted with horror. It is not a question of overthrowing what has fallen. This typical trait of the authoritarian character, which weakness provokes to attack, and which is common to modern anti-metaphysicians, is alien to Bach. Among the survivors around him, he observed efforts to repair what had been destroyed, to reconstruct what had been lost, to create something new that seemed to resemble what had been lost forever. This also includes his art. He wants to speak about a human need for restoration in a language that restores an old-fashioned, illusionary idea, an idea made of light, shadow, and closeness to reality. The camps of the Germans were practical anti-philosophy, they were practiced anti-metaphysics and implemented anti-humanism. In their world of negation, the Germans demonstrated what cultural critics had previously shouted out enthusiastically: there is no human dignity and no solidarity and therefore no humanity. There is no ego and no individuality. There is no spirit, no culture, and no God. Existence is being toward death. In Auschwitz, the crowning glory of the National Socialist counterculture, the Germans showed that it was possible to do anything to people. You can do anything to people and keep them in any kind of filth. People will do anything for bread, they will do anything to each other, forget any consideration, no social ties count anymore. You can take away their individuality, reduce them to their libe and then disfigure it so that it no longer bears the likeness of man, let alone God. With the Musulman, the divine image was systematically destroyed, remarked the Jewish post-Holocaust theologian Emil Fackenheim. He was a novelty in human history and the only original contribution of the Third Reich to civilization. But was Auschwitz therefore also an ontological event? It could only be a shattering of ontological certainty for ontologists, but they are not receptive to the shocks of history. For Heidegger, the Holocaust was business as usual, a station on the slippery slope on which philosophy fell when the question of being was forgotten. The rule of metaphysics had solidified in the form of modern technology, and it was turning the world upside down, he knew in 1949. Agriculture is now motorized food industry, in essence the same as the fabrication of corpses in gas chambers and extermination camps, the same as the blockade and starvation of countries, the same as the fabrication of hydrogen bombs. The rupture caused by the Shoah is merely quasi-ontological. As a denial of all generally valid, universally guiding forms of thought that rely on considerations of utility, utilitarianism, even the self-preservation of the enemy, only, ostensibly anthropologically valid certainties, were dissolved, namely those that place man as Homo economicus as a natural form. An extreme situation such as the Holocaust reveals no truth, neither about a man, nor about society, or about modernity, at most banal facts. The view that an extreme situation shows us the truth of ordinary situations, as Tsvetan Todorov says, is popular among critics, and yet it is nothing more than a deliberate insinuation. This train of thought has meanwhile solidified into a pattern, so that its validity is no longer even considered. For Agamben, the normal situation can be judged and determined in the light of the extreme situation. For the sociologist Zygmunt Bauman, the Holocaust is a window through which one can look at a myriad of phenomena that are part of our modernity. The camps are the extreme form of totalitarian regimes, and these are the extreme form of modern political life. This idea is widespread in various political camps. The view that the essence of man is exposed in extreme situations is widespread and far removed from critical insights. Nowhere does the real atom come to light like in captivity, believed the former Auschwitz commandant Rudolf Haas in his autobiographical notes. In the human being, everything insignificant was melted away, wrote the survivor Frankl. Everything acquired, everything assumed, everything that did not belong to him fell away from him, wrote the perpetrator Haas. To give up all hiding, all pretense, forces him to go to prison in the long run. In their camps, the followers of the movement of selfhood created material en masse, which they prepared in such a way that it suited their criticism of civilization. It is only regrettable that others also confuse the result of extreme situations with deep anthropological or ontological truths. There would have been no need for camps, Semprin reminds us, to prove that man is capable of the most beautiful as well as the ugliest things. There is nothing more banal than this statement. The fact that people rejoiced in the depravity of man and the total destruction of the order of values carried out before everyone's eyes, as Imre Kurdish wrote, describes not only the behavior of the Germans and their helpers during National Socialism, but also the behavior of some cultural and social critics who see themselves as anti-fascist. Everything that was considered eternal, sacred, absolute and irrefutable has been exposed. Everything is and always has been man-made and can therefore be destroyed. That this is the case is nothing new. To say all this is actually banal, but it is also an affirmation of the malicious National Socialist argument ad hominem. But what does only man-made mean? That doesn't make it any less valuable. It was man-made, and it was destroyed by brutes. But that is only a shock for those who were naive. And because it was made by people, it can also be rebuilt by people. The Shoah may have changed the perception of people and the world, as Wiesel believes, but the idea of the human being did not die in the camps. Fackenheim agrees with this. But he also says that what has been destroyed must be healed. Anyone who cannot believe that man was created by God in God's image must act as if man had been created by God in God's image. And Fackenheim's 614th commandment also applies to the critic, not to grant Hitler a victory, even if it is ontologically impossible and only morally necessary. The Musulman may be the destruction of those utmost metaphysical bulwarks, as Agamben exults, if one has a naive understanding of metaphysics. The Holocaust may have shattered a naive notion of the sanctity of death and life. This does not detract from the metaphysical capability of man.